God Level Farm Chapter 1398 to Chapter 1442. It's unbelievable, the fitness coach said excitedly. Mr. Xia's physical condition is pretty good. He can even last the entire match. Ruby raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is this true?" "Of course. I swear on God's name," the fitness coach said confidently. It's no exaggeration to say that Mr. Xia's physical condition is better than many of the main players in the team. This is his profile data, you can take a look at it yourself. Ruby snatched the profile data sheet from the fitness coach's hand and looked at it eagerly. After skimming through a few key figures, Ruby could not help but mutter to himself, "This is simply too shocking. If I didn't believe in your professionalism, I would have suspected that you took the wrong profile data sheet and took Naldo's profile data." The fitness coach said embarrassedly, "I couldn't believe that the data was real either. I even suspected that there was a malfunction in our testing equipment, so I tested it myself on the equipment again just now, and only then did I confirm that there was no problem with the data. Also, my physical condition is much worse than Mr. Xia's." Ruby laughed and said, "I must praise your rigor. It seems that Mr. Xia's overall condition has far exceeded my expectations." After saying that, Ruby looked at the training ground, and many thoughts appeared in his mind. Xiao Ruofei's physical condition was no longer his shortcoming, and other than his accurate free kicks, his basic abilities such as ball control, passing, and shooting were all on the line. Therefore, in the match against Valencia the day after tomorrow, Ruby would be able to deploy the players with ease. Xiao Ruofei easily completed the day's training. In the afternoon, Ruby specially arranged for him to practice for corner kicks and free kicks. Of course, this was also part of the psychological test. Xiao Ruofei's performance made Ruby completely relieved. His free kicks were still frighteningly stable, and his control of the landing point was also very good. Xiao Ruofei even played a trick, spinning the ball directly into the goal when he took the corner kick. The arc was quite strange. The experienced goalkeeper, Diego Lopez, who was called Octopus Bro by the fans, was shaken and watched the ball spin into the goal as he lost his balance. Ruby was surprised and happy. There was no blind spot in all 360 degrees. As long as he was within 33 meters of the opponent's goal, regardless of the angle, Xiao Ruofei had the ability to kick the ball directly into the goal, even if it was in the corner flag area. At that moment, Ruby made up his mind. As long as Xiao Ruofei was on the field, he would definitely be the first penalty taker for free kicks, corner kicks, and even penalty kicks. After the day's training, Ruby gathered everyone together and announced the squad list for the away game against Valencia the day after tomorrow. Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei were both selected without any suspense. At the same time, the team's main center forward, Iglesias, the main goalkeeper, Diego Lopez, the main midfielders, Marc Roca, Darder, and so on were also selected. These were all the main players, and there was no doubt that they were selected for the squad list or even the starting lineup. In addition, Merendo, Puado, and the others were also selected for the squad list. This result made Puado's hanging heart finally relax. He thought that Xiao Ruofei's arrival would further reduce his space, and it would be difficult for him to enter the squad list for the next game. Ruby did not announce the starting lineup today. He wanted to keep the suspense for tomorrow and the day after. Of course, this was also because he had not completely figured out how to arrange the starting lineup. The players who were not selected for the squad list would stay in Barcelona today and tomorrow to continue their daily training. The players who were selected for the squad list would take a flight to Valencia tomorrow. After returning to the hotel, Xiao Ruofei guided Wu Lei to practice the first set of movements for the Golden Man. After a few days of practice, Wu Lei had basically grasped the essentials of the movements. Sometimes, there would be one or two small deviations. Xiao Ruofei simply corrected them, and he could quickly enter the state of practice. Of course, every practice was a hellish experience. Wu Lei gritted his teeth and persevered. In just a few days, his appearance did not seem to have changed much, but in fact, his physical fitness had improved a lot. His resistance had also increased. Because he had to take a flight tomorrow, Wu Lei immediately left Xiao Ruofei's room after practicing the movements. He went back to rest early. Early the next morning, Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei changed into RCD Español sportswear. They took the commercial vehicle sent by the club and arrived at the Danny Hawk training ground. The two of them met up with their other teammates there, and then took the bus to the airport. RCD Español was going to an away game, and there were many sports media and fans at the airport to see them off. When Xiao Ruofei saw this, he put on his sunglasses and mask before getting off the bus. In addition to the players who were selected for the squad list, the coaching staff and staff also went with the team to Valencia. Everyone was also wearing RCD Español sportswear, so Xiao Ruofei was not particularly eye-catching in the crowd. Although some of the media took pictures of him, no one could identify who he was because he was tightly wrapped. The team took a business charter. Every time RCD Español went on an away trip, the club would basically charter a business charter. This way, they could minimize the fatigue of the journey and would not be disturbed by other passengers on the same flight. This allowed the players to rest as much as possible. The distance from Barcelona to Valencia was not far. They only flew for more than an hour before the plane began to descend. After landing in Valencia, there were many home fans who went to the airport to welcome them. When the RCD Español players walked out, the welcoming crowd suddenly erupted in loud boos. Some people kept provoking them verbally. Most of the players who were going on this trip were experienced and knowledgeable veterans. They had seen this kind of situation many times, so the fans' boos had no effect on them. As for Wu Lei and Xiao Ruofei, Wu Lei did not understand what the fans were saying at all, so he was not affected at all. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei was born with a big heart. This kind of situation could not affect him at all. Under the protection of the airport's security personnel, the team quickly left the airport. They took the bus arranged by the club's advance staff and went straight to the hotel where they were staying. Along the way, Xiao Ruofei looked out of the car window with interest. Valencia was the third largest city in Spain. It was located in the southeast of Spain. It was bordered by the sea to the east and was backed by vast plains. It was green all year round and had a pleasant climate. It was known as the Pearl of the Mediterranean West Coast. It was also known as Europe's City of Sunshine. From the airport to the hotel, Xiao Ruofei saw the exotic scenery along the way. He could not help but take pictures with his phone. He could not stop. Xiao Ruofei and Xiao Ruofei were given a standard room. Originally, the club wanted to arrange a single room or even a suite for Xiao Ruofei. However, Xiao Ruofei felt that he was going there as a player, so he did not want to receive any special treatment. If Xiao Ruofei was there as a shareholder of the club, then it was natural for him to stay in a luxurious room. However, he was now positioning himself as an ordinary player. Naturally, he could not be the only one receiving special treatment. Considering that Wu Lei's Spanish was not at all entry-level, Xiao Ruofei simply asked the staff to put Wu Lei and him in the same room to prevent Wu Lei and his teammates from not being able to communicate with each other. After arriving at Valencia and staying at the hotel, Ruby quickly organized the team members to the rented venue for pre-match training. At the same time, he also arranged for them to go to the Mestalla Stadium where the game would be held tomorrow. The RCD Español's official television station also sent people to Valencia on the same flight. They had already started to film some highlights while the players were training. However, after Xiao Ruofei specifically greeted them, their cameras deliberately avoided Xiao Ruofei. Soon, it was the next day. Today, RCD Español would be playing against the home team, Valencia, at the Mestalla Stadium. On the way from the hotel to the Mestalla Stadium, Xiao Ruofei saw a lot of fans rushing to the stadium. In fact, it was still too early for the fans. There were still a few hours before the game kicked off. However, these fans looked like they were celebrating a festival. Some of them even waved their team scarves and sang and danced. The atmosphere was quite lively. After Xiao Ruofei saw it, he could not help but feel a little envious. It was not that the moon was rounder in foreign countries, but objectively speaking, the atmosphere of the European fans was really good. After the team bus arrived at the stadium, there were also a lot of media waiting there. Xiao Ruofei even saw a few Huaxia reporters through the window. Xiao Ruofei had already prepared his disguise. He blended in with the coaching staff and walked into the stadium with his teammates. Since he had decided to keep it a secret, he might as well keep it a secret until the end. In the locker room, Ruby announced the starting lineup for today's game. This list had just been submitted to the officials. Ruby kept the suspense until the last moment. To Wu Lei's slight disappointment, Ruby included him in the substitutes list for this game. Xiao was also not in the starting lineup. Replacing Wu Lei in the starting lineup was Puado, who was promoted from the youth team this season. When Puado heard his name in the starting lineup, he was stunned at first. Then, he was ecstatic. He could not wait to perform well on the game. When he thought of his crazy speed on the flank and the scene of him passing several people in a row, Puado trembled with excitement. He wanted to show Ruby that he was at least as good as Xiao Ruofei compared to Wu Lei. The players went to the field to warm up. Xiao Ruofei went straight to the away team's substitutes bench and sat down at the edge. He wore a club standard coat and pulled his hat up to cover half of his face. He leaned there and dozed off. The coaching staff were also preparing at the substitutes bench. When they saw Xiao Ruofei dozing off on the substitutes bench, no one stood up to remind him. Anyway, Xiao Ruofei was playing as a substitute. It did not matter if he did not warm up at this time. As long as he warmed up sufficiently before the game, it would be fine. The broadcaster's cameras had been filming the whole time from the arrival of the team bus to the warm-up on the field. The broadcast team would edit this material as fast as possible into short clips of the team's arrival, the team's warm-up, and other highlights. It would be broadcasted in the live broadcast before the game. However, Xiao Ruofei had always wrapped himself up tightly. Although the camera swept past him a few times, it was just a flash. The people watching the television could not see who he was at all. After the players finished warming up, they returned to the locker room. The manager had to make the final tactical arrangements. The substitutes, including Wu Lei, also returned to the locker room. However, Xiao Ruofei did not return. He leaned on the substitutes bench and even snored softly. Outside the stadium, a group of Huaxia people slowly moved forward in the crowd. They were the few employees of the Taoyuan company led by Xianxia. Under Zhou Leiyun's arrangement, they came to Valencia yesterday to tour the famous Spanish coastal city. Today, the staff sent by Zhou Leiyun to accompany them throughout the tour took everyone out for a whole day. When night fell, they were brought to the Mestalla Stadium. Although it was an away game, RCD Español stepped in and asked for a few tickets. After a long queue, Xianxia and the others finally entered the stadium. They slowly moved along with the crowd and finally came to the stands reserved for the visiting team. Many of RCD Español's expedition fans were also present. They hung a huge tiff on this side of the stands. There was the RCD Español team emblem and a picture of the legendary captain, De Nigel. After Xianxia and the others entered the stands, they immediately took off their jackets and put on the RCD Español jersey that was prepared in advance. These jerseys were all number 24, exactly the same as the one Wu Lei wore in the last game. The staff sent by Zhou Leiyun also prepared a small national flag for each of them. It was obvious that they were only there to cheer for Wu Lei. Soon, some RCD Español fans also noticed this group of people with Eastern faces. When they saw the jersey numbers on Xianxia and the others' backs and the large posters of Wu Lei they were holding, they immediately understood that they were Wu Lei's compatriots from Huaxia. Many RCD Español fans greeted Xianxia and the others and gave them a thumbs up. On one side, they only spoke Chinese and their English was very poor. On the other side, most of them spoke Spanish. However, there was one word that was universal, and that was Wu Lei's name. Therefore, when Xianxia and the others realized that they could not communicate with the RCD Español fans around them, they simply shouted Wu Lei's name, which they could understand. The RCD Español fans also shouted Wu Lei's name as if it was a secret signal. Wu Lei, who was still warming up on the field, heard his name in the noisy cheering of the Valencia fans. He could not help but look in the direction of the visiting team's stands. The blue and white striped RCD Español fans in the visiting stands were still very conspicuous. Wu Lei found them at a glance. Xianxia and the other RCD Español fans saw Wu Lei look up and could not help but shout even louder. At the same time, they waved the team scarves in their hands. Because of the distance, Wu Lei could not see the faces of these fans clearly. Naturally, he did not know that there was a group of excited Huaxia compatriots in the stands. He smiled and waved to the visiting stands, then continued to warm up with his teammates. Xianxia and the others also waved their scarves excitedly at Wu Lei. Their enthusiasm slowly subsided until Wu Lei continued to warm up. Shui Jinshan said with emotion, "I didn't watch football much before. Now that I'm back to watch it live, I realize that the charm of football is really great. With this atmosphere, even the most introverted people can't help but shout together. Isn't that right? The game hasn't even started yet. I feel like the stands are about to boil over. To be able to watch a top league game live, I can brag about it for a year when I go back." The employees of Taoyuan Company were also discussing this matter at the same time. After the players finished warming up, they returned to the locker room to make their final preparations before the game. The manager would also clarify the tactics for everyone again. Xiao Ruofei did not follow them back to the locker room. Instead, he sat directly on the bench and took a nap. This was not considered special. The tactics laid out by the manager were mainly targeted at the main players. Xiao Ruofei was a substitute in this game. Before he came on, the manager would again clarify how to play after he came on. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also told Ruby in advance that he wanted to minimize the chances of him showing up before the game. Ruby also agreed. Huaxia, Beijing. In a studio of PP Sports, the commentators for the game were still Shen Fengjian and Jia Tianing. Because of the time difference, the starting time of the game was not very friendly for the Huaxia fans. Huaxia kicked off at 3 o'clock in the morning. In the past, this time was enough to make many fans fearful and choose to give up watching the game. Fortunately, tomorrow was a Sunday, and most people did not have to go to work. In addition, Wu Lei's performance in the last game had raised the expectations of many fans, so there were still many fans who stayed up late to watch the game. According to the data from PP Sports, the number of people online at the same time was not much less than the last game. RCD Español's last game kicked off in the afternoon, and Huaxia's game started at about 11 p.m. This time was still very suitable for watching the game, and it was not even 1 o'clock yet. Shen Fengjian and Jia Tianing were doing the pre-match analysis and commentary. Both of them agreed that the RCD Español team was much worse than their opponents in terms of strength. In this game, the RCD Español team should give up their possession tactics and tighten their defensive line as much as possible. In addition, they should be resolute in their counterattack and speed up their advancement. Like many La Liga teams, RCD Español was used to playing pass and control tactics, and they liked to constantly pass the ball in the middle and backfield, hoping to pull the opponent's defensive line and find the opponent's flaws. Many of the RCD Español players were used to controlling the ball after receiving it. If one or two players did that, the rhythm would be slowed down. After the pre-match analysis, it began to broadcast the scene of the team's arrival before the game, as well as the scene of the RCD Español club's television station before the players arrived in the locker room. Shen Fengjian and Jia Tianing's attention was focused on Wu Lei, and Xiao Ruofei, who was wearing sunglasses and a mask and walking with the coaching staff, did not attract their attention. In the scene of the away team's locker room that appeared later, the two of them noticed the number 25 jersey next to Wu Lei's jersey, because the jersey was hanging next to Wu Lei's jersey, and the name Xia was very eye-catching. The two of them could not help but play a game of Guess Who I Am and made a lot of guesses during the live broadcast. However, as the signal in front switched to the scene of the players' tunnel, the attention of the two of them suddenly shifted. In Valencia, Spain, the players from both teams were standing in the players' tunnel, ready to enter the field under the guidance of the referee. As for Wu Lei and several other substitute players, they had already gone directly to the away team's bench before this. Shen Fengjian looked at the screen and said, "We can see that the players from both teams are ready to play. Before the game, we got the starting lineup of both teams. Wu Lei is still on standby on the bench for this game. This is not good news for the fans who stay up late to watch the game." Jia Tianing said, "I think Ruby is still a little conservative. Although Wu Lei has not been on the team for a long time, it can be said that he completely showed his strength in the last game. However, Ruby would rather use the young Puado in this game than let Wu Lei start. I personally think that the coach is too conservative." "That's right. No matter how you look at it, Wu Lei is more suitable to be in the starting lineup than Puado," Shen Fengjian said. "The most important thing is that Wu Lei has the support of the mysterious power of the East. Just look at the last game and you will know." After the last game, Xianxia and Jia Tianing were almost unprincipled in singing praises for Wu Lei. Therefore, the two were honorably promoted to the head and vice-head of Wu Chui Tang on the internet and were ridiculed by the fans. Now it seemed that the two of them wanted to continue to carry forward the glorious Wu Chui Hall career. They still had no intention of keeping a low profile in this game. Soon, the players from both teams walked out of the players' tunnel with the ball boys under the lead of the referee. The atmosphere in the home team stands, which were already very lively, was suddenly ignited at this moment. The cheers and applause instantly increased by several levels. The sudden cheers and applause made Xia Ruofei, who was dozing off, wake up. He turned his head to look at Wu Lei in a daze and asked, "Lei, who scored? Is it our team or the opponent?" Wu Lei did not know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Brother Xia, it was the players who came in just now. The game hasn't even started yet." "You slept too soundly, didn't you?" Xia Ruofei rubbed his eyes and said, "Why hasn't the game started yet? Isn't this too dawdling? I've already slept." Wu Lei could not help but laugh. The nervousness before the game had unknowingly disappeared. After a while, the players from both teams took their positions in their respective halves of the field. The referee blew the whistle, and the game officially began. As the opponent was stronger, Ruby was already standing on the sidelines from the start of the game, nervously watching the situation on the field. He had no intention of returning to the technical area at all. "Okay, PP Sports audience friends and fans friends. With the whistle of the referee, the game has officially begun. Today, the commentators are still Jia Tianing, Coach Jia, and I, Xianxia." Xianxia said skillfully. "Hello, audience friends," Jia Tianing said tacitly. "Just now, we introduced Valencia's starting lineup. Now, let's take a look at the starting lineup of the visiting team, RCD Español." Xianxia said, "First of all, Wu Lei is still on standby as a substitute in this game. At the same time, it's worth noting that the suspected Huaxia player, number 25, who everyone has been talking about on the domestic internet recently, has also appeared in the main roster today. Like Wu Lei, he's also on the substitute lineup for this game. Everyone can pay attention to this player. I've specifically observed him just now, and in the few shots given by the broadcaster, we didn't notice the existence of this mysterious player." After briefly explaining the situation that everyone was concerned about, Xianxia began to introduce RCD Español's starting lineup. As we can see, the goalkeeper position is still the brave veteran number 1, Diego Lopez. The center-backs are the partners of Naldo and Hermoso. These are the current main force of RCD Español. The two full-backs are respectively. Wait. Let's take a look at this game first. Before Xianxia could even finish introducing the starting lineup, the situation on the field had already changed. RCD Español kicked off this game. After the kickoff, RCD Español's players habitually passed their feet in the backfield to look for opportunities. They were already familiar with this routine. Even though the Valencia team pressed hard and even forced the full-back to pass the ball to the goalkeeper, RCD Español did not panic. The goalkeeper, Diego Lopez, did not nervously kick the ball away. Instead, he gently passed the ball to Naldo when the opponent's forward closed in. Naldo looked up and quickly observed the situation before he passed the ball to Puado. Puado had been holding back his energy for a long time. He wanted to perform well and shut those who doubted him up. Therefore, after Naldo passed the ball, Puado rushed along the side without thinking and ran all the way to the opponent's half of the field. However, just as Puado dribbled the ball across the half of the field, he still buried his head and dribbled the ball forward in an attempt to use his personal ability to break through in the face of the opponent's fast pace. However, he obviously overestimated his personal ability. The opponent's full-back did not fall for his feints at all. He cleanly shoveled the ball and snatched the ball from under Puado's feet. He quickly got up and passed the ball out with a straight pass. Valencia's transition between offense and defense was very fast. After the successful steal, they quickly pressed forward. It was a stark contrast to RCD Español's slow pace earlier. RCD Español's midfielders were running with Puado to provide support. However, Puado's low-level mistake led to the loss of the ball, and everyone did not have time to return to their defensive positions. It was quite dangerous to have the ball suddenly intercepted in the middle of an attack. Valencia quickly formed a situation in the front field where they outnumbered their opponents. They did not hesitate. After a two-footed triangle pass, the ball was pushed to the front of RCD Español's penalty area. From the moment Puado lost the ball, he desperately chased back, hoping to make up for his mistake. When Valencia's midfielders were slightly stunned at the front of the penalty area, Puado was already in position to defend. He saw that Valencia's players seemed to be ready to kick the ball on the spot, so he did not even think about it. He directly slid over from the side. However, what Puado did not expect was that the opponent played a fake shot and a real dunk. They easily bypassed his defense and broke into the penalty area. As soon as the opponent player entered the penalty area, RCD Español's players dared not make any moves. They were afraid that they would give the opponent a chance to dive to get a penalty kick. However, at that moment, Valencia's striker, Rodrigo, did not hesitate to kick the ball when he swerved to an angle. With a swoosh, the ball flew past the inside of the pillar and into the goal. A huge uproar erupted in the stadium. Ruby angrily smashed the mineral water bottle in his hand on the ground. The fourth official of the match immediately walked over and said sternly, "Mr. Ruby, please watch your behavior. Otherwise, I don't mind suggesting to the referee that you be punished." Ruby spread his hands and shrugged. "Okay. Thank you for the reminder." He did not stand on the sidelines to direct the match anymore. Instead, he returned to his seat with a complicated and helpless expression. He had anticipated many scenarios before the match, including the sudden loss of the ball at the start of the match. However, that was the worst-case scenario, and he did not expect it to happen. Moreover, the loss of the ball was very cowardly. Puado had failed to live up to his trust. He clearly had a good route to pass the ball, but he only knew to dribble the ball forward and break through. He did not even think about passing the ball. Now that RCD Español was one goal behind, they had no choice but to attack. Valencia, who was stronger than RCD Español, could wait for the opportunity to counterattack. It could be said that the situation was quite unfavorable for RCD Español. Puado has an unshirkable responsibility for this ball, Xianxia said. He was too attached to the ball. If it were Wu Lei, the ball would have been passed. Jia Tianning did not forget to mention Wu Lei. If the ball was controlled well, there would be a lot of space on the left side. Moreover, RCD Español's left midfielder was quickly plugging in. However, Puado chose to dribble the ball into the darkness, which ultimately led to the loss of the ball. On the internet, the bullet screen was flooded with comments. "Puado is an idiot. Can he play in La Liga with this level of skill? I don't think he'll even be able to play in the second division. Although RCD Español is behind, why am I so happy? Humph. As long as it's not Wu Lei, I'll be a fan of RCD Español's." Opponent. This is the bitter consequence of ignoring the power of the East. Ruby. You should be more careful. Naturally, Ruby did not know that the Huaxia fans were celebrating together thousands of miles away. He sat in his seat for less than 2 minutes before he could not help but stand up again. He walked back to the side of the field and began to command the game loudly. The early loss of the ball caused RCD Español's players to be a little disunited. Some of them wanted to stabilize their defense, while others wanted to force an attack and equalize the score as soon as possible. The disunity led to a disconnect in the middle and front of the field, which made it even more difficult to control the ball. For a moment, RCD Español was in a precarious situation. The ball could not cross the half of the field at all. Mistakes were often made when passing the ball, resulting in the ball being intercepted by the opponent. The players were all exhausted, trying all kinds of ways to suppress Valencia's offense. RCD Español's situation was getting worse. Valencia completely controlled the rhythm of the game. If it were not for the veteran goalkeeper, Diego Lopez, RCD Español would not have been able to maintain the 0-1 score for long. The opponent would have increased their lead. However, at the 35th minute of the first half of the game, RCD Español lost the ball again. The problem was still with Puado. He passed the ball from the bottom, but the ball was headed out of the penalty area by a Valencia player. The second penalty kick was also snatched by a Valencia player, and they launched a quick counterattack again. The opponent advanced quickly along RCD Espanyol's right flank, but Poitou did not return to his defensive position for a long time, resulting in a large open space on the right flank. Valencia easily broke through to the edge of the penalty area. The player who dribbled the ball directly passed the ball at a 45-degree angle. Rodrigo leaped high in the penalty area and headed to a theoretical dead corner to send the ball into the RCD Espanyol goal again. Rodrigo scored a brace. Rubi finally couldn't bear it anymore. He originally wanted to make a substitution during the halftime break, but now he felt that he couldn't wait for even a second. Rubi immediately asked his assistant coach to inform Wule and Xiaoruafe to get up and warm up. Wule was excited. He quickly put on his training vest and went to the side of the field to warm up with Xiaoruafe. The camera also captured the scene, but due to the angle, the camera only captured part of the warm-up area. Everyone could only see the backs of the players who were warming up. "We can see that Wule is already warming up," Jia Tianning said excitedly. It seems that Rubi is very dissatisfied with Poitou's performance. He did not even wait until halftime to make a substitution. "I also noticed that the mysterious player number 25 is warming up with Wule," Shen Fengjian said. "It's a pity that we can't see his face. Otherwise, the questions that the fans have been discussing during this period of time will be answered. Don't worry. If he is really replaced in a while, the broadcaster will definitely give a close-up. In this way, the answer to who this mysterious player number 25 is will be revealed," Jia Tianning said. Looking back at the game, Poitou apparently also saw Wule warming up. He felt that something was wrong. If he was replaced in the starting lineup after more than 30 minutes, he would definitely not be able to accept it. It would be even more humiliating than not being in the starting lineup. The anxiety in his heart was reflected in his actions, which meant that his movements were a little big. Poitou was the same. He was anxious to show off to Rubi, but the more he wanted to show off, the worse his performance was. Soon, he lost his mental balance. During a scramble, he tackled the ball from the side behind, which brought him a yellow card. Rubi saw this and was so angry that he almost cursed. He could not wait to ask his assistant coach to go to the fourth official to ask for a substitution. He personally went to the warm-up area and used the little time before the dead ball to clarify their tasks once again to the two players. Soon, Xiaoruafe and Wule changed into their jerseys, put on their leg pads, and followed the fourth official to the sidelines. The match broadcast also noticed the situation on the sidelines. The director immediately cut to the screen. After all, the first half had only been played for 30 minutes and there were already substitutions. Moreover, it was very rare for two players to be substituted at once. There were only 3 substitutions in a game. Unless there was an accidental injury or other special circumstances, the manager would generally choose to substitute players in the second half. Moreover, the use of substitutions was also very cautious. They would not use up all the substitutions early. Because if there was an injury in the later part of the game and the team had no substitutions, they could only face a situation where they were outnumbered. Rubi was also forced into a corner. In fact, the 2 substitutions were positional adjustments. Wule replaced Poitou's position and was the right winger when attacking. Xiaoruafe replaced the right midfielder, Granello, who had not recovered from his old injury. Originally, Granello was a little forced to play in this game. He was obviously affected by his injury during the game and did not dare to move much. Rubi considered that Xiaoruafe and Wule were compatriots. The two of them might communicate more smoothly on the sidelines. He was also worried that Granello's injury would worsen if he forced himself to play. In the plan before the game, Rubi had originally planned to let Granello play in the first half of the game. Now, he was only replaced about 10 minutes earlier. He could understand. Therefore, when there was a dead ball on the field and the manager signaled for a substitution, Granello looked at the substitution card on the sidelines and trotted off the field. This way, Xiaoruafe could directly play. Next, when Wule replaced Poitou, Poitou looked unhappy. He did not care that his team was still 2 goals behind. He grumbled as he walked slowly to the center line. Rubi was so anxious that he jumped and kept waving his hand to signal Poitou to come off the sidelines. However, Poitou pretended not to see it. He kept his head down and walked to the center line. He did not high-five Wu Lei. He walked past Wu Lei as if Wu Lei was invisible. Ruby fiercely glared at Poitou. Poitou didn't dare to look at the angry Ruby. He lowered his head and sat down on the bench. Then, he expressionlessly leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Because Wu Lei's Spanish was not good, Xiao Ruofei had another task after he came on the field, which was to convey head coach Ruby's latest tactical arrangement to everyone. At the same time, he had to clarify everyone's positions. After all, there were two different players. If he did not make it clear, everyone's positions, including the arrangement of marking during defense, would be easy to make mistakes. Xiao Ruofei used Spanish to convey the manager's instructions to everyone. He did not know that the scene of him coming on the field had been faithfully recorded by the camera. It was better overseas as not many people knew him. The internet in Huaxia was in an uproar at that moment. When making a substitution, the broadcaster would usually give a close-up shot. Because Granello was coming off the field, after giving him a close-up shot, Xiao Ruofei was already on the field. However, the camera still accurately captured Xiao Ruofei's close-up. At this time, he was conveying the coach's instructions to his teammates in Spanish. In the away team stands, Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei stood on the sidelines waiting to go on the field. Shui Jinshan could not help but mutter, "Why does that person look a bit like Boss Xia?" The stadium was very noisy. An employee of the Taoyuan company next to him did not hear what Shui Jinshan said. He asked casually, "Factory manager Shui, what did you say?" Shui Jinshan glanced at Xiao Ruofei on the sidelines and said loudly, "I said that the person who is going to come on the field looks a bit like Boss Xia." The away team stands were far from the center line. Even the people with the best eyesight could not see what the person on the sidelines looked like. At most, they could only get a general idea. After the employee heard Shui Jinshan's words, he laughed and said, "Factory manager Shui, how is that possible? Isn't the hole in your brain a little too big?" Ha ha ha. The other employees asked what the two were talking about. The employee named Feng Lijun next to Shui Jinshan repeated Shui Jinshan's words to everyone. Everyone could not help but laugh. At this time, the broadcast cut to Xiao Ruofei's close-up. The big screen in the stadium also showed this close-up shot. Shui Jinshan suddenly jumped up from his seat, pointed to the big screen and said, "Look. Look. It's really Boss Xia." Ah? When Feng Lijun and the others saw the image on the big screen, they were all stunned. They were like clay sculptures. This scene was particularly abrupt in the stands where the away team's fans were singing and dancing. This? How did Boss Xia become a player? Shui Jinshan could not believe his eyes. However, after they asked the employee in charge of receiving them at Xianxia Group, they finally confirmed that Xiao Ruofei had really signed a contract with RCD Espanyol and become a professional player. Shui Jinshan and the others were dumbfounded. At this moment, there was an uproar on Huaxia's internet. When Xiao Ruofei's close-up appeared, PP Sports commentator Shen Fengjian said, "We saw the new player number 25. This mysterious player really showed his true face today. Obviously, this player is from the East. Combined with his very Huaxia name, we can confirm that he is a Huaxia player. He is another Huaxia player brought in by RCD Espanyol after Wu Lei." On the side, Jia Tianning's mouth was already wide open. After Shen Fengjian finished speaking, he suddenly came back to his senses. Unlike Shen Fengjian, Jia Tianning usually liked to surf the internet and post it on Weibo almost every day. Therefore, Jia Tianning had long heard of Xiao Ruofei, who appeared on the hot searches from time to time. Jia Tianning was also familiar with Xiao Ruofei's deeds. Therefore, when the close-up swept over, Jia Tianning recognized him at a glance. "I can't believe my eyes," Jia Tianning said. "I didn't expect Xiao Ruofei. Ruofei is actually Xiao Ruofei." Xiao, the name Ruofei was the most frequently mentioned name by Huaxia fans in the past 2 days, and everyone was also guessing his name. Considering Huaxia people's naming habits, as well as factors such as tautology, many Huaxia fans mostly pronounced Xiao Ruofei for this name that only had pinyin. Therefore, Jia Tianning's words sounded like Xiao Ruofei is actually Xiao Ruofei. Shen Fengjian was a little puzzled. Jia Tianning's words were a little brainless. If this was on the national TV sports channel, such obvious nonsense would even be enough to cause a broadcast accident. However, PP Sports was a network broadcasting platform and was not so strict in this regard. Shen Fengjian glanced at his partner and asked, Tianing, what do you mean by that? Xiaoruofei is, of course, Ruofei. You don't understand what I mean. Jia Tianing said, the Xiaoruofei I'm talking about is. Forget it, take a look at the bullet screen. At this moment, in the live broadcast interface of PP Sports, a large number of bullet screen comments suddenly burst out and densely covered the entire screen. Basically, the live broadcast could no longer be seen. The netizens expressed their shock one after another, and the comedians also went to work overnight and began to collect the golden sentences in everyone's comments and made up all kinds of jokes. My eyes are blinding. I actually saw Xiao Ruofei in a La Liga game? Tell me, I'm not dreaming. Shen Fengjian is really outdated. He actually doesn't know our famous boss Xia. Jia Tianing is still the most up-to-date. I heard his voice change just now, haha. It's really unexpected. Everyone has been guessing the true identity of this number 25 for several days, but no one dared to think that it was boss Xia. I remember when this news first came out, a buddy posted that Xiao Ruofei could very well be Xiao Ruofei, but almost no one supports this view. On the contrary, many people have gone to his post to ridicule him. I admit, I also dissed this buddy 2 days ago. I'm really ashamed. That post has more than 60,000 comments. Those of us who mocked him all owe him an apology. Boss Xia, I just want to ask, is there anything you can't do? You can formulate a revolutionary product like the Jade Muscle Ointment, you can successfully crash land a plane without ever flying a plane, you can enter La Liga without being a professional football player for even a day, and you can be substituted into the field early in 30 minutes. Boss Xia. You'd better withdraw your divine ability quickly. You won't have friends if you steal other people's jobs. My Xia is already comparable to the god of war of the fighting nation. Is there anything he can't do? Let me ask you, are you convinced? Convinced. 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 The netizens were happily discussing and even forgot to pay attention to the game itself. Wu Lei, who was originally the center of attention, actually made an appearance without a ripple. He could not be found in the bullet screen that was full of comments about him. If Wu Lei knew about this, it was unknown whether he would be happy or disappointed. He would probably be happy. To be honest, the high level of attention from domestic fans and netizens still put a lot of pressure on Wu Lei. It was already very difficult to adapt to La Liga, and there were countless Huaxia fans staring at him from behind. Wu Lei often felt uneasy. Now that Xiao Ruofei, who was born to be on the hot search list, attracted the attention, no one cared about Wu Lei for the time being. In the stands, after Xue Jinshan and the others came back to their senses, they also began discussing excitedly. Xue Jinshan even took out his phone and called Dong Yun. It was almost 4 o'clock in the morning in China. One could imagine how angry Dong Yun was when she was woken up by the phone call. She sat up from the bed in a daze, took the phone, and looked at the caller ID. Then, she saw the time displayed on the phone. She could not help but grit her teeth and swipe the screen to answer the call. Xue Jinshan. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, tell me why you called me at 4 o'clock in the morning. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you when we get back. Dong Yun roared angrily. Xue Jinshan covered the microphone and said loudly, Boss Dong. Turn on the TV. PP Sports is broadcasting the La Liga game live. It's the game where RCD Espanyol is challenging Valencia in an away game. Hurry up. Dong Yun said unhappily, Xue Jinshan, did something go wrong with your brain while you were on vacation? I'm not a RCD Espanyol fan. In the middle of the night. No. You woke me up so early in the morning, just to let me watch the live broadcast? Dong Yun was a die-hard fan of Barca. She did not have a good impression of Barca's nemesis, RCD Espanyol. Even though she had been warmly received by Zhou Leyun in Spain not long ago, at most, it made her no longer hostile to the RCD Espanyol club. It was simply impossible for her to stay up late to watch RCD Espanyol's live broadcast. You'll know when you turn on the TV. Xue Jinshan kept her in suspense. It's best to replay it, about 35 minutes in the first half, from when RCD Espanyol was about to make a substitution. What the hell? Dong Yin could not help but complain. Can you be more clear? Shuijin Shan, why is it so noisy over there? Don't tell me you're watching the game live? Haha. You're right, we are indeed at the game live. Shuijin Shan said with a smile. Then, did the live broadcast capture your image? Dong Yin gritted her teeth and asked, you woke me up early in the morning just to let me watch you on TV? Am I such a shallow person? Shuijin Shan said. Anyway, I've already informed you. It's up to you to decide whether to watch it or not. I can't talk to you anymore. We're going to watch the game. After that, Shuijin Shan hung up the phone. Dong Yin was so angry that she almost threw the phone out. She threw the phone on the bedside table and lay down heavily. But after waking up, she was not sleepy at all. After staring at the ceiling for 2 minutes, she suddenly sat up again. Dong Yin looked for the remote control and said to herself, I'd like to see what's so great that I have to get up to watch the live broadcast. She turned on the smart TV and found the PP Sports app. Then, she quickly found RCD Espanyol's game. After entering the live broadcast of the game, Dong Yin thought of Shuijin Shan's words again. She used the remote control to control the replay, starting from when RCD Espanyol was about to make a substitution. Soon, Dong Yin saw the close-up of Xiao Ruofei when he was on the field. When Dong Yin saw Xiao Ruofei wearing RCD Espanyol's number 25 uniform, her mouth suddenly opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed directly into it. Dong Yin felt that she was probably not awake and was still dreaming. She pinched her thigh hard and suddenly screamed in pain. It's not a dream. Boss Xia is actually playing in a La Liga game. Dong Yin nodded in her mind, but at the same time, she felt that it was a strong illusion. After a long while, Dong Yin woke up. She adjusted the progress to the live broadcast mode, took the phone, and looked through the address book. Dong Yin said to herself, it's better to have fun together than to be alone. Since I'm awake, then everyone can stop sleeping. After that, Dong Yin pressed the dial button. The senior officials of the Taoyuan company sat in front of the TV with a confused look on their faces. There were also fans among the employees of the Taoyuan company who stayed up late to watch the game. When they saw Xiao Ruofei, they were completely stunned at first. When they came back to their senses, their first reaction was similar to Dong Yin's. They picked up their mobile phones and called their friends. At this time, who cared what time it was? Soon, the large and small work WeChat groups of the Taoyuan company became more and more lively. At this time, it was still dark outside the window. It was the darkest time before dawn. On the domestic internet, it was also a lively scene. The number of posts on Weibo, Tieba, and forums was rising rapidly. The curve was very steep. Soon, it even surpassed the traffic of the evening prime time. Xiao Ruofei's Weibo was flooded with a large number of netizens. They left comments on Xiao Ruofei's latest Weibo post, which was the photo of him eating with Wu Lei. The number of comments went from 10,000 to 100,000 in just a few minutes. The topic of hashtag Xiao Ruofei landing in La Liga hashtag rushed to the top of the hot search list in an instant. There was no suspense at all. At this time, in the Mestalla Stadium in Valencia, Spain, the situation on the field was a little stalemate. After Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei came on, the situation of the RCD Espanyol team did not improve significantly. The players also knew about Xiao Ruofei's amazing free-kick kung fu. However, the RCD Espanyol team was now under the opponent's high pressure. It was difficult to organize an effective attack in the midfield. It was very difficult to attack into the opponent's 30-meter zone. How could they create a free kick? After all, it was Xiao Ruofei's first appearance in La Liga. He did not even have any professional football experience before, so even if he was the boss, the players did not dare to easily pass the ball to him. After all, Xiao Ruofei's performance in training could only be regarded as average. However, the pace of the game was much faster than the training. If the opponent intercepted the ball and launched a quick counterattack, the defensive line might be broken again. Now that they were already behind 2:00, if they conceded another goal, the game would really be impossible to play. As for Wu Lei, he was cruising in the front field and had almost no chance to touch the ball. The score was still 0-2. Coach Ruby didn't have any good ideas. He only had 3 cards in his hand, and he had already played 2 of them. Xiaoruofei also realized that the situation was not good for the RCD Espanyol team. There were less than 5 minutes left before the end of the regular time in the first half. Including the injury stoppage time, they only had 5 minutes at most. If RCD Espanyol could not recover a goal before the end of the half, then they would be very passive in the second half. Xiaoruofei felt that it was time to make some changes. He slowly ran forward and waved at Wu Lei at the same time. Wu Lei quickly ran over and shouted, "Big brother Xia. Lazy, you can't go on like this." Xiaoruofei said, "In the next few minutes, you have to retreat to receive the ball more, and then try to play in the front field. If you can't find a suitable place to release the ball, pass it to me. I will appear in the most comfortable position for you to pass the ball." Wu Lei's previous characteristic was to cruise near the offside line and constantly attack the gaps in the opponent's defensive line. To put it bluntly, he was a bit of an opportunist. Ruby also arranged it this way before the game. He asked him to pay attention to the flexible running position in the front field. Even if he could not run out of opportunities like a one-on-one, he could at least pull the opponent's defensive line. Ruby arranged the tactics according to Wu Lei's characteristics. It was not wrong, but now the RCD Espanyol's offense was difficult to develop to the opponent's 30-meter area. Wu Lei could only attack the gaps back and forth in vain, but there was no effect. Xiaoruofei knew very well that Wu Lei's physical confrontation was not what it used to be. Not only was his physical confrontation much stronger, but Wu Lei's body coordination had also improved. This significantly improved his dribbling and ball protection ability. Therefore, in a situation where there were no opportunities, the best choice was to retreat to receive the ball appropriately. Although Xiaoruofei's suggestion was not in line with head coach Ruby's arrangement, Wu Lei did not hesitate at all. He nodded and said, "I understand. Yes. Let's go all out. Let's try to score a goal before the end of the half," Xiaoruofei said. After the two agreed, they returned to their respective positions. Before Xiaoruofei's tactics worked, the RCD Espanyol really got a chance. After getting the ball in the backfield, Marc Roca kicked the ball diagonally into the gap in the right wing. The fullback, Rosales, quickly cut in from the side and caught Valencia off guard. It was one of the few opportunities for the RCD Espanyol to attack near the opponent's penalty area. Rosales dribbled the ball down to near the end line and did not hesitate to lift his leg to cross. A curveball with the inside of his foot was sent to near the near post. Wu Lei, who had already started, rushed over and did not stop the ball. He directly pushed the ball with his foot. However, the opponent's fullback, Gali, also arrived in time and blocked the ball with his body. After Wu Lei missed the opportunity, he held his head with both hands in frustration. However, there was no dead ball at this time. After Gali blocked the ball, the Valencia team was not far away. The Valencia team captain, Parejo, judged the landing point in advance and waited for the ball in place. At that moment, a blue figure suddenly rushed out from behind Parejo. He jumped high in the direction of the football and intercepted the ball in advance with his chest. Parejo only saw a blur in front of his eyes. He only saw the number 25 on the back of the other party's jersey. He did not even have time to pull the other party to make a tactical foul. The other party had already taken the ball forward and out of his control. The person who rushed up to intercept the ball was Xiaoruofei. He had been lying in ambush in this area for a long time. He saw that the opponent's ball was high and floating. Although the opponent's captain, Parejo, was more accurate in his judgment of the landing point, he had the opportunity to intercept the ball with his own jump. Xiaoruofei made a decision in an instant and grasped the timing just right. He intercepted the ball very cleanly. Ruby, who was on the sidelines, opened his eyes wide. He did not dare to blink as he stared at the situation on the field. Xiaoruofei's timing was perfect. Valencia had just neutralized an attack from RCD Espanyol, and the players were spreading out. Due to the transition between offense and defense, Parejo should have quickly launched a counterattack after receiving the ball. Therefore, the other Valencia players were quickly moving into position. However, the ball was intercepted, which meant that they had to switch from an offensive formation to a defensive formation. It was easy for a loophole to appear during the transition. If this loophole could be exploited, it was possible to create a good scoring opportunity. Ruby's only worry was that Xiao Ruofei was inexperienced and did not know how to deal with the situation after intercepting the ball. However, it was obvious that Ruby was overthinking. No one, including the RCD Español players, knew that Xiao Ruofei possessed strong mental strength. Therefore, in terms of vision, no player in the world could compare to Xiao Ruofei. With Xiao Ruofei's mental strength, it was not as simple as having eyes on the back of the head. It could be said that he had a 360-degree view without any blind spots. Therefore, after he intercepted the ball, he did not even raise his head. With a sweep of his mental strength, he knew the situation on the field and the positions of the players on both sides like the back of his hand. Xiao Ruofei immediately found the best way to deal with the situation. When Xiao Ruofei intercepted the ball, Wu Lei, who had just finished hugging his head in the penalty area, was jogging back and had just passed the last defender of the opposing team. It was undeniable that Wu Lei's awareness was very strong. When Xiao Ruofei intercepted the ball, he almost subconsciously continued to accelerate 2 steps toward the center circle. Then, he went around a big arc and ran in a classic horseshoe-shaped reverse run toward the opposing team's penalty area. This required great teamwork between the players because Wu Lei was active near the offside line. If there was any hesitation, he would be in an offside position. Although Xiao Ruofei had never worked with Wu Lei before, his mental strength allowed him to see the situation on the field clearly. Just as Wu Lei was about to pass the last defender of the opposing team, other than the goalkeeper, Xiao Ruofei passed the ball over the top of his head. This pass was also very skillful. It made a beautiful arc, and the height was just right. It could not only ensure that the opposing defender could not head the ball, but also ensure that the landing point was very precise. It was just a few steps in front of Wu Lei. It was a one-sided attack again. This time, Wu Lei did not have any defenders around him. Valencia's defenders raised their hands at the same time to signal that Wu Lei was offside, but the assistant referee did not move. The referee did not say anything either. With no one around to interfere, and the ball was passed just right, Wu Lei did not need to adjust. He chased the ball for 2 steps, swung his right leg, and shot directly. He deliberately rolled the ball, and the football went straight to the bottom left corner of the goal at a very fast speed. Valencia's 1.9-meter-tall goalkeeper, Neto, could not react in time. With his speed on the ground, it was impossible for him to stop the ball. Neto only made a symbolic sideways movement, and his eyes followed the trajectory of the ball. At this time, he could only pray that Wu Lei missed the shot. But this time, Wu Lei did not disappoint the Xianxia fans who were on tenterhooks. The shot was powerful and heavy, and the football was very fast. It went straight to the corner of the goal. Neto did not even touch a hair on the ball. He just watched the football fly into his own goal. Neto was so angry that he punched the turf hard. He could not lose his temper at his teammates because most of the responsibility for this goal lay with the number 10 captain, Parejo. He was the one who intercepted the ball, which led to RCD Español's beautiful offensive coordination. The moment Wu Lei's ball went in, Ruby, who had been motionless on the sidelines, suddenly jumped up and waved his fists in the air to celebrate the goal. The Valencia home fans who were watching the game at the stadium sighed loudly at that moment, while the RCD Español fans in the away team stands cheered loudly. The entire stands were shaken. Xianxia and the others became the most popular people in the stands. Many RCD Español fans ran over to shake their hands, hug them, and give them a thumbs up. Xianxia asked the Xianxia group employee next to him, "What are they saying?" The employee was also very excited. His voice was a little hoarse as he shouted, "They are all saying that our Xianxia players are awesome." This goal was completely due to the cooperation of the 2 Xianxia players. The Taoyuan Company's chairman, Xiao Ruofei, was one of them. Xianxia and the others suddenly felt a sense of pride. The Taoyuan Company's various staff groups were boiling with excitement. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing the goal just now. The chairman's pass was so cool. What a beautiful arc. I'm crying. I can vaguely see Xiaobei's elegance. This goal is so beautiful. The 2 Xianxia players broke the defense of La Liga powerhouse Valencia. There was also a surge of traffic on Huaxia's major online platforms. A large number of posts appeared on all the Tieba and forums related to football and Xiaoruofei. Even the Taoyuan company's official Weibo jumped on the popularity and gained a lot of fans. Beijing, PP Sports Studio. Wu Chuetang's head and deputy head, Shen Fengjian and Jia Tianing, were like crazy. They were almost incoherent. When Xiao Ruofei quickly passed the ball after the steal, Shen Fengjian shouted, "A direct pass over the top." We saw that Wu Lei had already started ahead of time. There was a huge gap. This ball was passed beautifully. What a beautiful arc. The football accurately landed at Wu Lei's feet. He did not hesitate and shot. The ball went in. The ball went in. The ball went in. The whole process only took a few seconds, but Shen Fengjian's mouth was like a machine gun. He spoke a long paragraph at an extremely fast speed, and when Wu Lei finally scored the goal, his voice was already hoarse from shouting. After calming down a little, Shen Fengjian said, "We want to congratulate Wu Lei. After creating a penalty kick in the last round, he took a big step forward in this round. He scored his first goal in La Liga. This is also the first goal by a Huaxia player in La Liga. This moment will definitely go down in history." Jia Tianing said, "We noticed that the assist for Wu Lei was Xiao Ruofei, who is also from Huaxia. This ball was passed beautifully. Whether it was the timing of the pass, the speed of the ball, the height of the ball, the landing point, it was almost perfect. Wu Lei's position when he received the ball was quite comfortable. All he needed to do was raise his leg to shoot." The Valencia players are surrounding the referee to complain. Shen Fengjian said. They should be complaining that Wu Lei was offside. But from our perspective in the broadcast, there is no problem with the ball. It's definitely not offside. Jia Tianing said. When Xiao Ruofei passed the ball, there was a Valencia defender at the far end. Shen Fengjian said if it was offside, the video referee should have reminded him. Now that there is no indication, it means. Let's look at the replay. Xiao Ruofei intercepted the ball beautifully. After he stopped the ball with his chest, he chased after it for 2 steps. He did not even look up to observe the ball before he raised his leg to pass the ball. This is the moment when Xiao Ruofei passed the ball. From the frozen image, we can see that Wu Lei is at least half a body behind the last defender of the opposing team. This is a good ball. Just as Shen Fengjian finished speaking, the screen had already switched back to the field. The referee simply asked the video assistant referee through the headset, then immediately pointed his finger to the center circle. The goal was valid. Countless RCD Español and Huaxia fans in the stands, in front of their televisions, and in front of their computer screens, finally felt relieved. Even louder cheers rang out from the visiting team stands. Wu Lei immediately rushed towards Xiao Ruofei after the goal. He pointed at Xiao Ruofei with a bright smile on his face. The gesture was obvious. It was to show that most of the credit for the goal went to Xiao Ruofei. On the other hand, it was to express his gratitude. Xiao Ruofei laughed as he rushed over and hugged Wu Lei. He rubbed Wu Lei's hair and said loudly, "Lazy, that was a beautiful shot." Soon, the other RCD Español players rushed up and surrounded Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei. After the referee confirmed the goal, the RCD Español players walked back to their own half of the field. On the substitutes bench, Puado was still complaining to the other substitute beside him about how Huaxia's football was weak, and how Huaxia's players were bad, but they got a lot of playing time because of their boss, and how it was unfair to everyone. However, in the next moment, the 2 Huaxia players on the field completed a beautiful coordination and scored a goal. No other RCD Español players participated in the goal from beginning to end. Xiao Ruofei successfully stole the ball and provided a beautiful assist. In the end, Wu Lei completed the final strike. Puado's eyes widened. He felt as if his neck was being strangled. He could not say a word, and his face turned red and white. There was no harm without comparison. Compared to the 2 Huaxia players who came on as substitutes, Puado's performance in the first 30 minutes was simply a pile of stinky **T. The players on the substitutes bench were celebrating happily. Xiao Ruofei, Wu Lei, and the other players on the field did not notice Puado, who was pale in the corner of the substitutes bench. As the team was still a goal behind, the RCD Espanyol players quickly returned to their own half of the field and urged the Valencia players to quickly kick off. On the other hand, the Valencia players were dilly-dallying. As long as the referee did not rush them, they would try their best to delay the match. After all, there were only 2 or 3 minutes left in the first half of the game, and the score was 2-1. The home team was leading by a goal. Although it was a little unpleasant to let the opponent get back a goal at the end of the first half, it was still better than letting the opponent get back 2 goals, right? Generally speaking, a team's morale was at its highest after scoring a goal. If they were not careful in defense, it was very likely that the opponent would persevere and score more goals in one go. If they returned to the locker room with a score of 2-2, they would really want to cry but have no tears. When Valencia restarted the match, it was almost the last minute of the first half of the match. The fourth official was already standing by the side of the field with the stoppage time board. Once the clock reached the 45th minute, the fourth official would raise the board. RCD Espanyol's players did not give up just because there was not much time left. As soon as Valencia kicked off the ball, the whole team immediately rushed forward and started to surround and snatch the ball. Valencia was an experienced and strong team. When they faced RCD Espanyol's high pressure, they did not panic. Instead, they passed the ball in the middle of the field in an orderly manner. Valencia's goal was clear. With little time left in the first half, they did not plan to take the initiative to attack. They just wanted to drag the time until the end of the first half. Wu Lei, like Xiao Ruofei and Iglesias, started to press and snatch the ball crazily in the front field. Needless to say, the effect of the players in the middle and front field pressing and snatching the ball at the same time was not bad. Valencia's passing was getting closer to their own goal. In the end, RCD Espanyol blocked their passing route. They wanted to kick the ball forward, but they were unwilling to give up, so they chose to pass the ball back to the goalkeeper. Wu Lei was almost in front of them. Valencia's full-back was a little hasty when he kicked the ball, so his strength was slightly weaker. Wu Lei's agility was fully displayed. The moment his opponent passed the ball, he quickly changed his direction and chased after the ball. Valencia's goalkeeper, Neto, reacted quickly. When he saw that the ball was too small, he quickly abandoned the goal and ran out. Wu Lei and Neto chased after the football with all their might. In the end, because the football was rolling in the direction of the goal, Neto came to the ball a little earlier. He did not hesitate to kick the ball to the front field. At that moment, Wu Lei had caught up with the ball. He subconsciously blocked the kick with his foot. Wu Lei's foot brushed against the ball, and the ball changed direction. It did not fly towards RCD Espanyol's half of the field. Instead, it flew towards the right sideline. Xiao Ruofei was active in that area. Usually, it was difficult for a player to react to such a change of direction. However, Xiao Ruofei's reaction was much faster than the other players. A Valencia full-back should have been closer to the ball, but he was stunned for a moment. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei recovered almost instantly and chased after the ball. Xiao Ruofei intercepted the ball before the Valencia full-back. He did not make any adjustments. He did not even raise his head. He kicked the ball in the middle and lower part of the ball. The ball was rubbed into a high and floating arc, flying in the direction of Valencia's goal. It was a looping shot. A long-distance looping shot of more than 40 meters, Neto had just abandoned the goal to attack. He was still at the edge of the penalty area and did not have time to return to the goal. At that moment, Xiao Ruofei actually lobbed the ball. Neto felt the hair all over his body stand on end. He desperately ran in the direction of the goal with all his might, but he could only watch as the football flew over his head. It was futile for him to stretch out his hand. The height difference was too far. Neto symbolically jumped high. He did not expect a teammate to be waiting on the goal line to rescue him. Neto just wanted to touch the ball with his fingertips. That way, he could change the ball's flight trajectory. However, he did not touch the ball at all. Neto's tall body fell heavily on the turf. His head was still turning along with the ball's trajectory. His eyes were full of despair. The ball seemed to slow down in Neto's eyes. Or rather, the flow of time in the whole world seemed to slow down. He watched the ball approach the goal bit by bit. Bang, The ball hit the lower edge of the crossbar heavily, however, it did not bounce into the goal. Instead, it fell on the goal line and then bounced towards the penalty area. At that moment, Neto felt the flow of time return to normal. He also subconsciously used his hands and feet to rush in the direction of the football. Finally, he kicked hard with his legs and his whole body pounced over, pressing the football firmly under his body. It was just a few seconds, but Neto felt like a long time had passed. He gasped for breath and pressed the ball tightly under his body. He did not move at all. On one hand, Neto felt a lingering fear. His back was drenched in cold sweat. On the other hand, he also wanted to take this opportunity to delay as much time as possible within the rules. The moment Xiao Ruofei lobbed the goal, the stadium quieted down. Everyone stared at the high-speed spinning ball. When the football hit the bottom edge of the goal, it fell on the goal line and bounced out again. In the end, it was saved by Neto. The Valencia fans breathed a long sigh of relief. They felt like they had survived a disaster. On the other hand, the RCD Espanyol fans in the away team stands let out a huge sigh. In the PP Sports studio in Beijing. This ball is too small. Wu Lei is trying his best to catch up. Come on, Wu Lei. Shen Fengjian roared excitedly. Aya. The opponent's goalkeeper, Neto, was one step ahead and cleared the ball. Wait a minute. Wu Lei touched the ball, and now the ball bounced towards the sideline. Xiao Ruofei. He grabbed the second drop point. He directly lobbed the ball. The goalkeeper did not touch the ball. Aya. The crossbar. This ball is such a pity. It's really such a pity. Jia Tianing could not help but sigh. If this ball had gone in, it would definitely have been selected as the best goal of the round. Let's take a look at the slow-motion replay. Shen Fengjian said. Just a moment ago, Xiao Ruofei was still in the front field fighting for a high ball with Wu Lei and Iglesias. After Neto cleared the ball, he had already dashed to the sideline. I have to say that Xiao Ruofei's judgment of the drop point was very accurate. This lobbed shot was also very beautiful. To be honest, this position was a bit off, but Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate to choose to lob the shot, which surprised everyone. Jia Tianing said, Xiao Ruofei's lobbed shot, except for the fact that it did not lead to a goal, was simply perfect in all other aspects. From this, it can be seen that Xiao Ruofei's footwork is very good. Some netizens questioned whether Xiao Ruofei was qualified to play in the game. I think this is Xiao Ruofei's best response. After Xiao Ruofei came on, he touched the ball a total of 2 times. The first time, he provided a wonderful assist. This time, he hit the lower edge of the ball again. Shen Fengjian said, we can see the whole picture from a small clue. We can assert that Xiao Ruofei's footwork is not inferior to those big star players. Thousands of miles away, in the Beijing PP Sports studio, the two commentators were still passionately discussing the ball. Xiao Ruofei, who had missed the goal, did not appear to be too upset. He just waved his hand casually and started to walk back. Neto lay on the ground for a long time before he slowly stood up under the urging of the referee. Before the kickoff, he carefully placed the ball on the penalty area line, then slowly moved back. His speed was like a snail's, and he dawdled for a while. In the end, when Neto kicked the ball out, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half of the game. The players walked off the field, and the Valencia players looked a little serious. Their performance at the beginning of the game was simply fantastic. They had taken a 2-goal lead early on, and everyone thought that it would not be a big problem to get 3 points in the game. They did not expect the game to end like this in the last 10 minutes, and they were almost equalized by RCD Espanyol. RCD Espanyol's players walked off the field, talking and laughing. Most of them were talking about Xiao Ruofei's lob shot just now, and there was a hint of regret in their words. Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei walked side by side to the locker room. Wu Lei covered his mouth and said, Brother Xia, that was such a pity. Our luck was a little bad. Now, many players on the field were paying attention to covering their mouths when they spoke. It was not because they had just eaten garlic, but because after they were caught on camera, they covered their mouths with their hands so that the lip-reading experts hired by the TV station would not be able to interpret what they had just said. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, It's okay. Let's do another lob shot in the second half. The kind that's farther than this. Wu Lei knew that there were not many chances like that, but he did not refute Xiao Ruofei. Instead, he nodded heavily. At this time, he could not say anything discouraging. However, Xiao Ruofei really did not feel regret, and he did not lose confidence. He had done his best with the lob shot just now. If he wanted the football to go past the tall goalkeeper, Neto, that was the only way. He could even roughly judge that the football would hit the crossbar at the moment of the shot, but whether it would go into the goal or out after the rebound was really dependent on luck. In other words, if it were any other player, the result of the lob shot could not have been better. Since it was destined not to score, why would there be any regrets? During the 15-minute halftime interval, the manager, Ruby, had been cheering the players on. He also highlighted the cooperation between Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei. When laying out the tactics for the second half, Ruby and Xiao Ruofei coincidentally agreed to let Wu Lei try to withdraw to receive the ball. In addition, he emphasized that everyone should try to create as many free kick opportunities as possible in the front field. Xiao Ruofei's free kick footwork had not yet had a chance to play. Soon, the halftime interval was over, and the players on both sides returned to the field under the urging of the referee. Neither side made any substitutions. It was still the same lineup at the end of the first half. RCD Espanyol kicked off in the second half. When the referee blew the whistle, the center forward, Iglesias, who was stepping on the football, kicked the ball toward Wu Lei's side and ran toward the front field. The Valencia players quickly spread out their formation and pressed forward. During the halftime interval, their manager emphasized that they still had to maintain the intensity of their pressing and not let RCD Espanyol organize an effective attack. Wu Lei did not stop the ball. Instead, he directly passed the ball diagonally behind him. The football accurately flew towards Xiao Ruofei on the right side. After Xiao Ruofei stopped the ball, he took advantage of the momentum to kick forward and dribble the ball past the center line. At that time, a Valencia player quickly closed in from the side behind. Xiao Ruofei did not need his teammates' reminder. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He gently kicked the ball horizontally and used his body to separate the ball from the Valencia player. Immediately after, Xiao Ruofei changed his rhythm and accelerated to kick the ball forward. He immediately shook off the Valencia player. At that time, Xiao Ruofei looked up and saw that the goalkeeper, Neto, was standing a little closer to the front. He secretly said in his heart, F***ck. He's looking down on my shooting skills. If I can tolerate this, what else can I do? Even though the football had just passed the center line, Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate. He swung his leg and kicked it hard. With a bang, the football flew in the direction of Valencia's goal like a cannonball. In fact, Neto was not being careless. After all, the second half of the game had just begun. Valencia's tactic was to carry out a stranglehold in the midfield, forcing the RCD Espanyol to constantly pass back. He did not expect the RCD Espanyol's second pass to accurately find Xiao Ruofei. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei easily avoided the Valencia player's tackle. Also, Xiao Ruofei's decisiveness was beyond Neto's expectations. In fact, Xiao Ruofei did not even look in the direction of the goal. It was not until he lifted his foot that Neto realized it was an overhead kick. Neto's eyes focused. He stared at the football as he quickly retreated. Neto was not very flustered at that time because Xiao Ruofei's kick was too far away from the goal. According to his judgment, even if the ball was in the goal range, he would have enough time to react. But Neto's expression quickly changed. He realized that Xiao Ruofei's overhead kick was faster than he expected. It was much faster than he had judged. In the blink of an eye, the football had flown into the penalty area. Neto hurriedly sped up his retreat, but it was already too late. At that time, the football had already flown over his head, and he was still a few meters away from the goal. Neto gritted his teeth. In the process of retreating, he stomped his feet and pulled himself up from the ground, hoping to intercept the ball in the air. But Xiao Ruofei's lob shot was executed with exquisite footwork. Even if Neto jumped with all his strength, he still could not touch the ball. Not to mention, he jumped in the process of retreating, so his height was even lower. Neto could only watch the football fly past at a position at least 20 to 30 centimeters away from the highest point of his fingertips. When he fell heavily to the ground, he could still see the football whizzing into the net from the corner of his eyes. It bounced inside the goal and finally stopped. Even the referee was stunned for a moment. Then he whistled and gestured to the center circle at the same time. A lightning-quick goal, less than a minute into the second half, or to be precise, 13 seconds, RCD Español equalized the score with a stunning overhead kick from near the center circle by number 25 Xiao Ruafei. The Valencia manager did not even have time to sit down in the technical area. He stared at the football that was still spinning in the goal in a daze. He could not believe his eyes. RCD Español's substitutes bench suddenly erupted. The substitutes and the coaching staff all jumped from their seats and hugged the people next to them to celebrate the goal excitedly. Even Puado jumped up from his seat reflexively, but he immediately realized that the one who was in the limelight this time was the Chinese player he hated the most, so the smile on his face did not have time to bloom, and he quickly retracted it. But the substitute player next to him grabbed him and shouted in his ear, "This goal is too stupid. It's almost exploding." Puado reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said, "Yes, yes." The substitute player did not notice Puado's perfunctory response. In fact, he was in a state of extreme excitement. After hugging Puado, he immediately turned around and hugged another teammate. RCD Español's manager, Rubi, widened his eyes in disbelief. At the same time, he shook his hands as if to confirm that he was not dreaming. Rubi's action was faithfully recorded by the camera and became a very interesting tidbit of the La Liga season. In particular, Huaxia sports media repeatedly played this scene in the next few days. A Huaxia player used his amazing performance to successfully stun his own manager. From the perspective of Huaxia's media and Huaxia fans, it was indeed a very satisfying thing. In the visiting team stands, the fans had already gone crazy. From the start of the first half, they were trailing 0-2, to the start of the second half, they had already equalized the score. This roller coaster of ups and downs was really exciting. Moreover, Xiao Ruafei's lob shot was really wonderful. It could be said that it was definitely one of the top 10 goals of the season. Even in the long season, such a goal would often be mentioned. Valencia's goalkeeper, Neto, was miserable. In the future, every time the goal was replayed, he would become the background, showing his most embarrassing scene in front of everyone again and again. Xianxia and the others jumped and screamed in the stands. They had completely let themselves go. Some of the Taoyuan company's employees did not watch football much before, so they were a little shy in the first half. But now, it seemed that there was no difference between them and the pure RCD Español fans. Xianxia jumped and shouted, "What did I say? As long as the chairman wants to score, no one can stop him. What is awesome? This is awesome." After half of the game, Xianxia's voice was hoarse. His voice sounded a little funny, but no one laughed at him because everyone felt the same way. In the PP Sports studio. The moment Xiao Ruafei lifted his foot, Xianxia said subconsciously, "Xiao Ruafei's shot is a little too hasty. He has already avoided the opponent's pressing, and his own player has not gotten into position yet. Such a big kick. Wait a minute. This is an overhead kick." Valencia's goalkeeper, Neto, is running back with all his might. He jumped up, but he did not touch the ball. The ball is in. The ball is in. After Xianxia said a lot in one breath, he quickly took a breath and immediately said excitedly, "This ball is so beautiful. It's really beautiful. It's like a work of art. I really can't believe that this was done by a Huaxia player. Please forgive my choice of words, but this is indeed how I feel at this moment." Xiao Ruafei's goal was very calm. Jia Tianing said on the side, after he nimbly avoided the opponent's pressing, he did not look at the goal at all. He directly shot a high-quality overhead kick. This shows that he was observing the situation at all times during the game, and his vision was very good. He immediately noticed that the goalkeeper was standing in front, so he did not hesitate to shoot a high shot. There is no doubt that Xiao Ruafei's vision and awareness are much better than the domestic players. Just this goal alone is not something that many big-name European stars can do. This goal is destined to be remembered by people for a long time. Shen Fangjian's emotions had calmed down a little. He smiled and teased, "Tianing, the netizens all say that you are the deputy leader of the Wu Chui Tang. I think you should be promoted and directly become the leader of the Xia Chui Tang." Hearing Shen Fangjian's words, many fans who stayed up late to watch the game almost spat on the computer monitor. No one expected Shen Fangjian, who came from the national television station, to have such a mischievous side. "I dare to assert that if Xiao Ruofei had always played professional football, his achievements would definitely be beyond our imagination." Jia Tianing did not mind Shen Fangjian's teasing. He said, "But considering Xiao Ruofei's identity, I don't think it's possible for him to really become a professional player." Perhaps Shen Fangjian thought of the current situation of the national football team and felt a little heavy. He directly changed the subject and said, "Let's enjoy the happy football. I believe that a month ago, we would not have dared to imagine that two Huaxia players would score in a top league game. Tonight's game is simply Huaxia special." Jia Tianing said with a smile, "I even thought of tomorrow's media headline. Huaxia's twin stars shine in La Liga." Sure enough, it was a familiar feeling. Whether it was the Wu Chui Tang or the Xia Chui Tang, Jia Tianing was indeed very competent as the leader. Back on the field, the RCD Espanyol players celebrated in Valencia's home stadium. The home fans in the stands did not boo, which was unusual. They were shocked by Xiao Ruofei's superb lob shot. Some fans even took the initiative to applaud the beautiful goal. Football was never about confrontation. When the pure fans saw such a goal, even if it was scored by an opposing player, they would express their heartfelt appreciation. A minute after the game ended, the players from both teams returned to their respective halves of the field to prepare for the kickoff. The difference was that this time, the kickoff was for the Valencia team, and the score on the field had changed to 2-2. The referee blew the whistle and the game resumed. The Valencia team did not go on the offensive wantonly just because their opponent had equalized the score at home. After the kickoff, they passed the ball from the middle to the backfield, passing the ball safely. They would rather pass the ball back when there was no good opportunity to attack. Unknowingly, they had passed the ball more than 20 times, and the ball was firmly controlled by their own players. It was not that the Valencia players did not want to win at home. Against the RCD Espanyol team, who was obviously weaker than them, Valencia would definitely want to get all 3 points. However, these players were very experienced. They knew very well that after Xiao Ruofei scored such a wonderful long-range lob shot, the RCD Espanyol team's morale would be greatly boosted. Relatively speaking, the mentality of their own players would be more or less affected. Moreover, there was still a lot of time left in the game, so they decided to stabilize their position first. Therefore, after the lightning-quick goal in the opening 10 seconds, the game gradually entered a dull period. The players from both teams were mainly fighting in the midfield. Once the ball was lost, both teams would counterattack, and naturally, there were more fouls. The referee's whistle kept ringing, and the game was cut into pieces. The fans in the stadium were a little sleepy, let alone the Huaxia fans who were watching the live broadcast in front of their televisions or computers. It was 4 o'clock in the morning in Huaxia. The fans who had stayed up late to watch the game knew that if the game was fast-paced and smooth, it would be fine. However, once the game was in a deadlock and became more boring, the drowsiness could not be quenched even with a few cans of Red Bull. Just as many Huaxia fans were yawning, the situation on the field suddenly changed. Another goal was scored, however, this time it was the Valencia team who scored. This time, the goal was lost due to the opponent's high position. After the RCD Espanyol team successfully intercepted the ball in the backfield, they counterattacked. With a simple inverted triangle pass, Valencia's number 9 forward, Gamero, easily shot the ball into the net. Ruby's lungs were about to explode. It was not easy to equalize the score, and the team saw the hope of getting a point in the away game. However, they did not expect to lose the goal again after holding on for more than 20 minutes. The reason for losing the goal was, to be honest, an old problem of the RCD Espanyol team. The RCD Espanyol team was a team that paid attention to the passing and control of the ball. They would not easily use long kicks or long-distance passes. The RCD Espanyol fans who often followed the RCD Espanyol team knew that when the team passed the ball in the backfield, the situation was a little thrilling. Sometimes, when the ball was passed back to the goalkeeper, the opponent had already closed in at high speed, and there were players from the opposing team near the ball's release point. Under such circumstances, most of the goalkeepers would choose to kick the ball out or even directly destroy the sideline. However, the RCD Español team would still choose to pass the ball short in such a dangerous situation. They would even pass the ball in the penalty area, which was frightening to watch. The loss of the ball was the same. The veteran goalkeeper, Diego Lopez, still chose to pass the ball to his teammate at the front of the penalty area when there was already an opposing player behind him. In the end, the opposing player sped up and went around to intercept the ball. At this time, the RCD Español players in the middle and front field had already spread out and launched an attack formation. As a result, the ball was suddenly lost, and the result was obvious. The opponent directly took 2 steps into the penalty area and made a shooting motion with his leg. When Diego Lopez was ready to go down to the ground to save the ball, he turned his ankle and turned it into a pass. The defense in the middle was completely out of position. Gamero pushed the shot at close range without anyone marking him, and the goalkeeper, Diego Lopez, had already lost his center of gravity. He could only watch the ball enter the net. 3-2. The home team once again surpassed the score. At this time, the game was nearing 70 minutes, and many players were reaching their physical limits. After losing the ball again at this time, many of the RCD Español players felt that the game was over. In the remaining 20 minutes of the game, Valencia would definitely strengthen their defense, hoping to hold on to their 1-point lead. It would not be so easy for the RCD Español to equalize the score again. Woolay was also a little helpless. Xiaoruafei's amazing shot equalized the score, but because of a mistake in the backfield, the 1 point that was about to be in their hands flew away. He was a newcomer, so he could not criticize his teammates in the backfield. He could only walk to the center circle with his head down. Xiaoruafei walked to Wulei's side and patted him on the shoulder. He said with a smile, "Lei, the game is not over yet. Don't be discouraged." Wulei said helplessly, "It's so stupid to lose the ball like this." "It's okay. The game is not about who loses the most goals, but who scores the most goals." Xiaoruafei smiled. "Since we're behind again, let's strive to score more goals." "It's easier said than done," Wulei said with a bitter smile. "So, we have to all work hard. We can't be discouraged at this time," Xiaoruafei said. Then he clapped his hands again and shouted in Spanish, "Lads." Everyone raised their heads. "The game is not over yet. We're only behind by 1 goal. There's still a lot of time for us to equalize or even overtake the score." Although Xiaoruafei was not the captain on the field, he was one of the owners of the club. This special identity, coupled with his superb free-kick footwork, made his prestige among the players still very high. Xiaoruafei also saw that everyone was a little discouraged and confused, so he stood up in time to boost their morale. At this time, the team captain, Victor Sanchez, was immersed in deep regret and annoyance. After listening to Xiaoruafei's words, the players' spirits finally lifted a little. Xiaoruafei said to Lei, "After the kickoff, you pass the ball to me, and then just rush to the opponent's half of the field. Run as fast as you can. I'll pass the ball to the position you're most comfortable with." Wulei nodded heavily. He did not have much confidence in whether the score could be reversed, but he had absolute trust in Xiaoruafei. When the time reached the 73rd minute, the RCD Español team restarted the game and the game resumed. After Iglesias passed the ball to Wulei took the opportunity to pass the ball back to Xiaoruafei behind him on his right. Then, he rushed to the front without hesitation. He really used all his strength and quickly overtook the team's official center forward, Iglesias. However, Wulei did not stop. Even when the Valencia's defensive line was in front of him, he did not slow down at all. Wulei believed that Xiaoruafei would definitely be able to pass the ball, and it was even more impossible for him to be offside. Sure enough, after Xiaoruafei and his teammates in the backfield passed the ball back twice, he quickly raised his hand to ask for the ball. Marc Roca did not hesitate and passed the ball to Xiaoruafei again. At this time, Xiaoruafei's side was facing the direction of the goal. He did not stop the ball. Instead, he directly turned around and rubbed the ball. The ball suddenly changed direction and flew at high speed towards the front of the field. Just after Xiao Ruofei's kick, Wu Lei had also crossed the opponent's defensive line. A wonderful anti-offside coordination. As the Valencia defender chased after Wu Lei, he raised his hand to the assistant referee to signal that Wu Lei was offside. However, the assistant referee saw very clearly that when Xiao Ruofei passed the ball, Wu Lei was not offside at all, so he was naturally unmoved. Wu Lei quickly turned his head to take a look. He saw the ball fly from his side and land not far from his right front. Moreover, the ball did not accelerate after it landed, so Wu Lei was very comfortable to receive it. He took the opportunity to lead the ball forward and saw that there was a flat field in front of him. However, the Valencia defender's speed was also very fast. As soon as Wu Lei began to accelerate the ball, the defender had already caught up to him. Voss discreetly tugged at Wu Lei's jersey. Wu Lei was in the process of accelerating forward. Although the tug was not very forceful, it destroyed Wu Lei's center of gravity. Wu Lei fell to the turf and angrily spread his hands at the referee. The referee's angle was very good. Although Voss's action was very subtle, he could see it from his angle. Therefore, the referee did not hesitate to blow the whistle and quickly ran to the scene of the incident. Voss could not help but defend himself loudly. At the same time, he kept making diving movements to indicate that Wu Lei was diving, which meant that he was faking a fall. However, the referee was not moved at all. He walked directly in front of Voss, reached into his pocket, took out a card, and showed it to Voss. Only then did everyone see that the card in the referee's hand was actually red. The home fans in the stadium suddenly booed loudly, and the Valencia players on the field all surrounded the referee. Voss himself was very emotional. He stood in front of the referee and defended himself. His saliva was about to spray on the referee's face. "Sir, how can this be a red card?" Voss had an innocent look on his face. "I didn't even touch him. This Xianxia player is a shameful liar." The referee shook his head, then pointed outside the field with a firm gaze, indicating that Voss should stop pestering him and leave the field as soon as possible. In fact, everyone knew that when the referee made a decision, the possibility of him reversing his decision and changing the decision was extremely low, unless it was a major misjudgment related to a goal, penalty, or a red card. According to the rules, the video assistant referee could remind the referee through the walkie-talkie, but the final decision was still in the hands of the referee. Like this ball, if there was a problem with the referee's decision, the video assistant referee would remind him through the walkie-talkie. After all, it was a red card decision. Regardless of the result, every time there was a decision that was not favorable to their team, the players would definitely swarm forward to appeal. At this time, everyone was as innocent as a little white rabbit. In the PP Sports studio in Beijing, Xianxia, Xianxia said, "I don't know what to argue about this ball." The action of pulling him was so obvious that Wu Lei's jersey was deformed. Wu Lei had a one-on-one chance, and Voss was the last defender other than the goalkeeper. According to the rules, this is definitely a red card. Jia Tianning said with some regret, "Xiao Ruofei's pass just now could be said to be perfect. It's a pity that such a good one-on-one chance was wasted." Although Valencia paid the price of a red card, they still maintained the lead in the score. In the next 20 minutes, they will definitely be more determined to defend. After all, it's 10 against 11 now. Xianxia said, "The most infuriating thing is the location of the foul. If Wu Lei were to advance another 10 meters, he would at least be able to get a good free kick. Of course, it would be even better if he could break into the penalty area. But now, this ball is nearly 35 meters away from the goal. This excellent opportunity to score can be said to be far away from the Spaniards." On the internet, Xiaxia's fans had their imaginations running wild. One of the comments with the most likes was as follows: "Voss didn't do enough homework before the competition. He definitely didn't know about Wu Lei's characteristics. Otherwise, he would have let the ball pass. Instead, he was sent off with a red card. He was mocking Wu Lei's single-mindedness." On the field, the Valencia players gradually accepted the result. Voss slowly walked off the field with an aggrieved expression after being persuaded by his teammates. Since it was an irreversible fact that he was sent off, he could only make one last contribution to the team, which was to walk off the field as slowly as possible. It would be good if he could buy some time. After Voss left the field, he did not go straight to the locker room. Instead, he stood at the entrance of the players' tunnel and looked around. On the other side, the Spaniards were ready to take the free kick. In the PP Sports studio, Xianxia said with some surprise, Xiao Ruofei is the one taking the free kick. It looks like it. Only Xiao Ruofei is standing in front of the ball alone. There isn't even anyone to cover the fake run, Jia Tianning said. I didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to become the first free kick taker when he just joined the team. Shen Fengjian said with a smile. Jia Tianning said, the ball is too far away. The possibility of a direct shot is next to nothing. Moreover, from today's game, Xiao Ruofei's footwork is outstanding. I reckon that he will be the one to lob the ball into the penalty area. As for whether he will head the ball to the goal or shoot after he recovers, it will depend on the Spaniards' tactical arrangements. In fact, Jia Tianning was not the only one who thought so. The Valencia players on the field also thought so. They only sent out 2 players to form a human wall. Most of their forces were concentrated in the penalty area, ready to fight for the first spot. The Spaniards also sent out a considerable number of players to patrol the penalty area. They looked like they were going to fight for the first spot. The referee showed the whistle in his hand to Xiao Ruofei, indicating that he wanted to hear the whistle for the free kick. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. The referee then ran to the side and blew the whistle. Let's take a look at this free kick. Shen Fengjian said, Xiao Ruofei's run-up distance is not far. It looks like Coach Jia's judgment is right. This ball will not be a direct shot. For a free kick from such a long distance, if it was a direct shot, the player would have to retreat a sufficient distance. Only by running a sufficient distance could the ball be kicked with sufficient initial speed. Xiao Ruofei had only retreated a few steps. He did not intend to shoot at the goal. Valencia's goalkeeper, Neto, mainly focused on the penalty area. His biggest advantage in the penalty area was that he could use his hands. As soon as the ball entered the penalty area, he would rush up immediately. It would be best if he could get the ball straight away. If he could not, he would at least kick the ball out of the penalty area and keep it away from the danger zone. Neto defended the free kick with such thoughts in mind. After the referee blew the whistle, Xiao Ruofei started his run-up. His run-up speed was not fast, but it had a unique rhythm to it. It was as if every step he took was right on top of his opponent's heart. The distance of 3 to 4 steps was covered in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ruofei started to swing his leg. His thigh drove the strength of his calf, and he kicked the ball out with a bang. The players from both teams in the penalty area started to move. Wu Lei, who was not particularly tall, was near the penalty area. After Xiao Ruofei kicked the free kick, Wu Lei immediately rushed towards the goal. As soon as the ball was kicked out, Valencia's goalkeeper, Neto, had a preliminary judgment. It was too high. According to the normal trajectory, the ball was too high. No one in the penalty area would be able to reach it, and the ball would most likely fly straight into the stands. Just as Neto heaved a sigh of relief, he was shocked to find that the ball had started to fall rapidly. If the ball followed a normal parabola, it would fly out of the end line as it fell. But now, the parabola seemed to have changed. The upward curve was gentler, but when the ball reached the highest point and fell again, the curve suddenly became a lot steeper. The height of the ball was falling rapidly. This is not a pass. The thought popped up in Neto's mind. His body reacted quickly, and he moved to the other side of the goal without hesitation. As he moved, Neto jumped up. His body was extremely stretched, and his arms were stretched to the straightest. However, Xiao Ruofei's shot was a theoretical dead corner. Neto's position was a little to the left, and it was too late for him to react. With a swoosh, the ball flew straight into the goal from the corner where the crossbar and the column met. The ball is in. Shen Fengjian roared with passion. This ball is like a fairy flying out of the sky. A lift ball from 35 meters away. It's unimaginable. I don't know what words to use to describe such a beautiful goal. This night belongs to Huaxia, to Xiao Ruofei, and to Wu Lei. Even the newly appointed hall master of the Xiaochui Hall, Jia Tianning, did not know how to brag at such a moment. It was the first time he felt that his vocabulary was lacking. On the major TV stations and broadcasting platforms, the commentators who spoke in various languages were also in a frenzy. They were all racking their brains to find words of praise, but they found that no matter what kind of language, in the face of such a beautiful goal, it was so pale and powerless. Most of the commentators just kept shouting goal, using their hoarse voices to express their passion, which infected the fans who were watching the game. Everyone on the Valencia substitutes bench held their heads with their hands in unison. They were in disbelief. In stark contrast, all the players, coaches, and staff on the RCD Español substitutes bench hugged together and celebrated the goal crazily. Among them was the RCD Español manager, Ruby. Although Ruby had seen Xiao Ruafei's free kick technique a long time ago and had made arrangements to target it, when Xiao Ruafei really used this weapon to score a goal, he still could not suppress the ecstasy in his heart. This was a priceless goal. Because of this goal, the RCD Español team once again tenaciously equalized the score. 3-3. Originally, it was supposed to be a game where Valencia was bullying the newbies, but because of the two Huaxia players, Xiao Ruafei and Wu Lei, it had turned into a goal war. Also, when Wu Lei created this free kick, he successfully caused the opponent's main defender to be sent off with a red card. It could be said that the situation on the field had been completely reversed. When Xiao Ruafei stood in front of the ball, Ruby was worried about his gains and losses. The ball was further away, and its position was slightly off. Although Xiao Ruafei's accuracy was extremely high at around 30 meters, the difference between 35 meters and 30 meters was not just a small number. In fact, Ruby was not confident that he could hit the ball. However, reality soon proved that Xiao Ruafei's shooting range could be even further. His free kick was like a precision-guided missile. The moment Xiao Ruafei scored, Ruby actually felt a sense of pride. He did not have high hopes for Xiao Ruafei's goal of entering the European competition. However, when he realized that he had a killer weapon like Xiao Ruafei, this goal did not seem so unattainable anymore. However, Ruby quickly returned to reality. It was not realistic to let Xiao Ruafei play with the team for the rest of the season. After returning to reality, Ruby quickly cheered up again. No matter how the next game turned out, it was fine as long as this game was satisfying. What's more, RCD Español was not a weakling that everyone could bully. They had the strength to fight against a mid-tier team in the league. Even without Xiao Ruafei, their chances of avoiding relegation this season were still very high. Xiao Ruafei also promised to play for the team in some key games, which was enough. The players on the field were still celebrating wildly. Ruby was already imagining things. If Xiao Ruafei could play in the team's game against Barca, would there be any miracles? What could be more exciting than taking a piece of meat from the same city's archenemy? Even if this archenemy of the same city did not look him in the eye. RCD Español's players ran to Xiao Ruafei, high-fived him, and hugged him. Surrounded by the crowd, Xiao Ruafei had become the team's spiritual leader. Wu Lei, who did not hesitate to plug in the moment Xiao Ruafei took the free kick, did not slow down after the football drilled into the net. He rushed straight into the goal. Before the Valencia players could react, he picked up the football and ran quickly to Xiao Ruafei. Many people felt that it was a great achievement to be able to force Valencia to a 3-3 draw in an away game, but Wu Lei felt that it was not enough. There were still more than 10 minutes left. The opponent's morale was greatly reduced, and they were now one player short. Why couldn't they reverse the score? Xiao Ruafei also noticed Wu Lei's actions. He also supported Wu Lei. I didn't show up to play with you guys for a draw, therefore, Xiao Ruafei quickly asked everyone to speed up and return to their own half of the field. When they arrived at the center circle, Wu Lei pressed the football in his hand hard on the kickoff point. He then looked at the Valencia fans with a burning desire to fight. The Valencia players were a little confused. They had not recovered from the blow of conceding the goal, and Wu Lei's action more or less angered them. Do you really think we are weak? Since when did RCD Español dare to be so arrogant in our home ground? Although the score was 3-3, RCD Español's strength was there for all to see. Even though Valencia was now one player short, it was not difficult for them to maintain the score. If their opponent was Barcelona, Real Madrid, or even Atletico Madrid, and the opponent's players could not wait to kick off, perhaps the morale of the Valencia players would take a bigger hit. However, their opponent was RCD Español, so the effect was the opposite. After Valencia kicked off, the players held back their energy. They ran and tackled in a wider area to make up for the disadvantage of missing one player. Even though everyone was running out of stamina, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Due to the frustration in their hearts, their defensive actions inevitably became bigger. The referee frequently whistled to stop the game and even showed a yellow card. Only then did the referee manage to suppress the smell of gunpowder on the field. Of course, Xiao Ruofei's free kick alerted the Valencia players, so they controlled themselves and did not commit a foul in the area close to their own goal. The so-called area close to their own goal had expanded to more than 35 meters. The time had reached the 85th minute, and the score on the field was still 3-3. RCD Espanyol tried to attack a few times, but they were all defended by Valencia tenaciously. They even almost got counterattacked. If it weren't for the fact that Valencia had one less player, which exhausted everyone's stamina, the score might have been changed again. As time went by, RCD Espanyol's morale, which was boosted by Xiao Ruofei's goal, gradually dropped. Especially when the game was about to end, everyone gradually wanted to play it safe. After all, if the opponent scored at this time, the point in their hands would be gone. In a tie situation, the closer it was to the end of the game, the more cautious both sides would be. However, Wu Lei was still very active in the front field. As long as his side was attacking, he would spare no effort to run into the gaps. Even if 8 out of 10 times, the ball did not go in his direction, he was not discouraged at all. There was also Xiao Ruofei. Although he did not seem to have a strong presence in the game and did not touch the ball many times, he was like a sniper in hiding, patiently waiting for the opportunity to pull the trigger. Xiao Ruofei felt that the moment would not be too long away. The first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, and the third spurt of energy. This principle was not only effective for the attacking side, but also for the defending side. With the Valencia team score equalized, and with one less player, they were extremely tense. Many of them had forgotten about their fatigue and were running with all their might. When the RCD Espanyol's offense started to weaken, the Valencia players started to lose their vigor. The regular match time was about to end. Including the injury stoppage time, there were only 6 to 7 minutes left in the match. Valencia's players felt that they should be able to maintain the draw. At that moment, the players were exhausted, and they were short of one player. Hence, they no longer had the confidence to get all 3 points. They thought that it would be good enough if they could maintain a draw. However, such a time was actually the most dangerous. Valencia's players did not realize that a crisis was approaching. RCD Espanyol was still the one who organized the offense. This was the norm in the last 10 minutes of the match. However, due to Valencia's strong defense, the offense was basically stopped in the midfield. The young RCD Espanyol midfielder, Marc Roca, took the ball. Xiao Ruofei pulled him to the right flank and raised his hand to request for the ball. Xiao Ruofei's action was rare in this match. Marc Roca was already Xiao Ruofei's fan. Since there were no Valencia players around Xiao Ruofei to defend him, Marc Roca did not turn a blind eye and passed the ball to Xiao Ruofei. After Xiao Ruofei took the ball, a Valencia player immediately came up to defend him. Not far away, another player was also approaching to assist in the defense. However, Xiao Ruofei did not transfer the ball out in time like before. He controlled the ball to move forward slowly. Although he did not observe his surroundings, he had already released his mental strength. He knew the situation of the entire match like the back of his hand. The Valencia player was already in front of Xiao Ruofei. He followed Xiao Ruofei's rhythm and retreated slowly. At the same time, he stared at the ball, waiting for an opportunity to steal it. At that moment, Xiao Ruofei turned his head to the left as if he was looking for a spot to pass the ball. The rhythm of his dribbling became a little messy. Opportunity. When the Valencia players saw the situation, they snatched the ball without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei's head was still looking to the left, but he seemed to have predicted the Valencia players' movements. He did not turn his head back at all. Instead, he gently pulled the ball back with his right foot and dodged the fierce tackle. Then, he gently pushed the ball back with his left foot and pulled the ball forward. With the Valencia defender as the axis, he nimbly turned around and completely bypassed the defender. The Marseille circle, the commentators exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Ruofei's performance was very eye-catching, but it was mainly in the passing and free kicks. Of course, there was also that amazing overhead shot, which showed his exquisite footwork. However, Xiao Ruofei had not done much in terms of breaking through people. Basically, when the opposing players came forward to defend, he would immediately pass the ball out. Although Xiao Ruofei's distribution of the ball was very reasonable, and a simple pass was often enough to clear up a complicated situation, he almost never broke through people, which created the misconception that he was not good at one-on-one breakthroughs. No one expected Xiao Ruofei to be able to make such a pass so easily when the game was coming to an end and everyone was exhausted. The Marseille's circle was very agile and did not have the slightest bit of energy. He easily bypassed the defender. Generally speaking, a player's stamina would be almost exhausted by this time. Many players would even have technical changes due to the exhaustion of their stamina. However, Xiao Ruofei did not seem to be affected at all. After he used the Marseille's circle to bypass a defender, the other defender was already in position. It was the experienced captain, Parejo. Xiao Ruofei had just bypassed the previous defender, and Parejo was already in front of him. Xiao Ruofei's body leaned slightly to the right, and the outer instep of his right foot gently swept along the bottom of the football from the inside out. Parejo subconsciously moved his center of gravity to Xiao Ruofei's right side, but the experienced him did not rashly make a move. However, Xiao Ruofei quickly hooked the ball in the opposite direction with the inner instep of his right foot. The football obediently turned a corner and bounced toward the front left. At this time, Parejo's body's center of gravity was already to the right. Although he realized that Xiao Ruofei was going to break through from the left, his body could not keep up. It was impossible to continuously change his center of gravity so quickly, so his body stiffened. Xiao Ruofei lightly brushed past Parejo's side. Parejo looked like he was immobilized and could only watch Xiao Ruofei succeed in breaking through. Fried meatballs. Shen Fengjian could not help but exclaim. Xiao Ruofei used a deft Marseille roundhouse followed by a fried meatball to bypass two opposing players in a row, including the experienced captain Parejo. Now there's nothing in front of him. Seeing our Huaxia player make such a gorgeous move in the European top league game, I feel like I'm dreaming. Jia Tianing could not help but exclaim. After bypassing Parejo, Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate to dribble the ball forward at high speed. No one, including the RCD Espanyol players, realized how terrifying Xiao Ruofei's speed would be if he rushed forward. This was under the condition that he did not use his true energy. Purely relying on his body, he was much faster than these active professional players. Parejo had quickly turned around to give chase, but he realized in despair that his speed without the ball could not match Xiao Ruofei's dribbling speed. The distance between the two of them was getting wider and wider. The RCD Espanyol players also realized that this was a great opportunity. After Valencia's two players were bypassed in a row, a huge gap appeared on the right flank. Wu Lei and Iglesias immediately ran forward at high speed. Iglesias rushed straight into the penalty area, while Wu Lei ran to the right flank, which he was most familiar with. Xiao Ruofei was not greedy for possession of the ball. Before the opposing defenders were in position, he calmly raised his leg to pass the ball. Similarly, he passed the ball directly without any observation. Although Xiao Ruofei did not look at it, the accuracy of his pass was shockingly high. It went straight to Iglesias, who was in the penalty area. In fact, Xiao Ruofei also noticed Wu Lei, but in comparison, Iglesias's position was obviously better. The opposing team's defensive formation was not tight in a hurry, and they had changed positions. Now, Iglesias was guarded by a smaller player. In terms of fighting for a header, Iglesias had an absolute advantage. The ball was almost sent to Iglesias's head. All he needed to do was pull up on the spot and swing his head to the goal. The moment Iglesias's header hit the goal, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. The ball was too fast and too close. In addition, Xiao Ruofei's pass had an obvious forward movement, so the ball's speed was even faster. It could be said that as long as Iglesias's header was within the goal range, the ball was almost guaranteed to go in. Valencia's goalkeeper was in despair. He could only watch as Iglesias headed the ball with his eyes wide open. The ball flew toward the top left corner of the goal. Even if his arm was 10 centimeters longer, it would still be too far for him to reach. As soon as Iglesias headed the ball out, he felt it. He even wanted to start celebrating. However, a loud bang was heard, and Iglesias's heart sank to the bottom. The ball was almost sent to his mouth, but he actually headed it a little higher. The ball hit the crossbar and bounced out of the penalty area. The ball bounced in the direction of Wu Lei's forward cut, but the height was a little high. Wu Lei tried his best to jump, but the ball was still stuck in his hair and fell behind him. Wu Lei shouted regretfully. It was the best chance, and the game was soon going into injury stoppage time. Perhaps it was the last chance. He did not expect Iglesias's header to miss by a hair's breadth, and he did not manage to grab the second drop point in time. He missed it just like that. Just as the Valencia players secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a blue figure rushed towards the ball from the right side at high speed. It was Xiao Ruofei. He did not slow down after passing the ball. Instead, he continued to rush towards the penalty area. Then, the ball mysteriously bounced back. No matter how strong Xiao Ruofei's mental strength was, it was impossible for him to predict such a ball. He did not know that Iglesias' header would miss, let alone where the ball would bounce to. He was purely attacking instinctively. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei actually rushed a little too far, but his strong body coordination allowed him to adjust his body's center of gravity in time and stop abruptly. At this time, the football had already flown to the side behind him. He quickly turned his body and did not wait for the football to land on the ground. With a half-turn, he ruthlessly kicked over. The football immediately drew a beautiful arc and whistled as it flew back to the goal. The ball was so fast that the Valencia goalkeeper, Neto, only had time to turn his head. He stood on the spot and watched the ball enter the net. The stadium was dead silent. Valencia's players held their heads in their hands as they looked at the ball that was still spinning in the net in disbelief. We're falling behind? The game is going to end soon. Then, are we going to lose? We're going to lose to a weak team like RCD Espanyol on our home ground. These players were full of confusion. The opposing player, number 25, was simply on steroids today. He was a Chinese player who had never appeared in front of the media before. It was as if he had descended from the sky. In today's game, he had a super long-range lob shot, a super lift ball from 35 meters away, and a volley shot from the corner of the penalty area. In total, he had scored 3 goals with 3 shots. It was a hat trick. This was simply an unsolvable bug. The Valencia players and the coaching staff on the sidelines felt a sense of helplessness. The moment Xiao Ruofei scored, the home fans quieted down. Then, sparse applause came from the stands. Soon, the applause grew louder and louder, and finally, it resounded throughout the stadium. The home fans stood up and applauded for their opponent's beautiful goal. The away team's stands became a sea of excitement. The RCD Espanyol fans sang and danced. As Xue Jinshan and the others were Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei's compatriots, they became the most popular people in the stands. Everyone came over to chat with them enthusiastically. Although there was a language barrier, football was the best language. Beijing, PP Sports Studio. After Xiao Ruofei broke through the 2 opposing players, he quickly dribbled the ball past the center line. There is a large open space in front of him, and he has many options. Wu Lei and Iglesias are both quickly plugging forward. This is RCD Espanyol's chance. Shen Fangjian said excitedly. Xiao Ruofei chose a 45-degree angle cross. This ball could have gone further towards the end line. This ball's landing spot is good. Iglesias header. This ball. Sigh. It actually hit the crossbar. Wu Lei did not get the ball, too. Wait. Xiao Ruofei grabbed the second landing spot. He did not wait for the ball to land and directly volleyed it. Wow. The ball went in. The ball went in. The ball went in. Shen Fangjian shouted excitedly, this is a beautiful volley shot. The football drew a charming arc and went straight to the corner of the goal. Neto did not even have time to make a save. Xiao Ruofei scored a hat trick. This is really a great game. Jia Tianing was also quite excited. He said, the fans who stayed up late to watch the game tonight are worth it. I even feel like I'm dreaming. Our Huaxia players have scored 4 goals in a top league game, and Xiao Ruofei even scored a hat trick. This is unbelievable. I now regret using the phrase flying fairy when Xiao Ruofei scored the second goal. Shen Fangjian said. This is obviously a perfect copy of the flying fairy. And Xiao Ruofei's ball was even further away from the goal. The arc is even more beautiful. Flying fairy was used to describe Zidane's winning goal in the 2002 UEFA Champions League final against Bayer Leverkusen. He used his left foot to turn and shoot in the air. Indeed, Xiao Ruofei's shot was very similar to Zidane's famous flying fairy. Moreover, the position of Xiao Ruofei's shot was in the corner of the penalty area, which was much further than Zidane's shot. Through the slow-motion replay, everyone became more aware of the difficulty and excitement of this goal. At that time, Xiao Ruofei continued to plug forward after passing the ball. In fact, when the football bounced back from the crossbar, he had already run 2 body lengths, but he abruptly braked to stop and turned around. At this time, the height of the football was actually as high as Xiao Ruofei's chest. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Ruofei would definitely run towards the ball and stop it first. But in this way, the opponent's defensive players would definitely press up, and he could only re-attack. Xiao Ruofei chose the extremely difficult half-turn volley shot. At this time, he could not see the goal at all, and the football was so high that his body was almost horizontal when he shot. Even so, the football still drew a beautiful arc and hit the absolute corner. When Xiao Ruofei scored, the game officially entered injury stoppage time. There were more goals in the second half, and the game was very fragmented at one point, so the referee gave 4 minutes of injury stoppage time. The RCD Espanyol players were no longer in a hurry. They were already in the lead, so Wu Lei naturally did not run to the goal to pick up the ball. Everyone surrounded Xiao Ruofei and celebrated wildly. Marc Roca even ran to Xiao Ruofei and knelt on one knee. It was a gesture of worship for the king. He even gestured for Xiao Ruofei to put his foot on it and did the action of wiping his shoes. Then, the RCD Espanyol players surrounded Xiao Ruofei and jogged all the way to the away team stands to greet the RCD Espanyol fans who came from afar. Xue Jinshan and the others in the stands cheered at the top of their lungs and waved at Xiao Ruofei crazily. At that moment, Xiao Ruofei was no longer just the chairman of the Taoyuan company. Xue Jinshan and the others were completely infected by the fanatical football atmosphere. Their current behavior was no different from a real RCD Espanyol fan. The Valencia players were all dumbfounded. Their faces were ashen. The RCD Espanyol team celebration was a little long, but none of them stood up to protest. They were not in a hurry to resume the game. Faced with such a RCD Espanyol team, the Valencia players really thought that they were no match for them. No matter how hard they worked, the opponent had a bug like Xiao Ruofei, who could always score more goals than them. In the end, it was only after the referee intervened that the RCD Espanyol players slowly walked back to their own half of the field. After the Valencia team restarted the game, they did not organize any effective offense. Their morale had been hit to the freezing point by Xiao Ruofei's last goal. The 4 minutes of injury stoppage time quickly passed. The referee could also see that the Valencia team had lost their fighting spirit. So, when the time reached the 94th minute, he decisively blew the whistle to end the game. The RCD Espanyol team had the last laugh at Valencia's home ground and successfully took away 3 league points. The moment the whistle blew, Valencia's players felt a sense of relief. Finally, they did not have to suffer on the field. As for Ruby, the coaches, players, and staff on the substitutes bench, no one could sit still after Valencia kicked off. They all stood by the side of the field, and as soon as the whistle blew, they rushed into the field like crazy. Although this was just an ordinary game in the long season, it did not prevent the RCD Espanyol team from feeling that they had won the final. Because of the large gap in strength between the two sides, RCD Espanyol did not expect to get any points in this game. Getting a draw was already an unexpected surprise, let alone getting all 3 points. Furthermore, the process of the match was full of twists and turns. First, they fell behind by 2 goals, and after they managed to equalize the score, Valencia scored another goal. At this time, the RCD Espanyol team was in despair. They did not expect Xiao Ruofei to take a free kick and a half-turn volley, directly snatching the 3 points that the Valencia team had. The feeling of losing something and then regaining it was naturally much more exciting than winning the game smoothly. The RCD Espanyol team celebrated wildly at Valencia's home ground, while the Valencia players were all disappointed. Some of them sat on the ground as soon as the game ended due to exhaustion. The goalkeeper, Neto, sat on the goal line and lifted his jersey to cover his face. The impact of this game was too great for him. While his teammates were celebrating, Wu Lei ran straight to the side of the field to get a game ball. He then ran to Xiao Ruofei and stuffed the football into Xiao Ruofei's hands. He smiled and said, "Big brother Xia. You must collect a game ball after scoring a hat trick." "Yes, yes, yes," Xiao Ruofei said. "I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. You are still inexperienced. Scoring a hat trick when you are inexperienced? That's a bit of a blow," Wu Lei said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei reached out to rub Wu Lei's hair and said, "You are already on the right path. Persevere, and you can score a hat trick too. No. Set your goal higher and have a big 4. Yes." Wu Lei nodded heavily. His eyes were shining with determination. At this time, Ruby came over and gave Xiao Ruofei a big hug from afar. Ruby said, "Mr. Xia, your performance was really amazing. I really hope you are not our boss. Then I can have a phenomenal star player in every game." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's just a game. It's far from phenomenal. This is too exaggerated, no, no, no. When I was shaking hands with the Valencia manager just now, that guy was full of jealousy and told me to set your penalty higher. Otherwise, there will soon be a powerhouse team waving a checkbook to poach you," Ruby said. Xiao Ruofei could not help but laugh when he heard that. Although the game had ended, all the major sports channels and live streaming platforms around the world were repeatedly broadcasting highlights of the game, especially Xiao Ruofei's 3 goals. They were constantly replayed from various angles. PP Sports commentator, Shenfang Jian, could not help but say, "These 3 goals, no matter which one of them is picked out, could be the best goal of the season. With these 3 goals in the same game, it's simply a feast for the eyes." Let's not forget Wu Lei's goal. It was his goal that blew the horn of Espanyol's counterattack. Jia Tianing said, "And I noticed that in this game, Wu Lei has made great progress compared to the last game in terms of self-confidence, physical confrontation, ball protection, and even the opportunity in front of the goal. We are very happy to see that Wu Lei is adapting to the rhythm of La Liga at a very fast speed. I believe that this goal is just the beginning. We have reason to be full of expectations for his next performance." Jia Tianing was indeed worthy of his title as the Vice Hall Master of Wu Chui Tang. When all the attention was focused on Xiao Ruofei, he still did not forget Wu Lei and was still praising Wu Lei. Espanyol did not celebrate for long. After all, this was Valencia's home ground. They had already lost a goal. If they continued to celebrate on their field, it would be like adding salt to the wound. Therefore, they quickly returned to the locker room after thanking the visiting fans. That night, Espanyol took a flight back to Barcelona. When the game ended, it was not even 5 o'clock in the morning in Xianxia. At this time, most people were still asleep, but the online platforms were unprecedentedly lively. Some fans went to bed early and set their alarm at 3 o'clock so that they could watch the game. Some people only wanted to watch Wu Lei at first. If Wu Lei did not play or was substituted after playing, these fans would definitely not watch the entire game. No one expected the game to be so exciting. The process was full of twists and turns, but the result was even more exciting. Xiao Ruofei suddenly becoming a player of Espanyol was already big news. His performance in the game made many people who doubted him at the beginning feel ashamed. Huaxia's players took all 4 of Espanyol's goals. Xiao Ruofei scored a hat trick, and almost all of the threatening goals were related to Xiao Ruofei and Wu Lei. In addition, Wu Lei's goal was an assist from Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei's long-distance lob shot was a pass from Wu Lei. In addition, Xiao Ruofei's free kick was also created by Wu Lei. Xiao Ruofei only fed Iglesias a biscuit, but Iglesias spat it out. This also led to Xiao Ruofei's half-turn volley goal, which allowed him to score a hat trick. After watching the game, how could the Huaxia fans go back to sleep? Their minds were always in a state of excitement. In addition, it was almost dawn, so almost no one went to sleep. These people were naturally browsing Weibo, forums, Tiba, and so on. The topic #Xiao Ruofei scored a hat trick in. La Liga hashtag was unsurprisingly the #1 trending topic on Weibo. The team of a certain popular little fresh meat had just started to hype up a piece of news and spent a lot of money to buy the trending topic. As a result, when they got up in the morning and saw it, they almost cried themselves to death in the toilet. If the people who browsed Weibo and forums in the wee hours of the morning were mainly football fans who stayed up late to watch the game, then after dawn, this group was no longer limited to football fans. Or rather, it was not limited to hardcore football fans. Some people also liked football, but they would not stay up late to watch the game at 2 or 3 in the morning. Generally speaking, if there was a game that they cared about, they would check the news after waking up or find the game highlights to watch. This group of football fans could not help but beat their chests and stomp their feet in regret when they saw the highlights of the game between RCD Espanyol and Valencia. If they had known that there was such an exciting game, they would have stayed up late to watch it even if they dozed off at work during the day. There were also some people who did not usually watch football, but when they saw the top trending topic on Weibo, they could not help but click on it to take a look. Anyone who saw the videos or gifs of Xiao Ruofei's 3 goals could not help but gasp in amazement. When Xiao Ruofei saw the top trending topic on Weibo, he was already on the bus to the airport. Xiao Ruofei was naturally in a good mood after scoring a hat-trick and helping his team win the game. He took a close-up of the ball used in the game. The ball had the signatures of the entire RCD Espanyol team and Xiao Ruofei's notes on the game time, goal time, and so on. He planned to keep it at home as a souvenir. Xiao Ruofei posted the picture of the ball used in the game on Weibo. There was only one word in the caption, awesome. Then, he mischievously added the hashtag Xiao Ruofei scored a hat-trick in La Liga hashtag. Xiao Ruofei's Weibo post added a lot of popularity to the top trending topic. Now, the top spot was even more secure. The little fresh meat, who had spent a lot of money to buy the trending topic, was firmly in second place. If he wanted to take the top spot, he would have to wait for Xiao Ruofei's popularity to gradually fade. Now, with Xiao Ruofei's momentum on the internet, it would be difficult to take him down on the trending topic list, no matter how much money was spent. As soon as Xiao Ruofei's Weibo post was posted, a large number of fans and netizens flooded in. Everyone excitedly left comments, forwarded, and liked. As time went by, the major online platforms also ushered in a peak of users. At this time, many people were on the subway and bus to work. At this time, most people used Weibo and forums during this time. Xiao Ruofei's Weibo post, as well as the video of Xiao Ruofei's goal highlights, were constantly forwarded by a large number of netizens. Everyone soon found that the Weibo platform seemed to have become a little laggy. It took a long time to open a picture and cache it. Watching a video was even more laggy. It was as if they had instantly returned to the 2G era. This lagging lasted for about half an hour, and then it began to slowly recover. At first, no one noticed it because there were many reasons for the network lagging, especially in the underground high-speed subway. The network itself was not very good, and lagging was common. Therefore, many people thought that their mobile phone's network was lagging. However, Weibo's officials soon posted a message: due to too many visitors at the same time, there was a certain lag. Our technical team has adjusted the bandwidth as soon as possible. At present, access has basically been restored. We are deeply sorry for the inconvenience and bad experience caused to everyone. This message was not a big deal. After all, the person did not say what the reason was. However, another Weibo post was soon widely forwarded by everyone. The user ID of this Weibo post was "The Lion Who Can Attack Cities." The authentication information showed that he was an engineer on Weibo's official technical team. Moreover, this ID was also quite famous. From time to time, he would answer everyone's technical questions on Weibo. Therefore, his identity was basically confirmed. It was said that this "The Lion Who Can Attack Cities" was also the person in charge of a certain group in the technical team. This Weibo post by "The Lion Who Can Attack Cities" finally let everyone know the culprit who had lagged for more than half an hour. However, Weibo's officials soon posted a message: due to too many visitors at the same time, there was a certain lag. Our technical team has adjusted the bandwidth as soon as possible. At present, access has basically been restored. We are deeply sorry for the inconvenience and bad experience caused to everyone. This message was not a big deal. After all, the person did not say what the reason was. However, another Weibo post was soon widely forwarded by everyone. This user ID was the lion who can attack cities. The authentication information showed that he was an engineer on Weibo's official technical team. Moreover, this ID was also quite famous. From time to time, he would answer everyone's technical questions on Weibo. Therefore, his identity was basically confirmed. It was said that this the lion who can attack cities was also the person in charge of a certain group in the technical team. This Weibo post by the lion who can attack cities finally let everyone know the culprit who had lagged for more than half an hour. Netizens expressed sympathy for the programmer who was called up at 5 o'clock in the morning to work overtime while in the hospital. As more information was revealed, everyone learned that the lion who can attack cities was hospitalized for acute gastroenteritis. They did not expect such a problem to occur after only leaving his post for a day, so he had no choice but to work overtime with his laptop in the hospital. Weibo's CEO also personally confirmed this matter. His Weibo ID, coming and going, was no longer a secret. Netizens affectionately called him Mr. Lai. In the face of a large number of curious netizens, Mr. Lai also answered directly, saying that it was because Xia Ruofei's topic was so popular that too many people visited and searched at the same time, causing the server to lag. Some netizens were very curious and asked how the Weibo technician was able to expand the server's capacity with a laptop in the ward. Mr. Lai also did not hide anything and said, "We rented the Alibaba cloud server urgently. After a few hours, the number of concurrent visitors came down, and we returned it." With the authoritative confirmation of Weibo's CEO, Xia Ruofei's hat-trick in La Liga caused Weibo to lag was confirmed. Netizens also had a lot of fun. They forwarded the Weibo posts of Lion who can attack cities and Mr. Lai and grouped together to Xia Ruofei. When Xia Ruofei returned to Barcelona, it was close to the wee hours of the morning. He returned to the hotel, washed up, and went to bed. He had no idea that the impact of the game was constantly fermenting on the internet in Xianxia. After he got up the next morning, he browsed Weibo and found out about the incident. Xia Ruofei also did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he immediately posted on Weibo and at Lion who can attack cities. Xia Ruofei wrote on Weibo, "Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't expect that playing football would cause you so much trouble. In order to express my apology, I want to give you the jersey I wore in yesterday's game. I will ask all the players to sign it. Please send me the address in private." In his Weibo post, Xia Ruofei even attached a picture of the number 25 jersey. Of course, he had downloaded the picture directly from the club's online store. After the game last night, the club's management realized that Xia Ruofei would definitely be popular, so they arranged for the store to put the number 25 jersey with Xia Ruofei's name on it for sale. Soon, the physical store would also start selling the jersey. It could be imagined that the sales would be very good. Xia Ruofei's jersey was taken away by a staff member after he took it off in the locker room. Under normal circumstances, it would be cleaned and hung in the appropriate position in the locker room before Xia Ruofei's next appearance. Nowadays, the operations and management of the club were becoming more and more professional. Things like washing the jerseys and cleaning the shoes did not need the players to worry about. They only needed to focus on playing well in the game. Xia Ruofei's popularity on the internet was now no less than any of the popular little fresh meats. Weibo officials were responsible for monitoring the news he posted on his Weibo account. Moreover, the Weibo server almost went on strike yesterday because of him, so Weibo naturally paid more attention to him. The lion who can attack the city was originally an internal staff member of Weibo, so even if he was hospitalized, he quickly received the news after Xia Ruofei's Weibo post was posted. The lion who can attack the city was originally called Ding Kai, and he was a Weibo search programmer. He was very excited after seeing Xia Ruofei's Weibo post. Ding Kai was not the kind of hardcore fan, but if he had time, he would still watch football games, especially the national team's games. He would watch all the games he could. Although many people scolded the national football team, it represented Xianxia after all. Many fans lamented its misfortune and were angry at its incompetence, but they could not help but want to watch the national football team's games. In fact, although Ding Kai was called to work overtime before dawn, he saw that it was because of Xianxia players' hat-trick in La Liga that a large number of netizens flooded the Weibo platform, causing the lag. Moreover, this Huaxia player was Xiao Ruofei, who had been on the hot search list several times on the Weibo platform. Therefore, although Ding Kai was tired from working while sick, he was in a very good mood. It could be said that he was tired and happy. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei was going to give him the jersey that he wore in last night's game, Ding Kai hurriedly sent Xiao Ruofei the address in a private message. This set of jerseys was too memorable. That was Xiao Ruofei's first professional football game, and it was also the first hat trick by a Huaxia player in La Liga. Moreover, there would be the signatures of the entire Spain first team on the ball, so the commemorative significance was even greater. After Xiao Ruofei posted that Weibo, netizens also liked it, thinking that this was what a high-quality idol should do. Although Xiao Ruofei never admitted that he was an idol. After a while, the lion who can attack the city posted on Weibo. The content was, "I have sent the address to Boss Xia privately. I didn't expect Boss Xia to reply me instantly. I'm so touched." The picture attached to the Weibo post was a screenshot of the lion who can attack the city's private message interface. Everyone could clearly see the communication between Xiao Ruofei and him. Of course, the part with the details of the address was mosaic. The lion who can attack the city, Boss Xia, my address is **************. In fact, I was just doing my job. I was just joking when I complained online. I didn't expect the netizens to hype up this matter. Xiao Ruofei, smiley face, anyway, objectively speaking, it did affect your work. I originally wanted to give you a ball from yesterday's game, but I only took one ball yesterday. No matter what, it was a hat trick. I'll keep the ball for myself. So I changed it to the jersey I wore yesterday. I hope you don't mind. The lion who can attack the city, Boss Xia, you're too kind. Why would I mind? I'm so happy that I can't express my excitement in words. Thank you, Boss Xia, Xiao Ruofei, you're welcome. After the netizens saw the screenshot of the private message, they all praised Xiao Ruofei for being approachable. Some of Xiao Ruofei's fans liked to call him domineering CEO. This somewhat vulgar nickname was also widely circulated. Therefore, some people who didn't know Xiao Ruofei well would subconsciously think that Xiao Ruofei was a bit cold and domineering when they saw this nickname. This was a kind of preconceived prejudice, but it was also human nature. Xiao Ruofei couldn't change it. Of course, he had no intention of changing it. He never cared too much about what others thought of him. Today, the screenshot of the lion who can attack the city's private message changed a lot of people's impression of Xiao Ruofei. After Xiao Ruofei replied to the lion who can attack the city's private message, he didn't pay attention to Weibo anymore. His Weibo received a lot of private messages, comments, likes, and messages every day. If he looked at and dealt with every single one of them, he wouldn't be able to do anything else in the day. Xiao Ruofei called Xianxia and told her that he was going to give the jersey to the lion who can attack the city yesterday. He also sent the address to Xianxia and asked her to arrange for the staff to mail it directly back to China. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to go downstairs for breakfast, Feng Jing, who was staying at the company's headquarters, called. It should be noon in China at this time. To be precise, it should be 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Feng Jing called at this time obviously because of the time difference and knew that Xiao Ruofei should have just woken up. Sister Jing. Xiao Ruofei answered the phone with a smile. Ruofei, not bad. Feng Jing chuckled and said, you became a big star overnight. Not at all. Not at all. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's just SOSO. It's far worse than Messi and Ronaldo. Feng Jing couldn't help but say, you are the most unprofessional boss I've ever seen. You don't usually show up at the company and run around all day. This time, you actually went to Spain to play a game? Don't tell me you plan to play professional football in the future. No. Xiao Ruofei said quickly, I'm thinking about our company. I'm just playing for fun. How can I stay here all the time? You can score a hat trick while playing for fun. Feng Jing said, what if you play a little more seriously? Of course, I'll kill whoever is in my way. Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, even if I'm facing Barca, I can break their goal. You're really into the role. Feng Jing said coquettishly. Don't forget that you're still at the helm of the Taoyuan company. You're the backbone of everyone. Don't be so happy that you forget your home. How could I? Xiao Ruofei said, I'm going to go back to China with Shui Jinshan and the others. I may help RCD play a few games in the future, but I'll never stay here for too long. That's good. Feng Jing also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Ruofei, the boss, really made her worry. He was usually unprofessional and did not ask about the company's business. What was worse was that he often disappeared. She was really worried that Xiao Ruofei would be hot-headed and simply change his career to become a professional football player. Feng Jing then said, Ruofei, you don't say. After this game, you're going to become the king of popularity. In the future, our company doesn't need to hire any endorsers at all. You can just endorse yourself, he. Xiao Ruofei touched his nose and said with a smile, I'll feed myself a bag of salt. Aren't you afraid of killing me? Feng Jing was stunned for a moment. Then, she heard Xiao Ruofei's homophonic joke and couldn't help but laugh. Then, Feng Jing said, Ruofei, I'm serious. Your popularity now is simply too explosive. If you don't make use of it, it's a waste. I have a preliminary idea. Can you use your personal Weibo account and our company's official account to organize a lucky draw? The prize is your RCD Español jersey or some other team merchandise. I think the RCD Español club should design some exclusive merchandise for you. The number 25 jersey has already been sold. The merchandise should also be in the design process. It's estimated that it will be launched soon. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, you can arrange it as you see fit. I have no objections. Anyway, my Weibo account can be accessed by Yanan and the others. As for the prizes, except for the jersey I wore last night, there are no problems at all. I'll just talk to the club. I was just about to talk about the jersey. That jersey has a high commemorative value. If it can be used as a prize, it will definitely attract a lot of people. Feng Jing said. I've already given this jersey away. Xiao Ruofei said, it seems that Sister Jing still doesn't care enough about me. I gave this jersey away on Weibo. After that, Xiao Ruofei simply told Feng Jing about the lion that can siege the city. Feng Jing's pretty face was slightly hot. She said, that's fine. The publicity effect will be better this way. I reckon that your Weibo account will increase the number of fans. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Sister Jing, we don't have to worry about sales for our products. Why are you so keen on online marketing? You don't know the value of money until you're in charge. Feng Jing said coquettishly. Right now, our products are in short supply, but the pharmaceutical factory's production scale will expand by several times. Don't we need to digest the production capacity? And what if we launch new products in the future? With a big V account, the publicity effect will be much better than spending money to buy advertisements. I'm just preparing for a rainy day. Yes. Sister Jing is far-sighted. I admire you. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Anyway, everything will be done according to your arrangements. I have no objections. Also, I'll be back in China in 2 days. If there's anything, we can talk about it face to face. Okay. Then we'll talk about it when you're back. Feng Jing said straightforwardly. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he changed out of his pajamas and put on a set of sportswear. He went downstairs to eat breakfast in a relaxed manner. What surprised Xiao Ruofei was that many people remembered him because of yesterday's game. There were even 2 fans at the entrance of the buffet restaurant who asked for his autograph. Xiao Ruofei didn't put on airs. He immediately signed for them, and then agreed to take a photo with them. Feng Jing's style had always been swift and decisive. Under her arrangement, Xiao Ruofei's personal account and the official account of the Taoyuan company soon posted the lucky draw event. The conditions to participate in the event were to follow the account and at 2 friends. The prize was a set of RCD Español's home jersey with the number 25. This wave of operations added a lot of fans to the Taoyuan company's official Weibo account. Xiao Ruofei's personal account had already exceeded 50 million fans. He was considered a very influential Big V account on Weibo. On Weibo's hot search list, the topic #Xiao Ruofei's La Liga hat-trick hashtag was still very popular. After half a day, it still firmly occupied the top spot on the hot search list. Compared to those delicate little fresh meats, Xia Ruofei's heroic image seemed to be more popular among netizens. Suppressed by this topic were a certain popular little fresh meats who had almost no works, and a celebrity couple who had just announced their divorce. These people more or less bought the hot search through different channels, but they didn't expect the competition to be so fierce. They didn't even see the hope of reaching the top because the popularity and the number one topic, hashtag Xia Ruofei's La Liga hat-trick hashtag, was still rising in a steep curve. There was no sign of decline. As a result, Xia Ruofei had another nickname, Hot Search Killer, as long as someone competed with him for the hot search list, even if he didn't spend a penny, and his competitors spent a lot of money to hire an entertainment public relations company, the final result was always Xia Ruofei's victory. The domestic sports media was also collectively high. The headlines were more exaggerated than the previous one. They were full of praise for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had become the savior of Huaxiao's football overnight. There were also media clips of Xia Ruofei's every touch in the game, especially the 3 wonderful goals. They did not miss a single slow-motion replay from every angle. The highlights were also very popular on the internet. Many fans watched it over and over again, feeling that they could not get enough of it. Huaxiao's football was weak, so the Huaxia fans' expectations for good players were far higher than those in developed countries. Previously, Wu Lei, who played in La Liga, had been jokingly called the hope of the village by the fans. Now, Xia Ruofei had appeared out of nowhere, and his performance was even more eye-catching than Wu Lei's. How could the fans suppress their excitement? There were even fans on the internet who formed a group to leave messages on the official account of the Huaxia Football Association, asking to recruit Xia Ruofei to join the Huaxia national team to compete in the Asian qualifiers for the World Cup starting next year. In fact, the Huaxia Football Association was also confused. For so many years, many of the Huaxia Football Association's actions had been criticized by people. For example, there were many accusations of layman leadership, bureaucracy, administrative interference, and so on. A large number of officials and referees who fell in the anti-corruption campaign in the football world had directly brought Huaxia's football into its darkest decade. But this time, the Huaxia Football Association's reaction was actually quite fast. It was just that they were completely unaware of the situation. Xia Ruofei was not a registered player of the Huaxia Football Association. He was directly registered in Spain. In addition, Xia Ruofei was not a football player at all. The Football Association did not even know how to contact Xia Ruofei. In the end, they found out that Xia Ruofei was actually a popular figure on Huaxia's internet. However, he had never had anything to do with football before. He even started a company, which could also be said to be an internet celebrity company. After consulting with the technical committee, the Huaxia Football Association really did have the idea of recruiting Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei had little to do with the professional football circle. Secondly, he did not have an agent or anything. In addition, the Asian qualifiers would not start until the second half of next year. Before that, the national football team did not have any major tournament tasks, so the timing was not particularly urgent. Therefore, the Huaxia Football Association tried to fax an official letter to the Taoyuan company, hoping to establish a working relationship with Xia Ruofei. This was also a relatively cautious approach. After all, Xia Ruofei had only played one game. Other than that, there were no other game videos for reference. It would be a little tricky to directly recruit him. However, there was no response from the Taoyuan company, and there was nothing the Chinese Football Association could do. In the face of the calls from netizens and fans, they could only resort to what they were best at, pretending not to see anything. No matter how enthusiastic the netizens' comments were, the Huaxia Football Association did not have any response. In fact, in addition to the Huaxia sports media, the Spanish media also did a lot of coverage on this originally ordinary La Liga game. Because the game between RCD Espanyol and Valencia was the earliest game of the La Liga round, the games of Real Madrid, Barcelona, and other strong teams were held the next day, so everyone naturally focused on this exciting matchup. A goal-scoring battle, a weak team defeating a strong team, a super world-class shot, a genius coming out of the football desert. There were too many things to watch in this game. The Sports Daily used the headline "Famous in a Game" as the title to report the game on the front page. The report was accompanied by a large picture of Xia Ruofei's back after he made the wonderful half-turn volley in the air. The number 25 on his back was very clear, and other than his main body, the rest of the background was blurred, making his back look taller and more majestic. In the report, the Sports Daily wrote, "We have seen too many famous players in the football world. We have seen too many geniuses, but I have to say that RCD Espanyol's number 25 must be the brightest star among all the geniuses. This player from Xianxia used only one game to conquer the fans. Each of his 3 goals is worthy of our careful appreciation. Each of his goals will still be talked about many years later. Each of his goals is enough to be recorded in the history of football." Marca also used almost an entire page on the front page to report on the game, or more accurately, on Xia Ruofei's amazing performance. Marca also quoted an interview after the game. RCD Espanyol's manager, Ruby, said that Xia Ruofei was the most talented player with the most accurate and stable footwork he had ever seen. His contribution to the team was unquestionable, and he would be an important member of the team. As for the Xianxia player, Wu Lei, Ruby was not stingy with his praise. Ruby said that Wu Lei adapted to La Liga faster than he expected. Compared to the previous game, Wu Lei's performance in this game was more relaxed and more confident. This was what the whole team liked to see. Whether it was the process or the result, it was clear that RCD Espanyol's manager, Ruby, was quite satisfied. In contrast, Valencia's manager, Marcelino, was a little disappointed. The 3 points in his hands had turned into 1 point, and then they could not even maintain a draw. He had to accept the result of losing to the weak RCD Espanyol at home. Any manager would feel very disappointed. However, Marcelino was still very gentlemanly. He was not stingy with his praise for the 2 Xianxia players on RCD Espanyol. There is no doubt that the 2 opposing Xianxia players dominated the game today. Number 24 is very smart. His positioning in the front field caused a lot of trouble for us. Number 25 Xia's performance today was even more phenomenal. It can be said that he completely used his own individual ability to turn the tables for the team. If you want to ask me where we lost today, I will only say one thing: RCD Espanyol has Xia, and we don't. RCD Espanyol's players were also not stingy with their praise for Xia Ruofei. For example, Xia Ruofei's fan, Marc Roca, said directly in an interview, "Mr. Xia is my idol. The effect of his arrival is immediate. He can improve RCD Espanyol's strength by a lot." RCD Espanyol's official center forward, Iglesias, Captain Lopez, and the main center back, Naldo, all highly praised Xia Ruofei's performance in front of the reporters. In addition to the fact that Xia Ruofei was a shareholder of the club, it was more that he had completely conquered the hearts of the fans and his teammates with one game. The players also expressed enough goodwill to Wu Lei, who was also from Xianxia. They all said that because of the language barrier, they did not communicate much with Wu Lei. However, they could feel that Wu Lei was a very good person. Everyone was also getting more and more in sync during training. Marc Roca also revealed a small piece of information: when everyone saw a Chinese billboard or poster, Wu Lei would teach everyone the Chinese pronunciation on the advertisement. Now, many players on the team had learned a few simple Chinese words. In short, the atmosphere in RCD Espanyol could be said to be harmonious. Of course, there were also players who did not welcome Wu Lei's arrival. For example, the products of RCD Espanyol's youth training, Merendo and Puado. Puado was substituted early on because of his poor performance. Wu Lei, who replaced him, gave a wonderful performance. He was already biased against the Xianxia players, so this made him even more unhappy. Although Merendo did not say it, in fact, he also had some contempt for Wu Lei. Merendo was a little clingy on the ball on the field. Often, when the football was in his area, the pace of the game would slow down. He also rarely passed the ball to Wu Lei. But his performance in the last game was also very bad, especially after the second half. He was almost invisible. The poor performance of the 2 players clearly set off the excellence of Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei. How could they feel good in their hearts? It was just that with this kind of dissatisfaction, they naturally would not accept interviews from the media. Even if they were asked questions about Wu Lei and Xia Ruofei, they did not dare to express their dissatisfaction publicly. Otherwise, it would destroy the stability of the locker room. The two players were only young players and did not have much weight. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was a shareholder of the club. Even if they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to say it publicly. In addition to these post-game interviews, Marca also specifically interviewed the managers of other teams in La Liga and the famous players in the football world, asking them to evaluate Xiao Ruofei. Real Madrid manager Zinedine Zidane said, "After yesterday's game, many people called me and asked me to see Xiao's goal. There are also many people like you who want me to evaluate this goal. What I want to say is that there are no two identical leaves in the world. It is the same in the football world. It is precisely because of the infinite possibilities that football has the great charm to attract us. Indeed, Xiao's wonderful world-class ball is somewhat similar to my goal, but it is also unique. If I have to make a comparison between the two goals, I even think Xiao's goal is more wonderful." After giving Xiao Ruofei's half-turn volley that copied Flying Fairy a very high evaluation, Zidane further evaluated Xiao Ruofei. He said, "A flash in the pan? No. I don't think so. In fact, I spent more than an hour today watching all the videos of the game from the moment Xiao was brought on. From a manager's point of view, Xiao's wonderful performance was not only those 3 goals. Every touch of his was very reasonable. His vision was very wide, and his stamina was stronger than most players. I think he is an extremely good player, capable of playing the role of a B2B midfield commander. He plays a very important and even decisive role on both sides of the team's offense and defense. In the following season, RCD Espanyol's opponents will have a headache. Of course, this includes our Real Madrid team." Zidane's evaluation of Xiao Ruofei could be said to be quite high, even exceeding many people's expectations. After all, Xiao Ruofei had only played 1 game, and he was even a substitute. Although he had an extremely dazzling performance, many people still had a scrutinizing attitude. In history, there were a few games or even a season where the performance was very outstanding, but it was not uncommon for players to quickly fade into the crowd. Xiao Ruofei's performance in only 1 game, no matter how good it was, after all, it was not that convincing. But Zidane, a legendary star player who was very successful as a player and had a very high starting point as a manager, naturally had a different perspective from ordinary people. As he said himself, after he carefully analyzed Xiao Ruofei's game, he saw a lot of content that ordinary fans and even coaches could not see. That was why he made that judgment. In addition to Zidane, Marca also interviewed several managers of other La Liga teams and some well-known star players in the La Liga. They were also full of praise for Xiao Ruofei, especially those 3 goals, which were repeatedly mentioned. Barca's manager, Valverde, even publicly said that a player as good as Xiao Ruofei should have a bigger stage, such as the Camp Nou. Of course, the authenticity of the Barca manager's olive branch to Xiao Ruofei was also open to debate. As RCD Espanyol's nemesis in the same city, Barca naturally did not mind disgusting RCD Espanyol. If they could shake the opponent's morale, that would naturally be better. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the Barcelona team was really interested in Xiao Ruofei. After all, any professional manager would have a feeling of amazement at Xiao Ruofei's strength after carefully analyzing that game. In the face of Barca manager Valverde's open poaching, Rubi was very calm. He said, "I think Mr. Valverde must be dreaming. A RCD Espanyol player joining Barca? He must be telling a cold joke. In addition, Mr. Xiao Ruofei is not for sale in the RCD Espanyol team. Now, in the future. Forever." Rubi's response could be said to be quite resolute. Of course, this was also a normal attitude as a nemesis in the same city. However, whether it was Rubi or the other RCD Espanyol players, they intentionally or unintentionally avoided a question during the interview. That was, Xiao Ruofei could not play for RCD Espanyol for the whole season. At most, he could come over to support in some key games. From now until the end of the season, it was estimated that he would play at most 3 or 4 games. Any more than that would be inappropriate. After all, Xiao Ruofei was mostly in Xianxia. Every time he played for RCD Espanyol, he had to fly a long distance across the Eurasian continent. He was also a shareholder of the club. Who would dare let the boss run back and forth repeatedly? It was just that Ruby and the others deliberately did not mention this matter, which was a bit interesting. In the next few rounds of the game, RCD Español's opponents were bound to spend a lot of effort to study Xiao Ruofei and devise targeted defensive tactics. Ruby even intended to include Xiao Ruofei in the game's roster as a smokescreen. Anyway, the roster had 23 players. At most, there were 14 players who could really play. It did not matter if there was one less spot. However, RCD Español's opponents waited until the game was about to start before they found out that Xiao Ruofei was not in the starting lineup at all. He did not even come to the stadium. At that time, the expressions on their faces must have been quite interesting. The key was that many of the tactics that had been arranged before were useless. It was like a boxer who had gathered enough strength to throw a punch, only to find that his opponent had suddenly disappeared. This punch hit the air and could easily hurt himself. These teams were like this. When the time came to improvise tactics, to what extent could the players implement it? Would there be loopholes in the coordination? These were all very possible. This was also why Xiao Ruofei could still play a role for the team even if he did not play in the game. Xiao Ruofei did not pay attention to the turmoil in the La Liga Championship. The day after the game, he was already on the Haven private jet and ready to fly back to Huaxia. Naturally, Shui Jinshan and the other Taoyuan company employees were on the same plane as him. In addition, there was one more unlucky employee who needed to take a civil flight back to China because Zhou Leiyun had also decided to return to China. He hoped to get a free ride. Xiao Ruofei naturally would not refuse, so he could only let Shui Jinshan pick another unlucky person to take a civil flight. On Sunday afternoon, local time, the Haven took off from the Barcelona airport and flew east. The return trip was almost the same as when they came. Although the Haven could fly straight to the Three Mountains with a full tank of fuel, for safety reasons, when Captain Lewin made the flight plan, he still arranged for Dubai Airport to be used as a transit point. After refueling in Dubai, they would continue to fly to the Three Mountains. After about 11 hours of long-distance flight, the Haven landed smoothly on the runway of the Three Mountains Chongping International Airport. Originally, Xiao Ruofei wanted to arrange for the flight crew to rest in the Three Mountains for a short while before continuing to send Zhou Leiyun to the capital. However, Zhou Leiyun declined. He had already asked the southeast branch of Xianxia Group to arrange a commercial charter flight for him in advance. After getting off the Haven, he could immediately board the flight and fly directly to the capital. In fact, Zhou Leiyun also took a private jet to Spain. With his status and wealth, it was more convenient to take a private jet when traveling with a team of more than a dozen people. However, he wanted to maintain a close relationship with Xiao Ruofei, so he came to freeload. Besides, Xiao Ruofei's flight crew had just flown a long distance for more than 10 hours. He would feel bad if he had to use this flight crew to escort him to the capital. Now, although he had come to the Three Mountains alone, his team had already taken his private jet to return to the capital. However, the southeast branch of Xianxia Group had already arranged to rent a bombardier business jet from the Three Mountains Aviation Company to escort him. Facts had proven how important it was to cater to someone's interests. This time, Zhou Leiyun did not pay much for taking in Xiao Ruofei as a shareholder of RCD Español. In fact, he even made a profit. He invested in the football club for advertising purposes, not to make money. The number of shares was not important as long as it did not affect his decision-making power in the club. Now, although his shares were diluted by nearly half, his voting rights in the shareholders' meeting did not change. He was still the club's chairman. What he gained was more. Xiao Ruofei joining RCD Español was beyond his expectations, but the effect was surprisingly good. It was no exaggeration to say that Saturday's away game against Valencia had raised RCD Español's popularity in Huaxia to a peak. Xiao Ruofei's hat-trick, as well as the 3 wonderful goals that formed the hat-trick, directly dominated Weibo's trending list for 2 days. Now, all over the country, whether they understood football or not, were talking about Xiao Ruofei. RCD Español could not be avoided. In the past, only some fans knew about RCD Español. Although they did not know the status of La Liga in the football world, it did not prevent them from talking about it. When the popularity of an event reached a certain level, it was no longer limited to the vertical field. The Haven arrived at Sanshan at about 6 o'clock in the morning on Monday in Huaxia. Huaxia's stock market was about to open in a few hours. Yesterday, many experts had analyzed that the stock prices of provincial and municipal groups would take advantage of this super good east wind and usher in a wave of surge. Xianxia Group was so big. Every little rise in the stock price meant that Zhou Leiyun's net worth would increase by a lot. This was much better than running a football club that sold a lot of memberships, jerseys, and peripherals. In a sense, Xiao Ruofei joining RCD Espagnol was a stroke of genius. The impact was much greater than bringing in Wu Lei. And all this was only because Zhou Leiyun had catered to Xiao Ruofei's interest and invited him to invest in the football club. If Xiao Ruofei did not happen to like football, if Zhou Leiyun did not seize this opportunity with a tentative attitude, how could there be such a good situation today? This was only in terms of economic benefits. What Zhou Leiyun valued more was that this investment allowed him and Xiao Ruofei to form an alliance in a sense. Zhou Yuan had offended Xiao Ruofei and caused a rift between the two sides. Now, not only had the rift disappeared, but their relationship had become so close. Only Zhou Leiyun himself knew how difficult it was to come by all this. Being able to establish a close alliance with Xiao Ruofei was Zhou Leiyun's biggest gain. Zhou Leiyun's smile did not disappear until he got on the Bombardier business jet to Beijing. He was in a very good mood. Xiao Ruofei, Shui Jinshan, and the other employees left the airport in the bus arranged by the company. The car first arrived at the Jiangbin Villa community and sent Xiao Ruofei home. As the company's chairman, it was natural for him to enjoy such a little privilege. In fact, if it were another boss, they would definitely arrange a special car instead of taking the commuter car with the employees. Xiao Ruofei did not let the car drive into the community. The air in the morning was very fresh. He chose to get off at the entrance of the community and walk in. The environment of the villa community in such a good location in the city was naturally very good. Xiao Ruofei dragged a small suitcase and walked on the road of the community. Smelling the fragrance of the grass and trees, he felt relaxed and happy. At the same time, he also felt a little emotional. Once upon a time, he lived in a small rented house in the slums and suffered from a terminal illness. His whole life was gloomy. Now, everything had changed. He had already achieved financial freedom. Not only did he have a big house to live in, he even had a private jet to travel. It could be said that it was a world of difference. And all of this was brought to him by the magical ring to space. When he passed by Fengjing's small townhouse, Xiao Ruofei looked up and saw that there were a few clothes drying on the side of the balcony. It seemed that Fengjing had already moved in. However, at this time, Fengjing must have gone out to the company. Xiao Ruofei did not stop but continued to walk in the direction of his villa. After a while, Xiao Ruofei returned to his home. When he opened the courtyard door, he keenly realized that there was actually someone in his house. However, his nerves were tense for a moment, and he immediately relaxed because he had already sensed that the person in his house was Ling Qingxue. At this time, Ling Qingxue was busy in the kitchen. Xiao Ruofei could not help but show a warm smile on his face, and he could not help but quicken his pace. He quietly opened the door and walked into the villa. He gently leaned his suitcase against the porch, and then tiptoed to the kitchen next to it. Ling Qingxue was humming a song in the kitchen as she fried eggs in a very good mood. In fact, Ling Qingxue did not inherit Ling Xiaoyan's cooking skills at all. When she and Xiao Ruofei first met, Xiao Ruofei never let her cook again after he tasted her cooking once, because it was too bad. Today, Ling Qingxue came here early to prepare breakfast because she knew that Xiao Ruofei would be home today. For this reason, she specially reported to Ling Xiaotian and asked for half a day's leave. Generally speaking, the company had a regular meeting on Monday morning. In the past, it was simply unimaginable for her to ask for leave at this time. Ling Qingxue looked a little rusty when she was frying eggs, but Xiao Ruofei's heart warmed when he saw her wearing an apron and smiling from the bottom of her heart. He quietly walked toward Ling Qingxue. With his cultivation level, it was too easy for Ling Qingxue to not notice him. Xiao Ruofei walked behind Ling Qingxue, but she still did not notice him. Xiao Ruofei could not help but gently hug Ling Qingxue's slender waist. At this time, Ling Qingxue realized that there was someone behind her. Her body suddenly stiffened, but she quickly caught a whiff of Xiao Ruofei's familiar scent, and she quickly relaxed. Xiao Ruofei gently leaned his head on Ling Qingshua's shoulder, greedily sniffing the fragrance of her hair, and said softly, "Wife, I'm back." Ling Qingxua said coquettishly, "You're so annoying. You don't even make a sound when you walk. You scared me to death." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "You're already a cultivator of the 4th level of the qi refining stage. Normal hooligans can't beat you. What's there to be afraid of?" Ling Qingxua gently leaned into Xiao Ruofei's arms and giggled, "But there's a big hooligan who's already at the 9th level of the qi refining stage. I can't beat him. What should I do?" Xiao Ruofei blew into Ling Qingshua's ear and said, "What else can you do? You can only follow him." Ling Qingxua was embarrassed and angry as she struggled out of Xiao Ruofei's arms and said with a red face, "You're so annoying." At this time, a burnt smell came from the frying pan. Ling Qingxua came back to her senses and hurriedly turned off the fire. She said, "It's all your fault. The eggs are burnt." Xiao Ruofei looked over and said with a smile, "It's okay, we don't want these eggs anymore. Also, honey, leave this kind of rough work to me. You go to the living room and rest for a while." Ling Qingxua pouted and said, "I wanted to make breakfast for you." Xiao Ruofei looked at the 2 fried eggs on the plate, but they were a little different. He said with a smile, "How about this? I'll eat these 2 eggs, and I'll fry 2 more for you to eat. Is that okay?" "Okay then." Ling Qingxua nodded and said. Then, she took off her apron and put it on Xiao Ruofei solemnly. She said seriously, "Comrade Xiao Ruofei, this glorious position will be handed to you." Xiao Ruofei was also very cooperative. She straightened her chest and said, "Yes. Don't worry, I promise to complete the task." Ling Qingxua couldn't help but laugh. Then, she blushed and kissed Xiao Ruofei on the cheek, then left the kitchen, giggling. Xiao Ruofei touched his face and smiled. He started to get busy in the kitchen. First, he threw away the half-burnt fried eggs, then washed the pan a few times. Then, he poured in the vegetable oil again and picked up an egg. Xiao Ruofei skillfully knocked the egg on the edge of the pan, then broke open the eggshell. After a while, the 2 fried eggs were ready. Compared to the 2 egg yolks that Ling Qingxua had fried earlier, these 2 fried eggs were simply works of art. They were almost perfectly round, with a thin layer of white covering the whole egg yolk. Then, with some chopped green onions, they looked very appetizing. Then, Xiao Ruofei opened the refrigerator and saw that it was full of ingredients. Obviously, they were all bought by Ling Qingxua yesterday. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Xiao Ruofei found some bread and baked a few slices. Then, he heated up 2 cups of milk. Soon, 2 exquisite breakfasts were ready. Xiao Ruofei brought the breakfasts to the dining room next door and called out with a smile, "Wife. Wash your hands and come over for breakfast." "Coming." Ling Qingxua quickly arrived at the dining room. She saw the breakfast on the table. The 2 fried eggs that she had fried looked a little out of place. It was as if 2 piles of cow dung had suddenly appeared in an exquisite garden. Ling Qingxua imagined such a scene. Then, she thought of Xiao Ruofei eating the 2 piles of cow dung and couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't know what Ling Qingxua was thinking. He looked at Ling Qingxua strangely and said with a smile, "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and sit down to eat. I just baked this bread. And this milk, I specially brought skim milk. Don't worry, you won't get fat. Oh right, these 2 fried eggs were made by me. Have a taste." Xiao Ruofei said again. Then, he brought the 2 fried eggs that Ling Qingxua had fried in front of him and said, "These 2 are mine. Wife made them herself. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Ling Qingxua looked at the fried eggs in front of her and then looked at the cow dung in front of Xiao Ruofei. She felt a little guilty and said hesitantly, "Why don't we exchange?" Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Ruofei protected the plate in front of him and said, "No exchange. No exchange. Wife made them herself. I won't exchange them for anything. Don't even think about it." Although Ling Qingxua knew that Xiao Ruofei was deliberately exaggerating, she still felt warm in her heart. She laughed and said, "Don't blame me if it doesn't taste good." "How can it not taste good?" Xiao Ruofei said, "Wife's love is in it. It's too mushy." I can't stand it anymore. Ling Qingxue couldn't help blushing and said, "Eat it. Eat it. I won't snatch it from you." Only then did Xiao Ruofei chuckle as she picked up a fried egg and took a big bite. He was mentally prepared for the worst, so he was pleasantly surprised when he ate it. Although it didn't look good, at least it was still edible. It was just that the heat was too high, and the egg yolks were all solidified. In addition, Ling Qingxue probably didn't know that she had to put salt in fried eggs, so the taste was quite bland. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't show it. Instead, he ate the whole fried egg in big bites. Then, he gave Ling Qingxue a thumbs up and said, "Wife. It tastes good. Your cooking skills have improved a lot." Ling Qingxue asked in disbelief, "Really? You didn't deliberately say that to comfort me, right? Why would I lie to you?" Xiao Ruofei said, "It's really delicious." After that, Xiao Ruofei immediately picked up another fried egg and ate it quickly. He didn't even give Ling Qingxue a chance to taste it. Seeing Xiao Ruofei's face full of enjoyment, Ling Qingxue muttered doubtfully, "Really? I don't even have confidence in myself." Then, she picked up Xiao Ruofei's fried egg and took a bite. The soft egg yolk suddenly flowed out slowly, and a fragrant smell filled the air. Xiao Ruofei's fried eggs were really delicious. The two of them chatted casually while eating breakfast. The air was filled with happiness. Haruki Murakami invented a term that was very appropriate: small but definite happiness and satisfaction. Two people who loved each other prepared breakfast together, leisurely enjoyed the food cooked by each other, and could easily chat about topics that could never be finished. Sometimes, happiness was really that simple. When they were having breakfast, Xiao Ruofei knew that Ling Qingxue had taken the day off and didn't have to go to work for the whole morning. Therefore, when the two of them finished eating, they didn't need to talk. Just a look was enough for them to understand each other. After more than half a month, their longing for each other turned into passionate hugs and kisses. Soon, from the big bedroom on the second floor of the villa, came a heart-stirring symphony. The sound lingered for a long time. During this process, Xiao Ruofei's phone, which he had casually thrown on the desk, rang. However, at this time, Xiao Ruofei didn't care about the phone. Even if it was a call from God, he wouldn't pick it up. Xiao Ruofei directly released his mental strength and turned off the phone's power. The disturbing ringtone suddenly stopped. When the two of them came out of the hot bath together, Xiao Ruofei wrapped himself in a bathrobe and walked to the desk. He picked up the phone and turned it on. Soon, a series of text message notifications came from the phone. There were many people who called him. Saturday's game started at around 3 o'clock on Sunday morning in Xianxia. When it ended, it was almost dawn. After a day of fermenting, this matter had become a huge influence on the internet. Xiao Ruofei had turned off his phone during the 10-hour flight. Now, it was almost Monday, so the phone calls looking for him were concentrated at this time. Xiao Ruofei glanced at it. There were calls from the company's director's assistant, Qin Yanan. There were also calls from Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, and other friends. There were also calls from Tang Etian in Australia and Tang He in the United States. He also saw a call from the family Lu's eldest son, Lu Chuanfeng. As for Lu Chuanfeng's call, Xiao Ruofei naturally put his priority at the bottom. He thought for a moment and called Qin Yanan back first. Qin Yanan must be looking for him for business. He had been free for more than half a month. Now that he was back in Sanshan, he naturally had to prioritize his work. Xiao Ruofei heard the phone ring and Qin Yanan quickly answered the phone. "Chairman, did I disturb you just now?" Xiao Ruofei heard it and knew that the call that disturbed him just now was from Qin Yanan. If it was someone else, he would have turned off his phone at that time. Naturally, he wouldn't have asked if I disturbed you. Xiao Ruofei a little embarrassed and said, "I just wanted to answer the phone. My phone's battery, and I couldn't find a charger." "Well, Yanan, what's the matter?" Xiao Ruofei's explanation was very reasonable. Pressing the power off button when the phone was ringing had the same effect as unplugging the battery of an old phone, so Qin Yanan naturally did not think too much about it. She said, "Chairman, there are a few things I need to report to you. The first thing is that the company received an official fax from the Huaxia Football Association yesterday. They hope to meet with you, mainly to discuss the possibility of you joining the Huaxia men's football team in the future." Qin Yanan still had a strange feeling when she said this. When she saw the overwhelming news on the internet yesterday, she was really shocked. She didn't expect her boss to have such a skill. He was simply a superstar who had been delayed by business. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "They faxed it over? Didn't they make any calls?" "Not yet," Qin Yanan said. "They faxed it directly to the fax machine that our company announced to the public. The fax machine received it automatically. I asked, but I didn't receive any calls." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but secretly shake his head when he heard this. The Taoyuan company's public contact information included the company's fax number, telephone number, and so on. These were all managed by professionals. The Huaxia Football Association only needed to check the Taoyuan company's official website. In fact, they must have used this method to check, but they just sent a cold official letter. Were they waiting for the Taoyuan company to take the initiative to contact them? It was really the style of a government official. They were probably used to this method before. As the leader of the industry, who dared not to reply, however, the Taoyuan company was not a football club in the domestic league. The Huaxia Football Association had no jurisdiction over the Taoyuan company. Why should they tolerate their bad habits? Xia Ruofei said directly, then let's pretend it didn't happen. If the other party calls, find a way to delay it. Don't agree, don't refuse. Xia Ruofei was more cautious in this matter. He knew that the domestic football circle was very deep. In addition, he couldn't refuse directly. Otherwise, there would be evidence left. When the time came, he would be accused of refusing to serve the country. It would be a little disgusting. Therefore, since the Huaxia Football Association didn't take it seriously, he just had to pretend to be confused at this stage. Qin Yanan immediately understood. She said, "I know what to do, Chairman. There's one more thing." Factory manager Xue sent a request for instructions. Considering that they have just taken over the pharmaceutical company, the equipment installation, debugging, and personnel training are in full swing. They think that it's best to follow the principle of purchasing the raw materials nearby and sign supply and sales contracts with the surrounding villagers in advance. Mr. Feng agreed to their proposal in principle and asked me to ask you for instructions. Xia Ruofei heard this and smiled. Didn't Jinshan just come back with us from Spain? Why did he send a request for instructions so quickly? I guess it's the other leaders of the pharmaceutical factory. This request for instructions was sent to the company's headquarters yesterday. At that time, you were still on the plane. Qin Yanan said with a smile. Xia Ruofei was not surprised. Now that communication was so advanced, even if Xue Jinshan was abroad, it was very easy for him to command remotely. Moreover, with Xue Jinshan's temperament, it was unrealistic for him to completely ignore work matters when he was abroad for a week. Xia Ruofei thought about it and said, "Okay. But remind them that the purchase scale doesn't need to be too big. I have other supply channels. They don't need to worry about the raw materials at all in the future." Now, there were hundreds of people working for Xia Ruofei in the Ring 2 space. The speed of opening up the medicine garden was also very fast. Large areas of the medicine garden were used to grow the herbs needed for the heart-nourishing soup and Yuji ointment. It was not an exaggeration to say that even if Fengyu did not rely on procurement, the amount of herbs planted in the Ring 2 space was enough to supply the pharmaceutical factory's needs. The environment in the Ring 2 space was too unique. The herbs planted there grew rapidly, and there was no need for maintenance. One person could manage a large medicine garden. Understood. I will report your suggestions to Mr. Feng and send the approval to the pharmaceutical factory as soon as possible. Qin Yanan said. Okay. Yanan, if there is nothing important, wait until I reach the company. Xia Ruofei said. I will rest today and will go over tomorrow. Okay. Chairman. I will not disturb you. Qin Yanan said. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei called his elders and friends. Everyone was shocked by yesterday's news, so they could not help but call to ask about the situation. Xia Ruofei told everyone the same story. He had loved playing football since he was young. This time, he bought a certain percentage of RCD Español's shares and registered it with the Spanish Football Federation. It was purely for fun. It could be considered as fulfilling his football dream when he was a student. As for his performance on Saturday, Xiao Ruofei also laughed and said that he was lucky. He also said that his focus was still in China and would not really go to play in the professional league. After making a series of phone calls, an hour had passed. Xiao Ruofei smiled at Xianxia, who was lying on the bed watching dramas on her iPad. He said, "Wife, look at your popularity." Xianxia laughed and said, "Look at how proud you are. If you did not play football, who would call you for no reason?" As if to piss off Xianxia, Xiao Ruofei's phone rang again as soon as she finished speaking. Xiao Ruofei could not help but laugh. Xianxia glanced at Xiao Ruofei angrily, wrapped the quilt tightly around her body, and looked at the iPad again. Xiao Ruofei glanced at the caller ID. It was Lu Chuanfeng calling. He had just called everyone, but he had forgotten to call Lu Chuanfeng back. Since the other party had already called, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to pick it up. He waited for a few seconds before unhurriedly swiping the answer button. He said indifferently, "Department Head Lu, I'm sorry. My phone was on silent mode, so I did not receive your call." Lu Chuanfeng laughed heartily on the other end of the phone and said, "It's okay. It's okay. I know Mr. Xia is very busy, so I did not want to disturb you. What can I do for you, Minister Lu?" Xiao Ruofei asked straightforwardly. "Mr. Xia, may I ask, when are you coming back to Beijing?" Lu Chuanfeng said, "I want to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Also, my father's medicine is almost finished." When Xiao Ruofei left Beijing last time, he had left enough pills for old Mr. Lu to take for a month, and now more than half of them had been used up. After Lu Chuanfeng saw the news about Xiao Ruofei yesterday, he felt a little scared. He was afraid that Xiao Ruofei would really settle down in Spain. What would happen to old Mr. Lu's illness then? During this time, old Mr. Lu had been taking pills every day, and his body was getting better day by day. However, Xiao Ruofei was very good at controlling the dosage of the medicine. Although old Mr. Lu's illness was getting better, there was still a long way to go before he could fully recover. If it was before, they would have thanked the gods to be able to control the situation and prevent it from getting worse. However, now that they saw the hope of recovery, the speed of recovery was a little slow, and Lu Chuanfeng began to be greedy again. Moreover, he was more worried that if Xiao Ruofei really didn't come back, and this batch of pills was not replenished in time, then would his father's illness relapse. Although family Lu could do whatever he wanted in Xianxia, outside of Xianxia, especially in European countries, family Lu had almost no influence. If Xiao Ruofei stayed in Spain, they really couldn't do anything to Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, early this morning, Lu Chuanfeng couldn't wait to get in touch with Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and asked, "Department Head Lu, I've counted the days. Elder Lu's medicine should be able to last for at least half a month. You didn't give him too much, did you? Back then, I had instructed you not to overdose on this medicine." "No. No." Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly said, "We gave my father strictly according to your doctor's instructions. Now there are only 14 pills left. Mr. Xia, you're not in Jing City, so we don't feel safe, so we still hope that you can stay in Jing City to take care of things." Then Lu Chuanfeng immediately said, "Of course, this is just family Lu's request. We won't interfere with your personal freedom. If you have something to deal with, then deal with it first. We're not in a hurry." It was very rare for a dignified deputy leader to speak in such a humble manner. Xiao Ruofei was still unfazed. He said, "I know. Minister Lu, please tell old Mr. Lu that he can rest assured and stay at home to recuperate. Since I promised him, I definitely won't go back on my word halfway." I understand. Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly said, "Of course we trust Mr. Xia, but seeing that the pills are getting less and less, I'm also worried that once he stops taking the medicine, my father's condition will relapse. That's why I took the liberty to disturb you, Mr. Xia. I hope you don't mind." "Haha." Xiao Ruofei said, "That's not necessary. If there's anything, we'll communicate in time. If there's anything wrong with old Mr. Lu's body, please contact me immediately. I'll rush over as fast as I can." Okay. Lu Chuanfeng said, "Thank you, Mr. Xia." After hanging up the phone with Lu Chuanfeng, Xiao Ruofei casually threw the phone on the bed. Then he suddenly lay down on the bed and said, "The world is finally peaceful." The two of them stayed in bed until it was almost noon before they got up. As usual, Xiao Ruofei personally cooked. The two of them had lunch together and cooperated to clean the dishes after the meal. I understand. Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly said, "Of course we trust Mr. Xia, but seeing that the pills are getting less and less, I'm also worried that once he stops taking the medicine, my father's condition will relapse. That's why I took the liberty to disturb you, Mr. Xia. I hope you don't mind." Haha. Xiao Ruofei said, "That's not necessary. If there's anything, we'll communicate in time. If there's anything wrong with old Mr. Lu's body, please contact me immediately. I'll rush over as fast as I can." Okay. Lu Chuanfeng said, "Thank you, Mr. Xia." After hanging up the phone with Lu Chuanfeng, Xiao Ruofei casually threw the phone on the bed. Then he suddenly lay down on the bed and said, "The world is finally peaceful." The two of them stayed in bed until it was almost noon before they got up. As usual, Xiao Ruofei personally cooked. The two of them had lunch together and cooperated to clean the dishes after the meal. During his stay in Spain, Xiao Ruofei stayed in a hotel, so it wasn't convenient for him to enter the Ring 2 space. Therefore, he didn't take out the spiritual map scroll for more than half a month. This should be the first time he didn't enter the space for such a long time after obtaining this magical scroll. Of course, although Xiao Ruofei didn't enter the space, he could sense the situation in the space through his mind and communicate with Xia Qing. It might not have mattered in the past, but now there were hundreds of free labor in the space. If there were too many people, it would be easy for problems to arise. Therefore, even if Xiao Ruofei had absolute control over the space, he still couldn't let his guard down. He directly appeared in the Mountain Sea territory. The Ring 2 space still maintained the same schedule as the outside world in Huaxia. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei arrived in the Mountain Sea territory, the free labor had just finished their short lunch break. Xiao Ruofei was also able to see the lively scene of work. Xia Qing immediately came in front of Xiao Ruofei, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Master, you're here." Xiao Ruofei nodded gently and asked, "Are these guys still quiet?" "They're all very obedient," Xia Qing said, "especially after seeing Master's immortal methods, they all became obedient. During this period of time, the points system is becoming more and more perfect. These people are now doing their best to perform, hoping to exchange for more points." Xiao Ruofei looked at the backs of the high-spirited people who went to various workplaces, and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "That's good. I just took a look. With this batch of labor, the development of the Mountain Sea territory has obviously sped up a lot. The most obvious change was in the herb garden. Originally, Xia Qing only had about 15 mu of the herb garden. This was the result of Xia Qing's continuous development. However, in just half a month, the area of the herb garden had expanded to nearly 100 mu. Moreover, it was still expanding at a very fast speed. After several upgrades, the area of the Mountain Sea territory was extremely vast. Even though the development speed had increased by a lot, in reality, only a small part of it had been developed. Of course, the rapid expansion of the medicinal garden was also due to Xiao Ruofei's special instructions. Therefore, Xia Qing placed the focus of his work here. Xiao Ruofei also considered that the pharmaceutical factory's rapid expansion would increase the demand for raw materials in the future. Therefore, he was preparing for a rainy day. Xiao Ruofei patrolled the Mountain Sea territory. When he saw the former mercenaries working in full swing, he couldn't help but think of Lu Chunfeng, who was imprisoned in the space. Lu Chunfeng was the first cultivator that Xiao Ruofei captured. Moreover, Lu Chunfeng was now under Xiao Ruofei's control. Ever since Xiao Ruofei released Lu Chunfeng from the Three Mountains and asked him to return to the sect, there had been no news of him. However, Xiao Ruofei could still roughly sense Lu Chunfeng's location through the Soul Seal. Lu Chunfeng was under the control of the Soul Seal, so there was no need to doubt his loyalty. Now that there was no problem with the Soul Seal, it meant that he was currently very safe. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei wasn't too worried. Using the Soul Seal to control Lu Chunfeng was a precautionary move. If there was any conflict with Earth's cultivation world in the future, Lu Chunfeng, as a spy, might be able to play an unexpected role. After Xiao Ruofei circled around, his figure flashed and went to the Archean realm. Today, he wanted to challenge the jade pile formation on the first floor of the exquisite pagoda. According to the rules of the exquisite pagoda, he had 3 chances to challenge the jade pile formation every 7 days. This time, he had gone to Spain for more than half a month. In total, he had already wasted 3 chances. After Xiao Ruofei arrived at the Archean realm, he did not directly enter the exquisite pagoda in the middle of the pool. Look. Mao. Thread. Chinese. Web. This was because he had already experienced the power of the jade pile formation. He knew that even if he had improved, he was still very far away from completely clearing the stage. Moreover, Xia Qing had also told him that this jade pile array was mainly used to cultivate movement techniques. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to practice the movement technique he had obtained from the heaven character Jade Talisman, Fleeting Steps, in the Archean realm. The time flow here was 30 times faster than the outside world, so Xiao Ruofei could train his movement technique very calmly. He quietly stood on the empty ground beside the pool and slowly adjusted his condition to its peak. Then, he began to practice according to the essentials of the floating steps. The name of this movement technique sounded a little similar to the movement techniques in wuxia legends, but in fact, there was a huge difference. This was a movement technique used by cultivators in the true sense of the word. Compared to the so-called movement techniques, it was much more advanced. To use the floating steps, one had to combine their qi and mental strength. When using the movement technique, their qi had to circulate according to the specific path of the movement technique. At the same time, it also needed the coordination of mental strength. It could be said to be rather complicated. That was to say, cultivators whose mental strength had reached a certain level would have a brain development that far exceeded that of ordinary people. If it were an ordinary person, just memorizing the essentials of the movement technique would be extremely difficult. Furthermore, the practice of the movement technique was always in a state of motion. When using the movement technique, one had to precisely control their qi and mental strength. Ordinary people simply could not do it. The current Xiao Ruofei could barely use it. To truly be able to use it as he wished, he had to go through countless practice to form muscle memory. To be precise, it should form a subconscious reaction because this movement technique required more than just muscles. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei's qi immediately circulated according to the path of the floating steps. At the same time, he took a step forward to the right. Xiao Ruofei's figure constantly moved around the empty ground beside the pool. His speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It looked like his movements were somewhat clumsy and did not have any beauty to speak of. Furthermore, only Xiao Ruofei knew in his heart that he could not even use the entire movement technique once. Every time, there would be a certain delay in a certain segment. If this was an actual combat, as long as there was such a delay, it would basically determine his fate of defeat. However, Xiao Ruofei was not discouraged. He knew very well that this was a necessary process. Although the cultivation technique he obtained from the legacy Jade Talisman was directly imprinted in his mind, and even some of the cultivation experience would be injected into his mind, this only allowed Xiao Ruofei's understanding of the movement technique to be much deeper than ordinary people who had just come into contact with it. If he wanted to truly master the floating steps, he still needed to practice it day after day. Xiao Ruofei's starting point was already higher than most people. This was because he could skip the learning process and directly start practicing according to the rich experience in his mind. In addition, Xiao Ruofei could also feel his improvement. He performed the floating duckweed steps 3 times in total. Although each time he would stutter due to various reasons and couldn't complete it smoothly, every time he performed it, he would gain some enlightenment. In fact, his gains were not small. Unknowingly, Xiao Ruofei had already cultivated in the Archean realm for 3 days and 3 nights. His figure went from being clumsy in the beginning to becoming erratic. Furthermore, his movements seemed much smoother. During these 3 days and 3 nights, Xiao Ruofei spent most of his time practicing the movement technique. The total amount of time he slept did not exceed 6 hours. To be honest, such a practice process was rather boring. However, Xiao Ruofei had always been a person who could endure loneliness. During his undercover training in the army, he could lie in a puddle of smelly water for more than 10 hours. Even if mosquitoes bit him and the stench assailed his nostrils, he could remain motionless. In comparison, how boring could such cultivation be? Furthermore, he could feel his improvement every time he practiced. Under the stimulation of this sense of accomplishment, he did not find it boring at all. During these 3 days and 3 nights, Xiao Ruofei practiced the movement technique more than 600 times. From the frequent mistakes in the beginning to the present, he could basically rely on his subconscious reactions to execute the movement technique well. Only Xiao Ruofei knew how difficult it was. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also knew very well that he was still quite a distance away from the greater mastery of the movement technique. However, he could no longer make any progress in the last few times he practiced. Xiao Ruofei knew that he had probably reached a bottleneck. Xiao Ruofei could be considered experienced when facing bottlenecks. He knew that at times like this, he couldn't be stubborn. Under such circumstances, even if he practiced 100 times, 1,000 times, the bottleneck would still be there. There wouldn't be any change at all. Some people might even be shaken by the intensity of the cultivation. Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself, "Looks like it's time." Since there was a bottleneck, Xiao Ruofei did not force himself to continue practicing. He prepared to break through the jade pile formation in the Linglong Pagoda to see if he could find an opportunity to break through the bottleneck. At the same time, he could also test the effects of these 3 days and 3 nights of cultivation. Thus, Xiao Ruofei directly crossed the jade bridge and walked to the front of the Linglong Pagoda. Although it was not the first time he had crossed the jade bridge, Xiao Ruofei still could not help but feel amazed when he saw the jade bridge widen with every step he took. Of course, he now knew that it was not the jade bridge that changed, but that he had shrunk accordingly. Or to be more precise, he himself did not change. To achieve this magical effect, he mainly relied on the extremely complex space formation of the Linglong Pagoda. The door of the Linglong Pagoda opened and Xiao Ruofei stepped in. A ray of light sprinkled down and fell on his body. It was Xiao Ruofei's second time entering the Linglong Pagoda. He was already aware of this, so he did not panic. He turned his head and took a look. On the wall next to the pagoda door, there was indeed a golden word 3. Now Xiao Ruofei already knew that this number represented his remaining number of times to break through. Xiao Ruofei finally confirmed that although he had not come in for more than half a month, the number of times he broke through did not accumulate according to the actual number of days. It was still only 3 times. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. Xiao Ruofei quickly collected his mood. After adjusting his state of mind, he stepped across the dividing line and entered the area of white mist. In front of him, a path made of jade piles was faintly discernible in the white mist, extending directly to the depths of the first floor of the Linglong Pagoda. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also clearly realized that in fact, there was still a big gap between him and the great success of his movement technique. It was just that there was no way for him to make any progress in the last few times he practiced. Xiao Ruofei knew that he should have fallen into a bottleneck. In the face of bottlenecks, Xiao Ruofei could be considered to be experienced. He knew that the more it was like this, the more he could not rush into a dead end. In this case, even if he practiced 100 times, 1,000 times, the bottleneck would still be there. There would be no change at all. Some people would even be shaken by the intensity of the practice. Xiao Ruofei said to himself, "It seems that it's time." Since there was a bottleneck, Xiao Ruofei did not force himself to continue practicing. He was ready to break through the jade pile formation in the Linglong Pagoda to see if he could find an opportunity to break through the bottleneck. At the same time, he could also test the effect of these 3 days and 3 nights of practice. Thus, Xiao Ruofei directly crossed the jade bridge and walked to the front of the Linglong Pagoda. Although it was not the first time he crossed the jade bridge, but Xiao Ruofei saw that the jade bridge would widen with every step he took. He could not help but feel amazed. Of course, he now knew that it was not the jade bridge that had changed, but he had correspondingly shrunk. Or to be more precise, he himself did not change. To achieve this magical effect, he mainly relied on the extremely complex space array of the Linglong Pagoda. The door of the Linglong Pagoda opened, and Xiao Ruofei stepped in. A ray of light sprinkled down and fell on his body. Xiao Ruofei had already entered the Linglong Pagoda for the second time. He already knew this, so he did not panic. He turned his head and took a look. On the wall next to the pagoda door, there was indeed a golden word 3. Now, Xiao Ruofei already knew that this number represented the number of times he had left. Xiao Ruofei finally confirmed that although he had not come in for more than half a month, the number of attempts did not accumulate according to the actual number of days. It was still only 3 attempts. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. Xiao Ruofei quickly collected his mood. After adjusting his state of mind, he stepped across the dividing line and entered the area of white mist. In front of him, a path made of jade pillars was faintly discernible in the white mist. It directly extended to the depths of the first floor of the Linglong Pagoda. Xiao Ruofei had already entered the Linglong Pagoda for the second time. He already knew this, so he did not panic. He turned his head and took a look. On the wall next to the pagoda door, there was indeed a golden word 3. Now, Xiao Ruofei already knew that this number represented the number of times he had left. Xiao Ruofei finally confirmed that although he had not come in for more than half a month, the number of attempts did not accumulate according to the actual number of days. It was still only 3 attempts. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. Xiao Ruofei quickly collected his mood. After adjusting his state of mind, he stepped across the dividing line and entered the area of white mist. In front of him, a path made of jade pillars was faintly discernible in the white mist. It directly extended to the depths of the first floor of the Linglong Pagoda. Xiao Ruofei stood up from the ground and was slightly out of breath. In fact, the physical exhaustion was secondary. In the process of breaking through the array, the mental exhaustion was greater. Firstly, the floating duckweed steps required mental energy, and it also consumed a lot of mental energy. Secondly, he had to maintain a high level of concentration. Although the time spent breaking through the array was not long, he still felt a burst of exhaustion, mainly from the mental exhaustion. However, Xiao Ruofei was very excited. Although the process of breaking through the formation was like an epiphany, with only the randomly distributed jade pillars and the halos flying in from all directions in his eyes, in reality, after the entire process was over, he remembered every detail of breaking through the formation very clearly. Of course, he also naturally knew his result this time, 35 meters. Last time, after passing the 20-meter checkpoint, he was quickly defeated. At that time, Xiao Ruofei felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He felt that after passing the 20-meter checkpoint, even if he tried again, his result would be limited. However, after only practicing the floating duckweed steps for 3 days, his result suddenly increased by a large margin. It could be said that the effect was very significant. Xiao Ruofei could not help but be filled with anticipation for the remaining 2 chances to break through the array. At the same time, he was also filled with anticipation for the floating duckweed steps. However, Xiao Ruofei did not immediately use the second chance to break through the array. On one hand, his body and mind were not in the best condition. If he tried now, his result would not be too good. On the other hand, in the process of breaking through the jade pile array for the first time, Xiao Ruofei's understanding of the floating duckweed steps had deepened. He needed to properly digest it. Xiao Ruofei caught his breath and simply walked out of the exquisite pagoda, using the jade bridge to return to the pool. Then, he directly sat down and replayed the process of breaking through the jade pile formation over and over in his mind like a movie. Combined with his understanding of the floating steps, he analyzed what he did not do well in the process of breaking through the formation. Xiao Ruofei was a very patient person. Moreover, he found this kind of analysis very interesting and not boring. He sat by the pool for several hours, not moving at all during this time, like an old monk in meditation. Suddenly, Xiao Ruofei, who had been sitting for a long time, suddenly stood up. His body moved erratically around the pool. The change from extreme stillness to extreme movement was a matter of an instant. He was still using the floating duckweed steps, but it was even more elegant than before he entered the exquisite pagoda. As he moved, a strange rhythm seemed to be created. Of course, this rhythm was still very shaky and intermittent. Clearly, there was still a large gap from mastery of the movement of the technique. Xiao Ruofei performed the floating duckweed steps several times, and each time, he had a new understanding of it. The results of the floating duckweed steps. The former was a theoretical analysis, while the latter was a practical test. Both were indispensable. Xiao Ruofei practiced for almost an hour, until his spiritual energy was almost exhausted and his true qi was greatly consumed. Only then did he stop. While slightly gasping for breath, he waved his hand to draw a stream of water from the spiritual pond and directly drank it. Xiao Ruofei also took the jade praying mat from the cave stone room. Then, he sat cross-legged on the praying mat and continued to analyze his movement while recovering his spiritual energy. After about 2 or 3 hours, Xiao Ruofei felt that he had revived. The spiritual pond's water and the jade praying mat both had the effect of helping one's spiritual energy recover. In addition, the spiritual energy in the space had already been turned into mist. In this environment, the recovery was naturally quite fast. Xiao Ruofei sensed his own condition and felt that he was quite good. Thus, he stood up, once again stepped across the jade bridge and re-entered the exquisite pagoda. This time, he did not intend to keep the number of times he could pass the trial. He definitely wanted to use up all 3 chances. This time, Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate and directly stepped into the range of the jade pile formation. Then, he took a deep breath and stepped onto the jade pile. The extremely fast halo once again arrived as expected. More than half an hour later, Xiao Ruofei was once again directly thrown out by the strange power of the jade pile formation and fell outside the range of the formation. Xiao Ruofei rolled and got up. Without saying anything, he left the exquisite pagoda and returned to the side of the pond. He still sat on the ground to analyze and then stood up to practice his movement. After digesting all the experience of this trial and transforming it into an improvement of his movement, Xiao Ruofei waited for his condition to recover before entering the exquisite pagoda again. This time, he persisted for about 40 minutes. When Xiao Ruofei was once again thrown out of the formation by the mysterious power inside the jade pile formation, he could not help but laugh heartily. The harvest this time was indeed not small. In the second trial, his result was already close to the 50-meter mark. As Xiao Ruofei judged, the 50-meter mark was indeed not a small threshold. After digesting and absorbing the experience of the second trial, he successfully broke through the 50-meter mark on the third trial. Then, he felt that the pressure suddenly increased. However, with the help of his increasingly skilled movement and his irresistible momentum, he was able to avoid the attacks of the halo again and again. Finally, he rushed to the 60-meter mark. Then, he could not avoid it anymore and finally ended the trial. Last time, he had 3 chances to rush to the 20-meter mark. This time, he broke through the 60-meter mark. The difference was not only in numbers. At the beginning, the 20-meter mark was a barrier. When he reached the 40-meter mark, the difficulty also increased. However, the 50-meter mark was the real barrier. When he broke through the 50-meter mark for the third time, he found that the difficulty of the jade pile formation increased with every 10-meter mark. In the end, he also fell at the 60-meter mark. In terms of difficulty, Xiao Ruofei's trial this time was more than 10 times more difficult than the last time. If he did not practice the floating duckweed steps, he would have to wait a long time to rush to the 60-meter mark with his body's flexibility and reaction speed. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also knew that his movement was still very immature. In other words, he still had a lot of potential in his movement. In addition, the length of the jade pile formation was 200 meters. Right now, he was still very far away from breaking the formation. It could be imagined that when he reached the 100-meter mark, the difficulty of the formation would increase by a lot. With Xiao Ruofei's current level of movement, it would be quite difficult to rush to the 100-meter mark, let alone the second half of the 100-meter mark. However, Xiao Ruofei did not feel discouraged at all. On the contrary, he was full of fighting spirit. After a short rest, he quickly left the exquisite pagoda and returned to the pool to sit down. In the process of his third trial, his understanding of the floating duckweed steps had increased. Especially after he rushed past the 60-meter mark. Although he only lasted for less than 10 seconds, under that kind of extreme pressure, he had a deeper understanding of the floating duckweed steps. Naturally, he had to take advantage of the time when his memory was the most profound to digest and absorb these insights. After all, the opportunity to break through the formation was rare. He could only come once every 7 days. He sat on the jade mat and pondered. Although he looked motionless, the scene of him breaking through the formation was constantly flashing through his mind at an extremely fast speed. After pondering for a while, he stood up and practiced the formation a few more times. Then, he sat back down and continued to ponder. This cycle repeated. After Xiao Ruofei used up his third chance to break through the formation, he stayed in the primordial realm for a day and a night. Finally, he felt that he had absorbed the insights from the 3 trials and converted them into an improvement in his movement technique. In total, Xiao Ruofei stayed in the primordial realm for 7 or 8 days. Apart from the necessary eating, sleeping, and taking care of his 3 urgent needs, he used all his time to practice the floating duckweed steps. Breaking through the jade pile formation could be considered as practicing the floating duckweed steps. Moreover, it was a very effective method of practice. It was a pity that there was a limit to the number of times he could use it. Otherwise, Xiao Ruofei would not have been willing to leave. He guessed that it had something to do with energy. Maintaining the magical jade pile formation definitely required energy. This energy could not be produced out of thin air. It had to consume the Ring 2 space's own energy. Furthermore, this energy was very likely spiritual qi. It was also because of this that after the exquisite pagoda appeared, the Ring 2 space could exchange energy with the chaotic space outside. If the exquisite pagoda's jade pile formation could be used without limit, it was very likely that the spatial space's spiritual qi absorption rate would not be able to keep up with its consumption rate. That would damage its foundation. In any case, the rules were as such. With Xiao Ruofei's current strength, it was impossible for him to resist the Ring 2 space's rules. Therefore, he could only do things within the scope of the rules. He was still far from being able to set his own rules. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was not a greedy person. He was very clear that with the help of the exquisite pagoda's jade pile formation, he could be said to have taken a shortcut in his training. If it was a cultivator without the spirit map space, they would have to spend 10 years, a few decades, or even a few hundred years to master the floating steps. This also depended on whether the cultivator was talented or not. As for Xiao Ruofei, he had only practiced for a few days, but his progress could be said to be extremely fast. It was important to be content. After ending the cultivation of his movement technique, Xiao Ruofei did not go to the mountain sea realm to take a look. With a thought, he left the space and returned to his room in the outside world. He had not showered for 7 or 8 days and had slept for less than 20 hours. Now, Xiao Ruofei looked unkempt and unshaven. As he was fully immersed in cultivating his movement technique, he did not feel much. After ending his cultivation, Xiao Ruofei, who had always loved cleanliness, immediately felt that something was wrong. In addition, although he had stayed in the Archean realm for 7 or 8 days, only 5 or 6 hours had passed in the outside world and the mountain sea realm due to the difference in the flow of time. The free laborers had probably just finished their afternoon work and were returning to rest. Therefore, there was nothing to see. The moment he returned to his bedroom in the outside world, the first thing he did was to rush into the bathroom and clean himself thoroughly. After taking a shower and shaving, Xiao Ruofei put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. He immediately felt energized. The sky outside was already dark. Xiao Ruofei picked up his phone and looked at it. There was a message from Xianxia. She said that she had something to do at the company and needed to work overtime, so she would not be coming over tonight. She wanted Xiao Ruofei to eat by himself. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei was in the Ring 2 space, he had always left a trace of his divine sense in the outside world. This was also a safety measure. Even if he was fully immersed in the process of breaking through the jade pillar array, he would temporarily withdraw his divine sense. Once he was done breaking through the array, he would immediately check the situation outside. Therefore, he actually knew when he received the WeChat message. However, he also knew that if she really had something to talk to him about, she would definitely call him. Since it was a WeChat message, it meant that the matter was not very urgent. Therefore, there was no need to waste time cultivating his movement technique to run out. Xiao Ruofei replied to Xianxia, "I just woke up. I'm going downstairs to get something to eat. You have to take care of your body. Also, don't forget to eat." After replying to the WeChat message, Xiao Ruofei put on a bathrobe and walked downstairs with slippers. He went to the kitchen. He heated up the dishes that he had not finished at noon and used the leftover rice to make egg fried rice. Dinner was ready. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei went upstairs to change into casual clothes and strolled out of the villa. He planned to take a walk in the neighborhood to digest his food. Unknowingly, he walked to Feng Jing's small townhouse. Xiao Ruofei looked up and saw that Feng Jing's house was lit up. It seemed that she had gotten off work on time today. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a while and walked towards Feng Jing's small townhouse. Feng Jing's voice came from the intercom with an infrared camera at the door. "Who is it?" Without waiting for Xiao Ruofei to speak, Feng Jing's exclamation came from the intercom. Xiao Ruofei even heard the sound of her kicking something. Xiao Ruofei quickly asked, "Sister Jing, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm fine." Feng Jing said in the room. "You wait a minute." "Oh. It's okay, there's no rush." Xiao Ruofei said, somewhat inexplicably. "Isn't it just a visit?" Why is she so surprised? Xiao Ruofei suddenly thought of a possibility. Is there someone else at Sister Jing's house? Boyfriend? If that's the case, then it's really a sin. After waiting for 7 or 8 minutes, Xiao Ruofei heard the door open. Feng Jing pushed the door open, looked at him and said, "Come in." After Xiao Ruofei entered the house, he looked around while changing his shoes. Feng Jing couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking for?" Xiao Ruofei hesitated and asked, "Sister Jing, are you alone at home?" Feng Jing couldn't help but laugh and said, "Nonsense. My family didn't come over to live with me. If I'm not alone, how many people can I have?" "Oh." Xiao Ruofei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Jing laughed and said, "Why are you acting weird?" "Oh. Nothing, nothing." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Right, this is for you. I bought a small gift in Spain." Feng Jing reached out and took the gift box. She smiled and said, "You still have some conscience." After that, Feng Jing opened the gift box and exclaimed in surprise, "What a beautiful brooch." "Thank you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "As long as you like it." "This brooch isn't cheap, right?" Feng Jing asked. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "As an elite who already has financial freedom, you still care about the price?" Feng Jing coquettishly glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, "You're the one who has financial freedom, right? I'm just a slightly higher class female worker." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "All right. Let me put it another way. Since it's a gift from an elite with financial freedom, why do you care about the price? It's just a small amount of money to me anyway." Feng Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right. You're right. Do you want to try it on?" Xiao Ruofei said, "Speaking of which, your clothes match this brooch quite well. The effect should be pretty good. But, why are you dressed so formally at home?" Feng Jing blushed and glared at Xiao Ruofei. "Isn't it all because of you? You didn't even say hello and came to visit. Did I receive you in my home clothes?" When Feng Jing saw that the person standing at the door was Xiao Ruofei through the visual intercom system screen, she was pleasantly surprised. Her first thought was to quickly change out of her loose home clothes. Her cloakroom was located next to the bedroom on the second floor, so she ran upstairs as fast as she could to change her clothes and tidy up her hair a little. Speaking of which, it only took 7 or 8 minutes to complete all of this. This speed was already a miracle. Feng Jing didn't answer Xiao Ruofei's question, nor did she try the brooch on the spot. She closed the gift box and said, "Come and sit down." "Oh yeah, what do you want to drink?" "I have black tea, green tea, and coffee, but they're instant." "Just give me a glass of water. I just finished dinner," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The two of them went to the living room together. Feng Jing brought Xiao Ruofei a glass of warm water and then sat down on the sofa next to him. Xiao Ruofei looked around and said with a smile, "I haven't been here since your house was renovated. Now you know how much you don't do proper work, right?" Feng Jing said, "In the past few months, the time you spent in Xianxia added up to less than 20 days. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's a little, but it's mainly because my CEO sister is too capable. I don't need to worry about the company at all." "You're blaming me." Feng Jing rolled her eyes in annoyance. "I'm praising you." Xiao Ruofei said, "Why would I blame you?" Feng Jing actually enjoyed her current job, but after seeing Xiao Ruofei, she couldn't help but complain a little. This was already the daily operation after the two of them met. Soon, the two of them talked about the company's matters. "Ruofei, you won't leave immediately this time, right?" Feng Jing asked. "If you have time, you should go to the company more often. Some of the new employees might not even know what the director looks like." Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "If there's nothing urgent, I'll stay in Sanshan for a while. Don't worry, I'll go to the company starting tomorrow. I promise I won't be late and will leave early." Xiao Ruofei realized that he really didn't have anything urgent recently. He didn't need to worry about the Taoyuan Club in Beijing. Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui were taking care of it well. Even if he went there, he would just be slacking off. It was impossible for the Ring 2 space to upgrade in a short period of time, mainly because there was no pattern to the boundary stone. Finding the boundary stone was basically up to fate. As for the Espanol Club, if it wasn't a particularly important competition, he didn't plan to participate. After thinking about it, the most urgent thing for him was to improve his body movement. After seeing the magic of the floating steps, he couldn't wait to practice his body movement to the advanced level. Breaking through the jade pile formation was one thing, because Xia Qing said that once he passed the test of the jade pile formation, there would be a reward. Xiao Ruofei cared more about the jade pile formation's help to his body movement, not just the final reward. Combining it with the jade pile formation to practice the floating steps was simply the best partner. In addition to the floating steps, there was also a set of swordsmanship, the gentleman's sword. This required the use of a flying sword. Xiao Ruofei planned to try it when he was free. However, whether it was the floating steps or the gentleman's sword, he could practice it anywhere. If he stayed in the Three Mountains, it would be very convenient for him to stay in his villa. No one would disturb him. Feng Jing couldn't help but laugh and say, "You're the boss of the company. Who cares if you're late or leave early? As long as you can show up in the company more often, I'll be grateful." Okay. I'll listen to you." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Actually, it doesn't matter if I'm in the company or not. Haven't you guys been doing very well recently?" Although Xiao Ruofei wasn't in the Three Mountains, Qin Yanan would organize the important work every day and send it to Xiao Ruofei's mailbox. Some of the more important things that required Xiao Ruofei's approval would also be directly called to ask for instructions. Therefore, even if Xiao Ruofei was in Spain, he still knew the company's situation very well. Feng Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "You're the backbone of everyone. You're the soul of the company. The Taoyuan company is so dazzling, and it's all because of you. Otherwise, it would just be a mediocre startup company. Although I think what you said is very reasonable, but praising me in front of my face like this, I feel a little embarrassed," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Feng Jing couldn't help but laugh. She pointed at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Your shameless appearance is also quite like your demeanor in the past." Xiao Ruofei asked with a mischievous smile. "Of course not," Feng Jing said coquettishly. After the two of them joked for a while, Feng Jing simply reported the company's work to Xiao Ruofei. Although it was already time to get off work, for Feng Jing, there was no difference between going to work and going to work. In her eyes, there was only work that had been completed, and work that had yet to be completed. During this time, the company's operations were generally stable, and the sales of each product line were as good as always. The pharmaceutical factory in Chongping and the expansion of Taoyuan Farm were also progressing smoothly. The pharmaceutical factory in Qiantang City in Zhejiang Province had also been completely taken over. Some of the production lines and equipment were already in place, and the preliminary debugging work had already begun. It could be said that everything was going well. Feng Jing said with a smile. After Shui Jinshan brought this batch of employees back to China, he flew to Qiantang City in the afternoon and started working. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, "This Shui Jinshan, why is he obeying on the surface but opposing on the inside? Didn't I tell him to give the employees a day or two off?" Because these employees had performed well in the process of taking over the pharmaceutical company, they were rewarded by Xiao Ruofei with a chance to vacation in Spain. Most of them also experienced a private jet for the first time in their lives. Although a vacation was a kind of reward, to be honest, traveling was actually quite tiring, and it was more than 10 hours of flight when they came back. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei gave everyone 2 days off to let them rest at home, so that they would have more energy to work when they came back. He didn't expect Xue Jinshan and the others to fly to Qiantang City in the afternoon after getting off the plane in the morning. Feng Jing quickly said, "Ruofei, this was strongly requested by the employees. Even if Xue Jinshan couldn't put down his work, he would go alone if he wanted to. He couldn't force the employees to give up their vacation." Xiao Ruofei's expression eased a little, and he said, "But he can't just agree to the employees like that. Don't you know how to strike a balance between work and rest?" Feng Jing said, "These employees are very enthusiastic." They all said that President Xia has given them such good treatment. In the past, they wouldn't even have dared to dream of going overseas. But this time, they actually got to take a private jet. So, all of them are clamoring to get back to work immediately to repay you. They're just short of writing a letter of challenge. Xiao Ruofei was also amused and said, "Is it that exaggerated? If there's a mistake, there's a punishment, and if there's a merit, there's a reward. This has always been our principle." "You don't say. Your incentive method, except for burning money, is really quite perfect." Feng Jing said with a smile, "With this experience, this group of employees will definitely work hard for you." Then, Feng Jing talked to Xiao Ruofei about the company's other businesses. Although the sales of Yangxin soup and Yuji ointment had now accounted for more than 80% of the company's income, neither Xiao Ruofei nor Feng Jing had ever thought of reducing the other businesses. They had even expanded Taoyuan Farm several times. Speaking of which, the profits brought by Taoyuan vegetables and fruits were really not much from the company's point of view. However, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing both knew that every product of the Taoyuan company was almost the best in the market. Whether it was Taoyuan vegetables, Taoyuan tea leaves, iron maple bucket, abalone, truffles, etc., each product was the signature and facade of the Taoyuan company. It was these products that built the overall high-quality image of the Taoyuan company. What's more, the low profits were only relative. If other farm operators heard this, they might be furious. Compared to ordinary farms, the income of Taoyuan Farm was definitely a huge profit. Xiao Ruofei considered that it was rest time after all, and there were only the two of them at home, so he didn't stay for long. After chatting for a while, he got up and said goodbye. Xiao Ruofei's face relaxed a little and said, "But he can't just agree to the employees like that. Doesn't he know how to strike a balance between work and rest?" Feng Jing said, "These employees are very enthusiastic." They all said that President Xia has given them such good treatment. In the past, they wouldn't even have dared to dream of going overseas. But this time, they actually got to take a private jet. So, all of them are clamoring to get back to work immediately to repay you. They are just short of writing a letter of challenge. Xiao Ruofei was also amused and said, "Is it that exaggerated? Mistakes must be punished, and merits must be rewarded. This has always been our principle." "You don't say. Your incentive method, except for burning money, is really perfect." Feng Jing said with a smile, "With this experience, this group of employees will definitely work hard for you." Then, Feng Jing talked to Xiao Ruofei about the company's other businesses. Although the sales of Yangxin soup and Yuji ointment had accounted for more than 80% of the company's income, neither Xiao Ruofei nor Feng Jing had ever thought of reducing the other businesses. They had even expanded Taoyuan Farm several times. Speaking of which, the profits brought by Taoyuan vegetables and fruits were really not much from the company's point of view. However, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing both knew that every product of the Taoyuan company was almost the best in the market. Whether it was Taoyuan vegetables, Taoyuan tea leaves, iron maple bucket, abalone, truffles, etc., each product was the signature and facade of the Taoyuan company. It was these products that built the overall premium image of the Taoyuan company. What's more, the low profits were only relative. If other farm operators heard this, they might be furious. Compared to ordinary farms, the income of Taoyuan Farm was definitely huge. Xiao Ruofei considered that it was rest time, and there were only the two of them at home, so he didn't stay long. After chatting for a while, he got up and said goodbye. What's more, the low profits were only relative. If other farm operators heard this, they might be furious. Compared to ordinary farms, the income of Taoyuan Farm was definitely huge. Xiao Ruofei considered that it was rest time, and there were only the two of them at home, so he didn't stay long. After chatting for a while, he got up and said goodbye. These cultivation methods were all stuffed into Xiao Ruofei's mind from the inheritance jade talisman. Although every cultivation method was engraved in his mind and could not be forgotten, and even some of the cultivation experiences were ready-made, Xiao Ruofei had no use for so many cultivation methods, and he would not study them at all. Now, it was a little difficult for him to choose the most suitable cultivation method for Song Qiming from these cultivation methods. Xiao Ruofei carefully sifted through them. There were a few cultivation methods that seemed to be good, but he was a little unsure of which cultivation method was the most suitable. After thinking about it, Xiao Ruofei decided to consult Xia Qing. If not for those damn rules, Xia Qing's knowledge of cultivation was definitely much more profound than Xiao Ruofei's. However, there were many things that Xia Qing could not reveal to Xiao Ruofei because of the restrictions of the rules. However, these cultivation methods that came from the inheritance jade talisman were all personally unlocked by Xiao Ruofei. In theory, all the ownership belonged to Xiao Ruofei. Presumably, it would not conflict with Xia Qing's rules. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei immediately used his mind to contact Xia Qing in the Ring 2 space. Xia Qing. Master, your subordinate is here. Xia Qing immediately replied to Xiao Ruofei's summon. There's something that I'm a little unsure of, and I want to ask for your opinion. Xiao Ruofei said, I want to teach a person a cultivation method, but I don't know which cultivation method is most suitable for him. This person's physique is suitable for cultivation, but he's a little old. He's in his 50s. Xiao Ruofei explained the basic situation of Song Qiming to Xia Qing. When Xiao Ruofei had treated Song Qiming, especially after using the medicine decocted from the heart-congealing grass, he had performed comprehensive examinations on Song Qiming many times. Therefore, he was very familiar with Song Qiming's physique. Then, Xiao Ruofei asked, I've obtained many cultivation methods from the inheritance jade talisman. Can you help me analyze which cultivation method is most suitable for this person to cultivate? Xia Qing was clearly aware of the contents of each jade talisman of inheritance. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, he did not ask any further questions. Instead, he pondered for a moment and said, Master, if this person you're talking about is already over 50 years old and only started cultivating now, I'm afraid it's already too late. Even if he successfully stepped onto the path of cultivation, I'm afraid his future achievements will be limited. I know this. Xiao Ruofei said, you don't have to worry about this problem. I just need to know which cultivation method is most suitable for him. At the same time, it can offset the disadvantage of being too old as much as possible. If that's the case, I recommend the Empty Heart Sutra. Xia Qing said, the author of this cultivation method is the famous spiritual master Ruosu. He was an expert in the void-breaking realm back then. The cultivation method he created is also directed towards the Great Tao. When Xia Qing mentioned the Empty Heart Sutra, Xiao Ruofei could not help but raise his eyebrows. This cultivation method was also among the few cultivation methods that he had just selected. However, he was not particularly optimistic about it. Although he had difficulty choosing, if he had to rank the few cultivation methods that he had just selected, the Empty Heart Sutra would probably be the last in priority. Of course, it was not that this cultivation method was not good. Just as Xia Qing said, the creator of this cultivation method, spiritual master Ruosu, was an expert in the void-breaking realm. How could it be bad when it was created by him and named after himself? The only reason why Xiao Ruofei was not optimistic about this cultivation method was that this cultivation method was not complete. To be precise, in the inheritance that he had obtained, this cultivation method only had about 1/3 of the content in the first half. The value of an incomplete cultivation method was naturally greatly reduced. Even Xiao Ruofei was a little puzzled. Every cultivation method in the inheritance jade talisman had its own characteristics. However, the other cultivation methods were complete. Only this cultivation method only had about 1/3 of it, but it was still included in the inheritance jade talisman. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and said, I know about the Empty Heart Sutra. It is indeed a good cultivation method, but it is not complete. Xia Qing smiled and said, Master, if the Empty Heart Sutra was complete, then its value would not be lower than the Tao technique. It is precisely because it is incomplete that it was included in the human word jade talisman. Speaking of this, Xiaoqing paused for a moment and immediately said, although the Empty Heart Sutra is incomplete, the inheritance in the inheritance jade talisman only gave you the first one-third of it. Even without the latter part, the first part can still be cultivated. This has been verified by spiritual master Xianxia. Moreover, even if it is only one-third, the content is enough for a cultivator to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but secretly take a deep breath and said, "It sounds very powerful, but I don't think you chose this incomplete cultivation method just because of this." Although the cultivation method after the nascent soul stage was still quite far away for Song Qiming and he might never use it, if it was only to support him to the nascent soul stage, Xiao Ruofei had many cultivation methods that could meet this requirement. Since that was the case, why would he choose an incomplete cultivation technique? Xiaoqing smiled and said, "Master, a cultivation method that can only be cultivated to the nascent soul stage and a cultivation method that can only be cultivated to one-third of the content to reach the nascent soul stage are completely incomparable. In terms of potential, the advantage of the Empty Heart Sutra is obvious. Also." Speaking of this, Xiaoqing kept him in suspense and asked with a smile, "Master, have you understood spiritual master Ruoxu's life?" Although there were many cultivation world general knowledge and anecdotes in the inheritance jade talisman, but Xiao Ruofei really didn't specially go to understand matters related to spiritual master Ruoxu. He said, "I'm not too sure about this. Does his experience have anything to do with you choosing this cultivation method?" Xiaoqing smiled and said, "When spiritual master Ruoxu stepped onto the path of cultivation back then, he was already 63 years old. Which is also to say that before he was 63 years old, he was still an ordinary person without the slightest bit of cultivation. Logically speaking, at this age, even if he was lucky enough to step onto the path of cultivation, his achievements would also be very limited." Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up when he heard that and said, "But spiritual master Ruoxu cultivated to the terrifying extent of shattering the void." "Yes. This has something to do with the cultivation method that he cultivated." Xiaoqing said, "This Empty Heart Sutra was created by him before he ascended according to those cultivation methods that he cultivated and combined with his own comprehension. This cultivation method's age requirement is similarly very low. Basically, as long as one isn't dying of old age, the probability of success in cultivating this cultivation method is higher than other cultivation methods. It can be said that the Empty Heart Sutra is the most suitable cultivation method for the person that you mentioned earlier." This is without a doubt. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help clicking his tongue in wonder when he heard that. Stepping onto the path of cultivation at 63 years old, he could actually still advance all the way and eventually even shatter the void. This was simply too inconceivable. Among all the cultivation methods, only this Empty Heart Sutra only had the first third of the incomplete content and didn't have any cultivation experience and comprehension. Xiao Ruofei reckoned that this was because spiritual master Xianxia himself hadn't tried to cultivate the Empty Heart Sutra seriously, plus the cultivation method was incomplete. So, he only knew the content of this cultivation method and didn't know the story behind it. He also didn't know that cultivating the Empty Heart Sutra had such a special effect on overaged cultivators. No matter what, Xiaoqing's words had successfully convinced Xiao Ruofei. He said with a smile, "I believe in your judgment. Then, this cultivation method shall be it." "Xiaoqing, thank you. Master, you're too courteous." Xiaoqing said respectfully, "It's my honor to be of service to you." "Alright, go ahead and do your work. If I need anything, I'll look for you again," Xiao Ruofei said. After cutting off the communication with Xiaoqing, Xiao Ruofei unconsciously took out a cigarette and lit it up. At the same time, he revealed a trace of distress. He had chosen the cultivation method, but Xiao Ruofei still had no clue how to let Song Qiming cultivate it. Cultivation was simply a fantasy for Song Qiming, who graduated from a formal university and held a high position in a high position. If he was told all this directly, he would definitely not believe it. Moreover, even Song Wei couldn't help with this matter. To be able to reach such a high level of leadership, his mind was very firm. It was impossible for him to change his decision just because of a few words from his daughter. As for showing Song Qiming the ability of a cultivator on the spot, Xiao Ruofei didn't intend to do so. At least, he didn't intend to do so unless it was absolutely necessary. Although some of the big shots, including Master Song, had some guesses about Xia Ruofei's ability in their hearts, a young man in his 20s with such incredible magical medical skills and so many miraculous deeds couldn't be done with just ability alone. With Master Song's rich experience and sharp eyes, how could he not see it at all? It was just that they didn't say it out loud. And if Xia Ruofei showed the ability of a cultivator in front of Song Qiming, it was tantamount to putting this matter on the table. Of course, if there was no other way, Xia Ruofei didn't rule out using this method to give it a try. He was just afraid of trouble, but he wasn't afraid of trouble. He believed that even if the matter of a cultivator was spread to the higher-ups, he had the ability to deal with it. At the very least, he could do things that he didn't want to do without being disturbed or going against his will. To put it bluntly, it was a matter of ability. If one didn't have the ability but had all these magical things, it was simply the original sin. Xia Ruofei thought about it and finally came up with a compromise. He took out his phone from his pocket, found Song Qiming's private phone number, and dialed it. After the phone rang twice, Song Qiming picked it up. On the other end of the phone, Song Qiming said very enthusiastically, "Ruofei. You finally thought of Uncle Song? Tell me, how long has it been since you came to see me? And you didn't even give me a call." It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Song Qiming's life was snatched back from the jaws of death by Xia Ruofei. If it had been someone else, even if it was a cultivator with a higher cultivation than Xia Ruofei, they might not have been able to save Song Qiming. Originally, because of Master Song, Song Qiming was very close to Xia Ruofei. After that rescue, he was even closer to his savior, Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "It's my fault. Uncle Song, how have you been recovering recently?" "It's all thanks to your magical medical skills." Song Qiming sighed. "I basically recovered completely." Director Luo of the provincial hospital said that other than being temporarily unable to do strenuous exercise, I've completely recovered. "That's great." Xia Ruofei said happily. "Where are you now? Are you in Spain, or have you already returned to China?" Song Qiming asked. "Oh, I just returned to Xianxia this morning." Xia Ruofei said. "Didn't I call you as soon as I returned to China?" "Uncle Song, do you have time tomorrow? I wanted to visit you and give you a follow-up examination." As for showing Song Qiming his abilities as a cultivator, Xia Ruofei didn't intend to do so. At least, he didn't intend to do so unless it was absolutely necessary. Although some of the big shots, including Master Song, had some guesses about Xia Ruofei's abilities, a young man in his 20s with incredible magical medical skills and so many miraculous deeds couldn't be achieved with mere ability. With Master Song's rich experience and sharp eyes, how could he not see it? It was just that they didn't say it out loud. If Xia Ruofei showed his abilities as a cultivator in front of Song Qiming, it would be tantamount to putting the matter on the table. Of course, if there was no other way, Xia Ruofei wouldn't rule out using this method to try. He was just afraid of trouble, but he wasn't afraid of trouble. He believed that even if the matter of his abilities as a cultivator was spread to the higher-ups, he had the ability to deal with it. At least, he could do things that he didn't want to do against his will without being disturbed. To put it bluntly, it was still a matter of ability. If he didn't have the ability but had all these magical things, it was simply a sin. Xia Ruofei thought about it and finally came up with a compromise. He took out his phone from his pocket and dialed Song Qiming's private number. After the phone rang twice, Song Qiming answered. On the other end of the phone, Song Qiming said enthusiastically, "Ruofei. You finally thought of Uncle Song? Tell me, how long has it been since you came to see me? And you didn't even call me." It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Song Qiming's life was snatched back from the jaws of death by Xia Ruofei. If it had been someone else, even a cultivator with a higher cultivation than Xia Ruofei, they might not have been able to save Song Qiming. Because of Master Song, Song Qiming was very close to Xia Ruofei. After that rescue, he became even closer to his savior, Xia Ruofei. Because of Master Song, Song Qiming was very close to Xia Ruofei. After that rescue, he became even closer to his savior, Xia Ruofei. Song Qiming attached great importance to Xia Ruofei, which was reflected in every detail. For example, Because Xiao Ruofei was going to visit, he temporarily postponed 2 appointments in the afternoon. After attending an important meeting, he left the office early and returned home to wait. Another example was that Song Qiming personally called the gate guard of the compound and reported Xiao Ruofei's license plate number. This kind of trivial matter could have been done by his secretary or even his driver, but he chose to do it himself. Because of this, when Xiao Ruofei's car arrived in front of the family compound, the armed police soldiers standing guard only glanced at the license plate and immediately signaled to let him pass. The bar was slowly raised, but Xiao Ruofei's car didn't even stop. He just slowed down a little and directly entered the family compound. Xiao Ruofei had been to Song Qiming's house more than once, especially when Song Qiming was recuperating at home after being injured. He had visited many times, so he didn't need anyone to guide him. He drove easily to the small building where Song Qiming lived. He carried the 2 boxes of nutritional supplements he had bought in Spain, which he had just taken out from the space on the way, and walked under the grape trellis in the small courtyard. He went directly to Song Qiming's door and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened. Song Qiming stood there with a warm smile on his face and said, "Ruofei, you're here. Come in quickly." Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned and hurriedly said, "Uncle Song, why did you open the door for me personally? How can I accept this?" As a leader at Song Qiming's level, he had housekeeping staff, security guards, drivers, and chefs at home. This was also the standard treatment that a high-level official of his level should enjoy. In any case, Song Qiming didn't need to open the door personally. Obviously, he had done it on purpose. Song Qiming laughed and said, "What's there to be afraid of? You're my savior. Your Auntie Fang often told me that my parents gave me life, but Ruofei, you gave me a second life." "You're exaggerating," Xiao Ruofei said. At this moment, Fang Liyun's voice came from behind Song Qiming. "Old Song, why are you blocking the door? Hurry and invite Ruofei in." Song Qiming chuckled and said, "Leader, I've criticized you. Ruofei, come in quickly." After Xiao Ruofei entered the door, he saw Song Qiming personally bringing him a pair of slippers. He hurriedly stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the slippers. "Uncle Song, I'll do it myself, I'll do it myself." Song Qiming's courteous treatment of him made him feel a little uncomfortable. Especially when he thought about what had happened between him and Song Wei, he felt even more guilty. After changing into the slippers, Xiao Ruofei saw Fang Liyun, who was wearing an apron, standing to the side with a smile. He hurriedly greeted her, "Hello, Auntie Fang. Ruofei, you haven't been home for a long time." Fang Liyun said with a smile. "Your Uncle Song and I often miss you. I've been flying all over the world recently. Previously, I was in Beijing, where I opened a club with a few friends. Xiao Ruofei said, after that, I went to Spain. Now that I've returned to Sanshan, I wanted to come and see you guys. I also wanted to check on Uncle Song's recovery." "Ruofei, you're so considerate," Song Qiming said with a smile. Fang Liyun said, "Wei Wei told me about the club in Beijing. The last time she went back to school, she seemed to have attended the opening ceremony. I heard that business is very good." "It's okay. It's mainly taken care of by a few of my friends in Beijing." Xiao Ruofei said, "I usually don't have time to take care of the details." Song Qiming said with a smile, "Ruofei, this Taoyuan club that you started is really good. Whether it makes money or not is secondary. At least it gives these guys something to do. A lot of people give you a thumbs up." A lot of people that Song Qiming mentioned was naturally the elders of Zhao Yongjun and Ho Liang. Of course, it also included Song Rui's elders. The significance of the Peach Blossom Festival had never been solely about economic benefits. Or rather, economic benefits were only a very small part of it. What the big shots wanted was resources. Of course, there were also the juniors who had nothing to do but cause trouble all day long. Now that they could finally do something serious, of course, they would feel gratified. Xiao Ruofei smiled modestly and said, "This is not my credit. It's all Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui's doing. That's also because you have a cohesive force," Song Qiming said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei was a little embarrassed by Song Qiming's praise. He quickly changed the topic and said, "Oh right, these are 2 boxes of nutrition products that I bought in Spain. Consider it a little gift from me." Song Qiming pretended to be angry and said, "Why do you still bring things when you come to my place? Aren't you treating me like an outsider? I come to your place empty-handed. It's a little embarrassing." Xiao Ruofei scratched his head and said with a smile, "Besides, it's not worth much." In fact, Song Qiming was just pretending, but Fang Liyun on the side couldn't stand it anymore. She directly reached out and took the 2 boxes of nutrition products in Xiao Ruofei's hands. She rolled her eyes at Song Qiming and said, "It's a little gift from the child. Just accept it. Why are you putting on airs at home? Ruofei didn't ask you to do anything." Song Qiming said with a bitter smile, "Madam Comrade, I didn't say I didn't accept it." Fang Liyun glanced at Song Qiming angrily, then put on a smile and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Ruofei, don't bother with the old man. He's used to being serious when he's at work." Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Qiming with some amusement. The black-haired Song Qiming looked like he was in the prime of his life. He couldn't be compared to the old man. But looking at Song Qiming's helpless face, it was clear who was in charge in this house. Song Qiming said, "Ruofei, don't just stand there and talk. Let's go sit over there." "That. Liyun, didn't you say you wanted to show off your cooking skills? You go do your work. I'll take care of Ruofei." Fang Liyun patted her head and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I'm so happy to see Ruofei. There's still a lot of work in the kitchen. Ruofei, you talk to your Uncle Song for a while. I'll go cook for you." "Thank you for your hard work, Auntie Fang," Xiao Ruofei said. Fang Liyun waved her hand and smiled, "You child. What's so hard about cooking a meal? Go and sit down for a while. Don't just stand there." After that, Fang Liyun turned and went to the kitchen, while Song Qiming led Xiao Ruofei to the living room to sit down. He personally fiddled with the tea set. While making tea for Xiao Ruofei, he said with a smile, "Ruofei, your trip to Spain this time is not small." Xiao Ruofei knew that Song Qiming was talking about him playing football for RCD Español, so he said with a smile, "This matter is also a coincidence. The earliest was in Beijing, which was the opening day of our Taoyuan club. I had a chat with President Zhou of Xianxia Group, and then..." Xiao Ruofei briefly told Song Qiming about him buying the shares of RCD Español, and then going to Spain for a vacation to reward the employees. In the end, he simply registered as a player on a whim and joined the team to play a game. Song Qiming laughed and said, "I was wondering. Why are you working so hard as a big boss? You even went to play football. Logically speaking, you don't need that little bit of money. So, this is your family's business?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's mainly a hobby. When I was in school, I liked to play football. Later, when I joined the army, I basically played football with my comrades every week. After I retired, I didn't have much time." "You are a person who is good at creating miracles," Song Qiming said. If it were someone else who had never undergone any systematic professional training before, and was already 27 years old, it would be simply unimaginable for them to suddenly appear in the world's top professional league. But when all of this happened to you, it seems so logical. Your evaluation is too high," Xiao Ruofei said with some embarrassment. Song Qiming waved his hand and said, "I'm really not flattering you. Ruofei, I've known you for quite some time now, and I've witnessed many miracles that you've created. Whether it's the chief's illness, or my previous injury, other than you, it's impossible for anyone else to do it." Then, Song Qiming said, "From a business point of view, you buying the shares of RCD Español is really killing many birds with one stone. Especially when you joined the team and played an amazing game, that's even more amazing. As long as this momentum is maintained, whether it's for Xianxia Group or the Taoyuan Company, it will be extremely beneficial. This Zhou Liyun has a sharp eye." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "President Zhou is a good person. He knows how to cater to people's preferences." Haha. This is considered an open and aboveboard method in the business world. Song Qiming said, "Nowadays, some businessmen are keen to invest in certain leaders' interests. It's worth being vigilant." Song Qiming's thoughts were a little scattered, but this involved a sensitive issue. Xiao Ruofei didn't answer, but just smiled and nodded. Song Qiming obviously knew that it wasn't appropriate to talk about this with Xiao Ruofei, and Xiao Ruofei obviously didn't care about politics, so he quickly changed the topic. The two chatted for a while, and Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to say, "Uncle Song, it seems that you're recovering very well. But I still want to give you a more comprehensive examination to prevent any hidden dangers." "You're really considerate," Song Qiming said. "Ruofei, you're a doctor. You tell me how you want to do the examination, and I'll cooperate fully. Do you need to go somewhere else?" "Oh, that's not necessary," Xiao Ruofei said. "Chinese medicine is just looking, listening, asking, and feeling the pulse. Let me take your pulse first." "Okay." Song Qiming cooperated and stretched out his hand. Xiao Ruofei took Song Qiming's pulse and closed his eyes to feel his pulse. Although the main purpose of this examination wasn't to check on Song Qiming, Xiao Ruofei wasn't pretending when he checked. He still seriously analyzed the pulse and used his mental strength to conduct a comprehensive examination of Song Qiming's body. Although he basically knew that Song Qiming's body was recovering very well with a glance, he still didn't let his guard down. Checking whether there were any hidden injuries was one thing, but more importantly, he wanted to see if Song Qiming's physical condition was suitable for cultivation now. The most important task for him to come today was to let Song Qiming start cultivating Ruoxo Heart Sutra. Yesterday, Xiao Ruofei thought about it and felt that whether it was to let Song Wei come back to attack with family affection or to simply show a few of his skills as a cultivator, neither was a particularly good plan. Therefore, he finally chose a safer way, using his identity as a doctor. There was no doubt that in terms of medical skills, Song Qiming had absolute trust in Xiao Ruofei. Especially after being injured last time and walking around the gates of hell, he trusted Xiao Ruofei even more. He certainly wouldn't have any doubts about Xiao Ruofei's words. What Xiao Ruofei needed to do was to use his identity as a doctor to complete this matter without Song Qiming knowing. Song Qiming cooperated and stretched out his hand. Xiao Ruofei took Song Qiming's pulse and closed his eyes to feel his pulse. Although the main purpose of coming here this time wasn't to examine Song Qiming, Xiao Ruofei wasn't pretending when he was examining Song Qiming. He still seriously analyzed Song Qiming's pulse and even used his spiritual power to conduct a comprehensive examination of Song Qiming's body. Although he basically knew with a glance that Song Qiming's body was recovering very well, he still didn't let his guard down. Checking to see if there were any hidden injuries was one thing, more importantly, he had to see if Song Qiming's body was suitable for cultivation now. The most important task for him to come today was naturally to let Song Qiming start cultivating Ruoxo Heart Sutra. Yesterday, Xiao Ruofei thought about it and felt that whether it was to let Song Wei come back to attack with family affection or to simply show a few of his skills as a cultivator, neither was a particularly good plan. Therefore, in the end, he chose a safer method, using his identity as a doctor. Without a doubt, in terms of medical skills, Song Qiming had absolute trust in Xiao Ruofei. Especially after he was injured last time and walked around the gates of hell, he trusted Xiao Ruofei even more. He definitely wouldn't have any doubts about Xiao Ruofei's words. What Xiao Ruofei needed to do was to use his identity as a doctor to complete this matter without Song Qiming knowing. The most important task for him to come today was naturally to let Song Qiming start cultivating Ruoxo Heart Sutra. Yesterday, Xiao Ruofei thought about it and felt that whether it was to let Song Wei come back to attack with family affection or to simply show a few of his skills as a cultivator, neither was a particularly good plan. Therefore, in the end, he chose a safer method, using his identity as a doctor. Without a doubt, in terms of medical skills, Song Qiming had absolute trust in Xiao Ruofei. Especially after he was injured last time and walked around the gates of hell, he trusted Xiao Ruofei even more. He definitely wouldn't have any doubts about Xiao Ruofei's words. What Xiao Ruofei needed to do was to use his identity as a doctor to complete this matter without Song Qiming knowing. Although Xiao Ruofei's tone was relatively relaxed, Song Qiming couldn't help but feel a little nervous. It was mainly because he trusted Xiao Ruofei too much that he didn't have any doubts about his words. Song Qiming said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Ruofei, how do you think I should treat it?" Therefore, without any precautions, Secretary Song fell into Xiao Ruofei's trap. Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly and said, "Uncle Song, strictly speaking, it's not a treatment, because you don't need to continue taking medicine." Your body's foundation is currently damaged, and taking medicine can't fundamentally solve the problem. We still have to solve it from the root. Song Qiming nodded and said, okay. I'll fully cooperate with you in any treatment. Even if you need to take a break from work temporarily. For Song Qiming, if he couldn't work normally for a long time, his important position would definitely be replaced by someone else. Therefore, when he said these words, it was obvious that he had made a great decision. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, that's not necessary. Uncle Song, my suggestion is to use a little spare time every day to do targeted exercises to strengthen your foundation. I believe that this situation should be significantly improved. When Song Qiming heard that it wouldn't affect his work at all, his mood became more relaxed. He said with a smile, no problem. You're a doctor, so I'll listen to you. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Uncle Song, Huaxiao's traditional Chinese medicine has a long history in the field of health maintenance. I happen to know a method to cultivate qi. If you persist in exercising for a long time, it will be very effective in strengthening your body's foundation. I hope you can persist in practicing this set of qi cultivation method. I believe that it won't be long before you can feel the changes in your body. Song Qiming was slightly stunned and asked, qi cultivation method? Is it an energy art? For Song Qiming's generation, the two words qigong definitely carried a deep memory. However, this memory was mostly related to swindlers who pretended to be mysterious. In that era where everyone practiced qigong, who knew how many masters emerged, but in the end, it was proven that these were all fake. Countless masters dauntlessly fell into the mortal world one after another. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you can understand it that way. But strictly speaking, it's not qigong. It's a pure method of Chinese medicine. Song Qiming nodded and said, let's give it a try. But I don't know if I can learn it myself. In this aspect, I'm afraid my comprehension is. You don't have to worry about that. Since I brought it up, I guarantee that you'll be able to master it. Xia Ruofei joked, as long as you follow the method I taught you and practice step by step, there will definitely be no problem. That's fine. Song Qiming said, I'll do as you say. Nowadays, Chinese medicine health centers were everywhere. There were also many yoga and other training classes that were very popular. The concept of healthcare was deeply rooted in people's hearts, so Song Qiming didn't think much about it. In this way, a senior leader was fooled by Xia Ruofei and unknowingly embarked on a new path of evolution. Ruofei, when should I start learning? Song Qiming asked. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, after dinner. After finalizing this matter, Xia Ruofei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two chatted for a while, and then Feng Liyun came out to inform them that dinner was ready. Xia Ruofei immediately stood up and ran to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. After a while, the dishes were all on the table. When Feng Liyun heard that Xia Ruofei was coming, she also went to buy the ingredients personally. Today's dinner was very sumptuous. There were 7 or 8 dishes, including her best dish, braised carp, which was a large plate. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, Auntie Feng, you made too much. How can the 3 of us finish it? If you can't finish it, then eat as much as you can. Feng Liyun said with a smile, a young man at your age has the biggest appetite. When your Uncle Song was your age, even if there were no dishes, he could eat 3 big bowls of white rice for every meal. Song Qiming didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, what are you talking about? Go and take out the bottle of wine in my cabinet. I'll drink with Ruofei. In fact, after Song Qiming was injured, he basically didn't touch alcohol. The doctor also told him to avoid smoking, drinking, and spicy food. However, when Xia Ruofei came to visit today, even Feng Liyun didn't say anything. She agreed with a smile and personally went to get the wine. Song Qiming personally poured a glass of wine for Xia Ruofei, and then filled his own glass, while Feng Liyun poured a glass of fruit juice. Song Qiming raised his glass and said, come, come, come. Let's drink first. Today, Ruofei came and I'm happy from the bottom of my heart. Liyun, you drink with him too. Feng Liyun nodded with a smile and also raised her glass. Xia Ruofei held the glass and said with a smile, then, I wish Uncle and Auntie good health. Okay, cheers. Cheers. The two drank their first glass of wine in one gulp. Fang Liyun took a sip of the fruit juice in her glass, and then immediately called out, Ruofei, eat. Eat. Yes, yes, yes. Your Auntie Fang has been busy since the afternoon. Song Qiming also said, don't you like your Auntie Fang's braised carp the most? Come, come, come. Try a piece. After that, Song Qiming personally picked up a piece of fish meat from the belly and gave it to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Uncle Song, I can do it myself. You can eat. Xiao Ruofei wasn't used to the enthusiasm of Song Qiming and his wife. The three of them chatted as they ate. Xiao Ruofei and Song Qiming also clinked their glasses and drank from time to time. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Considering that Song Qiming's body was still recovering, the two of them didn't drink too much. From the second glass onwards, they only drank a little. During the meal, Song Qiming also mentioned Xiao Ruofei's medical advice to Fang Liyun. When Fang Liyun heard that Xiao Ruofei wanted Song Qiming to practice the method of maintaining health every day, she also raised both hands in agreement. She smiled and said, I've already told your Uncle Song many times to take care of his body, but he didn't listen. Now that Ruofei said it, you should believe it, right? Song Qiming smiled bitterly and said, isn't it because I'm busy with work? Do you think I don't want to accompany you to walk around the neighborhood every day after we eat? The conditions don't allow it. There are so many people in the team. I think you're the busiest. Fang Liyun couldn't help but scold him. Other people rush to get results and avoid trouble as much as possible. You, on the other hand. The work in the province, the work in the city, you don't care if it's good or not. You take all the work that you can. You deserve to work hard. Song Qiming said, how can I be picky when it comes to work? I've always been like this. Besides, if I wasn't such a righteous person, how could you have taken a fancy to me in the first place? Fang Liyun couldn't help but blush. She glared at Song Qiming and said, you damn old man. I'm here. Don't shoot your mouth off. Song Qiming couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei looked at the old couple flirting and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He could only lower his head and eat the rice in his bowl, pretending that he didn't hear anything. Seeing this, Fang Liyun smiled and gave Xiao Ruofei a piece of braised pork. She said, Ruofei, don't just eat. Eat something. Okay, okay. Thank you, Auntie. Xiao Ruofei said. By the way, can I practice the health maintenance method that you taught your Uncle Song? Fang Liyun said, I mainly want to supervise him. This old man is easy to be lazy if no one is watching him. Song Qiming couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm not a child. Besides, I've always valued Ruofei's opinion. How can I be lazy? Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Auntie Fang, my health maintenance method is only suitable for men. If you practice it, it won't have any effect. It might even have the opposite effect, so, forget it. Fang Liyun said with a smile. I'll walk more often. It's good. Yes. Your body is very healthy. Walking at a brisk pace is already a very good exercise. Xiao Ruofei said, Uncle Song's injury last time affected the foundation of his body, so he had to use some uncommon methods to make up for it. Fang Liyun could naturally try to practice the Heart Sutra of illusion, but her physique wasn't suitable for it. So, no matter how hard she practiced, it wouldn't have any effect. In order to prevent Fang Liyun from doing useless work, Xiao Ruofei quickly dismissed her idea. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei wanted to help Fang Liyun clean up the dishes. However, Song Qiming's house had a housekeeper. If it weren't for Xiao Ruofei's visit, Fang Liyun wouldn't have to cook. So, someone would clean up the dishes after dinner. So, Xiao Ruofei made tea with Song Qiming and Fang Liyun in the living room. After dinner, they rested for a while. Then, he asked Song Qiming to find a quiet room. He was going to teach Song Qiming the health maintenance method. Song Qiming took Xiao Ruofei to the study on the second floor. Because Song Qiming had a lot of books, and he usually worked at home, he mainly worked in the study. So, his study was actually converted into a standard bedroom. The actual area was much larger than a normal study. The study room in the small building was changed into a storage room. Xiao Ruofei took the yoga mat that Feng Liyun found for him and spread it on the floor in the center of the study. Then he said, "Uncle Song, sit cross-legged on the mat first." Song Qiming nodded. After taking off his slippers, he stepped on the yoga mat and sat cross-legged. Xiao Ruofei put his hand into his shoulder bag and took out a spirit crystal. He walked to the opposite side of Song Qiming and sat cross-legged. Xiao Ruofei handed over the spirit crystal and said, "Uncle Song, take this in your hand and face the sky." As he spoke, he demonstrated the correct way to sit cross-legged to Song Qiming. Of course, when practicing the Empty Heart Sutra, there were no strict requirements for sitting posture. However, Xiao Ruofei wanted to use this method to make Song Qiming more convinced that this health maintenance method was not ordinary. Song Qiming quickly adjusted his sitting posture according to Xiao Ruofei's demonstration. The spirit crystal was also pinched in his right hand. Then, Xiao Ruofei's voice began to become faintly discernible, as if it had a trace of magic. "Now, close your eyes. Imagine that you are in a very peaceful environment. There are many free nutrients around you, like little elves, lively and cute. Don't open your eyes. Feel these little elves with all your heart. They are all around you. The whole space is filled with their cheerful figures." Xiao Ruofei used the technique of hypnosis. For an ordinary person like Song Qiming, he was almost immediately hypnotized by Xiao Ruofei without realizing it. Of course, Xiao Ruofei did this only to let Song Qiming enter the state of selflessness as soon as possible. After all, Song Qiming was an ordinary person with no experience in cultivation. It was difficult for him to completely throw away all distracting thoughts and immerse himself in the state of cultivation. At the same time, under hypnosis, Song Qiming's perception of the surrounding spiritual energy became more sensitive. Sure enough, under Xiao Ruofei's guidance, Song Qiming quickly murmured, "I can feel them." Xiao Ruofei was slightly delighted. He thought to himself, "This is indeed a body that has been transformed by the heart-congealing grass. It's good to have an affinity with spiritual energy, to be able to feel the presence of spiritual energy in such a short time. This is definitely an excellent start." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After Song Qiming's body was transformed by the heart-congealing grass, his talent in cultivation was indeed very good. It even exceeded Xiao Ruofei's expectations. After a short rest, Song Qiming impatiently sat cross-legged on the yoga mat again. This time, Xiao Ruofei deliberately did not use hypnosis to guide Song Qiming. As a result, Song Qiming only spent a short 5 minutes to enter a state of complete concentration. He also successfully sensed the spiritual energy around his body. Of course, after successfully sensing the spiritual energy once, the success rate of the second attempt would be much higher. However, Xiao Ruofei was still a little surprised by Song Qiming's high efficiency. Without much hesitation, he began to guide Song Qiming to try to absorb the spiritual energy. At first, the spiritual energy was like a naughty child and did not listen to instructions at all. However, after 10 minutes of trying, Song Qiming seemed to gradually find the knack. After the first strand of spiritual energy was successfully absorbed into his body, everything else went very smoothly. Xiao Ruofei did not use his true qi to guide Song Qiming. He chose to guide Song Qiming verbally and let him try to control the spiritual energy to flow through the correct meridians. Of course, Song Qiming had never come into contact with the knowledge of the human body's meridians before, so it was not so easy to accurately guide the spiritual energy to flow through the meridians. However, Xiao Ruofei was constantly using his mental power to sense the situation of the spiritual energy in Song Qiming's body. As long as there was a slight deviation, he would immediately remind him. Although this method was a little inefficient, it could leave a deeper impression on Song Qiming. After a while, Song Qiming finally controlled the strand of spiritual energy and staggered to circulate it through his body according to Xiao Ruofei's guidance. Because the amount of spiritual energy absorbed was very little, and the process of circulation was not very coherent, more than half of it dissipated during the circulation, and only a small part of it successfully returned to the Dantian. In the end, the amount of spiritual energy produced was almost undetectable. Even Song Qiming himself could not feel this extremely weak true qi. Of course, no matter how weak it was still genuine qi, and it could not escape the surveillance of Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power. He knew very well that this wisp of weak true qi was like a spark. Song Qiming was on the right path, and he believed that it wouldn't be long before the spark turned into a raging inferno. With Xiao Ruofei's encouragement, Song Qiming began his second and third attempts. With each circulation, Song Qiming became more and more familiar with this meridian route. After 5 or 6 circulations, he basically did not need Xiao Ruofei to remind him, and he could correctly control the true qi to complete a full circulation. Even if the proficiency still needed to be strengthened, this efficiency had already made Xiao Ruofei very happy. He was originally prepared to make a few more trips these days, but now it seemed that there was hope that he could complete it in one go today. In the future, Song Qiming could slowly cultivate on his own. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Song Qiming had already mastered the first level of Ruoxo Heart Sutra without him knowing. While familiarizing himself with the first level of Meridian Route, he became more and more familiar with the control of spiritual energy. He could basically sense spiritual energy at any time, and absorb it very smoothly. Moreover, a wisp of true qi had already appeared in Song Qiming's dantian. This was the result of completing dozens of circulations today. This wisp of true qi was formed by the convergence of the weak true qi produced after each circulation. Even Song Qiming himself could feel its existence, and at the same time, he also felt a warm bulge in his dantian. Xiao Ruofei's cultivation experience in the qi condensation stage could be considered very rich, and he immediately realized that Song Qiming's cultivation should be over for the day. Haste makes waste, this was an irrefutable truth that also applied to cultivation. Thus, Xiao Ruofei opened his mouth and said, "Uncle Song, once you finish absorbing these nutrients, today's practice is over." Song Qiming still wanted to continue. Even if he didn't know what cultivation was all about, the feeling in the process of cultivation was addictive. This was also the reason why many beginners easily overcultivated. However, Song Qiming believed Xiao Ruofei's words without a doubt. Even if he was a little reluctant, he still controlled the last wisp of true qi to complete one circulation and stopped cultivating. "Ruofei, your method is really useful." Song Qiming showed a hint of joy. "I feel very energetic now, as if there's an endless amount of energy in my body. It's like I'm back in my youth." Xiao Ruofei naturally knew the feeling of cultivating for the first time. He smiled and said, "Uncle Song, this is only your first practice. In the future, if you persist in practicing for 1 to 2 hours every day, the results will be even more obvious." Song Qiming nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'll persist even if you don't tell me." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I'm not worried that you'll give up halfway, but I'm afraid that going too far is as bad as not going far enough." "Going too far is as bad as not going far enough?" Song Qiming asked with a frown. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. Everything should be done in moderation, and this is the same for this kind of health maintenance method. You should have felt a warm feeling in your lower abdomen just now, and there was a feeling of fullness, right?" "Yes. You're right." Song Qiming said, "To be honest, this feeling is quite comfortable." Xiao Ruofei said, "You just have to remember that every time you practice in the future, when this feeling of fullness appears, you have to stop in time. If you insist on persisting, it may not improve your physique, but damage your body. In addition, you're only a beginner now, so it's best not to practice more than 2 hours a day." As a beginner, Song Qiming persisted in practicing for 2 hours a day, and this intensity was just right. In particular, when he cultivated with the spirit crystals, the efficiency of absorbing spirit energy was much higher than that of the cultivators on Earth. 2 hours was equivalent to several hours for them. For Song Qiming, this amount of time was enough. Song Qiming even thought of continuing to practice for a while after Xiao Ruofei went back. After all, the feeling just now was quite wonderful, and it was really addictive. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, he couldn't help but be secretly afraid. He thought that it was fortunate that Ruofei reminded him in time, otherwise it would have been easy to turn a good thing into a bad thing. Song Qiming quickly said with a straight face, "I'll remember. Don't worry, Ruofei, my self-control is quite good. As long as that feeling of fullness appears, I'll stop in time." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Of course I believe in Uncle Song's self-control, but this is not a trivial matter, so I still need to remind you. And you may not know, if forced practice causes the body to overload, the damage will be very serious." Not only will the body's foundation be destroyed, but you may also not be able to practice this health method in the future. If it's serious, it may even threaten your life, so you must remember. Improper or excessive practice could cause very serious consequences. If it's light, the meridians will be damaged, and you will not be able to practice in the future. If it's serious, it may lead to the loss of control of spiritual energy, causing serious injuries or even life-threatening injuries. This was not a joke. Understood. Song Qiming replied seriously, I'll be careful. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Uncle Song, the stone I gave you just now is to help you practice the health method. Remember to hold it in your hand every time you practice. In addition, this kind of stone is quite precious. If it's seen by people who are knowledgeable, they may covet it, so you have to keep it well. When you're not using it, it's best to find a safe place to put it. You should have a safe at home, right? Although the spirit crystal was not particularly precious to Xiao Ruofei, if it was seen by people in the world of cultivation on Earth, such a small piece of spirit crystal could cause a bloody storm, and those practitioners on Earth might even have their brains broken. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei reminded Song Qiming in time, in case he didn't know the situation and accidentally let people see the spirit crystal outside. I have a safe in my study. Song Qiming said, then hesitated and said, Ruofei, since this thing is so precious, you should keep it for yourself. I'll practice it at home. It doesn't matter if the effect is a little worse. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, saying, although this thing is a little rare, it's not that exaggerated. I still have a lot of it. I brought this piece especially for you. If you're at home, you can use it without worry, as long as you don't show it in front of outsiders. Without the help of the spirit crystal, Song Qiming could only practice between midnight and dawn, absorbing the pitiful amount of spirit energy in the air. If that was the case, he was afraid that even if he practiced until he died, he would at most be a low-level cultivator in the qi refining stage. It would be impossible for him to cross the qi refining stage in his lifetime. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Song Qiming hesitated again and again, then finally nodded and said, okay then. I'll take it. Then, Xiao Ruofei reminded him of some things to pay attention to. At the same time, he repeatedly said that if he felt any discomfort while practicing this set of health maintenance methods, he had to stop immediately and contact him immediately to resolve it. At around 9:30 in the evening, Xiao Ruofei and Song Qiming finally walked out of the study. Song Qiming's footsteps were light, and his whole person seemed to be in high spirits. This was only the first time he practiced. After a long time, Song Qiming even found that his strength would continue to increase, and his body's coordination, flexibility, and so on would be strengthened in all aspects. Even Xiao Ruofei was amazed by the speed of Song Qiming's practice. Not only did he get started very quickly, but his efficiency of absorbing spirit energy was also very high. According to this speed, it might not even take a month for Xiao Ruofei to start teaching him the second level of the cultivation method. This effect, on one hand, was because the heart-congealing grass had changed Song Qiming's physique. On the other hand, it could also be because the Heart Sutra of the illusion was very suitable for Song Qiming's physique. Moreover, it could indeed allow the cultivator to advance by leaps and bounds even if they were older. Fang Liyun had already prepared sweet soup for the two of them. It was peanut and longan soup. After the sweet soup was cooked, Fang Liyun kept the soup pot on the gas stove and turned on a small fire to keep it warm. As soon as the two of them walked out of the study room, Fang Liyun immediately went to bring out 2 bowls of steaming sweet soup. Seeing that the two of them drank it all, she nodded with satisfaction. Ruofei, it's getting late. Why don't you just stay here tonight? Song Qiming said, Wei Wei isn't at home either. It's quite lonely for the two of us to stay at home, yeah. And you drank a little tonight, so you shouldn't drive. Just stay here. Fang Liyun said enthusiastically, there are many rooms at home, and the bedsheets are all brand new. Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to leave, but after listening to Song Qiming and his wife, he hesitated. Considering that Song Qiming wasn't completely familiar with the first level of the Heart Sutra of the illusion, he could stay and guide him to practice again. So, after thinking for a while, Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, then, I'll have to trouble you, what nonsense are you talking about? Fang Liyun complained, this is just like your own home. Don't treat me like an outsider in the future, okay? yes, yes, yes. Xiao Ruofei quickly said that. It's getting late. Uncle, Auntie, you should rest early too. Alright, Ruofei, you've been working hard all day. Sleep early too. Song Qiming said. Song Qiming didn't know why, but he felt that his body seemed to have become much younger after practicing that set of health maintenance methods. Looking at Feng Liyun under the lamp, he actually felt a long-lost desire. Feng Liyun naturally didn't know what Song Qiming was thinking at the moment. She asked the housekeeper to prepare the guest room, and she went to find a set of brand-new pajamas that Song Qiming hadn't worn before for Xiao Ruofei. Song Qiming and Xiao Ruofei had similar figures, so his pajamas fit Xiao Ruofei well. Before returning to the room, Xiao Ruofei said to Song Qiming, Uncle Song, wake up early tomorrow. I'll guide you again around 6 o'clock. Song Qiming immediately said, no problem. I'm already up early in the morning. But you? Don't you young people like to sleep in? If you can't get up, then forget it. I'm fine. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Song, it's settled then. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, we'll go straight to the study. Deal. Song Qiming said. After saying goodnight to each other, everyone returned to their rooms. Xiao Ruofei took a quick shower, changed into his pajamas, and lay down on the soft bed in the guest room. He pondered for a while, took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Song Wei, hey. Guess where I am? After a while, Song Wei replied, snickering, there are no clues at all. How can I guess? Xiao Ruofei didn't reply immediately. Instead, he got up and walked to the window of the guest room. He picked up his phone and took a selfie. In the background, the courtyard downstairs outside the window could be seen faintly in the light. Then, Xiao Ruofei directly sent the photo to Song Wei, and then sent another message, here's the clue. Bonus points. After the message was sent, Song Wei replied almost instantly, and there was only a string of horrified emojis. There were as many as 7 or 8 of them. Then, Song Wei immediately sent a voice message, you're at my house? What's going on? Xiao Ruofei smiled and pressed the voice button on WeChat. He said, what else could it be? Of course, I'm here to propose marriage to Uncle and Auntie. We drank and chatted happily. Uncle and Auntie even warmly asked me to spend the night here. I couldn't refuse their kindness, so I had no choice but to accept. This time, Song Wei didn't send a voice message to Xiao Ruofei. Instead, he sent a video call invitation. Xiao Ruofei accepted the video call. He looked at Song Wei on the screen and said with a smile, Wei, why are you in such a hurry to see me? Don't mess around. Song Wei said coquettishly, tell me the truth. Why are you at my house? Don't say anything about marriage. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, okay. Actually, I'm here to check on Uncle Song. Check on him? Song Wei's face changed slightly. Didn't my dad recover? Did his injury relapse? No. 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 Xiao Ruofei said quickly, don't worry, Uncle Song is in good health. Then why are you checking on him? Song Wei asked, puzzled. Isn't this an excuse to please my future father-in-law and mother-in-law? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Speak properly. Song Wei rolled his eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said. Okay. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, I did find a reason that Uncle Song couldn't refuse, but I'm not here to propose marriage or to get close to him. Wei, do you remember what I promised you? I said that I would find a suitable cultivation method for Uncle Song. No matter what price I have to pay, I will help him embark on the path of cultivation. When Song Wei heard this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Even his voice became a little shaky. Ruofei, don't tell me, you came to my house today just to teach my father a cultivation method? Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile. Then, he briefly told Song Wei what had happened today. Finally, he said with a smile, I had no other choice. If I told them directly, they wouldn't believe me. You're far away in Beijing, so you can't help. In the end, after thinking about it, the identity of a doctor is the most useful. And your parents definitely won't have any doubts. They'll definitely take the initiative to cooperate. That's why I came up with this plan. Song Wei's eyes were a little red. She stared at Xiao Ruofei on the screen and said softly after a while, "Ruofei, thank you for everything you've done for me." Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, "There's no need to be so polite between you and me. This is what I promised you. I'm just fulfilling my promise. And, since Uncle Song already has a physique for cultivation, if you don't cultivate, wouldn't it be a waste of such a good talent?" Although Xiao Ruofei said it casually, Song Wei was no longer a cultivation rookie. She knew very well that it was very difficult to find a cultivation method suitable for people of Song Qiming's age. In addition, Xiao Ruofei couldn't tell Song Qiming everything. At the same time, he had to guide Song Qiming to cultivate correctly. It must have taken a lot of effort. Song Wei looked at Xiao Ruofei's smiling face on the screen. Her heart was filled with warmth and sweetness. Xiao Ruofei saw that Song Wei was in a daze and didn't speak, so he said with a smile, "Wei, don't worry. Uncle Song's talent is very good. Today is his first try, and I've already guided him to successfully take the first step. Everything is difficult at the beginning. You just have to keep cultivating in the future." Song Wei's pearly white teeth gently bit down on her lower lip. She controlled herself not to cry. She didn't want to show weakness in front of Xiao Ruofei. That deep feeling of being touched, she just had to hide it in her heart. After a long time, Song Wei nodded gently and said, "Yes. Ruofei, with you there, I'm very relieved." "Silly girl." Xiao Ruofei said dotingly, "It's late. You should take the time to rest. You don't have to worry about Uncle Song." Yes. Good night," Song Wei said. After ending the video call with Song Wei, Xiao Ruofei went to bed early. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei woke up on time. He washed up briefly and went to the study. When Xiao Ruofei arrived at the study, it was 5 minutes to 6, but Song Qiming was already waiting there. "Uncle Song, good morning." Xiao Ruofei greeted him and then asked, "Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" Song Qiming's face was ruddy, and he looked quite good. He said with a smile, "When you get older, you don't sleep as much. I usually get up around this time. But you're not used to waking up so early, are you?" In fact, Song Qiming was too excited to sleep last night. Moreover, he had been intimate with Fang Liyun for half the night and found his long-lost masculinity. He was a little exhausted in the second half of the night. In the morning, he relied on the alarm clock to wake himself up. However, it was not convenient for him to tell Xiao Ruofei about these things. Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, "Not at all. When I was in the army, I developed a biological clock to sleep early and wake up early. After retiring, although my life is not so regular, I generally don't sleep in unless there are special circumstances. It's better to sleep early and wake up early." Song Qiming said, "Young people like to stay up late, including Wei. We've talked to her many times, but she doesn't listen. If you have time, help me talk to her. It's not good for girls to stay up late too much." Xiao Ruofei's unnatural expression flashed across his face. He concealed his guilt very well and said, "If there's a chance, I'll talk to her." "Uncle Song, time is precious. Let's get started." "Okay," Song Qiming said quickly. Originally, he wanted to talk about his daughter, but obviously, the set of health maintenance methods that he had just learned last night was more attractive to him. In the morning, Song Qiming practiced for about an hour and a half. Xiao Ruofei watched from the side, but today he did not intervene to guide him. He even gave very few reminders. On the one hand, he consciously trained Song Qiming's ability to practice independently. On the other hand, it was indeed because Xiao Ruofei learned Song Qiming very quickly. Towards the end, there were basically no mistakes that Xiao Ruofei had to point out. At about 7:30 in the morning, Xiao Ruofei asked Song Qiming to stop practicing. It was originally the time when the spiritual aura of heaven and earth on earth was relatively peaceful. If there were no cultivation assistance treasures such as spirit crystals and yuan crystals, the cultivators on earth would generally choose to practice at 11 o'clock and 5 o'clock. It was only during these two times that the spiritual aura of heaven and earth could barely be absorbed by the cultivators. The spiritual aura of heaven and earth during other times was very heterogeneous or even violent, and could not be absorbed into the body of the cultivators at all. During this time, the spiritual aura of the outside world was relatively peaceful. Moreover, Song Qiming had a spirit crystal that stored a large amount of spiritual aura, so he basically did not need to worry about spiritual aura during cultivation. Such cultivation conditions were difficult to enjoy even for the high-level cultivators of the Earth's cultivation sections. After Song Qiming stopped practicing, Xiao Ruofei helped him check up again. The main purpose was actually to explore the condition of Song Qiming's body. After scanning with his mind power, Xiao Ruofei found that the genuine qi in Song Qiming's dantian had grown a little stronger. Moreover, the meridians involved in the first level of the Empty Heart Sutra had also been widened and strengthened to a certain extent. The effect of Song Qiming's practice was obviously very good. Xiao Ruofei nodded secretly, then opened his eyes and said, "Uncle Song, your physique is much stronger than yesterday. Obviously, we are on the right path. From today onwards, you just need to practice more every day." "Okay. I will definitely persevere," Song Qiming said, then sighed with emotion, "Ruofei, it's really all thanks to you. Otherwise, my body would have deteriorated day by day, and I wouldn't have noticed it at all." Song Qiming believed Xiao Ruofei's white lie without a doubt, which made Xiao Ruofei feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, in addition to the improvement of his cultivation over the years, it seemed that the thickness of his skin had increased a lot, so he didn't show anything. He just smiled and said a few words, then changed the topic. Xiao Ruofei had breakfast at Song Qiming's house, then said goodbye and left. During breakfast, Xiao Ruofei felt that Feng Liyun's complexion seemed to be much better today than yesterday. Her face was very rosy, and her whole person was in high spirits. He didn't know if it was his illusion or not. Song Qiming also had to go to work, and the driver had already parked the car at the door early, ready to leave at any time. So, Xiao Ruofei's Night 15 off-road vehicle followed Song Qiming's Audi, and the two cars quickly left the small building where Song Qiming lived. Xiao Ruofei didn't go back to the Jiangbin Villa district, but drove directly to the Taoyuan building. It was rare for him to be in Sanshan these days, and Feng Jing had mentioned it many times, so Xiao Ruofei went along with it. These days, as long as he had nothing to do, he would go to the company to make his presence known, lest some of the new employees didn't even know the face of the chairman. If one day, as the chairman, he returned to the company, but was blocked by the front desk staff at the door, that would be awkward. Back to the chairman's office on the top floor, Xiao Ruofei asked Qin Yanan to make a cup of tea, then he continued to sign the backlog of documents during this period. Transactional work really didn't suit him. After reading more than a dozen documents, he felt a little dizzy. Just as he was about to get up and go to the window to look into the distance and smoke a cigarette, the phone on the desk rang. Xiao Ruofei glanced at the caller ID. Her brows furrowed slightly, and then she picked up the call. Xiao Ruofei asked calmly, "Department Head Lu, what's the matter?" "My father's condition suddenly began to worsen," Lu Chuanfeng said anxiously. "Mr. Feng, no matter where you are now, I beg you to come back to Beijing as soon as possible. My father's condition doesn't seem optimistic." After hearing what Lu Chuanfeng said, Xiao Ruofei's first reaction was that he was lying. In his opinion, such a thing was impossible. Although Elder Lu's recovery was slow, it was all under Xiao Ruofei's control. Under his intentional control, Elder Lu's condition was actually getting better. Before Xiao Ruofei left Jing City, he left enough pills. As long as the family Lu followed his instructions and gave Elder Lu the pills on time, there wouldn't be any accidents. "Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia." Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but call out anxiously when he didn't hear Xiao Ruofei speak. Xiao Ruofei came back to her senses and said, "Minister Lu, don't worry. Logically speaking, such a thing shouldn't have happened. Please describe Elder Lu's situation to me in detail." "Okay. Actually, about 6 or 7 days ago, my father felt a little unwell, and his mental state was obviously much worse than before." Lu Chuanfeng said, "At first, we thought it was because he was old and weak, but the situation got worse and worse. Since the day before yesterday, he couldn't get out of bed, and today, he fell into a coma. The doctor said, his condition might not be good. And the tumor is showing signs of spreading." Xiao Ruofei frowned and asked, "Did Elder Lu take the pills I prepared on time?" "We gave them to him on time every day." Lu Chuanfeng said, "There was someone in charge of it, and there was never any delay." "Did he overdose?" Xiao Ruofei asked again. In fact, even if he overdosed, there wouldn't be any side effects. The main treatment for Elder Lu's illness was the spirit heart flowers petals. Xiao Ruofei also told them to take a certain amount of pills to control Elder Lu's recovery speed. In fact, even if he took a few more pills, it would only speed up his recovery. Absolutely not. Lu Chuanfeng said, Mr. Xia, we strictly followed your instructions and gave Elder Lu the pills. How could this happen now, Director Lu? I also find it very strange. Xiao Ruofei said. How about this? I'll return to the capital immediately. There are many things that I can only understand after I see them with my own eyes. Good. Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly said, Mr. Xia, please come as soon as possible. Sorry to trouble you. Oh right, do you want me to arrange a plane for you? Lu Chuanfeng treated Xiao Ruofei as a life-saving straw. In fact, if it weren't for Xiao Ruofei, Elder Lu's illness would have been long gone. Therefore, even though the treatment process was now repeated, he still didn't dare to blame Xiao Ruofei in the slightest. Of course, if Elder Lu couldn't make it this time, then it would be a different story. The treatment fee that Xiao Ruofei had asked for was not cheap. Not only did he ask for Family Lu's pharmaceutical group, but he also reached a certain degree of reconciliation with Family Song at the family level. It could be said that he had made a lot of concessions. If the treatment failed, then Family Lu would definitely complain to Xiao Ruofei. Of course, Xiao Ruofei wasn't afraid of Family Lu, but he didn't want to go head-to-head with Family Lu if it wasn't necessary. Moreover, this matter was strange from beginning to end, so Xiao Ruofei had to investigate it properly no matter what. This matter was most likely caused by other factors, and Xiao Ruofei didn't want to be the scapegoat. That won't be necessary. Xiao Ruofei said. I have a business jet here, and I also have the channel to apply for an emergency flight route. I can reach the capital in 3 hours at most. That's good. Lu Chuanfeng said quickly. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up at the airport right away. Xiao Ruofei didn't refuse this arrangement. He nodded and said, okay, then I'll have to trouble you. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei immediately called Captain Luan and asked him to apply for a flight route from Sanshan to the capital immediately. The request was to take off as soon as possible. It was relatively easy to apply for a domestic flight route, so after Luan heard it, he immediately told Xiao Ruofei to go to the airport immediately. When he arrived at the airport, the flight route should have already been approved. After the phone call, Xiao Ruofei called the company's logistics department and asked for a car. After all, he didn't know how long he would stay in the capital this time. If he drove to the airport himself, then the car could only be left in the airport parking lot. Then, Xiao Ruofei called Feng Jing and Ling Qingxue. He didn't specifically say what was going on, but he said that there was an urgent matter in the capital to deal with and that he had to go there immediately. Feng Jing was already used to Xiao Ruofei's sudden disappearance. She was already used to this kind of thing, so she didn't complain too much. Instead, she generously said that she would take care of the company and let Xiao Ruofei go to the capital without worry. Ling Qingxue had to leave after a short reunion with Xiao Ruofei. She was a little reluctant, but she didn't ask too much. She even joked that Xiao Ruofei should spend more time with Song Wei when he was in the capital. After making the phone call, Xiao Ruofei got up and took out a small suitcase from the lounge. He casually took a few clothes from the space and stuffed them in. Then, he dragged the suitcase downstairs. A black Mercedes-Benz car sent by the company was already waiting at the entrance of the building. The veteran in charge of driving took Xiao Ruofei's suitcase and quickly put it in the trunk. Then, he trotted to the driver's side, opened the door, and got in. Soon, the Mercedes-Benz steadily slid out and sped in the direction of the airport. 2.5 hours later, Xiao Ruofei's Haven business jet landed steadily on the runway of the capital's international airport. Just as Xiao Ruofei dragged his small suitcase out of the airport's private jet building, an old man wearing a black tunic suit greeted him. He bowed slightly and said, "Hello, Mr. Xia." Xiao Ruofei recognized the old man in front of him at a glance. His name was Lu Quan, and he was Family Lu's housekeeper. He had been with Elder Lu for decades and was the most trusted person of Elder Lu. Although they weren't related by blood, he was the same as a family member. "Hello, Mr. Lu." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Mr. Xia, you've had a long journey. Lu Quan said respectfully. The car is ready. This way please. Lu Quan's driver had already taken Xia Ruofei's suitcase. Soon, Xia Ruofei got into a Mercedes-Benz business car sent by family Lu. Where is Mr. Lu now? Xia Ruofei sat in the middle seat and asked casually. Master is still in the old house. Lu Quan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, turned around and said, the medical facilities there are quite complete, and 301 Hospital has also sent several specialists to stay there. Lu Chuanfeng also considered that Xia Ruofei would need to treat Elder Lu after he came, and it would be inconvenient for him to stay in the hospital. Therefore, even though Elder Lu was in a coma, after consulting with the specialists, he still decided to let Elder Lu stay in the old house. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked casually, Uncle Lu, did anything unusual happen during the past few days when Elder Lu's health was affected? Lu Quan served Elder Lu every day, so he should know the situation best. Therefore, Xia Ruofei decided to ask about the situation first, even though he hadn't seen the patient yet. Lu Quan thought for a moment and said, Mr. Xia, I didn't notice anything unusual. Master's daily life is very regular. He didn't go out these days, and he took his medicine on time every day. Then where did he keep his medicine? Did anyone else have access to it? Xia Ruofei asked immediately. The pills you provided were all kept in the outer room of Elder Lu's room. Because the pills need to be refrigerated, we specially set up a refrigerator in the outer room. Of course, we were also afraid of disturbing the master's rest, so we put the refrigerator in the outer room, but there are people guarding it 24 hours a day. Logically speaking, no one else should have a chance to come into contact with these pills. Lu Quan said, Mr. Xia, do you suspect that someone has tampered with the pills? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I haven't seen Elder Lu yet, so I don't know what's going on with his body, so it's too early to make a conclusion. But, theoretically, we can't rule out this possibility. And the measures you mentioned seem to be strict, but in fact, there are loopholes. For example, someone bribed the person in charge of guarding the refrigerator to add something to the pills. As long as the price is high enough, it's hard to guarantee that no one won't be tempted. Speaking of this, Xia Ruofei changed the topic and said with a smile, of course, these are all my guesses, so I can't be sure. Then, Xia Ruofei asked again, are there many people who have access to Elder Lu on a daily basis? Lu Quan understood Xia Ruofei's meaning. He recalled and said, there are doctors on duty every day, nurses, and some family members, as well as bodyguards in charge of security and housekeepers in charge of cleaning. There are quite a lot of people who have access to Elder Lu every day, but these people are absolutely reliable. And any one of them, when they appear in front of Elder Lu, is actually under strict surveillance, so the possibility of them having problems is not high. Xia Ruofei didn't comment and smiled. He didn't argue with Lu Quan about whether or not these people were absolutely reliable. After asking Lu Quan a few questions, Xia Ruofei leaned against the back of the chair and closed his eyes to rest. Lu Quan saw this and turned around, his eyes looking forward. He looked like he had a lot on his mind, and no one knew what he was thinking. An hour later, Xia Ruofei's Mercedes-Benz business car arrived at Elder Lu's house. As soon as Xia Ruofei got out of the car, he saw Lu Chuanfeng, who had a worried look on his face, quickly walk up to him. Without waiting for Lu Chuanfeng to speak, Xia Ruofei said directly, Department Head Lu, let's skip the small talk. Take me to see Elder Lu's situation right now. Lu Chuanfeng's eyes showed a trace of gratitude. Maybe the two sides had different standpoints, but after receiving such a high treatment fee, Xia Ruofei was still very dedicated to Elder Lu's treatment. Not to mention other things, just based on the fact that Xia Ruofei immediately arranged for a business jet to rush to Beijing as soon as he heard the news, family head Lu was grateful. Okay. Elder Lu is on the second floor. Lu Chuanfeng said, Mr. Xia, this way please. Xia Ruofei followed Lu Chuanfeng to the second floor. Elder Lu still lived in his original room, but compared to when Xia Ruofei first came for a follow-up visit, this place was now full of tension. Moreover, with a casual sweep of his mental power, he could find several people on guard. Obviously, family Lu also suspected that the deterioration of Elder Lu's condition might be due to human factors. In addition to the guards, there were also many medical staff here. In the past, when Xia Ruofei treated Elder Lu, the family Lu only left 2 healthcare doctors and a few nurses in this house because the results were very obvious. Now, there was a whole medical team stationed in this house, and they were all experts from 301. After entering the room, 2 doctors were checking the data of the life support equipment. Elder Lu was lying on the bed with his eyes closed and his face ashen. He was already on the ventilator. The room was very quiet. Except for the rhythmic beeping of the equipment, no one spoke. The air was filled with a dignified atmosphere. Seeing Lu Chuanfeng come in, the 2 doctors nodded at him to greet him. Lu Chuanfeng knew Xia Ruofei's rules and whispered to them, "Dr. Hu, Dr. Zhang, please go to the next room and rest first." The 2 doctors nodded and left the room with the nurses. Under Lu Chuanfeng's signal, the 2 big men in charge of guarding silently retreated. At this time, Lu Chuanfeng said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, then I'll leave this place to you." After saying that, Lu Chuanfeng bowed deeply to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei glanced at Lu Chuanfeng. Compared to the first time he saw Lu Chuanfeng, the current Lu Chuanfeng looked a lot older. With his bow, Xia Ruofei could clearly see the roots of his gray hair. Of course, Xia Ruofei also knew that Lu Chuanfeng was so haggard. On one hand, it was because Elder Lu's illness had made him mentally and physically exhausted. On the other hand, it was because of the pain of losing his son, which was a huge blow to him. Xia Ruofei faintly replied, "Department Head Lu, you're being too polite. Treating Sire Lu is part of my duty. Please be reassured that I will find out the reason for the relapse of his illness and do my best to treat Sire Lu. If it's really beyond my ability, I'll definitely give the family Lu an explanation." Lu Chuanfeng looked a little embarrassed and said, "Mr. Xia, you're exaggerating. Your treatment of my father was very successful. Everyone saw it. Even if, we won't blame you." At a time like this, Lu Chuanfeng naturally had to do his best to support Xia Ruofei. Otherwise, if this master were to really quit, then Elder Lu would definitely be in a dead end. In the past 2 days, the experts from 301 had tried their best, but they still couldn't stop Elder Lu's illness from worsening. Elder Lu's vital signs were weakening bit by bit, and the tumor cells in his body began to wreak havoc again. In fact, pancreatic cancer was very dangerous, and the progression of the disease was also very fast. In a sense, if Xia Ruofei hadn't intervened, the current progression curve would have been normal. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Let's not think about that for now. The most important thing now is to do our best to save Elder Lu's life." "Yes, yes, yes." Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, "Mr. Xia, then I won't bother you anymore." After that, he slightly bowed to Xia Ruofei, then quickly left the room and personally closed the door from the outside. After leaving the room, Lu Chuanfeng regained some of his dignity. He said to the 2 big men guarding the door, "Move your posts to the stairs. Without my permission, no one is allowed to go near the old man's room, including yourselves. Also, no matter what happens in the room, unless Mr. Xia personally calls for you, you are not allowed to enter the room without permission." "Yes, sir." The 2 men respectfully replied. The 2 big men moved to the stairs according to Lu Chuanfeng's instructions, their bright eyes constantly watching the situation in Elder Lu's room. Lu Chuanfeng turned around and looked at the tightly shut door. He sighed inwardly and walked towards the staircase with a worried expression. In the room, Xia Ruofei first used his spiritual power to scan the entire room. This time, Family Lu learned his lesson and didn't set up any monitoring devices. Xia Ruofei walked to the window and took a deep look in one direction. Then, she pulled the curtains shut. Xia Ruofei wasn't surprised that Family Lu set up security guards outside. After checking the security situation, Xia Ruofei walked to Elder Lu's bed and reached out to take his pulse. Then, he released his spiritual power and began to scan the situation in his body along his meridians. Xia Ruofei's brows furrowed slightly. After the previous treatment, the tumor cells in Elder Lu's body had already lost their vitality and could only linger on in a corner. But now, those tumor cells seemed to have reignited from the ashes and were obviously full of vitality, and the signs of spreading were quite obvious. Why did this happen? Obviously, the force suppressing the tumor cells had disappeared, so they could rapidly grow by absorbing the energy of the host's body and continuously divide new cancer cells. Through the examination just now, Xiao Ruofei didn't find any signs of poisoning in Elder Lu. Then, the answer was obvious, the problem was probably with the pills. Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself for a moment and took out a set of acupuncture needles from his bag. Using the Cloud Contact 9 needles, he first locked Elder Lu's vitality and temporarily suppressed the raging cancer cells. Of course, when the illness was so serious, acupuncture alone couldn't completely eliminate the cancer cells. To put it bluntly, it was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. It could only delay the effect. To truly cure the illness, he still had to rely on the composition of the spirit heart flower's petals. At least until now, the composition of the spirit heart flower's petals could be said to be successful in treating illnesses in the secular world. There had never been a case of failure. However, Xiao Ruofei definitely wouldn't take out the spirit heart flower's petals so easily. He had to find out what was going on first. At least, he couldn't be the scapegoat. Moreover, when he thought about how the spirit heart flower's petals were wasted in the early stage of the treatment, he felt a burst of dissatisfaction. He didn't have any friendship with Family Lu, so now he had to pay so much. At least, he had to let Family Lu know what was going on. On this basis, his loss naturally had to be borne by Family Lu. With that in mind, Xiao Ruofei walked out of Elder Lu's room. The two big men who had been guarding the staircase immediately walked over. One of them asked respectfully, "Mr. Xia, what can I do for you?" "Go, ask Director Lu to come over." Xiao Ruofei said calmly, then turned around and went back into his room. Yes. After a while, Lu Chuanfeng arrived at Elder Lu's room. Lu Chuanfeng saw that his father was still unconscious on the bed, but there were a few more silver needles on his body. For some reason, even though Elder Lu didn't seem to have changed, Lu Chuanfeng's heart felt a little more at ease. "Mr. Xia, have you found the reason why my father's condition is worsening?" Lu Chuanfeng asked with a hint of anticipation. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Through the examination, I already have a preliminary judgment, but I still need to verify it." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment, then asked, "Director Lu, the batch of pills I left behind should still be there, right?" Lu Chuanfeng nodded and said, "There are still a lot of pills. They're all in the refrigerator in the next room. Can you take me to have a look?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "Of course." Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, "Mr. Xia, this way please." After that, Lu Chuanfeng personally led Xiao Ruofei to the next room. This room was connected to Elder Lu's room. Usually, there were medical staff stationed here. At the same time, there were people guarding the refrigerator 24 hours a day. Because Xiao Ruofei didn't like to be disturbed during treatment, Lu Chuanfeng had already sent all the staff away. Only a big man in black was left to guard the refrigerator where the pills were stored. When the big man saw Lu Chuanfeng and Xiao Ruofei coming over, he quickly bowed and greeted them. Lu Chuanfeng asked faintly, "Is everything normal here?" "Yes, since I took over until now, no one has entered this room." The big man in black replied respectfully. Lu Chuanfeng nodded and said, "You can leave first." "No need." Xiao Ruofei suddenly said, "Let him stay here." The reason why he asked Lu Chuanfeng to come over was that he wanted Lu Chuanfeng to be a witness. He didn't want the Lu family to think that there was something wrong with the pills. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also had some questions to ask the big man in black, who was in charge of guarding the pills, so he asked him to stay as a witness. The big man in black looked at Lu Chuanfeng. Naturally, he would listen to Lu Chuanfeng's instructions. Lu Chuanfeng nodded slightly. The big man in black immediately said, "Yes." Then he walked to the side and stood straight. Xiao Ruofei said, "Brother, you don't have to stand so far away. Please come over and open the fridge and take out the rest of the pills." "Yes." The big man in black said. After getting Lu Chuanfeng's permission, the big man in black walked over and opened the fridge door. He carefully took out a food container from inside. Inside the food container were pills. Each pill was wrapped in plastic wrap and stacked inside the food container. There were roughly 20 to 30 pills, which meant that under normal circumstances, these pills could still be used for a month or so. Xiao Ruofei ordered, "Open the lid. I want to see these pills." "Open the lid." Lu Chuanfeng immediately ordered. Yes. The big man in black replied, and then carefully opened the lid of the food container. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power had already scanned every single pill. The reason why he asked the big man in black to open the box was to let Lu Chuanfeng see more clearly. After scanning with his spiritual power, Xiao Ruofei came to a definite conclusion. The problem was indeed with the pills. Although these pills didn't seem to have any changes, under the scan of Xiao Ruofei's mental power, they couldn't hide anything. The spirit heart flower petals in each pill had disappeared without a trace. Without the spirit heart flower petals, these pills were just the most ordinary nourishing pills. No wonder Elder Lu didn't have any effect after taking these pills. Moreover, without the suppression of the spirit heart flower petals, the cancer cells in Elder Lu's body naturally began to become active again, and then slowly ate away at his body. One had to know that pancreatic cancer developed very quickly. Within a week, all the treatment effects were gone. The situation was even worse than before Xiao Ruofei's intervention. Lu Chuanfeng looked at the pills in the food container and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Xia, is there something wrong with these pills?" Xiao Ruofei didn't answer Lu Chuanfeng's question directly. Instead, he asked, "Who usually comes into contact with these pills?" Lu Chuanfeng didn't even think about it and said, "It's mainly the nurses in charge of taking care of Elder Lu." Then, Lu Chuanfeng pointed at the big man in black and said, "The nurses also took the pills under their watch." From here to Elder Lu's room, the whole process was under surveillance. There shouldn't be any chance for them to do anything. In fact, Lu Chuanfeng didn't say one more thing. If the remaining pills in the food container were also tampered with, then it was even more impossible. Because the nurses took very little time each time to take the pills, it was impossible for them to tamper with each pill. Xiao Ruofei looked at the big man in black and asked, "What about them?" They were in charge of guarding these pills. They should have enough time to do something with these pills, right? The big man in black suddenly showed a trace of anger, but he quickly lowered his head. He didn't dare to show it in front of Xiao Ruofei. Lu Chuanfeng explained, "Mr. Xia, before Elder Lu's condition worsened, there were at least 2 people on duty here. In addition to the doctors and nurses who were permanently on duty here, there were 5 or 6 people in this room at all times. Moreover, there were 8 cameras in this room, aimed at the refrigerator from many angles. It could be said that there were no blind spots. It was impossible for them to come into contact with the pills without anyone noticing." Xiao Ruofei nodded and agreed with Lu Chuanfeng's point of view. If the situation of the people in this room was as Lu Chuanfeng said before Elder Lu's condition worsened, then these staff could indeed be ruled out as suspects. After Elder Lu's condition worsened, even if the people here had the opportunity to secretly come into contact with the pills, it didn't mean that there was a problem. Because it was obvious that Elder Lu's condition worsened a week ago, which meant that these pills must have all gone wrong a week ago. If only some of the pills were tampered with, then from a probability point of view, it was unlikely that Elder Lu would be so unlucky to have taken all the pills that had been tampered with. As long as there was one pill that was normal during the process, then at least the illness would have been contained to a certain extent. What's more, now that the pills in the CRISPR box had lost their medicinal properties, the person who had tampered with the pills wouldn't have taken the risk of being exposed and tampered with the pills again after they had succeeded. This didn't make sense at all. Therefore, the first fact was that Elder Lu's condition worsened because the pills had been tampered with. The second fact that could be confirmed was that this incident happened a week ago, or even a few days ago. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei asked, "Department Head Lu, may I ask who came into contact with the pills 7 or 8 days ago? We should have a record of the nurses who were on duty during those few days." "We'll know once we check," Lu Chuanfeng said. "Although we can check, don't get your hopes up," Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "this person is unlikely to be a doctor or nurse." Then, Lu Chuanfeng carefully recalled. Suddenly, a figure flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but frown slightly, revealing a strange expression. Xiao Ruofei saw it clearly from the side. He smiled faintly and said, "It seems that Department Head Lu already has an answer in his heart. If you don't mind, I'd like to hear your judgment." "I really hope that Mr. Xia's judgment is wrong," Lu Chuanfeng said with a wry smile. "But logic tells me that this may be the only answer." Xiao Ruofei shrugged and continued to look at Lu Chuanfeng, waiting for him to continue. Lu Chuanfeng sighed and said, Mr. Xia, please give me some time. I will definitely investigate this matter to the bottom. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, of course, no problem. But Mr. Lu's current condition is not very good. Although I used acupuncture to temporarily suppress his illness, this is not a long-term solution. Also, I have to make it clear to Director Lu that because of the problems with the storage of this batch of pills, now the treatment effect of the previous stage has been lost. Mr. Lu's physical condition is even worse than before I intervened. I understand. Lu Chuanfeng said quickly. Mr. Xia, we will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Please try your best to save my father's life first. Xia Ruofei smiled noncommittally and said, then, Director Lu, you should investigate first. I won't accompany you. Okay. Okay. Lu Chuanfeng said quickly and personally walked Xia Ruofei to the door, then returned to the room where the pills were stored. His face became very serious, and there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. The man in black couldn't help but subconsciously stay away from him. Lu Chuanfeng took out his phone and dialed a number. He said faintly, inform the core members of the family in Beijing to come immediately. I have a very important matter to discuss with everyone. After the phone call, Lu Chuanfeng left the room. Before he went out, he patted the man in black on the shoulder and told him to do his best to guard the room. More than an hour later, in a small meeting room on the first floor of the house, the last core member of the family in Beijing, Lu Chuanfeng's youngest sister, Lu Lifeng, hurried into the meeting room and said, there was a traffic jam on the way. Brother, why did you call everyone in such a hurry? I'm busy at the company. Lu Chuanfeng looked at Lu Lifeng with a complicated expression. He didn't answer her question directly. Instead, he stood up and said, since everyone is here, then, please follow me upstairs. Although Lu Chongli, Elder Lu's cousin, had a higher seniority than Lu Chuanfeng, his position in the family was far from Lu Chuanfeng's. Therefore, even when facing his own nephew, he did not dare to take advantage of his seniority. However, Lu Chongli could not help but ask with a face full of smiles, Chuanfeng, what's the matter? Could it be that big brother? Lu Chuanfeng said, father's condition is stable for the time being. It's my idea to gather everyone here. It has nothing to do with father. As for why I've called you all here, you'll know soon enough. Now, follow me upstairs. Everyone saw Lu Chuanfeng's sullen face and did not dare to ask more. They followed Lu Chuanfeng upstairs with a belly full of questions. Lu Chuanfeng led the group of people to the room next to Elder Lu's room. He went straight to the refrigerator where the pills were stored and said with a sullen face, the reason for the deterioration of Elder Lu's condition has been found. About 7 to 8 days ago, someone tampered with Elder Lu's life-saving medicine, causing the medicine to disappear. In other words, Elder Lu has actually stopped taking the medicine for 7 to 8 days. That's why his condition is getting worse by the day. As soon as Lu Chuanfeng said this, the faces of the core members of the family Lu changed drastically. If what Lu Chuanfeng said was true, then the nature of the matter was serious. This was no longer a simple matter of treatment. Someone had tampered with the pills. That was murder. Old Master Lu was the mainstay of the Lu family. Any slight change in his physical condition would have a huge impact on the family. Lu Chongli asked with a serious expression, Chuanfeng, this is not a small matter. Can you confirm it? Lu Chuanfeng nodded solemnly and said, I'm at least 80% sure. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gathered everyone here. Then we must investigate thoroughly. Lu Chongli said in a deep voice, I want to see who is so bold. Which force is behind this? Lu Chuanfei, Lu Liru, and the others were also filled with righteous indignation and expressed their desire to find the culprit. Lu Lifeng, who was usually noisy, had a flicker in her eyes after hearing Lu Chuanfeng's words. Her face also turned pale. Lu Chuanfeng glanced at Lu Lifeng intentionally and said lightly, of course we have to investigate. It's just that our security here is tight. There are very few people who can enter and leave this room. These pills are under 24-hour surveillance. Who could have touched them without anyone knowing? Lu Liru said calmly, Big brother, aren't there surveillance cameras here? Why don't we check the surveillance cameras? Could it be that the surveillance cameras from 7 to 8 days ago have been wiped out? The server here can store at least a month's worth of surveillance data. The surveillance videos from 7 to 8 days ago must be there. Lu Chuanfeng said lightly, I just hope that this person can take the initiative to come forward, so that it won't look bad for everyone. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Lu Chongli squinted his eyes and asked, Chuanfeng, you mean? There is a mole in our family, Lu? And this mole is among us? Big brother, you can't just say that. Lu Liru said with a worried look. This accusation is too serious. We are the closest people to the old man. What reason would there be for them to kill the old man? What good would it do for them? This doesn't make sense logically. If because of this, everyone is suspicious of each other, wouldn't that be even more? Lu Chuanfeng waved his hand and said, if I wasn't certain, I wouldn't have said this. And I didn't say that this person must be the mole. To be honest, I'm quite curious about her motive. What was the reason for her to kill her biological father? After Lu Chuanfeng said this, Lu Chongli and his two sons secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They had been cleared of suspicion, but Lu Chuanfeng's siblings' faces changed drastically. Lu Chuanfeng didn't pay attention to his siblings, but stared sharply at Lu Lifeng and asked lightly, little sister, what do you think? Why would this person do this? Or, what good would it do her? At this time, everyone noticed that Lu Lifeng's face was as pale as a sheet. Her hands couldn't help but tremble slightly, and her forehead kept sweating. Lu Liru saw this and couldn't help but open her eyes wide. She stared at Lu Lifeng and asked, little sister. Did you do this? Why? Why did you do this? Lu Lifeng subconsciously shouted, I didn't. No? If you didn't, then why are you so nervous? Lu Liru stared at Lu Lifeng and asked, are you feeling guilty? I just thought that big brother was suspecting his own people, but I didn't expect that it was really. Lu Chongli and his two sons exchanged glances, and they both chose to remain silent. Obviously, this was a matter between Lu Chuanfeng and his siblings. Since this matter had nothing to do with Lu Chongli's branch, the best choice was to remain silent. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate to say anything. Lu Chuanfeng said coldly, little sister. I remember that you came to visit Dad 8 days ago, and to show your filial piety, you personally went to take the pills for him. Then, the next day, you came again and used the same reason to open the fridge to take out the pills. Little sister, do you want us to check the CCTV and see what you did those 2 days? When Lu Lifeng heard that Lu Chuanfeng wanted to check the CCTV, she immediately turned pale and shouted, no. Big brother. Don't look at the CCTV, I'll talk. We're all listening. I hope you can give us a reasonable explanation, Lu Chuanfeng said calmly. Lu Lifeng's lips trembled slightly as she said, I didn't switch Dad's pills, you still don't admit it. Lu Chuanfeng stared and said sternly, do you really think that I don't dare to punish you? I really didn't. Lu Lifeng cried with tears in her eyes, big brother, I just touched these pills, and then I wrapped them up again. I really didn't think that this would have such a serious impact on Dad. Lu Chuanfeng frowned and said, you just touched them? Little sister, you're still quibbling at this time? And you're using such a ridiculous excuse. Don't you think that you're insulting our intelligence? I advise you to tell us the truth. I also believe that you wouldn't be so vicious as to kill your biological father, so you were most likely bewitched by someone. If you tell us the truth, I can consider giving you a lighter punishment. Lu Lifeng couldn't defend herself at this time. She said with a trace of despair, everything I said was the truth, and no one ordered me to do it. Even if you kill me, I'll say the same thing. There's no such thing, how do you want me to explain it? Humph. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Lu Chuanfeng snorted coldly and said, then why don't you tell me why you touched every single pill for no reason? Don't tell me you have some special fetish? I'd like to see how you're going to cover up this lie. Lu Lifeng hesitated for a moment. She gently bit her lower lip and then said, I know you won't believe me, but this is the truth. I came to visit Dad that day. Which day? Say it clearly. Lu Chuanfeng impatiently interrupted Lu Lifeng's words. Just 8 days ago. Lu Lifeng stammered, that day when I came over, I saw the nurse taking the medicine. I was on my way to Dad's room, so I asked the nurse to pass the medicine to me. On the way to Dad's room, my hand accidentally touched the pill. Speaking up to this point, Lu Lifeng timidly looked at Lu Chuanfeng and the other family members, then said, at first I didn't pay much attention to it, but very quickly I remembered that surnamed Xia said that the pill couldn't be directly touched by the skin. Originally I wanted to go back and change the pill, but when I looked at it, although my hand touched the pill, it didn't have any changes at all. I was also afraid of being scolded by Big Brother, so I hid this matter and directly gave Dad the pill. At first I was a little worried, but when I saw that Dad didn't have any adverse reactions after taking the pill, I was relieved. Get to the point. Lu Chuanfeng said coldly, our patience is limited. Lu Lifeng hurriedly nodded, then a strange look appeared on her face. Her eyes were a little confused as she said, after I went back that day, I suddenly realized that the allergic rhinitis that often acted up during that period of time seemed to have improved a lot all of a sudden. In the past, no matter how much medicine I took during this season, the allergic rhinitis never recovered. This time I didn't sneeze the whole night. I thought about it, and other than touching the pill during the day, I couldn't think of any other reason. So the next day you came here again and found a chance to touch every single pill? Lu Chuanfeng asked coldly. It was the first time Lu Lifeng had seen her big brother speak in such a tone, and there was a strange feeling in her heart, and at the same time, she felt very scared. She dodged his gaze as she nodded and said, I wanted to verify my guess. At the same time, because the pill that I touched the day before didn't cause any harm to Father, I found an excuse to send the guards away. Then, I touched every single pill and wrapped them up again before putting them back. Speaking of this, Lu Lifeng hurriedly said, Big Brother, I really didn't collude with outsiders. If what I said just now was a lie, then let me die a horrible death. I only touched the pill, I really didn't think that there would be such serious consequences. Lu Chuanfeng was a little uncertain in his heart. After being siblings for so many years, Lu Chuanfeng understood Lu Lifeng quite well. He knew that his sister usually had the habits of a rich family, was a little mean, and at the same time, was a little short-sighted, but to say that she would be so vicious to her own biological father, Lu Chuanfeng himself wouldn't believe it. But if what Lu Lifeng said was true, then this matter was too strange. Just when Lu Chuanfeng was hesitating, Lu Liru said coldly, Little sister. You'd better not make such a serious oath. What if it came true? What do you mean? Are you still suspecting that I'm lying? Lu Lifeng questioned with red eyes. Lu Liru laughed disdainfully and said, You should make up a more reasonable story, to be able to make all the effects of the pill disappear just by touching it. Do you think this is a fairy tale? But that's the truth. Lu Lifeng hurriedly said, Other than touching these pills, I didn't do anything else. I'm even suspecting that I'm just unlucky to have encountered this matter, but in reality, these pills have already lost their effects. Who knows what that Xia fellow is thinking? He has many conflicts with our family Lu. Just then, a mocking voice was heard from the door, So, you're saying that you're trying to push the blame to me? Everyone turned their heads in the direction of the voice, and only then did they realize that Xia Ruofei had walked over from the next room. He was standing at the door, looking at Lu Lifeng with interest. Mr. Xia. Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly took a few steps forward, then said with a wry smile, I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly, then looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Lu Lifeng. He said, Department Head Lu, it's not that I've made a fool of myself, it's just that, your sister's way of thinking is a little different from ordinary people. When Lu Lifeng heard this, she immediately lost her cool. She shouted angrily, What do you mean? You're blaming me. Lu Lifeng didn't dare to act rashly in front of Lu Chuanfeng because of the prestige that Lu Chuanfeng had accumulated in the family over the years. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that although Lu Lifeng was old man Lu's biological daughter, Lu Chuanfeng could easily take away everything that she had now, including power, status, wealth, and even freedom. When facing Xia Ruofei, Lu Lifeng's unruly nature as a princess of a wealthy family couldn't help but show itself. Shut up! Lu Chuanfeng shouted. You caused such a big trouble, and you still think you're in the right? Lu Lifeng's body trembled slightly, and the aggressive vixen's arrogance suddenly disappeared. She lowered her head in fear and didn't dare to speak again. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved at Lu Chuanfeng, then said to Lu Lifeng, "You must still be very unconvinced in your heart, right?" Lu Lifeng suddenly raised her head, but after feeling Lu Chuanfeng's unfriendly gaze, she immediately restrained herself, but the anger in her eyes didn't diminish. In the end, she said stiffly, "I wouldn't dare." She cursed in her heart, "If it weren't for Big Brother backing you up, you'd be nothing, you little bastard." Xiao Ruofei looked around with a faint smile on his face and said, "I think that just by touching the surface of the pill, the effect of the pill was completely lost. She's not the only one who's unconvinced. I'm sure everyone here feels that this is very unconvincing, right?" Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly said, "No, no, no. Mr. Xia, this matter is very clear. It's Lu Lifeng's fault. It has nothing to do with the quality of the medicine you provided." Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, "It's better to make things clear, so that everyone won't have a knot in their hearts. The more you argue, the clearer it will be." This. Lu Chuanfeng looked at Xiao Ruofei hesitantly, not knowing how he wanted to make things clear. To be honest, Lu Chuanfeng did have some doubts in his heart. After all, it did not make sense for the medicinal properties to be lost just by touching it. However, Elder Lu's life was hanging by a thread. The only person who had the ability to pull Elder Lu back from the gates of hell was Xiao Ruofei. If he had a choice, Lu Chuanfeng would not want to offend Xiao Ruofei at this time. Even if this matter became a mess, or if it was Lu Lifeng's fault, it was better than leaving a grudge in Xiao Ruofei's heart, or even directly quitting. If Xiao Ruofei really left now, they wouldn't be able to say anything. As long as Xiao Ruofei said that he was beyond cure and could do nothing about it, would they be able to force Xiao Ruofei to do anything? Moreover, with Lu Lifeng's idiotic behavior, if Xiao Ruofei left at this time, even if they stood on the moral high ground, family Lu could not blame Xiao Ruofei for failing the treatment. With family Song standing behind Xiao Ruofei, family Lu could not openly denounce Xiao Ruofei in this situation. Xiao Ruofei was well aware of Lu Chuanfeng's thoughts, but he did not intend to let this matter become a mess. If this matter was not made clear, how could he ask for benefits from family Lu? The early treatment effects were all gone, and so many pills were ineffective. The petals of the spirit heart flower were very precious. Who was going to make up for these losses? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "I have a few questions to ask Ms. Lu." Lu Chuanfeng sighed and said, "No problem. If you have any questions, Mr. Xia, feel free to ask." Then Lu Chuanfeng said sternly to Lu Lifeng, "Whatever Mr. Xia asks you, you answer it. You are not allowed to hide anything, understand?" Lu Lifeng nodded unwillingly and said in a muffled voice, "I understand." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Lu Lifeng and asked, 8 days ago, you touched my pills for the first time. I think the effects should be very obvious, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so impatient to come again the next day." Lu Lifeng's eyes flickered as she said, "My rhinitis did improve. At that time, I thought it had something to do with the pills, so I came the next day to verify it. But now, I think it was just my imagination. The improvement of my rhinitis was the result of my long-term treatment with the pills." Xiao Ruofei could not help but laugh. "Don't you know if it's the effect of the pills? 7 days ago, you touched every single one of the pills. How could you not feel the obvious effects? If I'm not mistaken, you used to have a serious gastritis and gout. Now, these symptoms have disappeared, right?" Lu Lifeng couldn't help but open her eyes wide. The young man in front of her was like a devil. His eyes were so vicious that they seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. In front of him, it was as if she had been stripped naked and had no secrets at all. Lu Chuanfeng's eyes were sharp as he stared at Lu Lifeng and asked, "Answer Mr. Xiao's question. Don't try to hide it. Your brothers and sisters are very clear about your gastritis and gout. As long as you go to the hospital for a checkup, everything will be clear." Lu Lifeng's face was a little pale. In the end, she made up her mind and raised her head to meet Xiao Ruofei's playful eyes. She straightened her neck and said, "Yes. My gastritis and gout symptoms have disappeared, but what evidence do you have to prove that it's because I touched the pills? You want to say that it's because you've been taking the pills for a long time?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "That's strange. You've been taking care of it for so long. How could there be no effect at all? Why did all the symptoms disappear when you touched the pills a few times? How could it be so coincidental? Lu Lifeng was speechless. After a long while, she argued, I just touched the surface of the pills with my hand. If that can cure the disease, then isn't your medicine magical? I've never heard of any medicine that can be effective just by touching it, and the effect is so good. I don't think you've heard of such an incredible thing either. You haven't heard of it because you're ignorant. Xiao Ruofei said bluntly. Lu Lifeng glared at Xiao Ruofei angrily. You, Xiao Ruofei interrupted her directly. He stared into her eyes and asked, before I left, did I repeatedly tell you not to let the pills come into contact with your skin? If it weren't for the fact that the medicinal properties would quickly disappear after coming into contact with human skin, why would I tell you so solemnly? Even if the medicinal properties disappeared after I touched it, what does that have to do with the disappearance of my chronic symptoms? Lu Lifeng argued weakly. Isn't it easy to understand? That's because a small part of the lost medicinal properties was absorbed by your body. Xiao Ruofei sneered. You're really something. That's Master Lu's life-saving medicine. As the Master's biological daughter, you actually destroyed such a precious pill in order to treat some chronic diseases. I can absorb the medicinal properties just by touching it? Lu Lifeng sneered. If that's the case, why did you give the pills to Master Lu? Why didn't you just let him touch it? Nonsense. Do you know how much medicinal properties you can only absorb by touching it? Let me tell you, more than 90% of the medicinal properties were lost directly. Xiao Ruofei said. A precious medicine that could have saved a patient with terminal cancer was used by you to treat some messy chronic diseases. This is simply a reckless waste of God's gift. Then, Xiao Ruofei looked at the pale Lu Lifeng and said, but you should be glad that you only touched the pills. If you were stupid enough to swallow all the pills, I'm afraid they would be in a box by now. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei looked at Lu Qianfeng and said, why did I repeatedly tell you not to touch the pills directly with your skin? I also asked you to strictly control the dosage of the medicine. There's a reason for all of this. Department Head Lu, do you understand now? Lu Qianfeng nodded awkwardly and said, understood. Understood. Mr. Xia, I have always attached great importance to your instructions and strictly followed them. This time, it was Lu Lifeng's stupid mistake. Lu Chongli, Lu Qianfei, Lu Liru, and the other core members of the family Lu also nodded. Through the series of verbal exchanges between Xiao Ruofei and Lu Lifeng, everyone could see very clearly that this matter was indeed caused by the stupid woman, Lu Lifeng. The deterioration of Elder Lu's condition had nothing to do with Xiao Ruofei. As for Lu Lifeng's behavior, there was only one word to describe it, and that was, stupid to the point of crying. Lu Lifeng was like a defeated rooster. She stood aside dejectedly, unable to say a word. A few days ago, she was a little complacent, secretly cheering for her own cleverness, and even thought that she had discovered some great secret. When Elder Lu's condition began to deteriorate, she was indeed faintly worried, but she forced herself not to think about it. But today, Xiao Ruofei had easily shattered her fantasy and mercilessly exposed her foolish actions. At this moment, she could be said to be in a state of confusion. Lu Qianfeng glared fiercely at Lu Lifeng and said sternly, I'll deal with you later. Now, go back to the old mansion and kneel in front of the ancestral hall. Without my permission, you're not allowed to get up. This was only one of family Lu's mansions. They moved here for the convenience of Elder Lu's treatment. Family Lu's residence was much bigger than this one, and there was a room in the family Lu that was specially used to store the ancestral tablets. Within the family, it was called the ancestral hall. As a traditional rich and powerful family, family Lu naturally had a lot of rules. As a woman, Lu Lifeng could not easily enter the ancestral hall according to the rules. This time, her mistake was too serious. If anything happened to Elder Lu, it would be no different from a magnitude 10 earthquake for family Lu, and this earthquake was completely caused by Lu Lifeng. Lu Qianfeng's anger at this moment was unimaginable. But now was not the time to pursue the matter with Lu Lifeng. Right now, the most important thing was to ask Xiao Ruofei to quickly treat Elder Lu. No matter what, the old man's life had to be saved. Therefore, Lu Chuanfeng let Lu Lifeng go to the old mansion first and kneel in front of the ancestral hall to accept her punishment. Oh. Got it. Lu Lifeng did not dare to talk back at this moment. She lowered her head and said softly. Lu Chuanfeng snorted and said, after you go back, kneel obediently. If you still dare to play tricks at this time. Humph. I'll let you know the power of the family rules. I don't dare. Lu Lifeng lowered her head and said. The small ancestral hall's entrance was full of surveillance cameras. She had committed such a big mistake, kneeling in front of the ancestral hall as punishment. If she still dared to play tricks, then she was really looking for death. Lu Chuanfeng looked at Lu Quan, and the expression on his face eased a little. He said, Uncle Quan, please send Lu Lifeng back to the old mansion. Tell the family that no one is allowed to help Lu Lifeng. Let her kneel. Also, this is a special time. If anyone dares to cause any trouble during this time, Lu Lifeng will be the example. Let them think about whether they can handle the punishment of the family rules. Okay. Lu Quan bowed slightly and said. Under Lu Quan's escort, Lu Lifeng went downstairs and took a car back to family Lu's old mansion. The other core members of family Lu looked at each other. Before they came, they did not expect such an explosive thing to happen. Even after Lu Lifeng was escorted away, some of them were still in a state of confusion. Of course, there were also some who were secretly on alert. They told themselves to be careful with their words and actions during this period of time, so as not to bump into the muzzle of the gun and become an unlucky person like Lu Lifeng. After Lu Lifeng left, Lu Chuanfeng immediately piled up a smile on his face. He said to Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia, you know my father's condition the best. The previous stage of treatment was also very effective. This time, I'll have to trouble you again. Xia Ruofei looked troubled. Director Lu, Mr. Lu's current condition is much worse than when I took over the treatment. To be honest, I'm not very confident. As long as you do your best, no matter the result, family Lu will be very grateful. Lu Chuanfeng said quickly. Although that's the case, I'm also in a difficult situation now. Xia Ruofei said with a slight frown. To be honest, this kind of thing shouldn't have happened. Now, not only did the previous stage of treatment go to waste, but his condition is even more troublesome. Most importantly, those pills could have almost cured Mr. Lu's illness, and the herbs used to make these pills are very precious. Some of the herbs can't be bought even if you have the money. It wasn't easy for me to collect and make these pills, but they were used by a stupid woman to treat some chronic rhinitis. Now, even if I wanted to continue treating Mr. Lu, it wouldn't be easy to collect these herbs. And you know Mr. Lu's condition, he can't afford to wait. Lu Chuanfeng's heart couldn't help but sink. What he was most worried about was not that Xia Ruofei was unwilling to treat Xia Ruofei, because based on his understanding of Xia Ruofei, since Xia Ruofei had taken over this matter before, he wouldn't just watch Mr. Lu die. What he was worried about was what Xia Ruofei said. Even if he wanted to treat Mr. Lu, he didn't have the conditions to do so. Lu Chuanfeng blurted out, Mr. Xia, what medicinal herbs do you need? Why don't you make a list? Our Lu family can be considered to have some strength. If we work together, we might be able to gather the herbs. After saying that, Lu Chuanfeng quickly explained, Mr. Xia, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to pry into your prescription. It's just that now. Isn't this a bit urgent? Our family Lu also joined in looking for the herbs, so it can be of some help. What do you think? Lu Chuanfeng's reaction was within Xia Ruofei's expectations. To be precise, when Xia Ruofei confirmed that the whole thing was Lu Lifeng's mistake, he already knew what to do. In this matter, he had the absolute initiative. The key to the problem was how to control it. Before that, he had to lay the groundwork. After hearing Lu Chuanfeng's words, Xia Ruofei didn't reject his suggestion as Lu Chuanfeng was worried about. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, if family Lu can be busy looking for the herbs together, that would be the best. Lu Chuanfeng was slightly stunned, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He thought that Xia Ruofei would definitely reject his suggestion, so he didn't have much hope in his heart. He didn't expect Xia Ruofei to agree so easily. This was really out of his expectations. After coming back to his senses, Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, thank you, Mr. Xia. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, don't thank me so quickly. The herbs needed to make this kind of pill are extremely rare. They can't be found just because you have money or power. Department Head Lu, please prepare a pen and paper for me. Okay. Okay. Lu Chuanfeng quickly turned his head and said to Lu Liru. Go get a pen and paper. Oh. Lu Liru reacted and quickly walked out of the room. After a while, she walked in with a stack of A4 printing paper and a pen. She respectfully handed the pen and paper to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei didn't keep them in suspense. After sitting down, he quickly wrote down a dozen names of herbs and handed them to Lu Chuanfeng. He said, Department Head Lu, these herbs are all necessary to make the pill. If family Lu can find them, the more the better. Lu Chuanfeng didn't agree with Xiao Ruofei's words. He thought that Xiao Ruofei needed to protect the prescription, so he would definitely add some irrelevant and precious herbs to the list to at least confuse them. What he didn't expect was that all the herbs on the list had nothing to do with making the pill. Speaking of which, every herb was used to confuse them. Of course, Lu Chuanfeng didn't show it. Instead, he pretended to believe in Xiao Ruofei. He took the list written by Xiao Ruofei and said sincerely, we will do our best to find them as soon as possible. Lu Chuanfeng stopped halfway and stared at the list written by Xiao Ruofei. He was confused. He knew every word on the list, but when put together, he had never heard of the names of the herbs. Although Lu Chuanfeng wasn't a professional Chinese medicine practitioner, as the eldest son of a rich family, he had received traditional education from a young age. He at least knew the names of many herbs. But after looking at Xiao Ruofei's list, he couldn't even recognize a single herb. Moreover, the names of these herbs were obviously very precious and rare. Lu Chuanfeng looked at the names of herbs on the list such as heart-congealing grass, amethyst blood vine, and azure spirit fruit. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Xiao Ruofei didn't write nonsense. Every herb he wrote down, including the heart-congealing grass, were actually spiritual herbs that could only be used in the cultivation world. Some of them were spiritual herbs that could be planted in the Heart Island herb garden of the mountain and sea realm, but they hadn't matured yet. There were also some that even Xiao Ruofei didn't have. He had only read about them in some ancient books. Even in the cultivation world, these herbs were extremely precious. If family Lu could really find 3 or 5 of the spiritual herbs on the list, then what was the harm in treating old man Lu again for free? It was just a few petals of the spirit heart flower, and Xiao Ruofei's store of spirit heart flower petals was still quite sufficient. Of course, under such a tight schedule, it was almost impossible to find any of the herbs on the list. Then, when the time came, Xiao Ruofei would naturally be able to state his conditions. Family Lu was such a colossus, yet they still couldn't find even a single herb. From this, one could see how precious this pill was. If he wanted Xiao Ruofei to save old man Lu's life, family Lu would have to pay a corresponding price. Although Xiao Ruofei could demand an exorbitant price, he didn't choose to use such a crude method. Not only did he want family Lu to give him enough benefits, but he also wanted them to be convinced and even grateful. This was Xiao Ruofei's goal. Lu Chuanfeng looked at the list again and confirmed that he didn't know any of the herbs. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now, this list had become a hot potato. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that he didn't know enough about Chinese medicine. After all, he wasn't a professional Chinese medicine student. Moreover, in the traditional education he received, most of the knowledge related to Chinese medicine was related to Chinese medicine, such as songs and riddles. It was very likely that there was a lack of knowledge. Lu Chuanfeng could only hope for a fluke in his heart. He handed the list to Lu Chongli and said solemnly, Uncle Chongli, I'll leave this matter to you. You must mobilize the strength of the entire family to find the herbs on this list. Lu Chongli was mainly in charge of family Lu's family business. It could be said that the branch companies could be said to be spread all over the country, and even overseas. Therefore, if they wanted to obtain these herbs, they had to go through the family business to find them all over the country and even the world. Lu Chongli took the list Lu Chuanfeng handed to him. After carefully looking through it, his eyes revealed a trace of reluctance, but he hid his Xianxia very well. Okay. I'll assign the task when I go back today. Lu Chongli said. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Chongli. Lu Chuanfeng said politely. Then, Lu Chuanfeng turned to Xia Ruofei again and said, Mr. Xia, we'll do our best to find the herbs, but my father's current situation, I'll use traditional acupuncture techniques to stimulate Mr. Lu's acupoints. In addition, I'll supplement it with certain medicinal treatment. I hope it can temporarily stabilize his body and prevent it from continuing to deteriorate. Xia Ruofei said, but don't get your hopes up. No matter what method you use, the longer Mr. Lu lies in bed, the more dangerous it will be. So, the speed at which you find the herbs determines the probability of Mr. Lu's survival. I hope everyone will do their best. Okay. Okay. Lu Chuanfeng said quickly, then I'll leave it to Mr. Xia. Xia Ruofei said lightly, because of the lack of herbs, the medicine I'm using now can only temporarily stabilize his condition. It's just a temporary solution. Over time, his condition will continue to deteriorate. When that time comes, even I won't be able to save him. So, you have to hurry up and find the herbs. I'll try my best to contact some of my friends. Some of the herbs last time were purchased from my friends at a high price. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Chuanfeng said sincerely, Mr. Xia, thank you so much this time. Furthermore, this matter is entirely due to our own fault. We have caused a lot of trouble for you. We are truly sorry. No matter what the result is, we're grateful to you from the bottom of our hearts. And please don't worry, Mr. Xia. Family Lu will never be ungrateful. There may have been some unhappiness in the past, but that's all in the past. I hope you won't hold any grudges against us. In the future, just watch our performance. This time, Lu Chuanfeng was really grateful to Xia Ruofei from the bottom of his heart. The other core members of family Lu who were present were also very touched. The treatment last time was a transaction. Although Xia Ruofei's miraculous hands had saved the family Lu from turmoil, the family Lu had also paid a corresponding price. So, their gratitude towards Xia Ruofei wasn't that deep. Some people, like Lu Lifeng, were even a little unhappy. They felt that Xia Ruofei was asking for too much by directly taking away the entire pharmaceutical company. And this time, this matter had nothing to do with Xia Ruofei. He could have just said, there's nothing I can do, and turned around to leave. Family Lu wouldn't have been able to say anything. However, Xia Ruofei didn't care about the past and spared no effort to find a solution for family Lu. He even revealed some of the precious prescriptions, just so that they could gather the herbs as soon as possible. This kind of behavior made Xia Ruofei's image in the hearts of family Lu's people. Some people even felt a little ashamed of their prejudice against Xia Ruofei. Of course, this was only a temporary feeling. If Elder Lu really died, or if his condition stabilized or even recovered, then family Lu's attitude might change. After all, emotions were in the upper hand now. When that time came, they would definitely be more rational than emotional. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I'll go check on Elder Lu first. You guys go do your work. You must hurry up with the herbs. Okay. Lu Chuanfeng said solemnly, we will definitely mobilize the entire family's power. We must find these herbs at all costs. Xia Ruofei returned to Elder Lu's room next door and carefully checked again. He now had a more detailed understanding of Elder Lu's body condition. After having a clear idea, Xia Ruofei flipped his hand and took out a small bottle of diluted spirit heart flower petal solution from his space. Then, he used his spiritual energy to extract a small ball of solution and slowly passed this ball of spirit heart flower petal solution into Elder Lu's stomach through the feeding tube. Xia Ruofei's calculations were very accurate. After taking the spirit heart flower petal solution, it could basically prevent the cancer cells from spreading further. At the same time, it could also repair Elder Lu's organs that had already begun to show a certain degree of deterioration. Simply put, he was using this ball of spirit heart flower petal solution to keep Elder Lu's life hanging. Then, Xia Ruofei waited for a while before taking back the silver needles from Elder Lu's acupuncture points. He carefully sterilized them and put them back into the needle bag. Then, he casually put them into the space. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual energy to check on Elder Lu's condition. After making sure that there were no problems, he stood up and walked out of the room. Lu Chuanfeng had already sent the few core members of the family Lu away. Now, everyone's priority was to find the herbs listed on the list. Lu Chuanfeng himself chose to stay behind so that when Xia Ruofei needed him, there would be someone who could make the decision at any time. He didn't dare to go far. He just paced back and forth in the corridor outside the room. As soon as Xia Ruofei walked out of the door, Lu Chuanfeng immediately came up to him and asked carefully, "Mr. Xia, how is the situation?" Xia Ruofei showed a hint of fatigue and said, "It's stabilized for now. There shouldn't be any big problems for the next 2 or 3 days. But if we want to get through this, we still need to find the herbs as soon as possible." "I understand." Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly said, "We've already mobilized the power of the entire family to look for it. I believe there will be news soon." Lu Chuanfeng was very confident in family Lu's ability. Of course, Xia Ruofei didn't think much of it. He just smiled noncommittally. Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly said, "Mr. Xia, I'll ask someone to prepare a room for you to rest. You flew over from the 3 mountains as soon as you got the news. It's really too tiring." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "There's no need to prepare a room. Now that there's nothing else here, I won't stay here." "Huh?" Lu Chuanfeng was stunned. He immediately said, "Mr. Xia, my father's current condition. If you're not here, we really don't know what to do." Xia Ruofei said lightly, "Elder Lu's condition isn't very good. But as I said just now, it's stabilized for now. It shouldn't continue to worsen in a short period of time. And if you can't find the herbs, there's no use for me to stay here. Also..." Xia Ruofei paused for a moment. He looked at Lu Chuanfeng again, then said, "To be honest, I don't have much hope that you can find the herbs on the list. So I need to contact some of my old friends. If necessary, I'll personally check on the herbs. If I stay here, I won't be able to do anything." Lu Chuanfeng was very hesitant. With Elder Lu's condition, Xia Ruofei wasn't here, so he really didn't know what to do. But Xia Ruofei's words were reasonable, and the treatment now depended on Xia Ruofei. How could he dare to force Xia Ruofei at a time like this? So, after a fierce battle of thoughts, Lu Chuanfeng finally nodded helplessly and said, "Mr. Xia, I respect your personal wishes. But, if anything happens to my father, I hope you can hurry over and help us. Don't worry, I won't leave Jing City." Xia Ruofei said lightly, "If anything happens, you can call me anytime." "Of course, I don't think anything will happen. At least for the next 3 days, Elder Lu's condition will be relatively stable, unless you don't trust my medical skills." "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Lu Chuanfeng said quickly, "I absolutely trust Mr. Xia's professional judgment." "Then I'll arrange a car to send you over right away." "No need, I've already called my driver. He should be here soon." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Director Lu, you'd better take good care of Elder Lu. Also, I'll say the same thing again. You must hurry up and find the herbs. Time waits for no one." After that, Xia Ruofei walked towards the stairs. After he went downstairs, he sat in the courtyard for a while, waiting for Wu Cheng to drive over to pick him up. Lu Chuanfeng didn't dare to come over and disturb Xia Ruofei. He just ordered the staff to wait at a distance. Once Xia Ruofei needed anything, the staff could immediately provide services. When Lu Chuanfeng gathered the core members of the family for a meeting, Xia Ruofei had already called Wu Cheng. Therefore, he didn't wait too long after he went downstairs. Wu Cheng drove the Toyota Alpha business car to the house. Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly ran down to say goodbye to Xia Ruofei in person and watched as Xia Ruofei got into the car and left. Last time, Lu Chuanfeng more or less had the reservedness of a deputy minister in front of Xia Ruofei, at least in his heart. But this time, he didn't have it at all. He lowered his posture very much. Wu Cheng asked while driving, "Boss, where are we going?" Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go to the Taoyuan Club first." They were already in Beijing. If they hid in the courtyard house again, Xia Ruofei felt that Song Rui and the others would definitely scold him. Rather than that, it was better to take the initiative to go there. Moreover, the Taoyuan Club had just opened. As one of the major shareholders, Xia Ruofei should go there to understand the situation. Wu Cheng nodded and said, "Okay." The car drove all the way to Xiaotang town. The traffic in Beijing was as congested as ever, but Xia Ruofei wasn't in a hurry. He leaned on the soft leather first-class seat and chatted with Wu Chang. Occasionally, he would tease Wu Chang about Xia Xiaolan and Wu Chang. After leaving the city, the car gradually sped up. From Family Lu's house to the Taoyuan Club, it took Xiao Ruofei almost an hour. The security guards of the Taoyuan Club all recognized Xiao Ruofei's Toyota Alpha, so they directly let the car through when it arrived at the door. The security guard saluted the car and then hurriedly used the walkie-talkie to inform the inside of the club. When the Alpha arrived at the main building of the club, Song Rui and Ho Liang were already waiting in front of the building with the club's manager. Xiao Ruofei sat in the car and saw Song Rui and Ho Liang's expectant faces from afar. He couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart. Although these brothers were a bit foppish, they were really good to him. As soon as the car stopped, Song Rui and Ho Liang had already greeted him. The electric car door slowly slid open with a beeping sound, revealing a smiling Xiao Ruofei in the car. His brothers were so enthusiastic, so he had to be enthusiastic too. Before the car door was fully opened, Xiao Ruofei laughed and shouted, "Xiao Rui! Liang!" Song Rui and Ho Liang finally saw that the person in the car was indeed Xiao Ruofei. Song immediately beamed with exultation. Ho, on the other hand, Ho Liang was a bit depressed. Xiao was a bit. Right then, Song Rui extended his hand towards Ho Liang and said, "Pay up. Don't try to go back on your word." Ho Liang took out his wallet in annoyance and counted 300 yuan bills. He slapped them on Song Rui's hand and said, "If I make a bet with you in the future, I'll be your grandson." Song Rui laughed as he flicked the bills in his hand and said, "It's too early to raise this flag. Don't slap yourself in the face." At this moment, Xiao Ruofei finally found a chance to speak. He asked, "Can the two of you tell me what's going on?" Song Rui said casually, "It's nothing. 2 days ago, I made a bet with Liangzi. I said that you would come to the capital within 3 days. He said that it was impossible, so we made a small bet. Hee. Liang, don't you agree with this brother's divine strategy?" "Brother Rui, don't take it for granted," Ho Liang said gloomily. Song Rui couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiao Ruofei was speechless. "I actually naively thought that the two of them came out to greet me. Looking at their expectant faces, I was actually a bit touched." "What the hell?" Xiao Ruofei walked in front of Song Rui and took the bills from Song Rui's hand. In front of Xiao Ruofei's speed, Song Rui naturally had no ability to resist. When he came back to his senses, the bills in his hand were already in Xiao Ruofei's hands. "Hey! Ruofei, give me back my money!" Song Rui shouted, "That's my spoils of war." Xiao Ruofei symbolically counted the bills, then took one and handed it to Song Rui. He said, "We're all good brothers. What's there to split? Old rules. We'll split it in half." "How is it old rules?" "What half?" Song Rui shouted. "There's no such thing. Hurry up and give me back my money." Xiao Ruofei leisurely folded the bills and put them in his shirt pocket. He then said, "You guys actually dared to use me as a bet. You guys are getting bolder and bolder. So what if I give you 200 yuan? That's my appearance fee. Do you know how popular I am on the internet right now? 200 yuan for an appearance fee, it's simply jumping off a building." Song Rui couldn't help but shout, "Even if it's half, it's still not 200 yuan. It's a total of 300 yuan. Do you want me to tear half and give it to you?" Xiao Ruofei said unhappily. Then, he chuckled and said, "How can we split the 3 pieces of money equally? It's definitely one more person and one less person. So what if I take a little more? Rounding it up, wouldn't it be the same for 2 people? You can round it up like that?" Song Rui said with his eyes wide open. "You're the most shameless person I've ever met." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "You flatter me. You flatter me. I'm complimenting you." Song Rui couldn't help but say, "Also, why don't I take a little more and you take a little less?" "Because I'm more handsome than you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Also, are you as popular as me?" "Ugh." Song Rui made an exaggerated vomiting gesture, then waved his hand and said, Okay, I'll let you take a little advantage. As long as you don't disgust me." The two quickly reached an agreement. Ho Liang wanted to cry but had no tears. The 300 yuan is mine, okay, Xia Ruofei and the other two chatted as they walked into the club's main building. They went straight to a luxurious private room reserved for shareholders. Song Rui ordered the club manager to prepare some fruit platters, snacks, and various alcoholic drinks. After the three brothers each drank a can of beer, Xia Ruofei said to Ho Liang, "Liang, are you stupid? You made this kind of bet with Song Rui, he must have heard the news. That's why he made the bet with you." Family Lu would definitely try his best to hide the fact that Elder Lu was seriously ill, so it was normal that Ho Liang didn't know about the situation. However, no matter how hard Family Lu tried to hide it, Family Song definitely had a way to get the news. Song Rui was no longer the playboy he used to be. He was more or less involved in Family Lu's affairs, so it wasn't surprising that he heard about Family Lu's situation. Song Rui was very clear about Xia Ruofei's treatment of Elder Lu, so he only needed to think about it a little. He knew that Xia Ruofei would definitely come to Beijing in the near future. After listening to Xia Ruofei's analysis, Ho Liang wanted to cry even more. After saying so much, didn't you just happily split the money? And you even took the lion's share. Song Rui smiled and asked, "Ruofei, how's Family Lu now? Can he make it?" "He's okay. But it's hard to say if he can make it," Xia Ruofei said. "You little brat, there are times when you can't be sure." Song Rui said with a smile, "Why don't I believe it?" Then, Song Rui asked again, "Oh right, why did Elder Lu's condition suddenly deteriorate? You're his attending doctor. Family Lu didn't make trouble for you, right? This matter has nothing to do with me, and it's not my treatment mistake." Xia Ruofei said lightly, then immediately asked, "Let's not talk about these boring things. Let's talk about our Taoyuan club. I heard that the business is doing well during the opening period." "What do you mean by doing well?" "It's too good, okay?" Song Rui shouted exaggeratedly. Ho Liang also said with a smile, "Brother Xia, if our business is doing well, then the other clubs in Suzhou City are on the verge of closing down." "Wow. You're so full of yourself." Xia Ruofei smiled and pointed at the two of them, saying, "Then tell me, how many new members did we add in this month that I wasn't here?" "The number of members didn't increase by much," Song Rui said, "but that's because we're controlling it ourselves. We raised the entry conditions, and the purpose is not to reduce the consumption experience of the members. After all, the scale of our club is here. If there are too many members, it will be noisy every day like a farmer's market. It won't look like a high-end club at all." Ho Liang also said, "Yes. Otherwise, I'm afraid that just the people who apply for membership cards will flatten our door." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but make fun of them, saying, "You two are singing the same tune. You can do a crosstalk." "That's the truth. Brother Xia." Ho Liang said, "The KPI of our Taoyuan club can't be calculated by the increase in the number of members." "Then how do you calculate it?" Xia Ruofei asked deliberately. "Of course, it's the member activity." Ho Liang said, "Some clubs seem to have a lot of members, but there aren't many members who go to the club every day. I have a lot of such membership cards. In fact, after I went there, I didn't have a deep impression. Basically, after I went there once, I didn't go there again." Ho Liang paused and said, "Our Taoyuan club is different. Since the first day of business, the number of members who come to the club has always maintained a high proportion. Basically, all of the members have come here several times. Oh right, sister-in-law's family's private kitchen, business is booming every day. Especially the dish Buddha jumps over the wall, which is very famous in Beijing. Now, they have to prepare a lot of ingredients to make Buddha jumps over the wall every day." Song Rui also said, "That's right. From the day of business until now, there hasn't been a day where the turnover is less than 2 million. There are a few brothers who have treated this place as a gathering point. The money that they pre-charged when they applied for membership cards is almost used up. Yesterday, there was a brother who added another 300,000. For such high-quality members, we should upgrade them." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "We have also been researching this recently." Song Rui said, "Your thoughts coincide with Brother Yongjin's." Xia Ruofei could see that the overall business of the Taoyuan club was indeed quite good. Of course, what he valued wasn't the profit that the Taoyuan Club made every day. Although this level of profit was quite good in the eyes of many people, it paled in comparison to the speed at which the Taoyuan company was making money. Xiao Ruofei was more gratified by the changes that the club brought to Song Rui and the others. This place had created an excellent high-end social environment. The frequent patronage of high-quality members formed a virtuous cycle. Every day in such an environment was a good training and improvement for Song Rui and the others. Xiao Ruofei could already clearly feel this. The feeling that Song Rui and Ho Liang gave him this time was that their spirits had changed. Moreover, this kind of subtle influence would become deeper and deeper as time went by. The three brothers sat in the private room drinking and chatting. Soon, Zhao Yongjun, Wei Jun, and the others who knew that Xiao Ruofei came to Beijing also came to the club one after another. So they simply ordered a table of food at Lingji private kitchen and sent it directly to the private room. Knowing that the son-in-law wanted to order food, the chefs of the Taoyuan Club's Lingji private kitchen naturally didn't dare to be negligent. They did their best to bring out their best skills and quickly prepared a table of food and wine and sent it to the private room. Xiao Ruofei and his brothers drank and chatted merrily until the sky was slightly dark. Only then did he politely decline everyone's invitation to go to the sauna. Slightly tipsy, he took the car back to the Sihiyuan of Luhai Lane. As soon as Xiao Ruofei got out of the car in the backyard, Xiao Xiaolan came up to him and said with a smile, "Boss, Miss Song came over in the afternoon. She just finished dinner here. I saw that she didn't plan to leave tonight, so I arranged a guest room for her in your courtyard." Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned. This time, he came to Beijing at the last minute. When he got off the plane, he sent Song Wei a WeChat message to tell her that he was in Beijing. However, considering that tomorrow was the weekend, Xiao Ruofei originally planned to pick up Song Wei tomorrow. He didn't expect that she would come to the Sihiyuan this afternoon and didn't tell Xiao Ruofei. When he thought about how he had been drinking and chatting with his friends at the Taoyuan Club all afternoon while Song Wei was waiting for him at home, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little guilty. However, in front of Xiao Xiaolan and Wu Chang, Xiao Ruofei didn't show it. He just nodded and said, "Got it. Thank you for your hard work." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei walked towards the courtyard in the middle where she lived. The staff in the Sihiyuan were more familiar with Xiao Ruofei's friends in Beijing. It wasn't the first time that Song Wei had stayed in the Sihiyuan, but no one would gossip. They were also very careful not to casually enter the master's courtyard when Xiao Ruofei had guests. The design of the Sihiyuan took the master's privacy into consideration, so the front and back courtyards could be connected by a side corridor. This way, the middle courtyard was relatively independent. To be able to get such a good and relatively easy job, whether it was Wu Chang, Xiao Xiaolan, or the few veterans in charge of security, they all cherished it very much. At the same time, they were also very grateful to Xiao Ruofei. Naturally, they would be very careful not to overstep the line. For example, Xiao Xiaolan's handling today was very clever. How could she not have guessed the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei? It was impossible. Everyone was discerning and could more or less see something, but she could pretend that she didn't know at all. Moreover, she specially arranged a guest room for Song Wei in Xiao Ruofei's courtyard. This way of handling things was very comfortable. Xiao Ruofei went through the moon gate and returned to the courtyard where he lived. With a slight sweep of his psychic power, he had already found Song Wei. At this time, Song Wei was sitting on the sofa in the living room of Xiao Ruofei's house. There wasn't the slightest impatience on her face. She was lazily flipping through a magazine. She looked very peaceful and skilled, like an orchid quietly blooming with a delicate fragrance. Xiao Ruofei's heart trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. The door was pushed open, and Song Wei raised her head. Song Wei gently put down the magazine in her hand, then brushed her hair behind her ear and said with a smile, "You're back?" She didn't show any particular surprise. From the beginning to the end, there was a hint of joy in her tranquility, just like a wife welcoming her husband back from a long journey. Xiao Ruofei's heart suddenly calmed down. Xiao Ruofei, who was still a little tipsy, nodded gently and said, "I'm back." Then he stepped into the room and gently held Song Wei in his arms. While stroking her soft hair, he asked, "Why didn't you tell me before you came? I could have rushed back." Song Wei raised her head slightly, with a faint smile on her face, and said, I didn't have any plans in the afternoon, so I came over. Anyway, you were definitely going home, so why should I tell you in advance? I didn't want to disturb you. But I was drinking with Brother Zhao and Song Rui all afternoon. Xiao Ruofei said with a hint of guilt. I smelled it. Song Wei pursed her lips and said with a smile, you guys haven't seen each other for a long time. It's good to drink together. Then Song Wei mischievously sniffed and said, but the smell of alcohol on you is a bit strong. Hurry up and take a shower. Otherwise, you're not allowed to hug me. After that, she pushed Xiao Ruofei in the direction of the bathroom. Xiao Ruofei still hadn't recovered from the shock when the cold water sprayed from the shower head onto his body. Song Wei's temperament had always been rather quiet. In the eyes of those who weren't familiar with her, she was even a little cold. However, in front of him, Song Wei was more like a delicate and innocent young girl. Today, she was a little too virtuous. After a quick shower, Xiao Ruofei put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom while drying his hair. Wei, you should go take a shower too. Xiao Ruofei said, since we have time tonight, we can cultivate for a while. Song Wei walked over and held Xiao Ruofei's arm. He smiled and said, I've already showered, but, you must be tired today. Anyway, tomorrow is the weekend, and I have time. Don't practice today. It's better to rest early. At this point, Song Wei's pretty face turned slightly hot, revealing a trace of shyness. When Xiao Ruofei saw this, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Xiao Ruofei naturally agreed to Song Wei's request. Moreover, facing the especially virtuous Song Wei, Xiao Ruofei's desire to conquer had long been stirred up. Very quickly, the bedroom was filled with the thick scent of spring. After a long time, when the storm calmed down, it was already late at night outside. Song Wei nestled in Xiao Ruofei's arms, her face still flushed. She rested her head on Xiao Ruofei's chest and said softly, Ruofei, thank you. Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, why are you thanking me again for no reason? Song Wei kissed Xiao Ruofei gently and said, although I know it's very formal, after seeing you, I still can't help but want to thank you. Ruofei, in order to teach my father to cultivate, you must have put in a lot of effort. Xiao Ruofei finally understood. It turned out that Song Wei's performance today was the real reason. He couldn't help but laugh and say, silly girl. Didn't we already agree to help Uncle Song embark on the path of cultivation? He's your father, and now he has the physique to cultivate. Shouldn't I help him take this step? I'm so touched. Song Wei hugged Xiao Ruofei tightly and said with a red face. Okay. Xiao Ruofei stroked Song Wei's hair lovingly and said with a smile, but now Uncle Song is still in the dark. I don't even have a clue how to tell him in the future. Song Wei pursed her lips and said with a smile, my father is very opinionated, but it doesn't mean that he's very stubborn. Before he really takes that step, no matter how much we say, we won't be able to move him, and we won't be able to make him break the worldview that he has formed over the years. However, once he has a certain level of cultivation and truly feels the changes brought about by cultivation, it won't be so difficult to convince him. As Song Wei spoke, she adjusted herself to a more comfortable position and said, Ruofei, don't worry. I'll talk to him when the time comes. Okay. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, it's late, Wei, go to sleep. I'll accompany you to cultivate tomorrow. Okay. Song Wei nodded. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and pressed the switch not far away with his mental strength. The room suddenly fell into darkness. After a while, the sound of the two people's heavy breathing came from the room. The following weekend, Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei almost became hermits who shut themselves in. The two of them cultivated in Xiao Ruofei's room during the day and slept in each other's arms at night. Other than going to the backyard to eat, they occasionally took a breather in the yard, made tea together, and chatted. Most of the time, they were immersed in cultivation and their world. Through several cultivation sessions in the past 2 days, Song Wei's cultivation had improved further, but Xiao Ruofei's benefits were not so obvious. There was a gap of several levels between his cultivation and Song Wei's. If the two of them cultivated together, Song Wei would definitely benefit more, but Xiao Ruofei's cultivation effect was not as good as his own cultivation of the Dao formula. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't care too much. After all, he didn't spend much time with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. When they were together, he seized the opportunity to help them improve their cultivation. He had plenty of time to cultivate. Now that he had reached the 9th level of qi refining, it wasn't so easy to break through a big realm, so Xia Ruofei wasn't in a hurry. On Monday morning, after breakfast in the courtyard house of Luhai Lane, Song Wei was ready to go back to school. Xia Ruofei asked Wu Chang to drive Song Wei back in the Toyota Alpha, while he went back to his room to make some preparations. After 2 or 3 days, he should go to Family Lu's place to take a look. Based on Old Man Lu's condition at that time, the medicine he used could only stabilize him for 3 or 4 days at most. After 2 or 3 days of searching, Family Lu was probably full of helplessness. According to Xia Ruofei's estimation, they might not even be able to find one of the medicinal herbs on the list. In fact, Xia Ruofei hadn't thought of what benefits he could ask Family Lu for. Of course, he didn't need to think too much. As long as Old Man Lu woke up and understood the ins and outs of the matter, he would naturally give him satisfactory conditions. If Old Man Lu didn't have this level of ability, he wouldn't have been able to reach that position in the first place. He wasn't the only senior who had survived that bloody era, but not everyone could reach that height in the end. Xia Ruofei went into the space to make some medicine. This time, he didn't make it into pills. Instead, he boiled it into a semi-liquid medicinal soup and packed it in a vacuum Chinese medicine bag. Of course, this medicinal soup was essentially the same as the previous pills. The main ingredient was the petals of the spirit heart flower, but this time, the proportion of the petals was lower. Then, he took out an incubator and asked Xia Xiaolan to get some ice from the kitchen. He put the bags of Chinese medicine and the ice into the incubator. After finishing these things, Xia Ruofei went back to his room to rest for a while. After Wu Chang sent Song Wei back from Beijing University, he asked Wu Chang to drive him to Family Lu's house. In the house where Old Man Lu was resting, Lu Chuanfeng was extremely anxious. He basically didn't go to work these days. Some urgent official business was sent here by his secretary. As a leader at his level, plus his office was in Beijing, it wasn't a problem for him to be flexible in his working hours when he had something to do at home. Of course, if Lu Chuanfeng didn't show up at work, his influence would inevitably decline. It was inevitable that his political interests would be damaged. It was just that he couldn't care so much now. If Old Master Lu couldn't make it through this time and passed away, then his room for improvement in his career would be greatly reduced. But if Old Master Lu could make it through this stage, the loss of some small benefits wouldn't matter at all. Moreover, as long as Old Master Lu was healthy, what belonged to him, Lu Chuanfeng, couldn't be snatched away by others. Lu Chuanfeng had been suffering from severe insomnia for the past few days. He probably didn't get more than 3 hours of sleep a day, but there wasn't any good news. The Lu family had sent out all of their forces to follow the list given by Xia Ruofei. They had used all the available channels. However, the news that came back one by one made him disappointed and even desperate with nothing to show for it. Today, when Lu Chongli came to the house, he still didn't bring good news. "Uncle Chongli, is there any progress?" Lu Chuanfeng couldn't wait to ask Lu Chongli when he saw him. Lu Chongli shook his head helplessly and said, "There isn't any useful information at all. Chuanfeng, I specifically consulted the experts and professors in the Chinese Medicine Research Institute, but even they haven't heard of the names of the herbs. How are we going to find them?" Lu Chuanfeng smiled bitterly and said, "I don't have a clue either." Then, Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but say angrily, "Lu Lifang is stupider than a pig. Ever since she was young, she couldn't do anything right. This time, she caused such a huge disaster. I really wish." "Chuanfeng, it's too late to say this now," Lu Chongli said. "Li Fang is your sister after all. I heard that you've been putting her under house arrest in the main house for the past 2 days. You didn't even let her step out of her room." "Uncle Chongli. It's because she's my sister that I was merciful." Lu Chuanfeng clenched his teeth and said, "If it were anyone else, I would have turned her into ashes. You don't have to plead for her. What's wrong with locking her up for a few days? Will she lose a piece of skin or a piece of flesh? Father is still dying in the hospital bed. It's all her fault." Lu Chongli was also working in the family's company with Lu Lifang, so he spoke up for Lu Lifang. After all, although Lu Lifeng's ability was poor, as Old Master Lu's daughter, her identity was still very useful. Lu Chongli also used this point to constantly consolidate his right to speak in the company. After all, Lu Chongli was only Old Master Lu's cousin, so their relationship was still distant. This time, Lu Lifeng was afraid that all of her positions would be removed. Thinking of this, Lu Chongli still felt that it was a pity. If Old Master Lu's branch had been replaced with a more capable person, then his influence in the company would inevitably be weakened. Of course, at this time, Lu Chongli wouldn't be so stupid to keep pleading for Lu Lifeng. When the time was right, he could help by the side, just like just now. Lu Chongli took the initiative to change the topic and asked, "Qianfeng, how is Big Brother now?" Lu Qianfeng said with a trace of fatigue, "His condition has been stable for the past 2 days, but the experts in 301 said that this situation won't last forever. They asked us to be mentally prepared." This is the same conclusion as Mr. Xia's. Hearing this, Lu Chongli couldn't help but frown slightly and say, "Qianfeng, do you think Xia Ruofei gave us a fake list? He made us work for nothing. If we can't find all the herbs on the list, he can justifiably leave." "The possibility is very low," Lu Qianfeng said. "Based on my understanding of Mr. Xia, he's not such a person." Lu Chongli said eagerly, "But, even the authoritative experts in the Chinese Medicine Research Institute don't know the herbs on the list, and they haven't even heard of them. Don't you think that's too suspicious?" Lu Qianfeng said, "Mr. Xia is a master. The herbs that those experts and professors haven't heard of don't exist. Because there's no need for him to do so. If he really wanted to leave, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. This incident was caused by Lu Lifeng. If he didn't want to treat it, he could have just refused directly. Why did he have to beat around the bush?" "That's true, but who knows what he's thinking?" Lu Chongli said without much confidence. In fact, he had already accepted Lu Qianfeng's analysis in his heart. It was just that he had made no progress in the past 2 days, so he couldn't help but doubt it. He was quite conflicted. At this time, Lu Qianfeng's phone vibrated. He stood up and said, "Uncle Chongli, I'll take this call first." After that, Lu Qianfeng picked up the phone and walked out while answering, "Hello. It's me. I got it." The content of the call seemed to be very simple. Lu Qianfeng hung up after a few words. He turned and walked into the room. He looked at Lu Chongli with a strange expression and said, "Uncle Chongli, I just got news about the herbs on the list." Lu Chongli suddenly stood up and asked, "Someone found it?" "Not really. But this news is really important." Lu Qianfeng said, "Our people just found out that 3 years ago, in an underground auction in Malaysia, a herb called Sky Heart Basket appeared. It's at least 90% similar to the amethyst blood vine that Mr. Xia described on the list. They should be the same kind of herb." When Xia Ruofei made the list, he didn't just write down the names of the herbs. Otherwise, Family Lu wouldn't have been able to find them. So, he also used words to describe each herb, and drew some simple pictures. Because of this, Family Lu found out that the Sky Heart Basket that was auctioned in Malaysia 3 years ago was most likely the amethyst blood vine that was listed on Xia Ruofei's list. "Really?" Lu Chongli heard this and couldn't help but feel refreshed. "Then let's quickly find a way to buy it." No matter how hard they worked and how many resources they used, the results were disappointing. It could be said that the news that Lu Qianfeng just brought was the only good news in the past 2 days. Although there were more than a dozen herbs on the list, and finding the amethyst blood vine alone was useless, at least they were one step closer to success. Lu Qianfeng smiled bitterly and asked, "Uncle Chongli, do you know how much the Sky Heart Basket was sold for?" "How much?" Lu Chongli asked subconsciously. 200 million. In US dollars. Lu Qianfeng said. Of course, the key problem isn't the price. If we really wanted to buy it, it's not like Family Lu couldn't afford it. It's just that the person who bought this Sky Heart Basket was Mahadi from Kuala Lumpur. This person's family is very powerful in Malaysia, and they don't lack money at all. Once the item is in their hands, the possibility of buying it back is very low. Plus, it's been 3 years since the auction. If they didn't buy a herb to keep at home, this sky heart basket might have been used up long ago. Lu Chonli couldn't help but feel discouraged. He said, after all this time, it was all for naught. Lu Chuanfeng said, you can't say that. This news at least answers your question. The list that Mr. Xia provided wasn't made up by him. It's just that these herbs are too precious, and it's impossible to collect them all in a short time. Also, it fully shows how precious the pills that Mr. Xia provided before are. Speaking of this, I think of that unfilial daughter, Lu Lifeng. Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but show his anger again. Her behavior is simply disastrous. This time even Lu Chonli couldn't refute him. He could only silently nod in agreement. Lu Chuanfeng then said, in the past, some people in the family were quite dissatisfied with the treatment fees that Mr. Xia charged. They thought that the price was too high. From the looks of it, Mr. Xia has already offered a good price. Lu Chonli couldn't help but blush. He was one of the family members who were very dissatisfied with Xia Ruofei's direct purchase of the pharmaceutical group. Because the pharmaceutical group's annual profits were still quite considerable, as the helmsman of the family group, Lu Chonli was naturally reluctant to cut off this fat piece of meat. However, at that time it was Elder Lu who made the decision personally. In this family, Elder Lu's words carried weight. What he said was the golden rule, and no one dared to refute at all. Lu Chuanfeng didn't notice Lu Chonli's awkward expression. He just sighed and said, although we've made sufficient preparations for the difficulties, now it seems that the task of finding all the medicinal herbs on the list is much more difficult than we imagined. I'm afraid, we can't do it. Maybe Mr. Xia has other ways. Lu Chonli said with a hint of hope. I hope so. Lu Chuanfeng said. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. At that moment, a voice came from the headset of a man in black standing at the door. He froze for a moment, then quickly walked into the room. He bowed slightly to Lu Chuanfeng and Lu Chonli and said, Mr. Lu, there's news from the sentries at the door. Mr. Xia is here. Hearing this, Lu Chuanfeng's spirits were lifted. Without hesitation, he jogged outside, saying, Uncle Chonli, quick. Let's go welcome him. At this time, Xia Ruofei's Toyota Alpha had already stopped in the courtyard. When the electric door slowly opened, Xia Ruofei saw Lu Chuanfeng jogging out to welcome him. Not far behind him was Lu Chonli, who was out of breath. Lu Chonli was, after all, an old man. He wasn't as agile as Lu Chuanfeng. He looked a little embarrassed. Mr. Xia. You're here. Lu Chuanfeng ran down from upstairs. He was still out of breath, so he hurriedly shook Xia Ruofei's hand to greet him. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked straightforwardly, Mr. Lu, how many medicinal herbs have you found? Lu Chuanfeng looked embarrassed and said shamefully, Mr. Xia, we've done everything we can to find them. But so far, we haven't found any of the medicinal herbs. Xia Ruofei wasn't surprised by this result. He just nodded lightly. Lu Chuanfeng immediately said, but, we've heard some news about the amethyst blood vine. Then, Lu Chuanfeng told Xia Ruofei about the news he had received a few minutes ago about the underground auction in Malaysia. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he heard this. The medicinal herbs he listed were relatively rare in the cultivation world. He didn't expect that the amethyst blood vine would really appear in an underground auction in the secular world. Of course, the amethyst blood vine wasn't particularly precious on Xia Ruofei's list. Compared to the heart-congealing grass, the amethyst blood vine's value was much lower. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had planted several amethyst blood vines in the herb garden on Realm Heart Island. It was just that they hadn't reached maturity yet. Therefore, after hearing this news, Xia Ruofei was only slightly stunned. He asked, is there a way to get this amethyst blood vine? Lu Chuanfeng was even more embarrassed when he heard this. He said, it's very difficult. After all, the buyer isn't from Huaxia. Moreover, the buyer is from a wealthy family in Malaysia. Their family's wealth is quite shocking. It's very difficult to move them with money. And with our family Lu's influence, it's very difficult to penetrate into Malaysia, so, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, okay. I got it. He then asked, how's Mr. Lu's current condition? Thanks to your miraculous hands. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, my father's condition has been stable for the past 2 days. But, if we can't find all the herbs on your list. Xiao Ruofei said non-committally, I'll go take a look first. Okay. Okay. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, this way please. The dignified deputy minister personally led the way for Xiao Ruofei. Lu Chongli, who was in charge of a family consortium, couldn't even get a word in edgewise. Xiao Ruofei and the other two arrived at Mr. Lu's ward. Without needing him to say anything, Lu Chuanfeng quickly asked the medical staff to leave the room. Then, he and Lu Chongli tactfully left the room. Xiao Ruofei carefully checked Mr. Lu's condition and nodded secretly. The situation was similar to what he had expected. Although Mr. Lu was still in a coma, his condition hadn't continued to deteriorate in the past 2 or 3 days. The activity of the cancer cells in his body had obviously decreased a lot. Of course, if he didn't continue to treat him, the pitiful amount of spirit heart flower petals that Mr. Lu had taken a few days ago would be used up and wouldn't have any effect anymore. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment, then took out the acupuncture kit from his bag and used the cloud contact 9 needles technique to treat Mr. Lu with acupuncture. After the acupuncture, the silver needles still needed to stay in the body for a while. Xiao Ruofei stood up and walked out of the room. Mr. Xia. Lu Chuanfeng quickly greeted him. Xiao Ruofei said, Mr. Lu's condition is basically the same as what I had expected. If we don't treat him as soon as possible, his body will continue to deteriorate. In the end, even the gods won't be able to save him. What if we continue to use the medicine from last time? Lu Chuanfeng asked with a hint of hope. Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, we can't cure the root of the problem, and the treatment effect will get worse and worse. It doesn't make much sense. Then what should we do? Although Lu Chuanfeng had been through a lot, he still seemed to be helpless in the face of today's situation. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, then said, I'll tell you a plan for your consideration. Go ahead. Go ahead. Lu Chuanfeng said as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. I'm afraid it's not realistic to find all the herbs on the list in a short period of time. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, I've been thinking about alternative prescriptions for the past 2 days, and I finally have some ideas today. That's great. Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. However, he immediately realized that he had lost his composure. He revealed an awkward smile and said, I'm sorry. Mr. Xia, please continue. Please continue. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I have to explain 2 things to you. First, this alternative prescription is not a prescription, but a modification of the original prescription based on my own understanding of Chinese medicine. Therefore, the safety and treatment effect may be unknown, and there is a certain risk. Second, even if this prescription is right, the treatment effect will definitely be worse than the previous pills. You have to be mentally prepared for a long battle. Yes. 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 Lu Chuanfeng said without hesitation, as long as it can save my father's life, we are willing to try. The reality was like this. If they chose this plan, Mr. Lu would face a certain risk, and there was a certain probability that the treatment would fail. However, if they didn't choose this plan, then the result was doomed. The family Lu would lose Mr. Lu, who was the white jade pillar that held up the sky and the purple gold beam that supported the sea. Faced with such a reality, Lu Chuanfeng naturally knew what choice he should make. Xiao Ruofei nodded and took out his mobile phone to call Wu Chang. Wu Chang, bring up the incubator I put in the car. I'm on the 2nd floor, Xiao Ruofei said lightly. Yes, boss. Lu Chuanfeng heard and quickly said, Mr. Xia, I'll send someone down to get it. There's no need for that. I'll have my driver send it over. Don't let it go through other people's hands, so that it can't be explained clearly. Xiao Ruofei said. Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but show a trace of embarrassment and said, Mr. Xia, we will definitely strengthen the management of the medicine in the future. What happened last time will never happen again. Xiao Ruofei smiled non-committally and didn't say anything. They waited for 2 minutes, and Wu Chang took the incubator to the 2nd floor. After he handed it to Xiao Ruofei, he went back to the car downstairs to wait for orders. Xiao Ruofei carried the incubator to Elder Lu's room and said, Minister Lu, you guys come in too. Also, get a nurse to help. Okay. Okay. Lu Chuanfeng said quickly, and at the same time, he gave Lu Chongli a look. Lu Chongli quickly ran to arrange for a nurse to help. After entering the room, Xia Ruofei first asked the nurse to get a basin of water, and then he put the frozen bag of Chinese medicine into the hot water. Through the vacuum-packed bag of Chinese medicine, he heated the medicine inside. After heating it for a while, Xia Ruofei asked the nurse to take out the bag of Chinese medicine, and then asked her to find a brand new disposable infusion set. The nurse quickly hung the bag of Chinese medicine on the bedside and connected it to the infusion set. Of course, this was not to inject Chinese medicine into Elder Lu's blood vessels. It was just that Elder Lu had already been put on a ventilator with a tube, so Xia Ruofei used this method to let the Chinese medicine directly into Elder Lu's stomach through the infusion set and the feeding tube. The reason why Xia Ruofei chose to use the infusion set instead of feeding it directly was mainly to reduce the flow, and at the same time, to let the precious Lingxin flower petals in the Chinese medicine come into contact with Elder Lu as much as possible, and finally be absorbed. Lu Chuanfeng looked at the brown medicine in the bag of Chinese medicine dripping into his father's body through the feeding tube, and his heart couldn't help but be in suspense. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was very confident. He moved a stool and sat in front of the window. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a critically ill patient here, he would have taken out a cigarette and smoked. Although the maximum flow was used, it still took a full 40 minutes for this small bag of Chinese medicine to be injected into Elder Lu's stomach without leaving a single drop behind. During this process, Lu Chuanfeng and Lu Chongli stared at Elder Lu, who was lying on the bed, almost without blinking. Xia Ruofei also scanned him with his mental power from time to time. Although he didn't have direct contact with Elder Lu, Xia Ruofei still had a general understanding of the whole situation. This was enough for Xia Ruofei. Lu Chuanfeng and the rest couldn't see any changes, but after Xia Ruofei checked with his mental power, he clearly noticed that as more and more Chinese medicine was injected into Elder Lu's body, the activity of the cancer cells in his body suddenly decreased by an order of magnitude. In fact, as long as Xia Ruofei was willing, he could even directly destroy the cancer cells by using a few more Lingxin flower petals. On the contrary, in a situation like this, controlling the recovery speed required a lot more skill, and the difficulty was completely different from using the Lingxin flower petals in the past. After the bag of Chinese medicine was poured into his body, Elder Lu's face became much rosier. Xia Ruofei took back the silver needles and carefully put them away after disinfecting them. He then said to Lu Chuanfeng, "Department Head Lu, please prepare a guest room for me. I guess I'll have to stay here for the next 2 days." "No problem. No problem." Lu Chuanfeng was overjoyed. Xia Ruofei being able to stay was undoubtedly great news for Lu Chuanfeng. At least, if there was an emergency, he could immediately find this miracle doctor of the time, which increased his sense of security by a lot. The room that was arranged for Xia Ruofei was on the 2nd floor, 2 rooms away from Mr. Lu's ward. That way, if there was a need, Xia Ruofei could be found immediately. Xia Ruofei asked Wu Chang to go back to the Sihiyuan first, and then he rested in the guest room for a while. It was almost time for dinner. Lu Chuanfeng personally came to invite Xia Ruofei to the dining room, and Lu Chongli accompanied him. The 3 of them prepared a big table of food and wine, and it was very grand. During the meal, Lu Chuanfeng expressed his gratitude to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei said lightly, "Director Lu, it's too early for you to thank me. Mr. Lu's condition is very complicated now, and the herbs are not complete, so I don't have much confidence." "I know. I know." Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly said, "No matter the final result is good or bad, our gratitude will not be different. I admire your character, Mr. Xia. We can see that you've really spared no effort in this matter." Lu Chongli also raised his glass and said, "Mr. Xia, I also want to propose a toast to you. I'm ashamed to say that. When you took away the pharmaceutical group, I had a lot of complaints in my heart. It turns out that we were measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Mr. Xia is a real gentleman." The reason why Lu Chongli's attitude changed so much was because of the Tianqing basket, which was the amethyst blood vine listed on Xia Ruofei's list. Just one herb alone was worth $200 million, and there was a long list of herbs that even the experts in the Chinese Medicine Research Institute had never heard of. How high was the total value? Moreover, even if there were herbs, he still had to master the right prescription. The value of this knowledge was also immeasurable. After all, it was a life-saving medicine. Taking all of this into account, it was not expensive for Xiao Ruofei to take away a pharmaceutical group. Even the family Lu took advantage of it. Xiao Ruofei was a little embarrassed by Lu Chongli's praise. After all, the real cost he paid was not that exaggerated. The medicinal herbs on the list were all randomly listed by him. They were all medicinal herbs that could only be found in the cultivation world. Some of the medicinal herbs on the list were especially precious. Even some high-level cultivators might not have them. Even ordinary medicinal ingredients, such as the amethyst blood radish, would be considered extraordinary treasures in the secular world. If one were to calculate it this way, the cost of those pills would be frighteningly high. But Xiao Ruofei didn't use any of the herbs on the list. He didn't expect that family Lu would really find information about the herbs on the list after digging 3 feet into the ground. A single amethyst blood vine was sold for $200 million. This caused family Lu to have some misunderstandings about the value of the previous batch of pills. However, the amethyst blood vine could be sold for $200 million. Xiao Ruofei thought about the dazzling array of spiritual herbs in his medicine garden on Realm Heart Island. There were many herbs that were more expensive than the amethyst blood vine. How much was that medicine garden worth? Of course, the value of the precious medicinal herbs in the cultivation world couldn't be measured by money. When the cultivation world on earth was at its most prosperous, the truly precious treasures of heaven and earth were also exchanged with other items. Only an idiot would exchange spirit grasses and spirit medicines for money. Which cultivator would be an idiot? Xiao Ruofei coughed and said, "Chief Lu, you flatter me. I'm just doing my duty as a doctor. Since I've accepted this task, I'll do my best. People who can do this are admirable." Lu Chuanfeng raised his wineglass and said, "Mr. Xia, you're so generous. Come, let me toast you again." Xiao Ruofei stayed in family Lu's house. He prepared 6 bags of medicinal soup. According to the schedule, he would take the medicine twice a day. These medicinal soups would last for 3 days. The remaining medicinal herbs were still stored in the refrigerator in the room next to Elder Lu's. With the previous lesson, Lu Chuanfeng paid more attention to the safety of the medicine this time. Not only did he arrange for 2 people to be on guard 24 hours a day, he also installed a few surveillance cameras. There were also people who watched the surveillance footage 24 hours a day. Lu Chuanfeng also strictly ordered that only Xiao Ruofei could come into contact with those bags of medicinal herbs. The others were not even allowed to go near the refrigerator. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy, that evening, Xiao Ruofei asked the nurse to feed a bag of medicinal herbs into Elder Lu's stomach through a feeding tube. From the next day onwards, the medicine was administered once a day in the morning and once a day in the morning. Every time he took the medicine, Elder Lu's condition would improve. Through the vital signs monitoring equipment, it was obvious that all his indicators were developing in a good direction. Although he was still unconscious, Lu Chuanfeng and the others felt the dawn of hope and were very excited. After all, Xiao Ruofei said at the beginning that this was an alternative prescription that he had developed himself. It was hard to say how effective it would be and whether there would be any side effects. Therefore, Lu Chuanfeng was very nervous at the beginning. He was afraid that Elder Lu's condition would suddenly worsen and he would pass away. Now it seemed that Xiao Ruofei's medical skills were still absolutely trustworthy. In the absence of medicinal herbs, the alternative prescription that he had developed in 2 days still had a good therapeutic effect. On the morning of the 3rd day, Xiao Ruofei personally watched the nurse inject the 5th bag of medicinal herbs into Elder Lu's stomach. Then, he went back to his room to rest. He sat in front of the computer and prepared to find a movie to watch to pass the time. In the past few days, other than personally watching the nurse feed the medicinal soup into Elder Lu's stomach every morning and night, and then routinely checking the old man's physical condition, he basically had nothing to do. It was quite boring to live here. However, not long after Xiao Ruofei sat down, a nurse rushed over and said while panting, "Xia. Dr. Xia. The chief is awake. He wants to see you." Xiao Ruofei was actually not surprised at all, because the amount of medicine was calculated by him. Combined with Elder Lu's physical condition, it was about time for him to wake up today. If he didn't wake up in the morning, then he would definitely wake up in the afternoon after the last bag of Chinese medicine was used up. However, Xiao Ruofei still put on a look of surprise. He stood up and said, "I'll be right there." When Xiao Ruofei walked out of the room, Lu Chuanfeng, who had received the news first, had already run over. As soon as he saw Xiao Ruofei, Lu Chuanfeng held his hand tightly and said excitedly, "Mr. Xia. Divine Dr. Xia. Thank you so much. Department Head Lu, don't be so excited." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "If you faint again later, I'll have to help save you." Lu Chuanfeng didn't care about Xiao Ruofei's joke at all. He had been too depressed during this period of time. Now that Elder Lu had woken up, his pressure seemed to have found an outlet and was vented all at once. In fact, when Elder Lu was seriously ill earlier, the family Lu, including Lu Chuanfeng, had already begun to mentally prepare themselves at the moment of diagnosis. Therefore, at that time, although their mood was very heavy and they felt very hesitant about the future of the family Lu, it wasn't to the extent that it was these few days. The main reason was that Xiao Ruofei's last interventional treatment gave Lu Chuanfeng and the others unlimited hope. At that time, Elder Lu's illness had already recovered to a rather good extent. Even the 301 experts who came to do a routine checkup for the old man called it a miracle. However, because of Lu Lifeng's stupid actions, the effect of all their efforts was reduced to zero. This feeling of going from the peak to the bottom was much more exciting than riding a roller coaster. From great hope to despair. It drew a steep curve. This was the course of Lu Chuanfeng's mind these days. Now that Elder Lu had woken up again, it was as if a dazzling light had suddenly shone into the darkness of his heart. Although Lu Chuanfeng was usually quite good at maintaining his composure, this time, he was somewhat unable to control his emotions. Lu Chuanfeng said, "Mr. Xia, quickly go in. Elder Lu wants to see you." "Oh, right, please. Don't worry, I'll check on his physical condition as soon as possible." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't forget, I'm a doctor." Yes. Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly said, "Please." Xiao Ruofei stepped into Elder Lu's ward. When the doctors and nurses saw him, they immediately consciously left the room. These days, they had been used to Xiao Ruofei's privileges these days. Of course, these experts and professors were not unconvinced. After all, in such a desperate situation, he could still create miracles time and time again. These experts and professors knew that they did not have this ability. If it weren't for the fact that they were still soldiers and that their superiors had given them a gag order, they would have definitely discussed this treatment with their peers. Xiao Ruofei walked into the quiet ward. Elder Lu was lying on the bed with his eyes slightly closed. He still looked very weak, but after hearing Xiao Ruofei's footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and there was a trace of gratitude in Elder Lu's eyes. He nodded at Xiao Ruofei with difficulty. Xiao Ruofei walked over and said, "Elder Lu, don't move first. Let me check on you." After that, Xiao Ruofei walked forward and skillfully grabbed Elder Lu's hand. He put his fingers on his pulse, and a wave of psychic power penetrated his body. After a while, Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, "Elder Lu, the situation is not bad. The ventilator can be removed. Please wait for a moment, I'll call someone over." Although Xiao Ruofei had no problem with pulling out the tube himself, he felt that it was better to leave it to a professional Western doctor. In this situation, Elder Lu could not even speak at all. It was very difficult for the two to communicate. When Xiao Ruofei entered the room, he saw his name written on a piece of paper beside the bed in a crooked manner. Elder Lu must have used this method to express his desire to see Xiao Ruofei when he had just woken up. Through the examination just now, he found that after Elder Lu regained consciousness, his body was still a little weak, but there was no problem with breathing on his own. There was no need for him to be connected to the ventilator at all. This was also very painful for the patient. Elder Lu showed a trace of gratitude and nodded slightly. Xiao Ruofei walked to the door and greeted them. Lu Chuanfeng and the head of the specialist medical team, Professor Luo, greeted him. Without waiting for them to ask, Xiao Ruofei said, "I've checked. Elder Lu's consciousness is awake, and his physical condition is not bad. Let's remove the ventilator and feeding tube first." "Okay," Lu Chuanfeng said without hesitation. Professor Luo, then I'll have to trouble you. Lu Chuanfeng said, Mr. Xia, please go in quickly. Elder Lu wants to see you. Oh, right, please. Don't worry, I'll check his physical condition as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, don't forget, I'm a doctor. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Chuanfeng said quickly, please. Xiao Ruofei walked into Elder Lu's ward. When the doctors and nurses saw him, they immediately left the room consciously. They had been used to Xiao Ruofei's privileges these days. Of course, these specialists and professors were not unconvinced. After all, in such a desperate situation, he could still create miracles time and time again. These specialists and professors knew that they did not have the ability to do so. If it weren't for the fact that they were still soldiers and that their superiors had given them a gag order, they would have definitely discussed this treatment with their peers. Xiao Ruofei walked into the quiet ward. Elder Lu was lying on the bed with his eyes slightly closed. He still looked very weak, but after hearing Xiao Ruofei's footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes. The two of them looked at each other, and a trace of gratitude appeared in Elder Lu's eyes. He nodded at Xiao Ruofei with difficulty. Xiao Ruofei walked over and said, Elder Lu, don't move first. Let me check for you. After that, Xiao Ruofei walked forward and skillfully grabbed Elder Lu's hand. He put his fingers on his pulse, and a stream of psychic power penetrated his body. After a while, Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, Elder Lu, the situation is not bad. The ventilator can be removed. Please wait for a moment, I'll call someone over. Although Xiao Ruofei could pull out the tube himself, he felt that it was better to leave it to a professional Western doctor. In this situation, Elder Lu could not even speak. It was very difficult for the two of them to communicate. When Xiao Ruofei entered the room, he saw his name written on a piece of paper beside the bed in a crooked manner. Elder Lu must have used this method to express his desire to see Xiao Ruofei when he had just woken up. Through the examination just now, he found that after Elder Lu regained consciousness, his body was still a little weak, but there was no problem with breathing on his own. There was no need for him to be connected to the ventilator at all. This was also very painful for the patient. Elder Lu showed a trace of gratitude and nodded slightly. Xiao Ruofei walked to the door and called. Lu Chuanfeng and Professor Luo, the head of the specialist medical team, came to greet him. Without waiting for them to ask, Xiao Ruofei said, I've checked. Mr. Lu's consciousness is awake, and his physical condition is not bad. Let's remove the ventilator and feeding tube first. Okay. Lu Chuanfeng said without hesitation, Professor Luo, then I'll have to trouble you. Okay. Lu Chuanfeng said without hesitation, Professor Luo, then I'll have to trouble you. In fact, even if he drank all 6 bags of the medicine at once, there wouldn't be any problems. It would only make the illness heal faster. Xiao Ruofei wanted to control the pace and make the treatment more difficult, so he divided the 6 bags of medicine into 3 days for Elder Lu to take. Now that Elder Lu had woken up, his body was quite weak. After the intubation, there would definitely be some damage to his throat and trachea. Drinking the last bag of medicine could replenish his energy, and it could also heal the damage to his throat and trachea in time. This kind of small injury was very easy to heal, and the consumption of the petals of the spirit heart flower was very small. The operation of removing the intubation was very simple, especially for the team of experts from 301 who mostly had doctorates. It wasn't difficult at all. After a while, Professor Luo personally removed the ventilator for Elder Lu and treated his wound. At the same time, the nurse also followed Xiao Ruofei's instructions and fed Elder Lu the last bag of Chinese medicine in small mouthfuls. When Xiao Ruofei entered the ward again, Elder Lu's spirit was a lot better, but there was still an oxygen tube in his nostrils. Xiaoxia, did I pass another test? Elder Lu said with difficulty. This time it's all thanks to you, right? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, this time it was quite dangerous, but since you can wake up, it means that at least the most dangerous period has passed. Now you can rest at ease and recover. Old Man Lu nodded and said, thank you. You're welcome. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I'm your doctor. It's my duty to treat you. Elder Lu showed a trace of emotion and said, how can there be so many things that are part of your duty? Besides, even if it's part of your duty, how many people can do it well, or even do it to the extreme like you? Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to advise Elder Lu to speak less, the old man suddenly asked, Xiaoxia, tell me the truth. Can I still make it through this time? Sir, why are you suddenly asking this? After being stunned for a moment, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, what you need to do now is to recuperate peacefully. Don't think too much. However, old man Lu stubbornly shook his head and said, I don't feel too good this time. I even feel that I've already received old man Ma's invitation, old master Ma? Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned. Mr. Lu smiled and said, Grandpa Max. Oh. Xiao Ruofei was suddenly enlightened. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, You're such a senior official, you shouldn't be so idealistic. This is not called idealism, but a person's sixth sense, Elder Lu said. Many people have a premonition before the final moment arrives. Little Xia, I believe in your judgment. Just tell me how much time I have left. This is very important to me. Family Lu was like an aircraft carrier. If old man Lu, the captain of the aircraft carrier, was no longer there, then the aircraft carrier would sail into the treacherous undercurrent area. If they weren't careful, they would capsize and sink. If things really went wrong, old man Lu definitely needed to make some arrangements in advance. Xiao Ruofei was silent for a moment and said, Sir, I really can't give you a clear answer right now. Because the treatment plan is always being adjusted, and some herbs are still being found. I can't say for sure how far the treatment can go this time. Old man Lu thought for a moment and asked, Then what if I stop all treatment from now on? How much time do I have left? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but scratch his head. This old man was really stubborn, but since he asked, Xiao Ruofei had nothing to hide. With old man Lu's current state, if he stopped all treatment, the cancer cells would soon wreak havoc in his body. In today's world, there was no effective treatment. Xiao Ruofei said, If it's fast, it'll be a week. At most, it won't be more than half a month. Old man Lu closed his eyes slightly and said, I got it. Thank you, little Xia. You must be tired. Go and rest for a while. Oh right, please call Chuanfeng in. Okay. Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, But as your doctor, I still have to remind you that your body is very weak right now. It's best to talk less and pay more attention to rest. Okay. Old man Lu said with a smile, I'll rest after talking to Chuanfeng. Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything after hearing that. He nodded and walked out of the door. As soon as he left the room, Xiao Ruofei said to Lu Chuanfeng, who was eagerly welcoming him, Old man Lu's condition is not bad. He asked you to go in now, so he probably has something to tell you. Okay. Lu Chuanfeng said. Thank you, Mr. Xia. You're welcome. Xiao Ruofei said lightly. Be careful not to talk for too long. He needs to rest. Understood. Lu Chuanfeng said. Then, Mr. Xia, you go and rest first. I'm going in. In the ward, Lu Chuanfeng walked in and saw his father on the bed, who had already regained consciousness. He couldn't help but choke up a little. Dad. You're finally awake. Old man Lu still looked very weak, but his eyes were still quite powerful. He glared at Lu Chuanfeng and said, How old are you? You're a first-class leader in the unit. Why do you still look like a sissy? Lu Chuanfeng knew that old man Lu, who was born in the military, despised men who wiped their tears. But he was too emotional today and couldn't control himself. In fact, among the siblings, Lu Chuanfeng was the one who resembled Elder Lu the most. Not only did he look like him, but his style of doing things was almost exactly the same as Elder Lu when he was young. Elder Lu also valued his eldest son the most and trained him as the successor of the family. Lu Chuanfeng took a deep breath and calmed himself down before saying, I'm sorry, Dad. I lost my composure a little. Of course, old man Lu knew that Lu Chuanfeng was revealing his true feelings, so a trace of affection flashed in his eyes. But he quickly adjusted his expression and asked, How long have I been unconscious? About 5 days. Lu Chuanfeng said. Thanks to Mr. Xia, the specialist medical team sent by 301 can't do anything. Old man Lu showed a hint of interest and said, Oh? From your tone, It seems that the change in my condition this time wasn't Xiaoxia's fault. Lu Chuanfeng's face showed a trace of embarrassment. He wanted to tell Old Man Lu the truth, but he was worried that Old Man Lu had just woken up and was still very weak, so he couldn't take that kind of shock. But if he pretended to be confused and let Old Man Lu misunderstand that it was caused by Xia Ruofei's poor treatment, he wouldn't be able to live with his conscience. Plus, paper couldn't hide fire. Old Man Lu would find out the truth sooner or later. Old Man Lu frowned slightly and said, "Is there something else that you can't say? Something that can make you so embarrassed? Let me guess. Is there a mole in our family, Lu? Was I poisoned this time?" Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, "No. No. Dad, what you said is too scary." Although he said that, he couldn't help but praise in his heart that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Although Old Man Lu had been in a coma these days, after he woke up, he had already made a guess that was very close to the truth based on some small changes. "Is that so?" Old Man Lu stared into Lu Chuanfeng's eyes and said, "I just asked Xiaoxia. He's not very confident in the treatment now, and this matter isn't his responsibility." "Then it's very likely that the deterioration of the condition this time was caused by someone. Am I right?" Lu Chuanfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Dad, I can tell you, but you must promise me that you can't be agitated, and you mustn't be angry. Your body is still very weak right now," Elder Lu said impatiently. "That's enough." "Okay. What kind of storm haven't I experienced? Hurry up and tell me." "Yes." Lu Chuanfeng didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He organized his words slightly and told Old Man Lu the whole story from beginning to end. As he spoke, he carefully observed Old Man Lu's situation. He had already made up his mind that if Old Man Lu couldn't take the shock and was in any dangerous situation, he would immediately rush out to ask Xia Ruofei for help. The expression on Old Man Lu's face was indeed constantly changing, especially when he heard that the whole thing was caused by Lu Lifeng. The muscles on his face couldn't help but tremble a little. However, Lu Chuanfeng obviously underestimated his father's psychological endurance. Until he finished telling the whole story, Old Man Lu didn't show much emotion, but the expression on his face became more serious. "Dad, it's all my fault." Lu Chuanfeng blamed himself and said, "It's because I didn't discipline my younger brother and sister that this kind of thing happened. I have already severely punished my younger sister. She's still grounded in the main house now." Although Lu Chuanfeng severely reprimanded Lu Lifeng in front of the people and still restricted her personal freedom, Lu Lifeng was still his younger sister. In front of his father, who was a man of his words, he still hoped that he could speak up for Lu Lifeng. Otherwise, if Old Man Lu got angry, he really didn't know what would happen. Old Man Lu waved his hand and said, "Chuanfeng, don't embarrass yourself in front of me with your little thoughts. Don't worry, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Even if I want to punish Lu Lifeng, I won't take her life." Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but criticize in his heart, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. This also depended on the time. Right now, he was very confused about Old Man Lu's decision to punish Lu Haojuan. Logically speaking, Lu Haojuan was Old Man Lu's grandson, and the eldest grandson, but in the face of the family's interests, what did it matter to sacrifice a family member who made a mistake? Even if no one said it out loud, Lu Chuanfeng was very clear about the assassination of Lu Haojuan in another place. Old Man Lu also knew that Lu Chuanfeng was very clear about this matter, but everyone was just pretending not to know. This hurdle in his heart was something that Lu Chuanfeng would never be able to overcome in this lifetime. Old Man Lu saw that Lu Chuanfeng didn't speak, so he frowned slightly and asked, "Chuanfeng, so even Xiaoxia can't do anything this time?" Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, "No." After Mr. Xia adjusted the prescription, the treatment effect was quite good. "Aren't you awake now, Anne? We have been actively looking for the herbs listed on the list provided by Mr. Xia. As long as we find all the herbs, Mr. Xia will definitely have a way to cure you." Old Man Lu showed a thought-provoking smile and asked, "I guess, those herbs are very difficult to find, right?" Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Dad, how did you know? Do you still need to guess?" Old Man Lu said lightly, "If those herbs weren't difficult to find, why would Xiaoxia ask you to look for them? This may be a bit deep, you should think about it carefully." Oh. I'll think about it carefully. Lu Chuanfeng said. Go back and think about it slowly. Old Man Lu said. Don't be an eyesore here. I want to rest. Lu Chuanfeng quickly stood up and said, Dad, then I'll go out first. Have a good rest, okay. Old Man Lu nodded and said, Tell Xiaoxia that our family Lu doesn't have the tradition of being ungrateful. He saved my life, so he will definitely receive the corresponding reward. I will never disappoint my benefactor. Okay. Lu Chuanfeng replied, then bowed slightly to Old Man Lu and turned to leave the room. After Lu Chuanfeng left, Old Man Lu's face had a smile. In the beginning, he did have a premonition that he wouldn't be able to get through this, especially when he heard that all the life-saving medicine had been destroyed by Lu Lifeng. This feeling was even stronger. It was accompanied by a sense of helplessness. He knew that the end of the world was approaching day by day, but there was no way to escape. Even Old Man Lu, who had a strong psychological quality, still felt a strong sense of helplessness. But after listening to Lu Chuanfeng's explanation of the whole situation, Old Man Lu calmed down. He had a strong feeling that as long as Xia Ruofei was willing to do his best, he would definitely be able to save his life. Under this feeling, the problem of not having enough herbs was not even worth mentioning. The reason why the treatment was stagnant now was that the benefits given were not enough. There was no free lunch in the world. In the first round of treatment, Xia Ruofei had already done his best, but Lu Lifeng, this pig-like teammate, had ruined everything. Now it was equivalent to the second round of treatment. Xia Ruofei definitely wouldn't work for nothing. Before seeing the actual benefits, he wouldn't show his true ability. There was no free lunch in the world. In the first round of treatment, Xia Ruofei had already done his best, but Lu Lifeng, this pig-like teammate, had ruined everything. Now it was equivalent to the second round of treatment. Xia Ruofei definitely wouldn't work for nothing. Before seeing the actual benefits, he wouldn't show his true ability. Come. After Xia Ruofei heard what Lu Chuanfeng said, he smiled faintly and said, I understand. Director Lu, I've thought of many solutions for your father's illness, but this can't be rushed. I hope you and Mr. Lu can understand this. Of course. Of course. Lu Chuanfeng said quickly. Mr. Xia, my father just wanted to express his gratitude. He didn't mean to rush you. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Director Lu, how about this? I'll go back today. It just so happens that I've finished the Chinese medicine that I prepared this time. There are a few rare herbs that I still need to buy from my friend. This prescription seems to have some effect. I'll prepare a few more days of medicine this time and continue to take it. Lu Chuanfeng said gratefully, okay. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Xia. Mr. Lu's condition had improved, and his mind was clear now, so Lu Chuanfeng wasn't as anxious as before. At least when Xia Ruofei left for half a day or a day, he didn't feel as nervous as he did a few days ago. Lu Chuanfeng then said, Mr. Xia, these herbs aren't cheap, right? We can't ask you for help and ask you to spend your own money. How about this? We'll. Xia Ruofei didn't wait for Lu Chuanfeng to finish and waved his hand. He smiled faintly and said, We'll talk about the money later. That's not very good, right? Lu Chuanfeng was stunned and said. Do you think I'm afraid that you'll go back on your word? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Director Lu, the most important thing now is to find the herbs on my list. Let's put everything else aside first. Okay, then we'll do as you say. Lu Chuanfeng said. Xia Ruofei left family Lu's house that day. He didn't ask Lu Chuanfeng to send a car. Instead, he called Wu Cheng and asked him to drive over to pick him up. Of course, Xia Ruofei wasn't going to buy herbs from his friends. He went straight back to Luhai Lane Courtyard House. The reason why he wanted to go home was because he had run out of Chinese medicine. It was inconvenient to brew medicine in family Lu's house. Another reason was that he needed to go to the Ring 2 space. He would not take out the spiritual map scroll in family Lu's house no matter what, even if the risk was very low. The Ring 2 space was Xia Ruofei's greatest secret. Even if there was a slight risk of it being exposed, he would decisively avoid it. Xia Ruofei wanted to enter the Ring 2 space. Decocting medicine was just a side trip. His main purpose was to challenge the jade pile array. 7 days had passed since the last challenge. Now, there should be 3 chances to challenge the array. After returning to the Sihiyuan, Xiao Ruofei said to Wu Chang, "I won't have lunch later. Tell everyone not to go to my courtyard if there's nothing important. If there's anything urgent, you can call me." "Yes, boss." Wu Chang nodded and said. Xiao Ruofei returned to the master's courtyard. He locked all the doors and windows tightly and drew the curtains. The room was tightly covered. In addition, he habitually took out a few pieces of carved jade from the space and threw them out. These pieces of jade with simple patterns on them immediately scattered and accurately landed where they were supposed to land. There was not the slightest deviation. An alarm and protection array was instantly formed. This kind of simple array was not difficult for Xiao Ruofei at all. As long as he needed, he could just take a few pieces of jade and carve it out. The effect was very good. As long as someone came within 3 meters of the room, the alarm and protection array would be triggered. Xiao Ruofei's remaining spiritual power in the array would be able to sense it immediately. This way, no matter what Xiao Ruofei was doing in the space, he would be able to quickly be alerted. After setting up the defensive measures with ease, Xiao Ruofei returned to the bedroom and summoned the spiritual map scroll from his palm. With a slight thought, he disappeared from the room. After a brief but familiar feeling of dizziness, Xiao Ruofei instantly saw the scene in the space. "Master." After the loyal Xiaqing sensed Xiao Ruofei's undulations, he did not hesitate to put down what he was doing. He went from the mountain sea realm to the primordial realm and respectfully greeted Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei nodded and casually asked, "Has everything been fine in the space these past few days? Are there any problems with the free laborers?" "Master, everything is normal," said Xiaqing. "Those free laborers are very well behaved. I followed your instructions and divided them into small teams. They were divided into 3 or 4 levels. I let them take care of themselves. The effect is very good." The term free laborers was something that Xiaqing had learned from Xiao Ruofei. He still felt a little awkward saying it, even though the term was very appropriate. "That's good," said Xiao Ruofei. Then, he asked, "By the way, how's the guy with the broken leg recovering?" "Are you talking about that guy with a strange name?" said Xiaqing. "His name is Manzila, right? This person's recovery ability is pretty good. Furthermore, the environment in the spirit map world is so good. There's mist in the air, so his recovery speed is very fast. He's always wanted to apply for better medicine, saying that he hopes to recover soon and serve Master." Manzila was the leader of the mod organization, Satan. At the same time, he was also a high priest. The biggest difference between him and Bao Guijun and the other free laborers was that he could barely be considered a cultivator. Although his cultivation level was very low, he had indeed cultivated an incomplete cultivation technique. This was also the reason why Xiao Ruofei had a relatively deep impression of him. However, Xiao Ruofei obviously looked down on such a low-level cultivator. He was just casually asking. After listening to Xiaqing's words, Xiao Ruofei said, "His cultivation level is so low. What kind of energy efficiency is that? Let him take care of himself. It's a waste to give him good medicine." Xiaqing nodded and said, "Yes, Master." Xiao Ruofei said, "I'll give you a task. Boil a pot of Chinese medicine according to this prescription." Xiao Ruofei first handed a prescription to Xiaqing. This was a nourishing prescription that he had randomly chosen when he was boiling Chinese medicine a few days ago. In order to ensure that the taste was the same, he still needed the same Chinese medicine this time. This task was handed over to Xiaqing. Xiao Ruofei was 100% assured. In terms of the level of boiling Chinese medicine, Xiaqing was even better than him. After Xiaqing took the prescription, Xiao Ruofei stretched out his hand and beckoned for a small bottle of diluted Lingxin flower petal solution. He handed it to Xiaqing and said, "After boiling the Chinese medicine, add this, just add it to this position." Xiao Ruofei roughly calculated the ratio, then gently touched the bottle with his hand. A clear scratch appeared on the bottle. "Understood." Xiaqing took the bottle and said, "Master, this is very simple. You can rest assured and leave it to me." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, after adding it, remember to mix it evenly. Then leave the rest to me. In the Ring 2 space, there was a small vacuum filling machine that Xiao Ruofei had purchased before. It was mainly used to seal and preserve the Chinese medicine soup. Xia Qing definitely didn't know how to use such a modern machine, and it wasn't easy to learn. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided that it was better to do the final step himself. After handing over the boiling of the medicine to Xia Qing, Xiao Ruofei walked across the Jade Bridge and came to the Linglong Pagoda in the center of the pool. He looked up at the Linglong Pagoda, then strode into the pagoda. As soon as Xiao Ruofei entered the Linglong Pagoda, he looked at the wall. Sure enough, the number on the wall became 3 again. The number of times to break through the array had been refreshed. Xiao Ruofei nodded and turned to leave the Linglong Pagoda. In the open space in front of the pagoda, he began to practice the floating steps without any distractions. Although he hadn't practiced for a few days, Xiao Ruofei had already built a very solid foundation for the floating steps. He didn't feel the slightest bit awkward when practicing it. In fact, mastering the basic movement was only the most basic. The floating steps was a combination of footwork, body shape, true energy, and mental strength. Under the influence of many factors, there were countless possibilities. And the most exquisite part was the exploration of these countless possibilities. This part was completely dependent on one's own comprehension. Even if the cultivation experience of the predecessors was left in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance, it could only be used as a reference. It was like a simple principle that others might not be able to explain it 100 times. Only when one had a personal comprehension would one truly understand this principle. Breaking through the jade pile array was to bring out one's potential under extreme conditions. Often, the flash of inspiration in that kind of situation would have a better effect than practicing 100 or 1,000 times normally. This was the most precious part of the jade pile array. Xiao Ruofei even felt that the rewards after breaking through the array weren't as precious as the jade pile array itself. Now, Xiao Ruofei wholeheartedly practiced the jade pile array over and over again. His goal was to sort out the comprehension of the previous stage and adjust his state at the same time. Only in this kind of situation would the jade pile array have the best effect. After all, there were only 3 chances every 7 days. Naturally, he couldn't waste them. After Xiao Ruofei practiced over 100 times, he felt that he was almost in the right state. Only then did he stop. At the same time, he drank a few mouthfuls of spirit pool water to speed up the recovery of his mental strength. After resting for a while, Xiao Ruofei stepped into the exquisite pagoda and began his first challenge without hesitation. The familiar jade pile, the familiar light spots. For the first 30 meters, Xiao Ruofei advanced at an extremely fast speed. Those light spots that were sometimes fast and sometimes slow didn't have any effect on him. His body seemed to have turned into an afterimage, floating left and right, looking very confident. After 40 meters, Xiao Ruofei felt the pressure gradually increase. He braced himself. His mental strength and true qi were operating to the extreme. He didn't even have time to think about how to deal with it. Most of the time, he had to rely on his subconscious reaction. 50 meters, 60 meters, finally, Xiao Ruofei approached his best result from the last time he broke through the array, and he felt that he still had some energy left. It seemed that after resting for a few days and not practicing the floating steps, his condition had become better. Therefore, sometimes, it was necessary to strike a balance between work and rest. After rushing past 60 meters, Xiao Ruofei could no longer be as confident as when he broke through the first 30 or 40 meters. He looked a little embarrassed. Several light spots almost brushed past his clothes. According to the rules of the exquisite pagoda, as long as the light spots touched him, even if it was just a little bit of skin or clothes, it would immediately be judged as a failure. Then, Xiao Ruofei would be directly expelled by the power of the array, without any ability to resist. After doing his best, Xiao Ruofei finally fell at the 68-meter position. After a swaying light spot approached Xiao Ruofei, its speed suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Moreover, it didn't directly attack Xiao Ruofei. Instead, it turned a corner. When Xiao Ruofei was dodging another light spot, he twisted his body and bumped into this light spot. Game over. Xiao Ruofei was sent to the starting line. Although he failed to break through the array and his result didn't improve much compared to the last time, Xiao Ruofei's face was still full of joy. In the last 8 meters, Xiao Ruofei had a new understanding of the floating steps under high pressure. He got up from the ground and rushed out of the exquisite pagoda without hesitation. He quickly practiced in the open space in front of the pagoda. This practice lasted for more than 10 hours. During these 10 hours, Xiao Ruofei almost didn't stop. He practiced the floating steps again and again, but he still didn't reach his ideal state. Until the last time he practiced to a certain position, Xiao Ruofei suddenly had a trace of understanding. 88 meters. This was the final result of Xiao Ruofei's challenge. From 68 meters to 88 meters, it would be difficult to succeed even if he tried 100 times according to his normal speed. However, because of the enlightenment after the last challenge, Xiao Ruofei repeated the challenge and his result improved by leaps and bounds. This was the value of the jade pile array. It could be said that Xiao Ruofei's current attainments in the floating duckweed steps had improved a lot compared to the last time he challenged the array. This time, Xiao Ruofei took advantage of the moment when he had the clearest understanding of the floating duckweed steps. He did it in one go, so he did not have enough rest. In the process of challenging the array, although his genuine qi and spiritual power had not been exhausted, the consumption was considerable. He sat on the ground and gasped for breath. It had been a long time since he felt so tired. However, he was in a very good mood and the smile on his face could not be suppressed. With the improvement of his proficiency, Xiao Ruofei's understanding of the floating duckweed steps became deeper and deeper. At the same time, he felt more and more about the brilliance of this set of body movements. Those that could be included in the inheritance jade talisman were indeed the best of the best. Xiao Ruofei now had a certain understanding of the Earth's cultivation world. This was mainly through Lu Qingfeng's retelling. However, because Lu Qingfeng's cultivation was not very high, he did not have access to some of the higher-ups' information. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's understanding was limited to a relatively broad range. However, there was one thing that Xiao Ruofei was very sure of, and that was that the world of cultivation was definitely not a paradise. On the contrary, those cultivators who looked like immortals were often more two-faced than the other. The law of the jungle was even more obvious in the world of cultivation. After all, the secular world was still bound by laws and controlled by the state apparatus. However, there was only one general rule in the world of cultivation, and that was strength. The importance of the floating duckweed steps to Xiao Ruofei was obvious. In the future, Xiao Ruofei would inevitably have more and more contact with the cultivation world. The Great Way formula could allow him to cultivate faster and have higher cultivation, but cultivation alone was far from enough. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was also perfecting his arsenal. The floating duckweed steps and the noble sword technique, as well as the formation Dao that he persisted in learning, would become his bargaining chip against his enemies in the future. After understanding the basic situation of the world of cultivation on Earth, Xiao Ruofei was even more eager to improve his strength. He sat on the ground and rested for a while. Then, he got up and went to the open space in front of the tower. Xiao Ruofei closed his eyes and silently recalled the process of him breaking through the array several times. Then, he began to practice the floating duckweed steps. Although he didn't have a flash of insight like the last time, he still gained a lot of insight during the process. This kind of insight could only be produced in an extremely high-pressure environment. It was also very precious. Xiao Ruofei continuously integrated this little bit of insight into the movement technique. He practiced for a full 5 or 6 hours before stopping to rest. He raised his hand and wiped his sweat. Then, he waved his hand and took a bottle of spirit pond water. He drank it in big gulps. Then, he sat down on the jade futon and circulated the Great Way formula to absorb the spirit qi. At the same time, he recovered the huge amount of mental strength that he had just consumed. About an hour later, Xiao Ruofei felt that his condition was quite good. Therefore, he stood up and walked into the tower. Today, he still had one last chance to break through the array. Naturally, he wouldn't waste it. After all, he only had 3 chances. After 7 days, it would be refreshed. His condition had been adjusted to the best. He had also absorbed some of the insights he had gained during the second attempt. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate after entering the exquisite pagoda. He directly entered the jade pile array. The first 60 or 70 meters were still unstoppable. Now that he was about 80 meters away, Xiao Ruofei felt the pressure suddenly increase. However, he still steadily moved forward. In the end, Xiao Ruofei fell at 93 meters away. This time, his result only increased by 5 meters. However, Xiao Ruofei wasn't depressed. After all, the epiphany after the first attempt had already given him a big surprise. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel that the 200-meter jade pile array was right in the middle of the array. It should be a big threshold. The closer it was to the 100-meter mark, the more difficult it would be. He felt that it wouldn't be so easy for him to break through the 100-meter mark. Unless he had another epiphany like that again. However, how could such a rare opportunity be obtained so easily? Xiao Ruofei looked back at the jade pile array shrouded in fog and stepped out of the exquisite pagoda. He cultivated for a while in the space. When his mental strength and true qi had recovered, he stopped cultivating. Xiao Ruofei didn't go to the mountain sea territory. Instead, he directly called Xia Qing over. While Xiao Ruofei was trying to break through the array, Xia Qing had already boiled the Chinese medicine according to the requirements and mixed it with the diluted spirit heart flower petal solution. Xiao Ruofei personally put the Chinese medicine into a vacuum bag and sealed it with a machine. Then, he flashed out of the Ring 2 space. He left the canned Chinese medicine in the space. He planned to rest in the courtyard house for the night, so he wasn't in a hurry to take it out. In terms of freshness, the best and most expensive refrigerator in the world couldn't compare to the Ring 2 space. After Xiao Ruofei went back to the outside world, he took a pack of waffles from the space and ate it with milk. Then, he went to the bathroom to take a hot bath and went back to his bedroom to rest. He slept all the way until the evening. After eating dinner in the backyard, Xiao Ruofei prepared to go to the movie room to watch a movie. There was a very good movie room in the basement of the courtyard house. The viewing effect was not worse than a movie theater. Just then, Lu Chuanfeng called him. Xiao Ruofei walked to the entrance of the basement and picked up the phone. Director Lu. Mr. Xia, I want to ask. How are you doing? Lu Chuanfeng asked. I found all the herbs I need. Xiao Ruofei said, don't get me wrong. These are the herbs I need to replace the prescription that I developed later. I still need a few more herbs to make the pill that I used before. You have to hurry up. Okay. Okay. Lu Chuanfeng said. Then, he asked in a low voice, Mr. Xia, are you done? Xiao Ruofei said, no. I still have to boil the medicine overnight. The medicine that Mr. Lu is going to take tomorrow is not ready yet. Your father's body. He can't stop taking the medicine now. Otherwise, he may not even last a week. Lu Chuanfeng was frightened. He wanted to ask Xiao Ruofei to go there tonight, but Xiao Ruofei said so. He didn't dare to mention it. So, Lu Chuanfeng just said, oh. Thank you for your hard work. Not bad. Not bad. Xiao Ruofei laughed and asked, Director Lu, what can I do for you? Nothing. Nothing. Lu Chuanfeng said quickly, I just want to know the situation. Go ahead. Go ahead. Then, Lu Chuanfeng hung up the phone. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and put his phone in his pocket. Then, he hummed a song and walked down the stairs. Soon, he arrived at the movie room. The computers here were connected to the internet. He directly found a blockbuster with a good rating on a video website. It was also a movie that had just been released in theaters and was starting to be broadcast online. Xiao Ruofei directly paid to watch this movie. The computer was connected to a laser projector and projected the content onto the big screen. The clarity of the laser projection was very good. Plus, there was a surround sound system. The experience was basically the same as watching a movie in a movie theater. The seating conditions and viewing environment here were much better than in a movie theater. While Xiao Ruofei was watching the movie in the movie room, Lu Chuanfeng also came to Mr. Lu's ward on the second floor. He came to the bedside and said respectfully to Mr. Lu, Dad, I've already called Mr. Xia. What did he say? Mr. Lu asked weakly. He's still busy brewing the Chinese medicine that you need to drink tomorrow, Lu Chuanfeng said. I saw that he was so busy, so, you didn't ask him to come over tonight? Mr. Lu asked. Yeah. Lu Chuanfeng nodded and said, he's been brewing the medicine all night. He should be here tomorrow morning. I think. One night won't make much of a difference. Mr. Lu asked, you didn't say that I was looking for him? No. Lu Chuanfeng shook his head and said nervously. Mr. Lu smiled and said, of course, one night won't make much of a difference. But believe it or not, if you said that I was looking for him, he would definitely come over tonight. This? I believe you, Lu Chuanfeng said. Chuanfeng, do you know why? Mr. Lu looked at Lu Chuanfeng and asked. I don't know. Lu Chuanfeng said honestly, as far as I know, Mr. Xia is a very opinionated person. It's hard for others to change his mind and decision. That depends on the person and the time. Mr. Lu said, this kid, as long as he hears that I'm looking for him, he'll definitely come running over. Dad, you're saying? Lu Chuanfeng seemed to have realized something. Mr. Lu smiled and said, that's right. He definitely knows that I'm looking for him. That means I'm asking for something. He's sparing no effort to come here. Is he really being selfless? If it's for that stubborn old man old song, I'd believe it. For me? Hee. He doesn't have any relationship with us. I know that, Lu Chuanfeng said. Mr. Xia never hides this point. And I'm guessing, his fee this time won't be too low. That's for sure. Mr. Lu said. For one illness, he's going to charge me twice. It's all because of that unfilial daughter. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, Dad, don't be so agitated. Your emotions can't, I'm not agitated. I'm just lamenting, Mr. Lu said. Chuanfeng, do you know? I've always thought that I've gotten used to life and death. Facing the natural laws of life and death, I've been able to accept it calmly. But this time, a trace of fear flashed in Mr. Lu's eyes, and then he continued, this time, I really felt the approach of death. When I woke up from my coma, I heard the birds outside the window and the sunlight shining in. I suddenly felt that it was great to be alive. When the doctors and nurses were busy removing the tubes for me, I thought. As long as I can continue to live, I'm willing to pay any price. Money, reputation, status, power. Those are all worldly possessions. Lu Chuanfeng nodded and said, you're the pillar of our family. For your health, the family will naturally do whatever it takes. So, Mr. Lu said, I've decided to give Xia Ruofei an offer that he can't refuse. I want him to stop holding back and quickly cure me. Mr. Lu knew better than anyone else that Xia Ruofei was watching a movie in the movie room. Lu Chuanfeng also came to Mr. Lu's ward on the second floor. He came to the bedside and respectfully said to Mr. Lu, Dad, I've already called Mr. Xia. What did he say? Mr. Lu asked weakly. He's still busy brewing the Chinese medicine that you're going to drink tomorrow, Lu Chuanfeng said. I saw that he was so busy, so, you didn't mention that he's coming over tonight? Mr. Lu asked. Yeah. Lu Chuanfeng nodded and said, he's been brewing the medicine all night, so he should be here tomorrow morning. I think, one night won't make a difference. Mr. Lu asked, but you didn't say that I was looking for him? No. Lu Chuanfeng shook his head and said nervously. Mr. Lu smiled and said, of course, one night won't make a difference. But believe it or not, if you said that I was looking for him, he would definitely come over tonight. This? I believe you, Lu Chuanfeng said. Chuanfeng, do you know why? Mr. Lu looked at Lu Chuanfeng and asked. I don't know, Lu Chuanfeng said honestly. As far as I know, Mr. Xia is a very opinionated person. It's very difficult for others to change his mind and decisions. That depends on the person and the time. Mr. Lu said. This kid, as long as he hears that I'm looking for him, he'll definitely come running over. Dad, you're saying? Lu Chuanfeng seemed to realize something. Mr. Lu smiled and said, that's right. He definitely knows that I'm looking for him. That means I'm asking for something. He's going all out, is he really being selfless? If it's for that stubborn old man old song, I'd believe it. For me? Hee. He doesn't have any relationship with us. I know that, Lu Chuanfeng said. Mr. Xia never hides this. And I'm guessing, his fee this time won't be too low. That's for sure. Mr. Lu said. He's going to charge me twice for the same illness. It's all because of that unfilial daughter. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, Dad, don't get so agitated, you can't. I'm not agitated, I'm just lamenting, Mr. Lu said. Chuanfeng, do you know? I've always thought that I've gotten used to life and death, that I've been able to accept the natural laws of life and death. But this time, Elder Lu's offer of $3 billion had already shocked Lu Chuanfeng greatly. However, if he were to calculate according to Xia Ruofei's list of medicinal ingredients, just the amethyst blood radish alone was sold for a sky-high price of $200 million 3 years ago. That pill was made from more than 10 types of medicinal ingredients that were at least as precious as the amethyst blood radish, and it could even cure Elder Lu's illness. Its value was indeed immeasurable. If that was the case, even $3 billion would not be too much. Even though this amount of money was definitely an astronomical figure for family Lu, and they might even have to sell off a considerable part of their business to be able to gather it, but at least this was an acceptable condition. After all, compared to Elder Lu's life, what was $3 billion? But the second condition that Elder Lu mentioned, even Lu Chuanfeng felt a trace of absurdity. 40% of the family group's shares. What kind of concept was this? Family Lu was a large family. Some of the core family members, including Lu Chuanfeng himself, more or less held a portion of the family group's shares. The shares that were scattered among the family members were about 30%. The remaining 70% was actually held by Elder Lu himself. He gave 40% of the shares to Xia Ruofei, then Xia Ruofei would become the largest shareholder of family Lu's family group. And people's hearts were the most difficult to guess. The family members held 30% of the shares in their hands. These shares were scattered in the hands of so many people. It was hard to guarantee that no one would be willing to sell their shares. Xia Ruofei only needed to buy another 11% of the shares to complete the control of the group. Then wouldn't family Lu's family group be changed to Xia? If the person who said this wasn't Elder Lu himself, Lu Chuanfeng would definitely scold him without hesitation, thinking that he was absolutely crazy. However, no matter what, he would not dare to be so disrespectful towards old man Lu's words. Elder Lu faintly glanced at Lu Chuanfeng and asked, You can't hold it in anymore? Lu Chuanfeng bitterly smiled and said, Dad, this condition of yours is a little too frightening. I was really shocked. I think the other family members, such as Uncle Chongli, would have a bigger reaction after hearing it. Whoever has an opinion has to hold it in. Elder Lu curled his lips and said, It's the same even if you have an opinion. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, No. No. If you have decided, then I will definitely support you. Absolutely without any objections. What could he do if he didn't support it? His single-digit shares had no right to speak at all. Not to mention that even if he didn't have any shares, no one in family Lu would dare to disobey him. Elder Lu faintly said, I haven't finished speaking yet. The third option Qingyun Island and $500 million. Elder Lu's second condition had already made Lu Chuanfeng break out in a cold sweat. Therefore, even though the third condition was also enough to make the Lu family's flesh ache, Lu Chuanfeng didn't have such a big reaction. This was the effect of comparison. If old Master Lu had mentioned the third condition first, Lu Chuanfeng would definitely have cried out involuntarily. But in his opinion, no matter what, it wasn't as scary as losing 40% of the family Lu group's shares. Although the third condition was also a huge sacrifice for family Lu. $500 million in cash was still acceptable. It was at least more acceptable than $3 billion or 40% of the family Lu group's shares. The key was the Qingyun Island that Elder Lu mentioned. The island wasn't in Xianxia. It was in the vast South Pacific Ocean. It belonged to the South Pacific island country of Vanuatu. Vanuatu was made up of a series of islands. Qingyun Island was far away from the other islands in the archipelago. It was the second largest island in the archipelago. The largest was naturally the island where Vanuatu's capital was located. Of course, Qingyun Island wasn't called Qingyun Island at that time. It was the name family Lu changed after buying it. Vanuatu used to be a French colony. It became independent in the 1990s. Because of the intentional manipulation of the relevant countries, the domestic situation had always been chaotic. From time to time, there would be riots or coups. Family Lu also saw an opportunity. During a change of regime in Vanuatu, he bought the permanent ownership of Xianxia Island. At that time, Vanuatu was in charge of a military government. A colonel controlled the entire country. Poverty and chaos were the norm in the country. Family Lu offered a sky-high price of $1 billion. The colonel almost didn't hesitate to agree. He passed the vote in the Congress as quickly as possible. Those who opposed him in the Congress were thrown into the Pacific Ocean to feed the fish. His will was the highest command in the Congress. It was impossible for it not to pass. Just like that, Family Lu obtained the permanent ownership of Xianxia Island. Although it wasn't an independent country, Vanuatu recognized Xianxia Island's high degree of autonomy. And according to the original purchase agreement, Xianxia Island could have its own defense force. Vanuatu couldn't interfere with Xianxia Island's daily affairs. In fact, it was already independent. In the following years, Family Lu had been vigorously building Xianxia Island. The purpose was to leave behind the last habitat for the family overseas. If the family were to encounter a disaster, at least the clansmen would have a place to go. After Xianxia Island became a private island, outsiders naturally couldn't go on the island. Vanuatu's government went through several regime changes, but Family Lu's control of Xianxia Island was always recognized. In fact, even if they didn't recognize it, there was nothing they could do. After years of construction, Xianxia Island's defense was no longer something Vanuatu's army could break through. Family Lu didn't just build infrastructure. The construction of various defense facilities was also of the highest standards. They even purchased an air defense system from the black market. In addition, the beach fortifications, detection radars, surveillance systems, and so on were also built according to the highest standards. In addition, Family Lu also raised a mercenary army to be responsible for Xianxia Island's defense. It could be said that after so many years of construction, Xianxia Island had become a private island armed to the teeth. To build a large island to its current state, it naturally cost a lot of money. Over the years, Family Lu had been investing heavily every year. All the money added up was at least $2 or $3 billion. Therefore, in fact, the three conditions proposed by Elder Lu were basically the same when converted into money. Elder Lu looked at Lu Chuanfeng with a smile and asked, "Chuanfeng, which one do you think Xianxia will choose? Or will he still not be tempted and choose none of the three conditions?" "That's impossible," Lu Chuanfeng said. "If he's not tempted by such conditions, how is that possible?" Lu Chuanfeng said this and couldn't help but hesitate. He said, "As for which one you asked me to guess, I really can't guess. According to common sense, he'll definitely choose the shares, but Mr. Xia isn't an ordinary person. His thoughts are really hard to guess." Elder Lu nodded and said, "Then let's wait and see." Lu Chuanfeng hesitated for a moment, then said, "Dad, I know that no matter what price we have to pay in exchange for your health, it's worth it. It's just that, aren't the conditions you've set out a little too good? No matter which one Mr. Xia chooses, it's like cutting a piece of flesh from our hearts. Let's not talk about other things, just Xianxia Island, that's your blood, sweat, and tears. And after we successfully bought it, we spent so many years building it bit by bit. If we give it to Mr. Xia like this, won't you? Won't you feel bad?" Elder Lu said lightly, "I've always believed in the principle of equal value. Xianxia treated me, and we paid the same price. This is the fairest thing. Chuanfeng, don't tell anyone about this first, in case they change their minds." Lu Chuanfeng nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." Looking at his father's sparse white hair and tired face, Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but feel sad. If this was in the past, Elder Lu wouldn't have been so careful. Family Lu wouldn't have dared to have any objections to his decision. However, this time, Elder Lu only chose to tell him alone and kept it a secret from the other clansmen. It was obvious that he felt powerless and was even unable to suppress the people below him. This was normal. In ancient times, if the emperor's health was not good, the ministers below him would have different thoughts. The princes would also be restless. Moreover, Elder Lu was only the head of a family. Elder Lu spoke a lot today, and the fatigue on his face became more obvious. Lu Chuanfeng quickly asked him to lie down and rest, then he quietly left the ward. Lu Chuanfeng held his phone and hesitated for a while, but in the end, he didn't make the call. He sighed secretly, put his phone in his pocket, and walked back to his room. The next morning, after Xiao Ruofei had breakfast at Luhai Hudong Sihiyuan, he asked Wu Cheng to drive him to family Lu's house. Lu Chuanfeng also expected Xiao Ruofei to come this morning, so he waited downstairs in advance. When he saw Xiao Ruofei get out of the car, Lu Chuanfeng quickly went to greet him. Xiao Ruofei took the incubator with the Chinese medicine bag from Wu Cheng's hand, then said to Wu Cheng, "You go back first. I'll call you when I need to use the car." "Okay, boss," Wu Cheng said respectfully. "Mr. Xia, you've worked hard." "You've worked hard." Lu Chuanfeng greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Minister Lu," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Lu Chuanfeng looked at the incubator in Xiao Ruofei's hand, and he knew that it was full of his father's life-saving medicine. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Minister Lu, the medicine is ready. Because of the limited amount of herbs, I only prepared 3 days' worth of medicine. Let's go give the chief a pack first." "Okay, Mr. Xia, please," Lu Chuanfeng said quickly. He was waiting for Xiao Ruofei to say that. The two of them went upstairs, and Xiao Ruofei first went to the room next to Elder Lu's. He put all the Chinese medicine bags in the incubator into the refrigerator, leaving only one bag outside. Lu Chuanfeng also ordered the guards to do their best and not allow anyone to get close to the refrigerator. Xiao Ruofei walked into Old Man Lu's ward and handed the bag of Chinese medicine to the nurse. He asked her to heat up the medicine and put it in a bowl. The nurse did all the work in this room under Xiao Ruofei's eyes, so there was no need to worry about the safety of the medicine. After handing the bag of Chinese medicine to the nurse, Xiao Ruofei greeted him with a smile. "How are you feeling today, Old Man Lu?" Old Man Lu had a smile on his face and said, "It's all thanks to you. I've been feeling pretty good for the past 2 days." "That's good." Xiao Ruofei sat down beside Old Man Lu's bed. He grabbed his hand and began to feel his pulse while saying, "What you need to do now is to cooperate with the treatment. Don't think too much. I will do my best to come up with a treatment plan for you." Old Man Lu nodded and said, "With you here, I'm relieved." Xiao Ruofei smiled and didn't say anything else. Instead, he closed his eyes and focused on examining Old Man Lu. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "At present, it seems that this prescription can still work to a certain extent. In the situation where the herbs can't be gathered, we'll use this prescription for the time being." At this time, the nurse had already heated up the Chinese medicine and brought it over. Xiao Ruofei took the bowl of medicine and then motioned for the medical staff in the room to leave first. He held the bowl of medicine and said with a smile, "Old Man Lu, drink the medicine first." "Xiaoxia, although the effect of your medicine is not bad, I want to recover faster." Old Man Lu looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "I know you must have a way, right?" Xiao Ruofei's expression didn't change. He smiled and said, "You should know that diseases go away like silk. Your illness is quite dangerous. We must be very careful in the treatment. This can't be rushed." Without waiting for Old Man Lu to speak, Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "Come, drink the medicine first. We'll talk about other things later." Old Man Lu looked deeply at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Okay." He didn't ask for Xiao Ruofei's help. After taking the bowl of medicine, he gulped it down quickly. Although there was still some residue at the bottom of the bowl, when Elder Lu's lips came into contact with the medicinal soup, the spirit heart flower's petals had already begun to seep into Elder Lu's body. Therefore, the residue of the medicinal soup was useless. Xiao Ruofei put the bowl aside. At this moment, Elder Lu said, "Little Xia, this matter is entirely our family Lu's own fault. Yet, we've caused you so much trouble and made you fly over from the 3 mountains. Furthermore, for the sake of this new prescription, we've even used up a lot of precious medicinal herbs. I've always felt bad about it." Speaking up to this point, Old Man Lu paused for a moment. His body seemed to still be relatively weak. If he spoke too much in one breath, he would feel very weak. After Elder Lu caught his breath, he continued, especially since you never mentioned the matter of remuneration these days, I feel even more apologetic. Originally, I wanted to call you over to talk about this problem yesterday, but you were busy brewing the medicine yesterday, so Chuanfeng didn't mention it. Today, I still want to talk to you about the issue of the treatment fee. Xiao Ruofei already knew about this from Lu Chuanfeng. Moreover, this was something he had expected, so he didn't feel very surprised. Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly and said, "Go ahead, I'm all ears." Elder Lu nodded and said, "In order to treat my illness, you used up too many precious medicinal herbs. Therefore, the treatment fee last time was already on the low side. This time, my illness is even more troublesome, so I don't know how much I should pay. Yesterday, I thought for a long time and came up with 3 plans. You can choose any one of them." After saying that, Elder Lu tirelessly listed out his 3 plans. Xiao Ruofei sat by the bed and listened very carefully. He didn't interrupt the whole time. After Elder Lu finished speaking, he smiled and said, "I have to say, the plans you put forward are too tempting. No matter which one, it makes my heart beat faster." Elder Lu's eyes had a glimmer of hope as he asked, "So, you are willing to choose one of the plans as your treatment fee?" Xiao Ruofei didn't answer directly, but said lightly, "Old man, you know my situation better. It should be said that at this stage, my pursuit of money is not so strong. I have never been a slave to money. I always think that as long as I have enough money, it's fine. Now, my money is obviously enough for me to spend as I wish, so carefree." Elder Lu gave a thumbs up and said, "In the face of the temptation of billions of dollars, I admire you for being able to say these words." Xiao Ruofei said, "Old man, I still say the same thing. Before I have full confidence that I can cure you, it's still too early to talk about the treatment fee. In addition, I really don't know which of your 3 plans to choose, so I still hope you can give me some time to think about it. At the same time, I can use this time to further improve the treatment plan and see if I can relieve your illness as soon as possible." When Elder Lu heard this, he was secretly delighted. Elder Lu knew that since Xiao Ruofei said so, it meant that he actually had a better treatment plan. In addition, it also meant that Xiao Ruofei was likely to accept such a treatment fee plan, but he still needed to weigh the pros and cons before making a choice. "Of course," Elder Lu said, "after all, this is not a small matter. You can take your time to think about it. But I still hope that my treatment progress can be faster. Don't stop because of the treatment fee." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "How is that possible? During this time I've been thinking of a way. Every night, I've been deducing various treatment plans. The purpose is to be able to defeat the disease in your body." Elder Lu knew that Xiao Ruofei's words were half true and half false. He couldn't not believe it, but he couldn't believe it completely. However, no one was stupid enough to say it out loud, so he smiled and nodded. "I know all this. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoxia." "You're welcome. This is part of my job, isn't it?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Take a rest after you finish your medicine. I'll come back in the afternoon to check on you." "All right," Old Man Lu said. As soon as Xiao Ruofei left Elder Lu's room, he saw Lu Chuanfeng waiting in the corridor not far away. He was restless. "Mr. Xia." Lu Chuanfeng saw Xiao Ruofei and immediately walked up to him. With a hint of anxiety on his face, he asked, "How did the discussion go with the old man?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Elder Lu did propose 3 payment plans for me to choose from." Lu Chuanfeng looked at Xiao Ruofei nervously and asked, "Then you are, don't worry. I didn't choose to take your group's shares." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "To be precise, I didn't choose any of them. I think it's better to focus on the treatment now. It's too early to talk about treatment fees before I'm 100% sure." Lu Chuanfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, it was already great news that Xiao Ruofei didn't choose the 40% shares directly. Based on Lu Chuanfeng's understanding of his father, if Xiao Ruofei chose to take the 40% shares, then his father wouldn't delay for a single day. All the procedures for the transfer of shares would be completed today. Family Lu wouldn't even have the chance to voice their objections, and Xiao Ruofei would become the largest shareholder of Family Lu's family group. When the time came, would this billion-dollar large group belong to Lu or Xia? And as the leader of the next generation of family Lu, how could Lu Chuanfeng face the doubts of many of his family members? After all, not many people were successful in their careers, and there were obviously more people with mediocre qualifications. Many of family Lu's family members had no hope in politics or business, so they relied on the dividends of the family group to live a decent life. Suddenly giving away 40% of the shares, and the possibility of having absolute control in the future, would kick out all of family Lu's family members. For these family members, it was definitely a disaster. "Thank you, Mr. Xia," Lu Chuanfeng said sincerely. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Minister Lu, you're thanking me too early. I just haven't made my choice yet. Maybe when it's time to make a choice, I'll take a fancy to the 40% shares again. As far as I know, family Lu's family group isn't small. 40%. It's worth much more than my own small company." Lu Chuanfeng's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He forced himself to smile awkwardly and said, "You're joking. The Taoyuan company has endless potential and a bright future. Although it's small now, it has much more room for development than our family group." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Minister Lu, you don't have to be so nervous. I haven't made my choice yet, have I? By the time you make your choice, it'll be too late to say anything." Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. Xia Ruofei didn't wait for Lu Chuanfeng to speak and said, "Minister Lu, I worked overtime to make medicine until very late last night. I'm still sleepy now. I'm going to take a nap." "Excuse me." Okay. 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 Lu Chuanfeng came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Xia." Xia Ruofei nodded and turned to walk to the guest room that family Lu had arranged for him. After returning to the room, Xia Ruofei casually set up a soundproof array. Then, he took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected. Xia Ruofei asked with a smile, "Director Lu? This is Xianxia." "Ruofei." Director Lu on the other end of the phone was also very enthusiastic. "How come you have time to call me today? What's the matter? Did you receive the set of jade skin ointment that I gave to Auntie last time?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Last time, Director Lu had mentioned it. After Xia Ruofei went back, he asked Qin Yanan to arrange for the e-commerce department to send some jade skin ointment to Director Lu's wife. Director Lu said, "Received. Received. I received it a long time ago. But you sent so much at once. My wife won't be able to use it all." Xia Ruofei didn't know how much the e-commerce department had sent, so he smiled and said, "Use it slowly. The shelf life of our mass-produced version is quite long. If you still can't use it up, you can give it to your relatives and friends. Currently, the production of jade skin ointment hasn't increased yet. Many people want to buy it, but they can't. You're too polite." Director Lu smiled and said, "Oh yeah, you're looking for me, right?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Yes, there are some things I want to ask Grandpa Song about. I don't know when he's free. You want to come over?" Director Lu said, "Anytime. Even if the chief is busy, can't you just wait here for a while? Didn't the chief say it last time? This is like your own home. Why do you have to report when you're going back to your own home?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "That's what you said. Next time I won't say anything and just come over." "Sure." Director Lu said. Xia Ruofei said, "Director Lu, let's stop joking. I can't leave today, so I want to ask Grandpa Song a few questions over the phone." "What is he doing now? Is it convenient for him to answer the phone? It seems like he's playing chess with his old comrade." Director Lu said, "How about this? I'll keep an eye on him for you. When the chief is free, I'll call you back and let you talk to him directly. How about that?" "Okay." Xia Ruofei said, "Then I'll leave it to you." Master Song said with a smile, "These shares seem to be worth about $3 billion US. Considering some intangible assets, the shares may be worth more, and there is room for appreciation in the future. But choosing the shares means choosing a lot of trouble." Speaking of this, Master Song paused for a moment, took a sip of water, and then continued, "Family Lu is such a big family. The internal relationships are intricate. The equity structure of their group is also very complicated. You took 40% of it, which will affect the interests of too many people. Once these people retaliate, it will be very troublesome in the future. In addition, you only have the shares. Do you have the energy to intervene in the actual management? I'm afraid that's not realistic, Xiao Ruofei said. That's for sure. Even if you send a professional team to settle in, it will be difficult to form an effective management. Master Song said, although the group is very large, it is still a family business in essence. The management is the backbone of Family Lu. I can tell you with certainty that if you accept these shares, in less than a year, the shares in your hands will become worthless. They will only leave you with a shell company. If they are more scheming, they will leave you with a large amount of debt. That scheming? Xiao Ruofei could not help but be speechless. You should never underestimate the distortion of human nature in the face of interests. Master Song said, I just said that the equity structure of Family Lu's group is very complicated, and they have a large number of companies that are actually controlled. On the surface, they have no connection with Family Lu's family group, but they can realize the transfer of high-quality assets at any time. When the time comes, only a mess will be left for you. I think I understand. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, in fact, I don't plan to take any shares. I am not interested in Family Lu's business. Even if Lu Chuanfeng did not say so, Xiao Ruofei was not prepared to choose the shares as the treatment fee, because he was a person who was afraid of trouble. And as Master Song said, choosing the shares meant choosing a lot of trouble. Perhaps the problems that Xiao Ruofei could think of were not as thorough as Master Song's analysis, but just what he could think of was enough to give him a headache. Master Song laughed and said, as for the 3 billion USD in cash, I believe you won't be too interested. Oh? Why would you make such a judgment? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. That's 3 billion US dollars. If I take it, it's enough for me to squander for a few lifetimes. Master Song laughed and said, you're testing me, kid. Ruofei, based on my understanding of you, your pursuit of money is not that strong. If it's just financial freedom, you have more than enough assets now. I believe you won't be blinded by money. Then, Master Song changed the topic and said, of course, no one will complain about having too much money. It's a waste not to take the money that comes to your door. At least, it's much more reliable than choosing the 40% shares. You're right. To be honest, when I heard Mr. Lu propose this plan, I was a little tempted, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. But even with Family Lu's financial resources, it's almost impossible to take out 3 billion USD. Master Song said, in fact, except for those super big companies, there are almost no enterprises with such a scale of cash flow. So even if you choose this plan, it's basically impossible to get the money in one go. It's very likely that they will propose a plan to pay in installments or through some assets. In short, there will be a lot of trouble. So, Xiao Ruofei said, you're suggesting that I choose to take part of the cash in Qingyun Island? Among the 3 plans proposed so far, this is undoubtedly the most suitable one for you. Master Song said, and based on my understanding of Mr. Lu, if there is a standard in his mind for these 3 plans, I think he wants you to choose the first plan the most, and the second would be the 40% shares, and the last would be the Qingyun Island plus cash. Oh? Xiao Ruofei's interest was suddenly piqued. He said with a smile, I thought you would set the priority of the shares as the highest. I also thought that Mr. Lu didn't want me to choose the shares. And Lu Chuanfeng also approached me in private, hoping that I wouldn't choose the shares. Humph. Master Song sneered and said, Lu Chuanfeng is still a little lacking compared to his father. At least on this matter, his vision is a little short. So, this Qingyun Island is not simple. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I really don't know anything about this. Why don't you tell me more about it? Family Lu's development of Qingyun Island is a secret, but to Song Jia, it's not a secret at all. Master Song said, Qingyun Island is actually not in Huaxia, but an island in the South Pacific Ocean. Legally, it belongs to the country of Vanuatu, but Family Lu has actually taken control of the island through some political operations and has been recognized by Vanuatu. Well, so, they have spent a lot of effort on this island, Xiao Ruofei said. In fact, the development of Qingyun Island began more than 10 years ago, and this is also the overseas project that Mr. Liu values the most. Master Song said, he built Qingyun Island as the last habitat for family Liu, in order to prevent family Liu's people from having no place to stay when the situation in the country is irreversible. So, after more than 10 years of development and construction, this island has become a strong fortress. It is simply a military fortress. Xiao Ruofei heard this and suddenly became very interested. He said, you mean? Family Liu has also set up military facilities on this island? Yes, and it is definitely a big deal. Master Song said, according to the information we have, there is a small mountain on Qingyun Island that has been basically hollowed out. The shelter embedded in the mountain can withstand the impact of a nuclear explosion. In addition, they have also spent a lot of money to set up a large number of defense systems on the surface and hired mercenaries to guard it all year round. It can be said that it is impregnable. Now that you mention it, I am very interested. Xiao Ruofei said, this is a ready-made paradise. According to the official data, Qingyun Island is almost 5 square kilometers in size, which is roughly the size of 2 Yongqing Islands. Master Song continued, however, after family Liu obtained the permanent ownership of Qingyun Island, they have been enclosing the island. Now, they have expanded it by 1 or 2 square kilometers, which is still very large. Qingyun Island also has a natural deep-water port, and family Liu has also built a dock there. In addition, they have also built a 3-kilometer-long runway, which can accommodate the takeoff and landing of Boeing 737 class aircraft. The conditions are quite good. Xiao Ruofei said with some surprise, it is much bigger than I thought. I thought it was just a small island. Master Song said with a smile, if it was just a private island in the ordinary sense, why would Mr. Liu price it at $2.5 billion? According to my estimation, family Liu should have invested no less than this amount over the years. So, if I had to choose, between $3 billion and Qingyun Island plus $500 million, I would definitely choose the latter. Understood. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Grandpa Song, thank you for your advice. This information is very helpful to me. So, you already have a choice? Master Song asked with interest. If I had to choose one of the three, and you have analyzed it so thoroughly, of course, I would choose Qingyun Island. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, but now that the initiative is on my side, why would I have to collect treatment fees according to Mr. Liu's proposal? Qingyun Island is one of the options. But I still want to have a chance to inspect it on the spot. After all, the cost of maintaining such an island is not low. If I don't have a high usage rate, there is no need for this at all. That's true. Master Song said, an island like this is specially prepared for a big family. You are single, so it is useless for you to have such a big place. I have a girlfriend, okay? Xiao Ruofei said unconvincingly, the title of single dog doesn't suit me anymore. He added in his heart, not only do I have a girlfriend, but I have more than one. Master Song laughed and said, you are not married, so legally speaking, you are single, right? Then, Master Song said, but if you choose Qingyun Island, you can sell it to Family Song even if you don't need it. I can give you an additional 5% based on the actual valuation. But, we also have to pay in installments. After all, the Family Song can't afford such a large sum of money. Xiao Ruofei said, if you want, I can get it from Family Liu and transfer it to you. That won't do. Master Song said without hesitation, if it is just a small gift, even if it is a little more expensive, I will take it as your filial piety and accept it. But the whole Qingyun Island? I can't accept it. Then I will have to consider whether to choose Qingyun Island or not. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, according to my wishes, I hope that Family Liu will make some concessions in other matters. In terms of financial benefits, I don't want too much. Master Song naturally understood Xiao Ruofei's meaning at once. He said seriously, Ruofei, when it comes to some matters between the families, try not to get involved if you can. The situation between Family Liu and Family Song is very complicated. Last time, you broke the rules a little, so you must not get involved this time. Understood. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Grandpa Song, thank you for your advice. This information will be very helpful to me. So, you already have a choice? Master Song asked with interest. If it's a choice of three, and you have analyzed it so thoroughly, of course I will choose Qingyun Island. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, but now the initiative is on my side. Why must I collect the treatment fee according to Elder Lu's proposal? Qingyun Island is one of the options. But I still want to have a chance to visit it on the spot. After all, the cost of maintaining such an island is not low. If I don't use it much, there is no need at all. That's true. Master Song said, this kind of island is specially prepared for the big families. You are single, so it is useless for you to have such a big place. I have a girlfriend, okay? Xia Ruofei said unconvinced, the name single dog doesn't suit me anymore. He added in his heart, not only do I have a girlfriend, but I have more than one. Master Song laughed and said, you are not married. Legally speaking, aren't you single? Then, Master Song said, but if you choose Qingyun Island, you can sell it to our family Song even if you don't need it. I can pay you 5% more according to the actual estimate. But, we also have to pay in installments. After all, family Song can't afford such a large sum of money. Xia Ruofei said, if you want it, I can get it from family Lu and then transfer it to you. That won't do. Master Song said without hesitation, if it is just a small gift, even if it is a little more precious, I will accept it as your filial piety. But the whole Qingyun Island? I can't accept it. Then I will have to consider whether to choose Qingyun Island or not. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, according to my wishes, I hope that family Lu can make some concessions in other matters. In terms of financial benefits, I don't want too much. Master Song naturally understood Xia Ruofei's meaning at once. He said seriously, Ruofei, when it comes to some matters between families, try not to get involved if you can. The situation between family Lu and family Song is very complicated. Last time, you broke the rules a little. This time, you must not get involved. Master Song laughed and said, you are not married, so legally speaking, you are single, right? Then, Master Song said, but if you choose Qingyun Island, you can sell it to our family Song even if you don't need it. I can pay you 5% more according to the actual estimate. But, we also have to pay in installments. After all, family Song can't afford such a large sum of money. Xia Ruofei said, if you want it, I can get it from family Lu and then transfer it to you. That won't do. Master Song said without hesitation, if it is just a small gift, even if it is a little more precious, I will accept it as your filial piety. But the whole Qingyun Island? I can't accept it. Then I will have to consider whether to choose Qingyun Island or not. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, according to my wishes, I hope that family Lu can make some concessions in other matters. In terms of financial benefits, I don't want too much. Master Song naturally understood Xia Ruofei's meaning at once. He said seriously, Ruofei, when it comes to some matters between families, try not to get involved if you can. The situation between family Lu and family Song is very complicated. Last time, you broke the rules a little. This time, you must not get involved. Lu Chuanfeng's instinctive reaction was to refuse, but when he heard the word shares, he couldn't help but tremble. As the future leader of the Lu clan, the result he was most unwilling to see was naturally the family group's shares being taken away by nearly half. This would bring about too many uncertainties. Of course, whether Xia Ruofei chose money or Qingyun Island, he would still be very distressed. It was just that he had to choose the lesser of two evils. In comparison, the shares were naturally more important. Lu Chuanfeng hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Xia, you may not know the situation. Qingyun Island is actually not in Huaxia, I know. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I've already asked around. Qingyun Island is located in the South Pacific Ocean. It's an island belonging to the archipelago country of Vanuatu, but the permanent ownership has been bought by family Lu, right? Family Lu managed an island with amazing defense overseas. This matter was naturally quite a secret for ordinary people, but it was impossible to hide it among the big families. As soon as Lu Chuanfeng heard this, he knew that Xia Ruofei had already heard the news from family Song. He nodded and said, yes. So, Qingyun Island is a bit far, and my father's current situation, as far as I know, Qingyun Island has a 3,000-meter-long runway. It's more than enough for a private plane to take off and land. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, we can take my haven directly. One day is enough. Mr. Lu's current condition is still stable, and I've left several bags of medicine, so there's no need to worry about his safety. The airport on Qingyun Island was naturally not open to the public, but it was Family Lu's island. Xiao Ruofei could take the haven and land there. This way, there was no need to transfer at all, and there was no need to go to Banatu to change to a passenger ship. They could directly take off from Beijing and land on Qingyun Island. Therefore, although the distance seemed to be far, in fact, it would not take much time. Since Xiao Ruofei had said so, Lu Chuanfeng naturally could not refuse. He thought for a moment and said, Mr. Xia, I have to ask my father about this. Of course. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble Minister Lu to ask for instructions as soon as possible. Since Elder Lu has already brought up this matter, I don't want to keep delaying it. It's better to make a decision as soon as possible. If the Qingyun Island inspection doesn't work, then I may have to choose between 3 billion USD and 40% of the shares. What my company doesn't lack the least is cash flow. I'll go ask for instructions now. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said. Mr. Xia, please wait for a moment. Don't worry, since my father proposed this plan, he definitely won't refuse your inspection. The only thing I'm worried about is his own safety. I'll tell him your judgment. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Thank you, Minister Lu. It's no trouble at all. Lu Chuanfeng said quickly. It's my pleasure. It's only right. After that, Lu Chuanfeng quickly walked into Elder Lu's ward. Xiao Ruofei didn't go back to his room. He stood in the corridor and waited. After a while, Lu Chuanfeng opened the door and walked out. He didn't wait for Xiao Ruofei to speak and said with a smile, Mr. Xia, Elder Lu has agreed. Then, Lu Chuanfeng immediately explained, because I'm a public official, the procedures for leaving the country are a bit troublesome. I also have to report it to the higher-ups, so Elder Lu has decided to let Uncle Quan accompany you. Don't worry, Uncle Quan can directly represent my father when he gets there. Lu Quan was Elder Lu's housekeeper. He had been by Elder Lu's side for decades and could be said to be loyal. When he arrived at Qingyun Island, Lu Quan could indeed fully represent Elder Lu. Under the circumstances that Lu Chuanfeng couldn't leave the country, it was indeed the most appropriate for Lu Quan to accompany Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, Sure, Minister Lu. Sorry for the trouble. Not at all. Not at all. Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly said, This is a very normal request. Even if you go to the market to buy vegetables, you still have to look at the quality of the food. Not to mention such a big deal. Mr. Xia, when do you want to depart? Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, Of course I want to depart as soon as possible. The haven will depart from Jing City tomorrow morning. I just don't know if you can arrange the other things? Lu Chuanfeng said without hesitation, No problem. We'll coordinate the flight route. Also, you can directly fly to Qingyun Island from China. You don't need to apply for a visa from Banatu. After you land, you don't need to go through any immigration procedures. Family Lu had absolute ownership of Qingyun Island. In fact, it was equivalent to taking Qingyun Island out of Banatu's territory. At least it was a country within a country, and Banatu's customs had no jurisdiction over Qingyun Island. As long as Family Lu agreed, anyone could directly enter Qingyun Island without any procedures. What about when we depart from China? Xiao Ruofei asked. Just go through the normal domestic departure procedures, Lu Chuanfeng said. In short, everything will be counted as domestic travel. There's no need to go through the border inspection procedures, and there's no need to go through any immigration procedures. Okay, that's much more convenient. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then we'll depart tomorrow morning. You just need to be responsible for transferring the plane to Jing City, Lu Chuanfeng said. Okay. That's settled. Xiao Ruofei said. Lu Chuanfeng then said, Mr. Xia, before we depart, please do a comprehensive checkup for my father. I also hope that you can teach the medical staff how to deal with the situation if there's a change in his condition. No problem. Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation. Arrange it after dinner tonight. Okay. Lu Chuanfeng said. Thank you. You're welcome. There was nothing else to do during the day. Xiao Ruofei called Captain Luan and asked him to fly the plane to Jing City International Airport and wait for orders. In addition, he also informed him that he would be flying to Qingyun Island the next morning. There would be people who would connect with him regarding the specific route application and route plan. After Luan received the task, he immediately applied for a temporary route to Jing City with the crew. On the same day, the plane was parked at Jing City International Airport. The crew members found a hotel near the airport and settled down. In the evening, after Xiao Ruofei had dinner, he took out a bag of Chinese medicine from the refrigerator next door. After heating it up, he let Elder Lu drink it. Then, he used his mental strength to perform a comprehensive checkup on Elder Lu and confirmed that his condition would not worsen in a short period of time. Finally, Xiao Ruofei gathered the medical staff in charge of Elder Lu and told them how to deal with sudden emergencies. Of course, Xiao Ruofei's method was very simple. Once Elder Lu's condition suddenly worsened, they could give him a bag of Chinese medicine without considering the time between taking the medicine. If the situation still didn't improve, they would decisively adopt Plan B. Xiao Ruofei used the afternoon to ask Xia Qing to make 2 pills in the space. The ingredients of the Lingxin flower petals were more than the Chinese medicine in the vacuum bag. Of course, in order not to let the family Lu think of the batch of pills that had been destroyed by Lu Lifeng, Xiao Ruofei specifically asked Xia Qing to choose a brand new prescription. Whether it was the smell or taste, these 2 emergency pills were different from the previous ones. Xiao Ruofei also repeatedly told them that the emergency pills could only be used when Elder Lu's condition worsened and the Chinese medicine that had been prepared in advance had no obvious effect. Moreover, when taking out the pills, the requirements were the same as before, absolutely no contact with the skin. After Xiao Ruofei emphasized some precautions, he immediately used a warning tone to remind them that unless the condition worsened and the medicine was ineffective, they were not allowed to use the pills. If Elder Lu's condition was normal, not only would there be no benefit to taking the pills, but it was also very likely that the medicine would be too strong and dangerous. After these days of interaction, the medical staff had already treated Xiao Ruofei like a god. Naturally, no one dared to have any doubts about his medical advice and they all nodded their heads in agreement. As for Lu Chuanfeng, it was as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He carefully took the small box containing the 2 pills and placed it in the fridge. In addition, he temporarily sent 2 more guards to guard the fridge, not allowing anyone to come close. Lu Chuanfeng also made it clear that when Xiao Ruofei was not around, only he had the authority to open the refrigerator. No one else was allowed to come close, including some of the family Lu's core members. In the evening, Xiao Ruofei held the Yuanjing in his hand, sat on the bed to cultivate for a while, and then went to bed early. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei had breakfast at family Lu's house, and then took a car with Lu Quan to Beijing International Airport. Xiao Ruofei did not ask Wu Chang to drive over for protection, but directly used family Lu's commercial car. In the private aircraft building next to the T2 terminal of Beijing International Airport, Xiao Ruofei and Lu Quan smoothly passed through the security check. Soon, Xiao Ruofei saw Captain Luan, who came to greet him. Captain Lu, I had to temporarily transfer you here yesterday. It's been a long journey. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. You're welcome. That's our job, Luan said hurriedly. Have you finished today's flight plan? Xiao Ruofei asked. This must be your first time flying to this airport, but the route is relatively simple, and the airport is surrounded by the sea. There are no tall mountains or buildings, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you. Regarding the flight route, the Lu family had someone to communicate with Luan, including the flight route from the capital to Qingyun Island. The Lu family had already applied for it yesterday. In addition, because Qingyun Island's airport was not open to the public, even the basic information such as the airport's navigation station, the switching of the flight information area, the frequency of the airport's tower, the instrument entry procedures, and so on were not made public. Therefore, Family Lu sent someone to contact Captain Luan, and directly packaged the information and sent it to him. Luan nodded and said, after receiving the data, the crew immediately drew up a flight plan and conducted a simulation of the whole process. Indeed, as you said, as long as the weather is good for this flight, there is basically no difficulty. According to the current forecast, the weather conditions are very good. That's good. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile and a nod. Lu Quan was still the same as before. He kept a very low profile and didn't have much of a presence. Xiao Ruofei and Luan chatted as they walked, and Luan quietly followed behind them. After a while, the three of them passed through the passage of the private jet building and arrived at the tarmac. This time, the Haven was parked at a distant location, so the three of them took the internal commuter car of the airport and finally saw the Haven business jet. After boarding the plane, Captain Luan began to introduce the flight plan to Xiao Ruofei and Lu Quan. Mr. Xia, because this flight is close to the limit of the Gulfstream G650, for safety reasons, we will land in Brisbane, Australia to refuel. After a short stop, we will continue to fly to Qingyun Island. The whole flight is about 16 hours. This flight is relatively long, so you two can choose to sleep on the plane. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "It's such a long flight. Thank you for your hard work." "You're welcome," Luan said with a smile. For a two-person crew, flying continuously for 16 hours was indeed very difficult. In fact, according to Huaxia civil aviation regulations, such a long-distance flight had exceeded the stipulated continuous flight time. However, the crew of the Haven weren't employees of the airline, and Family Lu was coordinating, so it could be considered as skirting the line. Xiao Ruofei said, "In the future, if there are more long-distance flights like this, I will recruit 2 more pilots. For non-long-distance flights, we will use a 4-person crew. That way, you can take turns to rest." "Thank you, Mr. Xia," Luan said politely. In fact, compared to civil aviation pilots, our overall working time is still very short. It's just that when the continuous flight time is relatively long, it will be relatively difficult, but we can persevere. And please rest assured that it won't affect the flight safety. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Anyway, it's impossible to recruit pilots now, so this time I will have to trouble you." Luan couldn't help but laugh and said, "No problem." Xiao Ruofei continued, "How about this? When we return, we will transit in Sydney and stay in Australia for a day. You can also rest and reorganize." Xiao Ruofei thought that since they were going to stop in Australia, why not take the opportunity to visit Paradise Farm and West Winery? Anyway, it wasn't far from Sydney to Hunter Valley, so a day's rest was more than enough. This way, the crew could also rest for a day before continuing the flight. Lu Quan heard this and opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He subconsciously wanted to finish things here as soon as possible and rush back to Jing City. After all, Xiao Ruofei wasn't in Jing City, and both he and Lu Chuanfeng were very worried about Elder Lu's health. However, Lu Quan remembered that Elder Lu had told him before departure that he should prioritize Xiao Ruofei, so in the end, he chose to remain silent. "Okay. Then let's change the flight plan for the return trip," Luan said. "Mr. Xia, then I will go to the cockpit to prepare." "Okay. Thank you for your hard work, everyone," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Under the coordination of Family Lu, the Haven didn't have to wait much at Beijing International Airport. As soon as it was ready, it started the engine. It quickly glided to the end of the runway and immediately received permission to take off. The streamlined fuselage shone brightly under the sun. After a high-speed glide, it lightly leaped into the sky. After a short climb, the Haven quickly entered a stable cruising altitude. This cruising altitude was much higher than ordinary commercial airliners. At the same time, the airflow at this altitude was also the most stable. Basically, there wouldn't be any major turbulence. Flying for more than 10 hours in a row was very boring, so Xiao Ruofei followed Luan's advice. After entering the cruising altitude, he returned to the separate compartment at the rear of the cabin to rest. Except for Xiao Ruofei's exclusive room, which had a real soft bed, the seats in the cabin could be completely flattened and turned into a single bed. Because the takeoff time was in the morning, Lu Quan didn't want to lie down and rest, so Xiao Ruofei ordered a random flight attendant to serve him, and then he returned to the separate compartment at the rear of the cabin. Xiao Ruofei practiced a very good skill when he was in the army. As long as there was a need, he could quickly enter a state of sleep, even if he just woke up in the morning. This was also a skill that Special Forces members had to master. After all, the battlefield environment was very harsh, and the time to rest was generally not very long. If he couldn't sleep as soon as he touched the bed, then he wouldn't be able to get any effective rest. Even now, he could still fall asleep within 3 minutes after lying down. Xiao Ruofei sat on the bed and browsed the news on his phone for a while. The Wi-Fi speed on the plane was pretty good, so it didn't take much effort to open the news. After reading the news for a while, Xiao Ruofei casually threw his phone into the bedside drawer, and then fell asleep. It wasn't until noon that he was woken up by a gentle wake-up call. It was the flight attendant telling him to get up and have lunch. Xiao Ruofei got up from the bed and went to his personal bathroom at the rear of the cabin to wash his face. Then he pushed the door open and walked out. "Mr. Xia." Lu Quan got up and greeted him. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and asked, "Uncle Lu, you didn't take a break?" At first, Xiao Ruofei wanted to be like Lu Chuanfeng and call Lu Quan Uncle Quan. Later, considering that Lu Quan was almost old enough to be his grandfather, he changed it to Uncle Lu. Lu Quan said, "I'm getting old and I don't sleep as much. I really can't fall asleep in the morning." Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, "Uncle Lu, are you tired? Why don't you take a break after dinner? Just take it as an afternoon nap." Lu Quan smiled and said, "Your haven is very comfortable. Even if you ride it for a long time, you won't feel tired." At this moment, the flight attendant came over with a tray and served them a sumptuous lunch. In fact, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a person's taste buds would become a little sluggish. At the same time, one's appetite would also decrease. However, facing the lunch that the flight attendant had meticulously prepared, the two still ate quite a lot. When the flight attendant was cleaning up the tray, Xiao Ruofei asked casually, "How long have we been flying?" The flight attendant bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Xia, we have been flying for about 5 hours. According to the plan, the plane will land in Brisbane, Australia, in about 4 hours to refuel." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, you guys clean up and hurry up to eat. This trip has been hard on everyone." "Thank you, Mr. Xia," said the flight attendant. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei didn't immediately return to his room. Instead, he sat in the middle of the cabin and chatted with Lu Quan. Flying at this altitude, the scenery outside the porthole was almost constant. The plane was very stable, and sometimes it even had the illusion that the plane was still. Although the private plane was very comfortable, it was also very boring to sit for a long time. Therefore, after sitting for a while, Xiao Ruofei simply returned to his room at the end of the cabin to rest. As for Lu Quan, he didn't seem to be sleepy at all. After Xiao Ruofei returned to his room, he simply found a movie and watched it excitedly. When Xiao Ruofei woke up again, the sky outside the porthole was completely dark, and he could barely see anything. With the speed of the haven, it would take about 10 hours to fly from the capital to Brisbane. When they took off from the capital, it was around 8:30 in the morning. Taking into account the time difference, it should be around 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock in the evening. The plane had begun to slowly descend and was about to land in Brisbane. This was also the reason why the flight attendant woke Xiao Ruofei up. Xiao Ruofei walked out of the room, sat down in his seat, and fastened his seat belt. About half an hour later, the plane landed smoothly at the Brisbane airport. Under the guidance of the guidance vehicle, the plane stopped at a private jet. The ground crew was already prepared. After the plane stopped and shut down, someone immediately came over to refuel the plane. The plane wouldn't stay in Brisbane for a long time. Basically, it would take off again after refueling and a little rest. Therefore, although Xiao Ruofei's Australian visa hadn't expired yet, he still didn't enter the country in Brisbane. He just followed Captain Lewin to check the plane and take a breath of fresh air. Soon, the plane took off again after refueling and jumped lightly into the night sky of Brisbane. There was about 5 hours of flight left. Xiao Ruofei didn't return to his room at the end of the cabin. Instead, he sat in his seat and chatted with Lu Quan. The plane flew smoothly in the night sky. Below was the vast South Pacific Ocean. Looking out of the porthole, it was pitch black everywhere. He couldn't see anything at all. Xiao Ruofei was very confident in the performance of the Gulfstream G650 and the professional abilities of the two pilots. Of course, even if there was a small probability of an accident, Xiao Ruofei had enough reaction speed to hide in the Ring 2 space. Time passed by minute by minute. The cabin was professionally soundproofed, so quiet that the sound of the engine couldn't be heard clearly. Finally, when the sky outside the porthole was bright, Captain Lu's slightly tired voice came from the cabin broadcast. "Mr. Xia, we are about to arrive at Qingyun Island. The weather is good today. At this height, we can already see the airport runway of Qingyun Island. It's just in front of the right of the plane. Please fasten your seatbelts and try to avoid walking around in the cabin during the landing process." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel refreshed when he heard that they had finally arrived at Qingyun Island. Flying for such a long time would indeed make people feel a little uncomfortable. Even if Xiao Ruofei's physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, mental exhaustion was inevitable. He looked forward through the porthole on the right side of the plane. At this time, the plane's altitude had dropped a lot. In addition, Xiao Ruofei's eyesight was much better than the average person's, so he could almost see the emerald-like island embedded in the blue sea at first glance. In fact, there were many large and small islands scattered around the island. Some were close while others were far away. However, there was a 3-kilometer-long runway on Qingyun Island. In order to build this runway, the family Lu had specially reclaimed land from the sea and forcibly dug out such a runway. Therefore, about 1/5 of the runway extended into the sea, which was very conspicuous when looking down from the sky. After flying for more than 10 hours, it was just morning when they arrived. The sun shone on the sea and the scenery was very magnificent. In addition, the plane was turning right to enter the 5th plane, and Qingyun Island happened to be on the side of the plane. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei enjoyed the view through the porthole with great interest. As the plane continued to turn, the angle of Qingyun Island and the surrounding islands in Xiao Ruofei's field of vision also slowly changed. When the plane turned to a certain angle, Xiao Ruofei's eyes could not help but focus. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. From that angle just now, Xiao Ruofei discovered that the position of Qingyun Island and some of the surrounding islands actually faintly coincided with the Tao of heaven and earth. If Qingyun Island and the islands next to it were seen as a whole, they would present a kind of amazing beauty. Almost instantly, Xiao Ruofei could confirm that Qingyun Island was actually a natural formation. No wonder when he first saw it, he felt that Qingyun Island in the distance was full of vitality, faintly showing signs of being a paradise. Xiao Ruofei's years of cultivation were not in vain. His qi cultivation had improved a lot compared to when he had just retired from the army. Therefore, he did not reveal any strange expression. After all, Lu Quan was sitting right next to him. If he showed his inner surprise or even ecstasy, Lu Quan would definitely find out. By then, family Lu would very likely change his mind. Qingyun Island's extraordinariness was most obvious from the angle just now. After the plane continued to turn, Xiao Ruofei looked again and found that the breathtaking feeling had disappeared. He could not help but be secretly amazed. Soon, the plane turned to face the direction of the runway extension. At this time, Qingyun Island was directly in front of the plane. Through the side porthole, Qingyun Island could no longer be seen. Xiao Ruofei resisted the urge to go to the cockpit and observe Qingyun Island from the air. He patiently sat in his seat and waited. He kept reminding himself that he must not reveal anything strange at this time. Otherwise, he might fail at the last minute. After discovering that Qingyun Island was a natural formation, Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate for even a second. He secretly made up his mind to get Qingyun Island. Such a spiritual island with the potential to become a paradise was simply a waste of God's gift if it fell into Lu Jia's hands. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also knew that it was especially at this time that he had to appear calm. Any abnormal behavior would be discovered by the shrewd Lu Quan and secretly recorded. Therefore, he did not go to the cockpit. Instead, he sat quietly in his seat and waited for the plane to land. The airport on Qingyun Island was not open to the public. Usually, there would only be 1 or 2 planes transporting people or supplies taking off and landing here. However, the facilities of the airport on the island were very advanced. It even supported Type 3 blind landing, which meant that in theory, the plane could land directly in autopilot mode without manual operation. The airports that supported Type 3 blind landing were generally more advanced airports. In Huaxia, only a few hub airports had such conditions. Of course, because the situation during the takeoff and landing stage was relatively complicated, most pilots would choose to land manually. Even if the airport supported Type 3 blind landing, very few people would use this function. In fact, Huaxia Civil Aviation Management Department had relevant regulations that the landing must be manually operated by the pilot. This was also to avoid problems during the landing stage, such as automatic and blind landing guidance, or other unexpected situations that the pilot could not handle in time. After all, during the landing stage, the plane's altitude and speed were relatively low. If there was an accident, there was very little room for emergency treatment. Captain Lewin also chose to deactivate the autopilot when determining the altitude and use manual operation to land. The weather today was very good. The ground was calm and the visibility was very high. Such a landing was a piece of cake for the experienced Captain Lewin. The plane landed very smoothly on the runway of Qingyun Island Airport. Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan, who were sitting in the cabin, only felt the plane shake slightly. There was almost no turbulence during the landing process, and the plane was already sliding on the runway at high speed. Under the effect of reverse thrust and automatic braking, the speed of the plane quickly decreased. Soon, the plane left the runway from the nearest exit. The Haven was the only plane in the entire airport. The airport also sent a guide car in front to lead the way for the Haven to stop. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not think it was necessary at all. The airport itself was very small, and there were no complicated taxiways. In addition, there were no other planes. After landing, the taxiing process couldn't be simpler. After the plane stopped, the flight attendants quickly opened the cabin door and lowered the gangway. Then, they got off the plane and stood next to the gangway. Captain Lewin also came out of the cockpit and waited next to the plane. Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan stood up and walked to the cabin door. Under Lu Quan's urging, Xia Ruofei stepped out of the cabin door first. Xia Ruofei was surprised to see that the tarmac was covered with a red carpet that extended all the way from the gangway. At the end of the red carpet were 3 cars. 2 of them were black Mercedes-Benz sedans, and one was a Toyota Alpha business car that Xia Ruofei was very familiar with. Several big men in black suits and sunglasses were standing next to the car, waiting. Beside the gangway, in addition to Captain Lewin and the flight attendants, there were 5 or 6 men in suits and leather shoes. Except for a brown-skinned middle-aged man who looked like a local, the rest were all Huaxia people. The leader was in his mid-40s and was slightly plump. Perhaps it was because he had been working here for a long time, but his skin was a little dark. In addition, a strand of hair from the local support center was fluttering in the sea breeze, which looked a little funny. When the middle-aged bald man saw Xia Ruofei get off the plane first, he was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He quickly took 2 steps forward and enthusiastically stretched out his hands. "Hello. Welcome to Qingyun Island. I'm Lu Qingfeng, the general manager of the Qingyun Island project." "Hello, Mr. Lu." Xia Ruofei gently shook hands with Lu Qingfeng and said lightly. "Lu." Quan, who got off the plane behind Xia Ruofei, said, "Qingfeng, this is the chairman of the Taoyuan company, Xia Ruofei. You can call him Mr. Xia." "Yes, Uncle Quan." Lu Qingfeng said respectfully, then greeted Xia Ruofei again. "Mr. Xia, welcome." "Welcome." Although he had only received a simple notice from his family, Lu Qingfeng could already tell that the main character this time was not the respected Lu Quan, but the young man in front of him in his 20s. Although in Lu Qingfeng's opinion, the chairman of the Taoyuan company and the wealthy family Lu were worlds apart, how could he, a small project manager, dare to neglect someone who was treated so politely by Lu Quan? The people behind Lu Qingfeng also came forward. Xia Ruofei shook hands with them one by one, while Lu Qingfeng was responsible for introducing them. These people were responsible for one aspect of the huge Qingyun Island project. As expected, they were all Huaxia people, and they should be the elites of the family Lu. There was also a brown middle-aged man named Biny Lady. He was a native of Banatu. 8 years ago, he joined the Qingyun Island construction project and was mainly responsible for coordinating various relationships. Of course, as Qingyun Island's own defense became stronger and stronger, some of the local forces in Banatu no longer dared to covet Qingyun Island. There were fewer things that needed to be coordinated. Therefore, in the past 2 years, Biny Lady's focus was mainly on material procurement, worker recruitment, and so on. After all, this place was isolated overseas. If all the materials needed were transported from the country, the cost would be much higher. Therefore, when conditions permitted, they would purchase things that could be purchased nearby, including some building materials. As long as the technical standards met the requirements, they were also purchased locally. In addition to some core projects that needed to be kept secret, a large number of construction projects on such a large island also needed a lot of workers. The local indigenous wages were much lower than the domestic workers, so a large number of local workers were also recruited for this project. Of course, these workers were restricted to areas where they could move. Some of the core areas involved in the island's defense, they were forbidden to approach. Biny Lady now put a lot of energy into managing these workers. Speaking of which, he was also one of the few people with real power in the Qingyun Island construction project. After a simple welcoming ceremony, Lu Qingfeng enthusiastically led the way and invited Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan to the parking lot not far away. A group of people walked on the red carpet to the car. Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan naturally took the Toyota Alpha. Lu Qingfeng also sat in the passenger seat of the car, while several other project executives sat in the remaining 2 Mercedes-Benz sedans. "Uncle Lu, please arrange for my crew. They just had a long-distance flight and need to rest," Xia Ruofei said. "Mr. Xia, don't worry. I've already ordered them. They will arrange it," Lu Quan said. "In addition, the plane needs to replenish fuel. Qingyun Island Airport should have some reserves, right?" Xia Ruofei said. "How much should it cost?" "I'll settle it later." Lu Quan quickly said, "You are our distinguished guest. It's normal for the plane to come here to replenish a little jet fuel. How can we let you pay? Besides, didn't I take the plane? Do I have to pay you for the ticket? Even if the haven was filled with fuel, it wouldn't cost much." Xia Ruofei didn't refuse Lu Quan's offer. He smiled and said, "Thank you. You're too polite." At this time, Lu Qingfeng turned his head and asked respectfully, "Mr. Xia, Uncle Quan, what should we do next? Please give us your instructions." Lu Quan said calmly, "Mr. Xia is here for an inspection. Let's take Mr. Xia on a tour of the island first. We have to go to all the places." Lu Qingfeng was stunned and asked, "Then? Qingyun Mountain, did I not make it clear enough? We have to go to all the places." Lu Quan said coldly. "Remember, there are no secrets on Qingyun Island to Mr. Xia." Lu Qingfeng's heart trembled slightly, and he quickly said, "Understood." Lu Quan turned his head and asked, "Mr. Xia, do you think this arrangement is okay?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "It's very good. Let's do it this way. Also, I want to make the inspection as comprehensive as possible. It would be best if we could go around in the air. Is there a helicopter on the island?" "Yes. Yes." Lu Qingfeng said quickly. "The helipad for the helicopter is at the project department building. The pilot is also on standby. If you want to take it, it can take off at any time." Xia Ruofei said, "Then after the tour. If it's convenient for you." "It's convenient. It's convenient." Lu Qingfeng said quickly. The airport on Qingyun Island was very small. The car slowly drove out of the helipad and continued to drive along the only asphalt road. Lu Qingfeng was in charge of explaining. Qingyun Island was about 3 kilometers from east to west and 2 kilometers from north to south. There was a small mountain in the middle of the island, which was now named Qingyun Mountain. In addition, it was rare that the island had fresh water resources. Xia Ruofei found that after years of construction, Qingyun Island had begun to take shape. There was a natural deepwater port in the north, and now a small dock had been built. The airport on the east was also in use. A large part of the 3-kilometer-long runway was reclaimed from the sea and extended into the sea. There was also a building and several villas of different sizes built on the island, forming a manor. The building was now being used by the project department. After the whole project was completed, it would become an apartment-style residential building. In addition, the interior of the small mountain in the middle of the island was almost hollowed out and built into an impregnable shelter. When the car drove into the fortification, Xiao Ruofei saw that the thick alloy door was about 2 meters thick. The inside of the mountain was a fortress made of reinforced concrete. At the same time, it stored a large amount of supplies. If there was any danger, the family Lu could quickly hide in the shelter. After locking the alloy door, they could be completely isolated from the outside world. The stored supplies were enough to support hundreds of people for 2 years. After looking around, Xiao Ruofei finally knew where the family Lu's money was spent. Just the shelter alone took up about 70 to 80% of the whole project's funds. This was only the visible part. A lot of money was spent, but it was impossible to see from the outside. Of course, these things were not what Xiao Ruofei cared about. After he finished looking around, he immediately asked to take a helicopter to see the overall situation of the island. This request was very reasonable in Lu Quan's eyes. He immediately asked Lu Qingfeng to prepare the helicopter and also asked to accompany Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, you're not young anymore. The noise on the helicopter is so loud, and there's strong wind. It's not very stable. You don't have to go up and make a mess. I'll just fly around the island twice and come down after taking a look." Lu Quan thought about it and felt that Xiao Ruofei's words made sense. He nodded and said, "Mr. Xia, then I will be lazy. I will wait for you downstairs. Qingfeng has already prepared a welcome banquet. Come back as soon as you have a look." "Okay," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Soon, Lu Qingfeng asked someone to prepare the helicopter. The pilot was also from Huaxia. This was not a small sightseeing helicopter, but a Super Jaguar. This aircraft, which cost hundreds of millions of Huaxia dollars, was usually responsible for transporting people and supplies. Xiao Ruofei boarded the helicopter. For the convenience of observation, he sat next to the helicopter pilot. He quickly put on his headphones and waved at Lu Quan, Lu Qingfeng, and the others in the distance. The Super Jaguar rose slowly, and then the nose of the plane dipped slightly as it flew toward the east. The helicopter pilot, who had already been instructed by Lu Qingfeng to take this flight very seriously, asked respectfully after the helicopter took off, "Mr. Xia, where would you like to start?" Xiao Ruofei said, "I don't have any specific purpose. You just fly 2 laps above Qingyun Island, then we'll fly a few laps around the island. I'm just going to take a look." "Understood." After the pilot finished speaking, he lifted the helicopter's main torque lever and pushed the joystick forward at the same time. The helicopter began to accelerate forward. Even if they went straight to the target, the pilot wouldn't be able to find any clues. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't do that out of caution. Before he really got hold of Qingyun Island, he wouldn't show any special interest. Otherwise, with Lu Quan and Old Man Lu's experience, Family Lu might change his mind. The helicopter first crossed over Qingyun Island. Because the island wasn't too big, this flight path could basically cover the entire island at a glance. Xiao Ruofei also pretended to be interested. From time to time, he pointed to the buildings on the ground and asked the pilot some questions. Then, according to Xiao Ruofei's request, the helicopter pilot flew the Super Jaguar out of the range of Qingyun Island, then began to fly around the periphery of Qingyun Island. Xiao Ruofei's eyes showed a hint of anticipation, but he didn't show any abnormalities. He didn't even change his sitting posture. He was still leaning on the seat, his right hand resting on the side of the porthole, his fingers tapping rhythmically. The helicopter slowly flew around Qingyun Island, gradually approaching the angle Xiao Ruofei observed from the haven in the morning. It was about a 60-degree angle with the extension of the airport's runway. Because there was a 3,000-meter runway as a reference, it was easy to judge. The helicopter's position was getting closer and closer to the best vantage point. Xiao Ruofei's attention also began to be highly focused. His eyes swept across the area, and the positions of Qingyun Island and the nearby islands quickly formed a 3-dimensional map in his mind. He then combined the location and other information to conduct a comprehensive analysis. Xiao Ruofei's attainments in the art of formations had long surpassed that of an ignorant person. He had already digested and absorbed all the ancient books in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. Although he could barely be called a master of formations because of the lack of practice, his knowledge in the theory of formations was already quite rich. The shape of Clear Cloud Island itself, its position, the surrounding islands, the reefs, and many other elements were undoubtedly in accordance with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Xiao Ruofei's intuition was very accurate on this point, and he had already confirmed it at a glance on the haven. Now that he was flying in the helicopter again, the altitude was lower and the details were more complete. This made Xiao Ruofei more confident in his judgment. Finally, the helicopter slowly flew past the best vantage point. At that moment, the three-dimensional map in Xiao Ruofei's mind was completely formed, and it was almost completely compatible with one of the large formations he had mastered, even though Xiao Ruofei was already mentally prepared, and his qi cultivation was also very good. At this moment, he still couldn't help but open his mouth slightly, and his pupils shrank, revealing a look of shock. However, the pilot was focused on operating the helicopter, and Xiao Ruofei was still wearing the big headphones, and his face was turned to the right, so the helicopter pilot didn't notice it at all. Xiao Ruofei also quickly adjusted his emotions. Even when the helicopter flew past the best vantage point, his expression didn't change much. But in fact, at this moment, his heart was surging with turbulent waves. Although Xiao Ruofei was still looking out of the cabin, if one observed carefully, one would find that his eyes were actually relatively empty. This was because at this moment, he was completely immersed in the three-dimensional map in his mind, and was constantly comparing it with a large formation recorded in the ancient books of formations. The Great Void Mystic Clear Formation, a comprehensive large formation that was listed as an important position in the ancient books of formations. With Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation in formations, he was still far from being able to set up such a large formation. According to the description in the ancient books of formations, this large formation was generally set up in important places by sects with strong comprehensive strength. In history, it even became a sect-protecting formation of a sect. Such a complex formation would take a lot of effort to be set up by humans, and now there was a naturally formed one. Was this just the work of nature? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but have a trace of doubt. However, no matter how he looked at it, Qingyun Island and the surrounding islands were naturally formed, and there were no traces of artificial activity at all. Moreover, historically, the people who lived here were all local aborigines, mainly brown people. Could there be some cultivation masters among these people? At least from Xiao Ruofei's understanding of the cultivation world on Earth, the inheritance of formations was mainly from the Eastern cultivation world. The number of cultivators outside of Huaxia was relatively small, and there seemed to be no records of cultivation of formations. Unless an Eastern cultivator found this place and set up the Great Void Mystical Clear Formation. However, based on Xiao Ruofei's current observation, he couldn't find any traces left behind by cultivators. When he was visiting earlier, Xiao Ruofei had released his mind power from time to time to explore the island. There were no abnormalities on the island. Of course, there were many traces of artificial activity, but they were all left behind by Family Lu later on. There were no traces left by cultivators. Moreover, although Qingyun Island and the surrounding islands were basically in line with the layout of the Great Void Mystical Clear Formation, certain modifications still needed to be made in order for the large formation to work. Most importantly, Family Lu built an airport on Qingyun Island, and the runway formed an important part of the large formation. It could be said that if the runway wasn't built, even if Xiao Ruofei saw everything from the same observation point, he might not be able to immediately sense the natural formation's layout. Of course, if Xiao Ruofei stayed on the island for a little longer, he would still be able to find some clues. After all, the main body of the natural formation was already formed. Any subsequent modifications would only be to modify the foundation of the natural formation's main body so that the large formation's function could be fully unleashed. From this point of view, this large formation was very likely a masterpiece of nature. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. The Great Void Mystical Clear Formation was a very powerful and comprehensive formation. Not only was its defensive function extremely strong, but it also had a certain offensive attribute. In addition, the formation also had the effect of accumulating spirit qi. After operating for a long time as the core island of the formation, the concentration of spirit qi on Qingyun Island would gradually increase until it became like a paradise. Most importantly, once the Great Void Mystical Clear Formation was formed, there was even a spot where a teleportation formation could be set up. This was the legendary space formation. Although setting up a teleportation formation required many conditions, including some special formation materials, it was still a little difficult for Xiao Ruofei to set it up with his current conditions. However, the fact that there was a spot for a teleportation formation in the formation was already quite heaven-defying. This was also an important reason why some sects in the ancient cultivation world used this formation as a sect-protecting formation. Its defensive function was extremely strong, it had offensive and spirit-gathering attributes, and it could even set up a teleportation formation. This almost fulfilled all the requirements of a sect's great formation. When Xiao Ruofei thought of this, he couldn't help but feel agitated. At this time, the helicopter pilot asked, "Mr. Xia, we've already circled around once. What should we do next?" Xiao Ruofei said without batting an eyelid, "Adjust the course. We'll circle around in the opposite direction and then return." "Okay." The pilot responded, then controlled the helicopter to deftly change direction in the air and began to fly counterclockwise around Qingyun Island. When they returned to the best observation point again, Xiao Ruofei's expression was still very calm, without a trace of surprise. However, he still checked the position of all the islands again and was even more certain of the existence of this natural formation. The helicopter slowly landed in the project department building. Lu Quan, Lu Qingfeng, and the others braved the strong wind caused by the propellers and stood next to the helipad on the roof of the building to wait. Although they kept a safe distance, the strong wind caused by the helicopter's propellers still blew the pitiful amount of hair on Lu Qingfeng's head into a mess. It looked quite comical. Xiao Ruofei got off the helicopter, and Lu Quan and the others quickly walked up to him. "Mr. Xia, what do you think after looking around?" Lu Quan asked with a smile. "Not bad. It's like a paradise, and the island's defensive measures are very complete," Xiao Ruofei said. His tone was very objective and did not reveal any inclination. Before leaving, Elder Lu had instructed Lu Quan to sound out Xiao Ruofei's intentions. From the family Lu's point of view, naturally, he didn't want Xiao Ruofei to choose Qingyun Island plus cash. From Elder Lu's point of view, he would rather Xiao Ruofei choose 40% of the shares. Of course, in his mind, the first option was still the $3 billion option. However, if Xiao Ruofei chose Qingyun Island, Elder Lu would also accept it. After all, this was his own proposal. After weighing the pros and cons of these three proposals, he felt that they were within his acceptable range and at the same time, showed the greatest sincerity in his proposal. Elder Lu knew very well that as long as Xiao Ruofei chose one of the options, it meant that his life would be saved. Even if Xiao Ruofei was very tight-lipped and insisted that he was not 100% confident in the treatment, Elder Lu's intuition told him that as long as he paid the right price, Xiao Ruofei would definitely have a way to completely heal him. In the eyes of Lu Qingfeng and the others, as long as Xiao Ruofei did not choose 40% of the shares, they could accept the other two options. Lu Quan followed Xiao Ruofei on the plane for more than 10 hours, and they had already visited Qingyun Island for 2 to 3 hours. However, Xiao Ruofei did not show any inclination to accept or reject Qingyun Island's proposal, which made Lu Quan feel that it was a bit tricky. The group of people left the roof and took the elevator downstairs. While in the elevator, Lu Quan thought for a while and asked, "Mr. Xia, what's the plan next?" "We're all at your command." Xiao Ruofei said casually, "Just stay on Qingyun Island for one night. I also want to walk around and let our crew rest. We'll set off early tomorrow morning, but I hope to stay in Australia for a day." "Uncle Lu, is that okay with you?" "No problem. No problem," Lu Quan said quickly. "Before we set off, the master told us to follow your instructions." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Then let's do that. By the way, Mr. Lu, is there any problem with our accommodation on the island?" Lu Qingfeng said quickly, "Of course there's no problem. Mr. Xia, we've already arranged everything, and your crew has also been properly settled. In addition, we've prepared some food and wine for lunch. Mr. Xia, please do come. Then I'll do as you say," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Lu Qingfeng personally sent Xiao Ruofei and Lu Quan to the pre-arranged room for a short rest, then he ran to the restaurant to follow up on the luncheon. Xiao Ruofei and the others also rested in the same building. In fact, the project department only used 3 floors. From the fourth floor onward, they were all apartment-style residences. Some of them were very luxuriously decorated to entertain distinguished guests, and they happened to be used today. Xiao Ruofei took a simple shower and sat in the room to rest for a while. Lu Qingfeng personally came to invite him to lunch. During the meal, Lu Qingfeng and the others naturally tried their best to please him. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, was always calm. He didn't appear to be very arrogant, but at the same time, he wasn't overly enthusiastic either. He maintained the right distance. Lu Quan, who had been secretly observing from the side, naturally couldn't see any clues. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei politely declined Lu Qingfeng's suggestion to arrange for someone to accompany him. After returning to his room and changing into casual clothes, he left the building alone with a sun hat and wandered around Qingyun Island. After Lu Quan heard Lu Qingfeng's report, he didn't disturb Xiao Ruofei. He also knew that Xiao Ruofei definitely didn't want anyone to follow him at this time. If it were him, he would definitely review such a big deal repeatedly and weigh the pros and cons. Therefore, in Lu Quan's opinion, Xiao Ruofei couldn't wait to visit Qingyun Island after lunch. This was normal behavior. An area of 5 or 6 square kilometers didn't sound small, but in fact, the widest part of Qingyun Island was only about 3 kilometers. It was about 2 kilometers from north to south, so the entire area wasn't too big. He strolled leisurely along the island's road. At the same time, he released his mental strength and quietly memorized the situation on the island. After walking for a while, Xiao Ruofei found a rock by the sea and sat down. Facing the vast sea, his thoughts gradually scattered. Naturally, he was determined to obtain Clear Cloud Island. Therefore, he had already begun to consider how to develop and utilize Clear Cloud Island after obtaining it, and how to ensure the safety of the island. How to receive, how to transform, how to manage. These were all matters that needed to be dealt with after Qingyun Island was acquired. Xiao Ruofei only briefly thought about it and roughly formed a few alternatives in his mind. Then, he stood up and strolled in the direction of the project department building. In the evening, Lu Qingfeng prepared a sumptuous dinner to entertain Xiao Ruofei and Lu Quan. The middle-level managers of the Qingyun Island project were also present. After a night's rest on Qingyun Island, Xiao Ruofei and Lu Quan left Qingyun Island early in the morning on the Haven official jet and flew to Australia. Although Xiao Ruofei and his party had already left, the people in charge of the Qingyun Island project began to have their own plans. Lu Quan did not deliberately hide the news. On the contrary, under the instructions of Elder Lu, he had already revealed to Lu Qingfeng and the others that Qingyun Island might change owners. He also clearly told everyone that the next owner of Qingyun Island was very likely to be Xiao Ruofei. After all, most of the people involved in the construction of Qingyun Island were family Lu's right-hand men. Over the years, they could be said to have invested a lot of time and energy in the construction of Qingyun Island. Elder Lu asked Lu Quan to leak some information to them in advance so that they could be mentally prepared in case Xiao Ruofei really chose this plan to collect treatment fees. These people on Qingyun Island would be caught off guard. Of course, Elder Lu still had a trace of scrutinizing mentality. He also wanted to see how these people in charge of the Qingyun Island project would react after learning that Qingyun Island was about to change owners. Often, this kind of time could show a person's true side. Some of these project managers were very depressed, some had an indifferent attitude, and most of them were busy calling back home and asking acquaintances in the family to help with a new position. Obviously, most people thought that once Xiao Ruofei took over Qingyun Island, they would definitely be kicked out. Therefore, many people had already begun to look for a way out, including Lu Qingfeng. However, Lu Qingfeng wasn't as anxious as the others. After all, his status in the family was still very high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been entrusted with the heavy responsibility of building Qingyun Island. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng was only concerned about where his next position would be. For him, the backbone of the family Lu, once Xiao Ruofei took over Qingyun Island, he would definitely not stay. At the same time, Lu Qingfeng also felt a deep sense of regret. Qingyun Island could be said to have been built bit by bit under his watch. Now, more than 10 years of hard work had gone to someone else in the end. Lu Qingfeng, who had been in charge of this project for many years, felt a strong sense of defeat. Evac Island was the island where the capital of Banatu Nation was located. It was also the largest island in Vanuatu Nation's territory, occupying an area about 10 times the size of Qingyun Island. The only 5-star hotel on Abat's Island was called Holiday in Kenu. In a luxurious suite of this hotel, 2 people were sitting on the sofa in the living room, having a heated discussion. Both of them had Xianxia faces. The older one was about 60 years old, wearing a light green gown. This kind of outfit was rare in Xianxia, let alone in the island countries of the South Pacific. The other person was slightly younger, about 40 years old. He was dressed quite normally, wearing a beige casual suit, with meticulously combed hair. Masters Junior Zheng, I still feel that we can't be too hasty in this matter. The middle-aged man with the slicked-back hair played with his jade thumb ring as he said, now that the island has been in their hands for more than 10 years, and they don't lack money, what do you think we can do in such a short time? Masters Junior Zheng, who was wearing a light green gown, frowned and said, Boss Han, can you put down that thing in your hand first? The sect put you in charge of worldly affairs, not for you to learn to be like those nouveau riches. The middle-aged man with the slicked-back hair awkwardly took off the jade thumb ring and put it in his pocket. He smiled and said, Masters Junior Zheng, I just want to better integrate into the worldly world. Tell me, if I dress like you all day and look like an immortal, how can I make friends with people in the worldly world? How can I do business? How can I complete the tasks given by the sect? You have so many excuses. Masters Junior Zheng glared and said, There's only the 2 of us here, who are you acting for? I think you're indulging in this colorful world, and a little bit too much fun to think about home. The middle-aged man with the slicked-back hair hurriedly complained, Masters Junior Zheng, you've wronged me. No matter how good the worldly world is, can it be better than the sect? Let's not talk about other things, this heterogeneous spiritual energy is suffocating, and there's no way to cultivate properly. If it weren't for my poor results in the competition, I wouldn't have been sent here. If I could go back to the sect to cultivate, who would want to stay here? The middle-aged man with the slicked-back hair was called Wang Boshan, and the long-robed old man he addressed as Masters Junior was called Xianxia. Both of them were from the star-picking sect, a cultivation sect. Xianxia was a disciple of the young generation in the star-picking sect, while Wang Boshan was a generation younger than Xianxia and was a 3rd-generation disciple in the sect. The star-picking sect was located in the South China Sea of Xianxia and was secluded from the world all year round. The 2 people with the highest seniority were Xianxia's master, Luo Qingfeng, and Masters Junior Qi Qingqing. Luo Qingfeng had just broken through to the golden core stage in recent years, while Qi Qingqing was still stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement, unable to break through. Over the past few decades, because the cultivation environment on Earth had continued to deteriorate, the cultivations of cultivators had generally stagnated, and the older generation of cultivators had also withered away under the erosion of time. A sect like the star-picking sect that still had a golden core stage cultivator holding down the fort was already quite good. And because of the extreme shortage of cultivation resources, the only person who had been able to break through to the golden core stage in recent years was Luo Qingfeng alone. Many cultivation sects had realized that if they were isolated from the world, they might wither even faster. After all, cultivation also required the accumulation of resources, so more and more sects sent disciples into the secular world to accumulate wealth and resources for the sect in the secular world. Wang Boshan was a disciple sent by the star-picking sect to the secular world. To many cultivators, this task was a hard one. After all, the cultivation environment in the sect was definitely much better than the outside world, and there was also the guidance of the elders in the sect at any time. Once they left the sect and went to the secular world, the impact on their cultivation was too great. But there were also some people who were willing to go to the secular world. The reason was very simple: these people felt that they had no future in the path of cultivation, especially in today's world where the cultivation environment continued to deteriorate. There were many such pessimists. After going to the secular world, with the support of the sect, at least they would have no problem eating and drinking well. Since they couldn't live forever, why would they want to live a life of bitter cultivation? It was better to live a carefree life, and not waste their time in this world. Wang Boshan more or less had the same mentality. He got the last place in the sect competition, so he simply applied to go to the secular world. Generally speaking, these sect disciples who were sent to the secular world had a certain level of cultivation and the support of the sect's resources, so it was very easy for them to develop. They also generally relied on the advantages of the sect to run some medicine and even feng shui businesses in the secular world. After developing well, they would also set up a company to search for high-level management talents, and even get involved in finance, real estate, and other industries. In any case, their only purpose was to earn as much money as possible for the sect. In addition, when they found cultivation resources, they would get them at all costs. The amethyst blood vine that Jia Lu found a few years ago was sold for a sky-high price of $200 million. In fact, it was the sect's secular person in charge who found it and bought it without hesitation. This kind of spiritual medicine, which was of average value in Xia Ruofei's eyes, was considered a very rare resource in today's cultivation world. The secular person in charge also found this amethyst blood vine and received a lot of resources as a reward from the sect. This time, Xianxia left the sect and came to this island country in the South Pacific thousands of miles away because of the information sent back by Wang Boshan. A year ago, Wang Boshan accidentally found that Qingyun Island seemed to be a little different from the rest. Of course, with his cultivation, he couldn't accurately determine that Qingyun Island was a natural formation like Xia Ruofei, and he could even immediately identify the formation's name. However, as a cultivator, Wang Boshan still noticed something. Therefore, he specifically checked a few more times. With his limited knowledge of formations, he faintly felt that Qingyun Island was very complicated, so he didn't hesitate to report it. The star-picking sect immediately sent Xianxia, who had the best talent in formations. Xianxia's cultivation was only at the 7th level of qi refinement, but his talent in formations was astonishing. Moreover, the star-picking sect was also known for formations. The sect had many ancient books on formations, and Xianxia's attainments in formations were not inferior to the sect masters, Luo Qingfeng's. After Xianxia arrived at the scene to investigate, he immediately recognized the Great Void Mystic Clear formation formed by Qingyun Island and the surrounding islands. This discovery made him very happy. For the time being, regardless of whether the star-picking sect had enough resources to activate Qingyun Island's natural formation, Xianxia's first thought was to resolutely take it when he encountered such a natural formation. If he could successfully modify Qingyun Island and make the Great Void Mystic Clear formation work, then the environment on Qingyun Island would be much better than the star-picking island where the star-picking sect's headquarters was located. This was a great merit, therefore, Xianxia immediately instructed Wang Boshan to buy Qingyun Island at all costs. At first, Wang Boshan was also full of enthusiasm. He also realized that he had made a great contribution this time. He was the first to discover that Qingyun Island was different. If he was the one who took the ownership of Qingyun Island in the end, then most of the credit for this matter would fall to him. Although he no longer had any extravagant hopes for the path of cultivation, if the sect could reward him with some resources, then his cultivation would have a chance to progress further. No matter what, who would refuse to become stronger? Moreover, when one's cultivation increased, one's lifespan would also be extended, therefore, Wang Boshan very actively began to inquire from all sides. He originally thought that a small island country like Vanuatu could be done with money. These island natives had never seen so much money before. Over the years, Wang Boshan had been running the sex company in the secular world very well. The cash flow was quite sufficient, and he could transfer hundreds of millions of US dollars at any time. However, after asking around, he found out that things were not so simple. This kind of spiritual medicine, which was of average value in Xia Ruofei's eyes, was already a very rare resource in the current cultivation world. The person in charge of the secular world also found this amethyst blood vine and received a lot of resources as a reward from the sect. This time, the reason why Xianxia left the sect and came to this island country in the South Pacific thousands of miles away was also because of the information sent back by Wang Boshan. A year ago, Wang Boshan discovered that Qingyun Island seemed to be a little different because of a chance. Of course, with his cultivation, he could not accurately determine that Qingyun Island was a natural formation like Xia Ruofei, and he could even immediately match the name of the formation. However, as a cultivator, Wang Boshan still noticed something. Therefore, he specially checked a few more times. With his limited knowledge of formations, he vaguely felt that Qingyun Island was not simple, so he did not hesitate to report it. The star-picking sect immediately sent Xianxia, who had the best talent in formations. Xianxia's cultivation was only at the 7th level of qi refining, but his talent in formations was astonishing. Moreover, the star-picking sect was also good at formations. The sect had many books on formations, and Xianxia's attainments in formations were not inferior to the sect master, Luo Qingfeng. After Xianxia went to the scene to check, he immediately recognized the great void mystic clear formation formed by Qingyun Island and the surrounding islands. This discovery surprised him. For the time being, regardless of whether the star-picking sect had enough resources to activate the natural formation of Qingyun Island, Xianxia's first thought was to resolutely take it when he encountered such a natural formation. If he could successfully transform Qingyun Island and make the Great Void Mystic Clear Formation operate, then the environment on Qingyun Island would be much better than the star-picking island where the star-picking sect's headquarters was located. This was a great merit, therefore, Xianxia immediately instructed Wang Boshan to buy Qingyun Island at all costs. At first, Wang Boshan was also full of enthusiasm. He also realized that he had made a great contribution this time. He was the first to discover that Qingyun Island was different. If he was the one who took the ownership of Qingyun Island in the end, then most of the credit for this matter would fall to him. Although he no longer had any extravagant hopes for the path of cultivation, if the sect could reward him with some resources, then his cultivation would have a chance to go further. No matter what, who would refuse to become stronger? Moreover, when one's cultivation increased, one's lifespan would also be extended, therefore, Wang Boshan very actively began to inquire about it. He originally thought that for a small island country like Vanuatu, he could use money to get things done. These island natives had never seen so much money before. Over the years, Wang Boshan had been running the sex company in the secular world very well. The cash flow was quite sufficient, and he could transfer hundreds of millions of US dollars at any time. However, after asking around, he found out that things were not so simple. Wang Boshan froze for a moment and asked, "Masters Junior Xing, do you mean we should start with the higher-ups of Vanuatu?" Xianxia nodded and said, "I don't really understand the deceit of the secular world, but since Family Lu is so stubborn and Qingyun Island is still Vanuatu's territory in name, why don't we do something in Vanuatu? As long as they can take back Qingyun Island, won't it be easy? It's nothing more than Vanuatu compensating Family Lu, and we'll pay for it. In addition, we'll feed their higher-ups. I don't believe they won't be tempted if we can make 2 rounds of money on a small island." Wang Boshan thought to himself, "And you say you don't understand deceit? You're already cunning enough," he thought so in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He smiled apologetically and said, "Masters Junior Xing is really resourceful. No wonder you asked to meet me here directly." Xianxia said reservedly, "Stop flattering me. Tell me if this method will work first. If it doesn't, then do it as soon as possible." Wang Boshan said, "Masters Junior Xing, you don't know. Family Lu has built Qingyun Island into an impregnable fortress over the years. Their defense is strong enough to resist the army of Vanuatu. You may not know, but the army of a small country like Vanuatu is weak. So, Qingyun Island is only Vanuatu's territory in name. What's more, they signed a permanent transfer agreement, which can't be taken back just because they want to. So, Vanuatu has no way to take back Qingyun Island, whether legally or in terms of ability." Xianxia snorted and said, "As long as Vanuatu announces that they're taking back the right to use Qingyun Island, the star-picking sect can't drive Family Lu out." Masters Junior Xing. Wang Boshan hesitated and said, "If we use the power of the sect, it's beyond the secular means. It's not in line with the original intention of the sect leader." After staying in the secular world for a long time, Wang Boshan was used to using secular means to solve problems when he encountered problems. He didn't quite agree with Xianxia's plan. Xianxia couldn't help but say angrily, "That won't do. That won't work either. Are we going to keep dragging it out? What if something unexpected happens? Neither of us can bear the responsibility." Wang Boshan said, "Junior Xing, I prefer to take it slow. After all, if we use the power of the sect, it will inevitably attract the attention of other forces. By then, it won't be just the star-picking sect who knows the secret of Qingyun Island. At least for now, no other cultivation forces have discovered the secret of Qingyun Island. We still have time. How could Xianxia not know this? Juniors is S juniors junior new juniors know the juniors is no the juniors junior SSS junior juniors is junior no the S juniors junior no. Moreover, this young generation disciple only knew a little bit. After Luo Qingfeng sent Xianxia to confirm the situation of Qingyun Island, this disciple no longer knew. Even so, Luo Qingfeng had already given this young generation disciple a gag order, strictly ordering him not to leak a single word. Even the other Qing generation disciple of the star-picking sect, Qi Qingqing, didn't know. Luo Qingfeng was being so careful to prevent other sects from getting the news. The star-plucking sect's strength could only be considered average in the cultivation world. Although Luo Qingfeng had broken through to the golden core stage in recent years, the sect's strength had taken a qualitative leap. But after all, its foundation was still insufficient. Not only was he the only golden core cultivator, but the number of disciples in the Qi refining stage was also much lower than those of the older sections. If the other sects really caught wind of this, then the star-plucking sect would have no advantage in the fight for Qingyun Island. After listening to Wang Bashan's words, Xianxia also fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, "Boss Han, we can't just keep waiting like this. There has to be a plan, right?" Wang Bashan had already prepared for this. He said, "Masters Junior Zheng, I haven't been idle all this time. I've also spent a lot of time collecting information on Family Lu. As far as I know, the head of Family Lu is seriously ill. It was this Family Lu who firmly refused to buy us. If he passes away, his children won't care so much about Qingyun Island. At that time, we'll have the opportunity to buy this island at a certain price." "Oh?" Xianxia's eyes lit up. "There's such a thing? Then, why don't we add fuel to the fire and send this Family Lu on his way?" Wang Bashan hurriedly said, "Masters Junior Zheng, if it's not necessary, I don't recommend doing this. First of all, I heard that this Family Lu is seriously ill. He won't be able to hold on much longer even if we don't do anything. Second, Family Lu has a lot of influence in Huaxia. You don't know much about the secular world. In short, there's a certain amount of risk in dealing with him. Even if we succeed, once there's a trace left behind, it'll be basically impossible for us to buy Qingyun Island. So, my suggestion is to wait patiently." Xianxia showed a hint of hesitation. At this moment, Wang Bashan's cell phone rang in his pocket. He said, "Masters Junior Zheng, I'll take this call first." Over the years, Wang Bashan had been doing well in the secular world. Some secular technological products had gradually appeared in the star-picking sect. Naturally, Xianxia would recognize a cell phone. It was just that he wasn't used to using these things. Xianxia nodded slightly and continued to lean on the sofa, thinking about how to take over Qingyun Island. Wang Bashan stood up and picked up the phone. Wang Bashan spoke a few words to the other party in English. Naturally, Xianxia didn't understand at all. However, when he saw the uncontrollable joy on Wang Bashan's face, he couldn't help but look forward to it. After Wang Bashan hung up the phone, he said happily, "Masters Junior Zheng, what did I say? As long as we wait patiently, there'll always be good news." Xianxia couldn't help but sit up straight and ask, "Boss Han, what's the good news? Don't keep me in suspense, tell me." "Yes. Masters Junior Zheng," Wang Bashan said. "Just now, one of my spies in Qingyun Island called and told me that the ownership of Qingyun Island is likely to change." "What?" Xianxia couldn't help but cry out. "Masters Junior Zheng, don't worry, it should be good news," Wang Bashan said with a smile. "According to my spies, Family Lu intends to transfer Qingyun Island to a young man. My spies have also found out the identity of this person. His name is Xiaoruofei, and he's the owner of an agricultural products company in Huaxia. Based on his past, I don't think this person has anything to do with the cultivation world." Speaking of this, Wang Bashan showed a hint of excitement and said, "Masters Junior Zheng, our chance has finally come. As long as Family Lu transfers the island to Xiaoruofei, it'll be much easier to buy Qingyun Island from him than from Family Lu." Xianxia also showed great joy and quickly said, "Then what are we waiting for? hurry up and find this young man. Don't worry about the money, just give him a price he can't refuse. In the eyes of cultivators, the importance of money was extremely low. Although many sects now had businesses in the secular world, these businesses were ultimately for the purpose of better collecting cultivation resources and serving cultivation. If they could take over Qingyun Island, the star-plucking sect would not hesitate even if they had to hand over all of the sect's businesses. Wang Basan said, Masters Jr., don't worry, I'll do it as soon as possible. But now family Liu hasn't officially transferred Qingyun Island to Xia Ruofei, and Xia Ruofei hasn't returned to China yet, so we're not in a hurry. But, we can go back to China first. When the time comes, I'll meet this lucky young man in person. Xianxia said, Good. Good. Boss Han, I won't go back to the sect this time. I'll go to Huaxia with you. After this matter is done, I'll go back to the sect and ask for your reward. Xianxia wanted to report the good news to Luo Qingfeng as soon as possible, so he stayed in the secular world to wait. Once this matter was done, not only would Wang Basan receive a lot of rewards, Xianxia would also have a great merit, and he would also be rewarded. Masters Jr., I'll arrange a plane. Let's go back to Huaxia first. Wang Basan said excitedly. Xia Ruofei naturally didn't know that a cultivation sect had set their sights on Qingyun Island. He and Lu Quan took the haven, and after 5 or 6 hours of flight, the plane landed smoothly at Sydney's Kingsford Smith International Airport. The plane quickly left the runway and steadily moved forward on the taxiway, heading toward the parking lot. At this time, Xia Ruofei inadvertently looked out of the porthole and unexpectedly found that on another taxiway parallel to the haven, an Airbus A350 with a very distinctive paint was slowly taxiing. The plane's wingtip had the eye-catching Taoyuan Company logo, and the fuselage was printed with fresh vegetables and fruits, as well as the name of Wonderland Farm. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This was too much of a coincidence. Gliding almost side by side with the haven was obviously the only Airbus A350 of Qantas with a special paint, Ruofei. When Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing took a Qantas plane to Australia, they encountered the severely depressed co-pilot Wilkins who poisoned the captain, Johansson, and locked the cockpit door, preparing to die at sea together with the whole crew. It was Xia Ruofei who helped the crew break in. When the only pilot, Brooke, was seriously injured and couldn't fly the plane, Xia Ruofei turned the tide. Under the technical guidance of Brooke, they made a thrilling forced landing on Saipan. This epic forced landing allowed Xia Ruofei to enter the eyes of the public for the first time, embarking on the road of no return of the internet celebrity boss. In order to thank Xia Ruofei, Qantas not only gave him a cash reward and the title of lifetime honorary passenger, but also named the repaired plane Ruofei. They also changed the paint of the plane to a very distinctive pattern of the Taoyuan Company and Wonderland Farm. No matter which airport this plane appeared in, the delicate fruits and vegetables on the fuselage were very eye-catching. Additionally, at the sight of such a painting, people who knew the situation would naturally think of the thrilling forced landing. Therefore, it was very eye-catching wherever it went. Xia Ruofei had also seen Huaxia's netizens on the internet who happened to take this plane and excitedly posted selfies on the internet. This plane and Huaxia had a lot to do with each other, so Huaxia's netizens felt very close to it after seeing it. As for seeing this plane in person, it was also the first time for Xia Ruofei. What was more interesting was that the haven that Xia Ruofei took was also painted with vegetables and fruits. The two parallel planes were very similar in style, and they both had the logo of the Taoyuan Company, one on the wing tips, the other on the tail. The passengers on the Airbus A350 also noticed this. Many of them screamed excitedly and took out their mobile phones to take pictures of the haven. Xia Ruofei also felt that it was too much of a coincidence. He was in a good mood, so he waved to the passengers on the Airbus through the porthole. The flight attendants and Lu Quan on the haven also felt that it was very strange. As aviation professionals, whether it was flight attendants or pilots, they all knew Xia Ruofei's experience like the back of their hands. Lu Quan, as the chief butler of Mr. Liu, naturally had a detailed understanding of Xia Ruofei's public situation. Therefore, they all knew the special meaning of the Ruofei paint. Everyone felt that it was very faded, especially the flight attendants, who could not help but take out their mobile phones to take pictures. The two planes with very similar paint were slowly taxiing across a taxiway. Next to the A350 flying intercontinental flights, the Gulfstream G650 business jet that Xiao Ruofei took was like a chihuahua next to a Tibetan Mastiff. The huge difference formed a very interesting contrast. Even the controller in the control tower noticed this interesting scene. It just so happened that the plane next to the scheduled parking spot of the Airbus A350 had already started taxiing, and the spot was temporarily empty, so, the next moment, Captain Lewin in the cockpit of the Haven received instructions from the tower controller. Their parking spot was temporarily changed, so the taxiing route was naturally changed accordingly. Lewin was stunned for a moment because private planes generally parked far away from the airport. Generally, they would be closer to the access lane for business jets. It was very rare to have a temporary parking spot change. However, Lewin was still very professional. He quickly recorded the parking spot and the taxiing route, and then repeated it accurately. The plane was still slowly moving forward on the taxiway. Xiao Ruofei and others naturally did not know that the parking spot had been changed. After turning a corner, the Haven became the Qantas Ruofei. The two planes, one big and one small, were like a mother hen with her chicks, gliding forward one after the other. Lewin was very surprised that the taxiing route of the two planes was actually the same. Finally, after the Qantas Airbus A350 entered the parking spot, Lewin found that their parking spot was actually adjacent to the Haven. Lewin realized that this should be the tower's intentional arrangement. He calmed his mind, controlled the plane to slide into the parking spot, and parked it accurately. He skillfully turned off the engine and the switches. At this time, the pilots and passengers on the Haven had already noticed that the Airbus A350 in the adjacent seat had just stopped, and the ground crew had already driven the gangway car that had already been prepared, and someone had begun to lay a red carpet under the gangway. In addition to the fast-moving staff, in an area surrounded by police tape, there were also some news reporters carrying long and short cannons. There was even a girl holding a bouquet of flowers. Xiao Ruofei, who was about to get off the plane, was slightly taken aback when he saw this scene. He thought to himself, there's a red carpet, flowers, and the media. Is there an important guest on this Qantas Airbus today? But if there's a guest, it shouldn't be parked in this ordinary seat. At this time, the flight attendant had opened the cabin door and lowered the gangway ladder. Xiao Ruofei stepped toward the cabin door with a trace of doubt. As soon as he stepped down from the gangway ladder of the Haven, he faintly heard someone shouting his name excitedly. Because the scene was too noisy, Xiao Ruofei couldn't hear it clearly. When he turned his head to look for the source of the sound, the porthole on the captain's side of the cockpit of the Qantas Airbus A350 opened. A person stretched out his upper body laboriously, then waved excitedly at Xiao Ruofei, shouting his name loudly. Xiao Ruofei took a closer look and couldn't help but be surprised. The captain of this flight turned out to be Captain Brooke, who had gone through thick and thin with him. The Qantas flight that Xiao Ruofei took had a two-captain configuration, with two captains and a co-pilot flying together. During the accident, the co-pilot, Wilkins, poisoned the captain, Johansson. When Xiao Ruofei broke the cabin door, Captain Brooke was the first to rush into the cockpit, followed by Xiao Ruofei. At that time, Wilkins used the most extreme method to continuously shoot the windshield with a steel ball gun, causing the windshield on the co-pilot's side to completely shatter. Wilkins was also directly sucked out of the cockpit by the strong air pressure and died without a burial place. Captain Brooke took the lead in rushing into the cockpit, and he was also the first to bear the brunt. Not only was one of his arms injured by the rebounding steel ball, but he was also sucked out when the pressure in the cockpit was lost. He slammed heavily into the seat, and his other arm was fractured. At that time, Captain Brooke was the only pilot on the plane, but both of his hands were injured. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Ruofei had to sit in the pilot's seat. In the end, it was thanks to Xiao Ruofei's strong psychological quality and superb learning ability, and under the technical guidance of Captain Brooke, that the plane finally landed safely in Saipan. Xiao Ruofei did not expect that today would be such a coincidence. His Haven and Captain Brooke's Ruofei actually landed one after the other, and they were even assigned to adjacent parking spots. Xiao Ruofei and Captain Brooke could be said to have experienced life and death together. If it weren't for the two's seamless cooperation at that time, the passengers on the plane would have been buried at sea. Therefore, this kind of experience of life and death together could easily shorten the distance between people. Seeing Captain Brooke again, Xiao Ruofei was naturally very happy. He stood next to the haven and waved at Captain Brooke vigorously. Captain Brooke shouted loudly, "Xia, don't go yet, wait for me down there." Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to come to Australia this time. Since he met Captain Brooke, the two of them would definitely catch up, so he nodded and made an okay gesture to Captain Brooke. The rest of the people on the haven also got off the plane. Captain Lewin came over and said, "Mr. Xia, the tower changed the parking spot at the last minute. I think they saw two similar and unique planes, so they changed the parking spot at the last minute. Now we are relatively far from the business jet channel. I have already called the ferry from the cockpit. You may need to wait for a while." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand with a smile and said, "Don't worry, I met an acquaintance. I may have to stay here for a while." "An acquaintance?" Lewin was slightly stunned. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He pointed to the cockpit of the Qantas Airbus A350 and said, "He's up there. I'll introduce you later." Lewin saw that Xiao Ruofei was keeping him in suspense, so he didn't continue to ask. He could only nod with a trace of doubt and said, "Okay." The door of the Qantas plane opened, and the passengers began to get off the plane. When they saw the red carpet at the end of the gangway, they couldn't help but be surprised and happy. They just didn't know which great god they were riding on. The ground crew quickly led the passengers to the exit passage, while Xiao Ruofei and the others stood beside the haven and waited patiently. The captain must be the last to leave the plane. Only when all the passengers got off the plane, the crew would leave. There weren't too many passengers on this flight, only about 100 people in total. Although everyone was curious about the red carpet and the media, they were very orderly and didn't stay at the scene for too long. They walked into the passage in an orderly manner. Finally, all the passengers got off the plane. The flight attendants also got off the plane in a line, followed by the air marshal and two other pilots. They stood on both sides of the gangway. The media reporters at the scene also raised their cameras. Xiao Ruofei looked up at the Airbus A350 cabin door with some curiosity. It seemed that today's protagonist was Captain Brooke. Because he was the only one who didn't get off the plane. Sure enough, when Brooke appeared at the cabin door a moment later, there was a warm applause at the scene. Brooke waved to the crowd with a smile on his face, then stepped down the gangway. The girl holding the flowers also came out of the crowd and stood at the bottom of the gangway, waiting. Beside her stood a middle-aged woman with an outstanding temperament. When Brooke stepped down the last step, the girl stepped forward and handed the flowers with tears in her eyes. She said with a choked voice, "Dad. Congratulations." It turned out that the girl was Captain Brooke's daughter. Today, she came here to give her father flowers, and the one beside her was Brooke's wife. After Brooke took the flowers, he smiled and hugged his wife and daughter in his arms. The scene suddenly sounded with the sound of shudders and applause. After a short hug, Brooke patted his wife and daughter on the back and said, "Wait for me for a while." After that, he handed the flowers back to his daughter. Then, ignoring the media reporters who had been extending their microphones, he strode directly to Xiao Ruofei. From a distance, Captain Brooke laughed and opened his arms. Xiao Ruofei also smiled and greeted him. The two of them hugged each other tightly. Captain Brooke asked, "Xia, did you come all the way here just to celebrate the first flight of my return flight? You're such a good friend." Xiao Ruofei was stunned and asked, "Captain Brooke, is this the first flight after the flight?" "Yes." Captain Brooke grinned and said, "After the injury on my arm healed, I went through a long period of psychological intervention treatment. Finally, after a psychological test and a simulator test, the aviation department has determined that I am qualified to fly again. Today is my first flight, and the company has also specially assigned the Ruofei for me to fly. We think it's more memorable." After that fright in the air, Captain Brooke didn't just suffer a broken arm and external injuries. In fact, he witnessed his colleague Johansson being poisoned to death in his seat, and co-pilot Wilkins being directly sucked out of the cockpit by a huge airflow and died without a burial place. This caused a great psychological trauma to him. In fact, during this long period of time, Captain Brooke was mainly undergoing psychological rehabilitation. He continued to receive psychological intervention treatment. In the beginning, when he closed his eyes, he would see the horror scene in the cockpit, and when he fell asleep, he would dream of Wilkins and Johansson. Later, the symptoms gradually eased, and finally, he completely reached the standard of airworthiness. It could be said that this was an extremely difficult process. In the end, Captain Brooke was able to return to his flight post completely because of his strong perseverance and love for flying. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Then I really have to congratulate you, Captain Brooke. But I really didn't come here to observe the ceremony. I didn't get any notice in advance. In fact, I came here to inspect my farm and winery in the Hunter's Valley. I didn't expect that our two planes would land one after the other, and we were even noticed by the control tower. That's why they made such an interesting arrangement." Hearing this, Captain Brooke couldn't help but open his eyes wide and exclaim, "God! This is unbelievable." Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "I think it's unbelievable too. Anyway, I made it in time for this important ceremony. Congratulations again, Brooke. I also wish you all the best in your future flying career. Take off and land safely. Have a good flight." "Thank you. Thank you," Brooke said. In the words of the Huaxia people, this is called fate brings us together. When Captain Brooke said the words fate brings us together, he actually used Chinese. Although it was a bit clumsy, overall, his pronunciation was relatively clear. Xiao Ruofei said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to learn Chinese." Captain Brooke grinned and asked, "In the process of receiving psychotherapy, I taught myself some Chinese. At the same time, I also have a great interest in your magical Chinese medicine. Of course, my Chinese is still very ordinary, limited to a small number of daily words." Speaking of this, Captain Brooke showed a distressed look and said, "Your language is really too complicated. Xia, do you know? I saw a question in a Chinese learning forum, and I'm still confused." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Oh? Tell me about it, I can help you solve your confusion." Captain Brooke nodded and said, "Xiao Feng said, F***CK, I haven't had my period this month, and I'm so worried. It's a scam. The question is, who is worried? A. Xiao Feng's sister. B. Xiao Feng's mother. C. Xiao Feng's sister. D. Xiao Feng's father. E. Xiao Feng's period. F. Xiao Feng. G. Xiao Feng's boyfriend, Xiao Ming." Xiao Ruofei saw Captain Brooke's confused look and almost burst out laughing. He patted Captain Brooke's shoulder sympathetically and said, "Brooke, this is just a funny question, you don't have to take it seriously." Captain Brooke's eyes widened and asked, "Is there no answer to this question?" Of course there is an answer." Xiao Ruofei said, "If it were me, I would choose G, Xiao Feng's boyfriend, Xiao Ming." Captain Brooke was even more confused after hearing this, because he was the first to rule out this option. Captain Brooke couldn't help but cry, "Why? This Xiao Ming didn't appear in the text at all." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but touch his forehead and said, "This is a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you slowly when I have time. You should go to the celebration ceremony now." Captain Brooke came back to his senses and said, "Okay then. Xia, you have to explain this question to me properly. It's really too profound. By the way." Speaking of this, Captain Brooke smiled at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Xia, do you remember what I said after the plane landed?" "I remember you said a lot of things." Xiao Ruofei shrugged and asked, "I don't know which one you are referring to." Captain Brooke said seriously, "I said that everything is God's arrangement. Look. On the first flight after I resumed flying, you appeared here, and our two planes landed at the same time. This once again confirms my statement, doesn't it?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. He smiled and said, "Captain Brooke, of course I respect your beliefs, but in my opinion, this is just a coincidence." Captain Brooke insisted, "This is definitely not just a coincidence." At this moment, a gentle voice sounded, "Dear, everyone is waiting for you." The person who came was Captain Brooke's wife, Emily. She saw her husband leave the airline leaders and media reporters behind and run to the private jet next door to chat with a young man for so long. She couldn't help but come over to take a look. "Hey, dear," Captain Brooke said excitedly, "look who this is." Emily was stunned for a moment and looked at Xiao Ruofei seriously. In the eyes of many Westerners, the faces of Huaxia people were similar, just like how Huaxia people looked at foreigners. Many Huaxia people also couldn't distinguish the features of foreigners. Emily's eyes gradually widened. She covered her mouth and then exclaimed, "Oh, God. You're Mr. Xia." Captain Brooke put his arm around Emily's waist and said with a smile, "Xia, this is my wife, Emily." Xia Ruofei then smiled at Emily and said, "Ms. Emily, nice to meet you." "Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Xia, you saved my husband's flying career." "No. You saved his life." Emily said excitedly, "I'm so happy to be able to meet you at such a special time." Captain Brooke gently hugged Emily and said, "Dear, we should go over now." Then, he said to Xia Ruofei, "Xia, you should go too. I believe that the higher-ups of the aviation department and the reporters at the scene will be very happy to see you here." Xia Ruofei thought about it for a while and happily accepted the invitation. As friends who had experienced life and death together, Xia Ruofei was also very willing to share this happy moment with Captain Brooke. In addition, the incident of the forced landing had long been known to everyone. Qantas was even preparing to make a movie. Xia Ruofei's exposure during that time was also extremely high, so he did not need to keep a low profile at this time. So, Xia Ruofei followed Captain Brooke and Molly to the welcoming crowd. Tony, the senior vice president of Qantas, also came to participate in this event in person. In addition, the head of the public relations department of Qantas and the head of the A350 fleet, etc. When they found that the person who had been watching from afar was actually Xia Ruofei, they were very surprised. When Xia Ruofei was dealing with the accident, he had basically interacted with these people. With his extraordinary retentive memory, it was naturally impossible for him to forget. He could even skillfully call out each person's name, which made everyone feel closer to him. Xia Ruofei naturally stood with Tony and others, while Brooke walked to the side and faced the media with a smile. There were two pilots flying together with Captain Brooke. One of them was the co-pilot, while the other was an inspector with a very high rank. The inspector was responsible for the assessment of the captain. When the co-pilot was promoted to captain or the captain regained his flight qualifications, the inspector was responsible for the assessment flight. The inspector said with a smile, "Captain Brooke's performance in this assessment flight was perfect. I am very honored to announce that he will be reinstated as the captain of the Airbus A350 from today onwards." Although Brooke had completed 2 segments of the flight, strictly speaking, his flight this time was an assessment flight. Only by passing the assessment could he regain the qualification to fly the Airbus A350. In other words, until the moment the inspector announced, Captain Brooke was truly considered to have completed his physical and psychological recovery and returned to his flight post. As soon as the inspector finished speaking, there was a warm applause at the scene. Tony and other executives also stepped forward to congratulate him. Captain Brooke kept expressing his gratitude with a smile on his face. The media reporters extended their microphones to Captain Brooke and asked him how he felt at the moment. As the one who experienced the most thrilling forced landing in the history of Qantas, Captain Brooke had always been highly scrutinized by the media. Qantas also notified the major media reporters in advance to come to the tarmac for an interview. Brooke chuckled as he pulled Xia Ruofei over and said, "Before I answer your questions, I want you to meet someone first." "Wow. God. Am I seeing things?" "It's Mr. Xia." The media reporters exclaimed in surprise. To be fair, Australia's public opinion wasn't particularly friendly to Xia. The arrogance and prejudice of some Westerners was especially obvious here. These local media often made misleading reports about Xia. But Xia Ruofei was definitely an exception. Almost all Australians had a very good impression of Xia Ruofei. In the Western society that advocated individual heroism, few people would have a bad impression of such a heroic figure. Even those Australian athletes who were extremely malicious to Xia, when talking about Xia Ruofei, could only suppress their displeasure and flatly praise him. There was no doubt that Xia Ruofei was also the darling of the media in Australia, even more so than Captain Brooke. This was because people with discerning eyes knew that although the epic forced landing couldn't be separated from Captain Brooke's technical guidance, Xia Ruofei took at least 80% of the credit. After that incident, there were also experts who conducted countless reviews, and some people even found volunteers to conduct experiments. The method of the experiment was very simple. Didn't Xia Ruofei claim that he had received simple helicopter flight training? Therefore, they found a helicopter pilot student who had just started flying solo and had never been exposed to fixed-wing aircraft knowledge to simulate Xia Ruofei's role. Then, they found a senior A350 captain whose theoretical knowledge was no less than Captain Brooks and inputted the flight parameters into the simulator. This senior captain did not participate in the flight control throughout the whole process and only provided technical guidance. The helicopter pilot student was the one operating the whole process. The results of the experiment were very cruel. After 20 or 30 attempts, the helicopter pilot student landed successfully 0 times. There was only one time when the plane landed crookedly on the taxiway next to the runway, and when it landed, the landing gear was directly broken. If it was in the real world on that day, even if there were no other planes on the taxiway, such a landing was likely to directly disintegrate the plane. What's more, in reality, the wind was howling in the plane, and such an environment was simply impossible to simulate. After the results of the experiment were announced, it further highlighted how great and incredible Xia Ruofei's feat of forcing the plane to land was. Captain Brooks said with a smile, "Everyone, I also want to tell you that considering that Mr. Xia is thousands of miles away, I didn't inform him of this test flight. Today, our 2 planes landed in Sydney at almost the same time. It's a complete coincidence, so I say, all of this is God's arrangement. It's unbelievable." A reporter exclaimed, and then he asked, "Mr. Xia, is what Captain Brooks said true?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "I didn't receive any notice in advance. But I'd rather use a phrase that we Huaxia people often say to describe this coincidence: it's fate that brought us here together." The reporter's cameras kept flashing, and another reporter asked loudly, "Mr. Xia, today is a special moment for Captain Brooke. Do you have anything to say to him?" Xia Ruofei was already very comfortable with this kind of media pursuit. He said with assurance, "I just congratulated Captain Brooke. I also want to say that Captain Brooke is an amazing person to be able to recover from that degree of psychological and physical trauma. I congratulate him again for regaining his flight qualifications. I'm also very willing to take the flight he flies. Of course, I'm afraid my flight won't bring any profit to Qantas. After all, I'm an honorary passenger of Qantas." Xia Ruofei's words made everyone smile kindly, and Captain Brooke couldn't help but grin after hearing it. Tony, the senior vice president of Qantas, who was standing on the side, said with a smile, "No matter when, we sincerely welcome Mr. Xia to take a Qantas flight. In fact, Mr. Xia is the first lifetime honorary passenger of Qantas, and the number of times he has taken a Qantas flight can be counted on one hand. We want to express our respect for him, but we don't have a chance." A reporter pointed to the Haven parked not far away and said, "I think Mr. Xia may not have many opportunities to take a Qantas flight in the future." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Today's protagonist was still Captain Brooke. After asking Xia Ruofei a few questions, the media focused on Brooke. After regaining his flight qualifications, Captain Brooke was in a very good mood, and he answered the media's questions one by one. Xia Ruofei stood aside and waited with a smile. After the media interview, the staff of Qantas pushed out the cake that had already been prepared. Captain Brooke invited Xia Ruofei to cut the cake with him. After sharing the big cake with everyone, Xia Ruofei said goodbye to the people of Qantas and prepared to go through the immigration procedures. Qantas also prepared a small cold dinner party for Brooke. Tony and the Brooke family both invited Xia Ruofei to attend, but Xia Ruofei had already informed Liang Qizhao, who was in charge of Fairyland Farm, to pick him up. He had already been delayed for a while, so he didn't want to stay here for too long, so he politely declined. Xia Ruofei told Brooke that his stay in Australia this time was relatively short, and he still had some things to do. The next time he came to Australia, he would take the initiative to meet with him. Tony personally arranged for the staff of Qantas to assist Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan in going through the immigration procedures. As for Luan and his crew, they had to stay behind to do some finishing work. The traffic at the airport was very busy, and the Haven still had to be transferred to a distant plane, in addition to necessary inspections, refueling, and other operations. After the crew finished their work, they would find a hotel near the airport to check in. Tomorrow, they would continue to fly to Huaxia. Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan successfully went through the immigration procedures in the VIP channel. When Xia Ruofei first came to Australia, he personally experienced the difficulties of the customs officers when he entered the country. This time, the immigration treatment was completely different. The staff of Qantas personally accompanied him, and the customs officers obviously still remembered Xia Ruofei, a well-known hero in Australia. Their attitude was quite enthusiastic, and they quickly processed the immigration procedures for Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan. After walking out of the airport, Xia Ruofei saw Liang Qichao anxiously waiting at a glance. "Brother Liang." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved at him. Liang Qichao and Dafra, who had accompanied him to the airport, turned their heads at the same time. When they saw Xia Ruofei, they immediately walked up to him. "Ruofei, what took you so long?" Liang Qichao said. "I thought you had some trouble when you entered the country." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "I just met a few old friends, and we chatted for a while." "Sorry to keep you waiting." "It's okay to wait for a while," Liang Qichao said. "As long as you didn't encounter any trouble." Xia Ruofei said, "By the way, let me introduce you. This is Lu Quan, Uncle Lu. He came with me this time." Uncle Lu, his name is Liang Qichao, and he is the person in charge of Fairyland Farm. "Hello, Uncle Lu." "Hello, Mr. Liang." The two exchanged a few simple greetings, and the group walked toward the parking lot. Xia Ruofei touched Liang Qichao's arm, then pouted at Dafra and said with a smile, "Looks like you've already got it." Liang Qichao smiled and said, "What do you think? I still have some skills, don't I?" "It's okay." Xia Ruofei curled his lips and said, "It's been 2 years, and you have the advantage of being in a favorable position. If you can't even get it, you can go eat sh*t. Can you not say such disgusting things?" Liang Qichao said with a look of disgust. "You are Australia's national hero, and your net worth is at least a few billion, right? Be civilized." "This is already very civilized." Xia Ruofei blinked and said, "Otherwise, I wouldn't have said sh*t, but directly, stop." "Stop." Liang Qichao said quickly. "Weren't you talking about Dafra? How did we end up talking about something so disgusting?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He patted Liang Qichao's shoulder and said, "Oh yeah, I haven't asked you yet. The matter between you and Dafra. Have you passed your father's test?" Liang Qichao suddenly looked bitter and said, "It's not like you don't know my dad, he's old-fashioned. How would I dare to tell him? Do you want me to give you some advice?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Say it. Say it." Liang Qichao said quickly, "I know you have the most wicked ideas. It's simple. Both of you work harder, and try to make a person as soon as possible." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "What kind of lousy idea is this?" Liang Qichao couldn't help but shout, "If my dad finds out, he'll skin me alive." "You don't understand, right?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Although Uncle Liang is against you finding a foreign woman, he doesn't have any substantial evidence, right? Plus, you're far away from the emperor, he can't possibly come here and monitor you every day, right?" "That's true, but what does this have to do with having a child?" Liang Qichao asked. "What I'm saying is, you have so many advantages, but you don't know how to make use of them. Aren't you stupid?" Xia Ruofei said, "There's an unbreakable truth you have to remember, and that's the generation gap. Don't be fooled by your dad's harsh words. If you and Dafra really give birth to a fat grandson for him, do you think he'll be happy? Plus, a mixed-race child is handsome, your dad will definitely be smiling from ear to ear, and can't wait to hold his grandson every day. Do you believe it?" "It does seem to make sense," Liang Qichao muttered. "Listen to me," Xia Ruofei said, "the girls in Australia shouldn't be so traditional, insisting on getting a marriage certificate before having a child, right? It's normal for people here to fall in love and have children. Some people only get married when their children are quite old." Liang Qichao said. "Then isn't it settled?" Xia Ruofei said, "You can discuss this with Dafra, as long as she agrees, then it'll be easy." The two chatted as they walked, and soon they arrived at the parking lot. Liang Qichao drove the farm's black Mercedes-Benz sedan, and he drove personally. Dafra sat in the front passenger seat, while Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan sat in the back. After the car started, it quickly drove out of the airport and sped in the direction of Hunter Valley. Lu Quan was a man of few words. He did not speak much during the journey. Only Xiao Ruofei and Liang Qichao chatted with each other. Occasionally, Xiao Ruofei would chat with Dafra and Lu Quan so that they would not be left out. In fact, Lu Quan originally wanted to fly directly back to Huaxia. After all, he was still worried about Elder Lu's health. When he learned that Xiao Ruofei wanted to stay in Australia for a day, Lu Quan did not object. However, he initially wanted to find a hotel near the airport to rest for a day before embarking on the return journey the next day. However, he changed his mind and chose to travel with Xiao Ruofei. He mainly wanted to stay by Xiao Ruofei's side and observe some details to determine whether or not Xiao Ruofei was interested in Green Cloud Island. This was also one of the tasks that Elder Lu gave him. In fact, Lu Quan already had a basic judgment. Xiao Ruofei was quite satisfied with Green Cloud Island. He should be tempted, but he was not particularly interested. Since setting foot on Green Cloud Island yesterday, Xiao Ruofei did not talk much about it other than asking him about the basic situation of Green Cloud Island. From the moment he boarded the plane until now, Xiao Ruofei seemed to have forgotten about Green Cloud Island. He did not even mention a word about it. In fact, this was the impression that Xiao Ruofei wanted to give Lu Quan. The reason why he chose to stay in Australia for a day was that he did not want family Lu to think that he was in a hurry to go back and was eager to get Green Cloud Island. Of course, he had not been to Australia for a long time. He could take the opportunity to inspect Paradise Farm, West Winery, and Golden Oak Winery. It could be said that he killed two birds with one stone. The road from Sydney to Hunter Valley was not bad. After leaving the city, it was quite easy and there were no traffic jams at all. The scenery along the way was still so beautiful. The pure blue sky, the green grass on both sides of the road, and the occasional kangaroo figure in the bushes in the distance. Everything here made people feel close to nature. The car drove all the way to Hunter's Valley. It did not stop at the entrance of Wonderland Farm and drove straight in. Vegetable sheds were built in many places on the farm. The scenery was not as beautiful as when Xiao Ruofei came last time. It couldn't be helped. The vegetables and fruits produced by Wonderland Farm were very popular in Australia, although the price was several times more expensive than the same type of vegetables. This was mainly due to the super beautiful appearance of these vegetables and fruits. All the retail stores related to the Maya Group under Tang Etienne's banner, without exception, placed the products of Wonderland Farm in the most eye-catching position. With things selling so well, Liang Qichao naturally continued to expand production. Now, there were more than 1,000 hectares of vegetable greenhouses in the farm. The benefits of large-scale farming were already showing. After scientifically arranging the planting time, Fairyland Farm could produce dozens of tons of vegetables and fruits every day. Every day, a large number of refrigerated trucks went in and out of Fairyland Farm, bringing the high-quality vegetables and fruits here to Maya supermarkets all over Australia. The average price of the vegetables and fruits produced by Fairyland Farm was about $30 per kilogram. In other words, the output of the farm could reach 3 to 4 million Australian dollars every day. In a year, it would be billions of Australian dollars. If converted into Huaxia dollars, it would be more than 10 billion. Of course, the labor costs and transportation costs in Australia were much higher than in China. Adding in various taxes and the like, the profit margin was not as high as in China. Even so, the annual net profit could still reach billions of dollars. This was mainly because the most important cost expenditure, seeds. For Xiao Ruofei, there was almost no cost. Moreover, Fairyland Farm was still gradually increasing its production capacity, constantly building vegetable sheds. There were thousands of hectares of the farm, and more than half of the land had not been built in time. When Fairyland Farm's production capacity reached its peak, the profit figure would be several times higher. It could be said that Fairyland Farm was also a super terrifying money-sucking machine. Back then, Tang He's investment was because he introduced Xiao Ruofei as a partner and very boldly gave Xiao Ruofei controlling shares. It was a huge success that could be said to be a qualitative leap. When the car turned a corner, the living area of the farm appeared in front of their eyes. The tranquil lake, elegant swans, exquisite lakeside villas. Everything in front of them was like a picture scroll, making people's hearts calm down a little. Even the taciturn Lu Quan couldn't help but praise the beautiful scenery in front of him. The car stopped in front of the small villa, and several figures quickly ran over. Xiao Ruofei took a closer look and couldn't help but smile. The people who came were the veterans he sent to Fairyland Farm in Australia to be responsible for the security work: Su Yugang, Xing Liang, Wan Chong, and Zhang Aijuan. After Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, Su Yugang and the others excitedly greeted Xiao Ruofei. "Boss. Boss." Xiao Ruofei laughed, patted Su Yugang on the shoulder, and said, "Old Su, you've gotten a lot whiter. Seems like life in Australia is pretty good." Su Yugang smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "The food here is better, then you should be getting fatter, not whiter." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I see that you've maintained your figure well. Do you train regularly?" N. Su Yugang nodded and said, "We don't dare to slack off in business." "Not bad. Not bad." Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction, and then exchanged a few pleasantries with Wang Chong, Xing Liang, and Zhang Aijuan. Xiao Ruofei turned his head and asked, "Brother Liang, these are my good brothers. You have to arrange it well." Without waiting for Liang Qichao to speak, Su Yugang quickly said, "Brother Xia, CEO Liang takes care of us very well. His living arrangements are very good, and we don't have any worries." Liang Qichao chuckled. "We've added a lot of workers to the farm. Also, because our vegetables and fruits are sold at a higher price. There have been cases of theft from time to time. After Yugang and the others came, I handed over all the security work to them. They've done a great job." "Oh?" Xiao Ruofei asked with interest, "Old Su, tell me how you do your work." "Yes." Su Yugang nodded and said, "Brother Xia, the farm is very big, and the borders are relatively vague, so it's impossible for the four of us to take care of everything. After we arrived, we mainly did a few things. First, we recruited people. We personally interviewed them and recruited a good security team from the local area. Second, we clarified the borders of the farm and installed anti-theft and surveillance equipment. Third, we bought a battery-powered patrol car, applied for firearms and other security equipment, and arranged for people reasonably to constantly increase the patrols on the borders of the farm." Speaking of this, Su Yugang and a few of his comrades looked at each other and then continued, "After these tasks were gradually put in place, we caught a few batches of thieves in succession, which probably had a certain deterrent effect. After that, the incidents of theft on the farm almost disappeared." Xiao Ruofei nodded approvingly and said, "Very good. It seems that professional work should be left to professionals. Old Su, I am very satisfied with your work. Thank you for your encouragement, Brother Xia." Su Yugang said excitedly. Their gratitude to Xiao Ruofei came from the bottom of their hearts. When they were chosen by Lei Hu to carry out the task of tracking and monitoring Lu Haojuan for Xiao Ruofei, on the one hand, it was because they had just been hired and were all new faces. On the other hand, it was also because they had their own family difficulties. Of course, during those years in the army, everyone knew each other very well. Lei Hu also had confidence in their character, so he recommended them to Xiao Ruofei. After Su Yugang and the others completed the task for Xiao Ruofei, not only did Xiao Ruofei give them generous rewards to help their families get through the difficulties, but he also put himself in their shoes. In order to prevent the family Lu from finding clues and retaliating against them, he decisively arranged for them to work in Australia. As long as they were willing, they could even settle their families down. This made them extremely grateful to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei asked, "Brother Liang, Old Su, and the others have families to feed. Whether it's food or accommodation, you have to make sure that they are well taken care of. As you can see, they are all rare talents." Liang Qichao smiled and said, "Don't worry. When have I ever discounted the things you have instructed me to do? Because our farm has increased a lot of staff, we built a staff apartment with the function of a night shift lounge. Yugang and his brothers, I can give each of them a big apartment. It won't be a problem for the family to live together for 3 generations." Su Yugang also said, "Brother Xia, Boss Liang takes care of all of us very well. He has helped us settle down the family members who came over, and arranged for the children to go to the community school." "Very good. Very good." Xiao Ruofei said happily, and then asked, "Can they all adapt?" When they first came, they were a little uncomfortable, but after a long time, they slowly adapted. Su Yugang said, the children adapted faster. There is a language environment here, and now they can speak English very well. Xiao Ruofei nodded with relief, and then patted Su Yugang on the shoulder and said, brothers, do a good job here. The security team can be expanded, and slowly take responsibility for the security of the 2 wineries. Yes. Su Yugang said with his chest out, I promise to complete the task. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, Old Su, I still have something for you to do. Let's talk in private later. Okay, brother Xia. Su Yugang replied. Let's go. Let's go in. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I can smell the roast pig. It must be Uncle West and Aunt Cabelli preparing the delicious food inside, right? Your nose is really sharp. Liang Qichao said with a smile, they want to give you a surprise. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, it was like this last time. This old man and old lady have nothing new. After that, Xiao Ruofei took the lead and walked into the small villa, followed by Liang Qichao, Lu Quan, Su Yugang, and the others. Sure enough, when Xiao Ruofei entered the house, he saw West and Cabelli, who were busy in the open kitchen. Both of them were wearing aprons, and when they saw Xiao Ruofei, they immediately shouted happily, Hi. Boss. It's so nice to see you again. Uncle West. Aunt Cabelli. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Long time no see, I miss your food so much. The old couple's cooking skills were quite good. Old West's apple pie was so good that Feng Jing and Xiao Ruofei were addicted to it. Also, there was the roast pig, which was really crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The roast pig, which was roasted to a golden color, was really appetizing. Cabelli giggled and said, Boss. Go wash your hands quickly. It'll be ready soon. After a while, the food prepared by the old couple was served. Xiao Ruofei and the others sat around the table. Old West even brought a few bottles of Semelon wine, which Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing had personally brewed, for Xiao Ruofei to taste. In all fairness, the Semelon produced by West and Golden Oak Winery was slightly inferior to the wine that Xiao Ruofei brewed in the space. But if compared vertically, it was much better than the wine produced by the 2 wineries in the past. How's the taste? Old West stared at Xiao Ruofei and asked. Xiao Ruofei gently put down the wine glass and gave a thumbs up. Great Semelon. Uncle West, it seems like it's necessary to adhere to traditional winemaking techniques. Old West was grinning from ear to ear. It's mainly because of the high quality of the grape seedlings that Boss brought in. The Semelon produced by our 2 wineries this year is second to none in the entire Hunter Valley. The sales are very good. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Old West asked, Boss, don't forget what you promised me. Xiao Ruofei was slightly taken aback. What I promised you? What is it? You didn't really forget, did you? Old West exclaimed. Oak. For the high-quality project last year, you promised me that you would prepare enough oak of the same quality for me this year, at least enough for this year's winemaking. Only then did Xiao Ruofei remember, but he hid it well and did not show it. He just smiled faintly and said, How could I forget such an important thing? Don't worry. I'll prepare it for you when the time comes. Then you'll have to hurry. Old West said. In about 2 to 3 months, a new round of grape harvesting will begin. This time, we'll be making oak barrels in large quantities, so the wood needs to be prepared at least a month in advance. Otherwise, it'll be impossible to finish before the winemaking. Don't worry. Don't worry. Xiao Ruofei promised. Within 2 months, I promise you that you'll see that batch of wood. That's great. Old West said happily. Boss. Here's a toast to you. Everyone happily finished their lunch together and returned to their respective posts. Liang Qichao also arranged a guest room for Lu Quan on the first floor, while Xiao Ruofei's room was on the second floor of the villa. It was the largest guest room with a balcony. Liang Qichao originally wanted to give the master bedroom that he had been using to Xiao Ruofei, but Xiao Ruofei felt that it was too troublesome and insisted on a guest room that was not inferior to the master bedroom. Xiao Ruofei returned to his room. Not long after, footsteps could be heard outside, followed by a series of knocks on the door. "Come in," Xia Ruofei called out. Su Yugang stepped into the room and said, "Brother Xia, if there's anything you need me to do, just let me know." End of chapter 1442. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.